The university beauty was willing to join me for a couple of training sessions in exchange for a bottle of water. The gorgeous neighbor, once so proud and untouchable, offered something she'd never have dared before, just to keep her husband from starving. All of this happened due to a sudden climate disaster, where temperatures soared above 60 degrees Celsius, and sunlight became deadly. People were trapped in their homes, stripped of water, food, and hope. Meanwhile, my ex-girlfriend's family had already started seeing me as their emergency food supply. But this time, everything was different. After an absurd rebirth, I was given a second chance and an incredible power. I could now freeze anything and store it in my personal spatial dimension. 6 months before the catastrophe, I began constructing the perfect doomsday shelter. Tons of food, weapons, and resources. I was preparing to become the master of a new world. When the twin sisters next door, weakened by hunger, saw me enjoying a hot meal, they lost the last shred of their pride. Scenes like these became the norm. But this story began long before the chaos. Everything changed the day my girlfriend's family, the people I once considered close, betrayed me in the cruelest way. For the sake of water and food, they killed me. High City. Wei Ming abruptly opened his eyes. He was gasping for air, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Shouldn't I be dead? Was it a dream? No, it was definitely not a dream. He had just been murdered by his girlfriend and her family. That gut-wrenching pain was too vivid to be a mere dream. Could it be? He quickly grabbed the phone on the table. The screen lit up, and he saw the date and time. November 3rd, 10:43 a.m. So, it's true. Wei Ming forcibly calmed his turbulent emotions. He had been reborn. Half a year later, the sun would undergo a massive eruption. The sunlight would become unbearably intense, causing global temperatures to soar above 60 degrees Celsius. What's worse, the sunlight would carry mysterious, lethal radiation. Most rivers and lakes would evaporate, and sea levels would drop by several meters. At night, although the deadly sunlight would disappear, corrosive acid rain would fall, capable of dissolving flesh. People would be trapped in their homes. Humanity was on the brink of an apocalypse. Social order would collapse, and people would fight to the death for a bottle of purified water or a piece of bread. Before the apocalypse, Wei Ming had a girlfriend named Zhuo Qingqing. She had moved to High City with her parents and younger brother to make a living. They rented an apartment, which happened to be in the same neighborhood as Wei Ming. Over time, they got to know each other. Although Zhuo Qingqing was just a waitress with a monthly income of about 5,000 yuan, her spending was far from modest. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that she was a brother sympathizer, someone obsessed with helping her younger brother. She even wanted Wei Ming to give up the apartment he inherited from his parents so her brother could use it as a marital home. Wei Ming was a kind and honest man, but the apartment was his inheritance from his parents, who had died in a traffic accident a year earlier. No matter how much he liked her, he couldn't possibly squander his parents' legacy. As a result, Zhuo Qingqing kept stringing him along. She neither broke up with him nor agreed to marry him. Laughably, Wei Ming worked tirelessly to satisfy her vanity. In addition to his regular job, he worked as a food delivery driver after hours and on weekends to earn extra money. Yet, having a girlfriend like Zhuo Qingqing, essentially supporting a family of 4, was draining him. Even with 2 jobs, he couldn't keep up with their demands. Wei Ming seemed bewitched, unable to realize he should have cut his losses. It wasn't until the apocalypse broke out, when Zhuo Qingqing tricked him into opening his door, that he realized the horrifying truth. He was brutally dismembered alive by Zhuo Qingqing and her family of 4. Why did they kill him? Because Wei Ming had a habit of stocking up on bottled water. He always kept 3 or 4 cases at home. Zhuo Qingqing noticed this, and in the apocalypse, clean water became an invaluable resource for survival. To seize it, her family decided to kill him. In reality, if Zhuo Qingqing had simply asked, Wei Ming's kindness wouldn't have allowed him to refuse sharing his water with her family. But Zhuo Qingqing thought Wei Ming staying alive would mean one more mouth to feed. So, she chose the most ruthless option, killing him and taking his home for themselves. 4 ungrateful wolves. I'll make you pay in blood. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, his voice as cold and biting as a winter storm. Having died once, his personality had undergone a drastic change. A simp? Never again. Let someone else play that role. He was out for revenge. Bang! Wei Ming. It's just past 10 a.m., and you're already dozing off? If you don't want to work, write your resignation and leave immediately. A voice barked near Wei Ming's ear. Wei Ming looked up to see a seductive young woman, barely 30 years old, standing by his desk. She had just withdrawn her hand after slamming it on the table. Crossing her arms, her posture accentuated her ample chest. It was Lu Qing, his immediate supervisor and the company's financial manager. She was also considered the company's goddess. Countless men dreamed of her at night. Wei Ming was about to speak but froze. He realized his consciousness was connected to an enormous space. How large was this space? Indescribably vast. As if guided by instinct, Wei Ming slipped his hand into his pocket. With a thought, the mysterious space enveloped his phone. The next second, the phone disappeared from his pocket and floated weightlessly in this bizarre dimension. He had gained a spatial ability. Not only had he been given a second chance at life, but he also possessed a spatial dimension. With half a year left before the apocalypse, how many supplies could he stockpile in this space? Wei Ming. Lu Qing's voice rose sharply, piercing his eardrums. Write your resignation right now. Immediately, do you hear me? With that, she swayed her curvaceous hips as she strode into her private office, drawing envious stares from many men. His colleagues looked at Wei Ming with sympathetic eyes, but none dared to speak. What if Lu Qing overheard them? Nobody wanted to risk getting fired. Wei Ming smirked, stood up, and headed toward Lu Qing's office. A man who had already died once, what could possibly scare him now? Besides, with the apocalypse looming in 6 months, all material wealth would soon lose its value. What would matter then? Clean water and food. Wei Ming had half a year to prepare. By the time the apocalypse arrived, his wealth would be unimaginable. When his colleagues saw him enter Lu Qing's office, they naturally assumed he was going to beg for forgiveness. It made sense, jobs were hard to come by, and this one paid over 8,000 yuan a month, a decent salary. Wei Ming entered Lu Qing's office and shut the door behind him. Finished your resignation letter so quickly? Lu Qing sneered. It was clear that Wei Ming couldn't have written it in such a short time. Wei Ming replied calmly, ever since I joined the company, you've been targeting me. Why? Targeting you? Lu Qing scoffed. You think you're worth my time? If a score of 60 made a woman passable in looks, Lu Qing's beauty was easily an 80. She was stunning, with an hourglass figure and a full, enticing bust. Her body alone could score a 90. Who would have thought such a gorgeous woman was a thief? Unbothered, Wei Ming casually pulled a chair and sat down, leisurely observing her. She was indeed captivating, no wonder every man in the company fantasized about her. In his previous life, Wei Ming had been too honest. He hadn't even dared to sneak a glance at this extraordinary beauty. Now, he acted on his whims, reveling in a newfound sense of liberation. To hell with living by the rules. Never again. Sensing his invasive gaze, Lu Qing crossed her arms over her chest and frowned. You've been slacking off during work hours repeatedly. I'm firing you according to company policy. What's unfair about that? Wei Ming smirked. Tell me why, and I'll write the resignation letter right away. A voluntary resignation would mean no severance pay, unlike being terminated. Are you sure? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised but pleased. After all, Wei Ming's negligence at work wasn't enough grounds for termination. Forcing him out could lead to legal complications. But if he resigned voluntarily, it would save her trouble. Yes, Wei Ming nodded. You can even record me saying it. Lu Qing, ever cautious, pulled out her phone and recorded Wei Ming repeating his promise. Satisfied, she said, because you look like my ex-boyfriend. What the hell? So that's why she's been making my life miserable? Wei Ming had always assumed he'd offended her somehow. He never imagined the real reason was that he resembled her ex. Her ex must have been a scumbag, and now she was taking it out on me? How unjust. Fine. Now I can toy with you without a shred of guilt. Pen and paper, Wei Ming said as he leaned over her desk, casually starting his resignation letter. As he wrote, he remarked nonchalantly, You've been married to Su Jian for 3 years, haven't you? Lu Qing froze as if struck by lightning, her expression instantly changing. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qing tried to maintain her composure. Wei Ming chuckled. I even accurately pointed out that you've been married for 3 years. Denying it now is just pointless. Lu Qing's heart was in turmoil. After a long moment, she managed to steady herself and said, You don't have to resign anymore. I promise I won't target you again. Wei Ming burst into laughter. A man of his word never goes back on what he says. I said I'd resign, and I will. Even if Lu Qing didn't fire him, he had no intention of staying. The apocalypse was only 6 months away, and he had far too many things to prepare for. Of course, there was no rush, at least not for another hour or two. Maybe 4 or 5 hours, tops. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Then what do you want? Wei Ming pointed at Lu Qing. Dream on. Keep dreaming, you delusional fool. Lu Qing immediately rejected him without hesitation, her tone sharp and merciless. You, a pathetic toad, dare to dream of eating swan meat? Have you even looked in the mirror to see what kind of loser you are, thinking you could have a chance with me? Her face was filled with disdain and disgust. Wei Ming, however, remained unfazed. He stood up, pulled the curtains closed, and locked the door. Lu Qing started to panic. Wei Ming, this is an office. Don't you dare do anything reckless. If I scream, the people outside will hear me immediately. Wei Ming replied casually. So, you're not afraid of me exposing how you and Su Jian embezzled 30 million yuan from the company? Lu Qing froze as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening. Wei Ming sighed inwardly. Lu Qing was the company's financial manager, while Su Jian was in charge of procurement. By all accounts, if the two were married, the company would have required one of them to transfer to a different position. So, the two had hidden their marriage from everyone. Meanwhile, Su Jian had been inflating procurement prices. After all, his wife was the one approving the payments. Over 3 years, they had pocketed 30 million yuan together. In his past life, the truth had only come out more than 5 months later. Lu Qing was arrested by the police right at the office, and it wasn't until days later that everyone learned the full story. How do you know about this? Lu Qing stammered, swallowing hard. Her voice was hoarse. Of course, Wei Ming wouldn't tell her he had returned from the future. This would become public knowledge in just over 5 months. Instead, he gave a cryptic smile and said, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime. Director Lu, embezzling 30 million yuan from the company. How many years do you think that carries in prison?" Lu Qing immediately collapsed into her chair, breathing heavily, her gaze unfocused. Hearing Wei Ming mention her hidden marriage with Su Jian and the figure of 30 million yuan, Lu Qing assumed that Wei Ming had concrete evidence. She had no idea he only had surface-level knowledge and wasn't aware of the exact methods they had used. Wei Ming wasn't in a hurry. He simply sat there, waiting patiently. After a few minutes, Lu Qing finally composed herself. "How much money do you want?" Wei Ming shrugged. "I don't want money." It wasn't that he didn't like money. On the contrary, he would need a lot of money in the next 6 months to stockpile supplies and build a safe house. But could he afford to take their money? That money was stolen. In just over 5 months, the truth would come to light. If Wei Ming took their money, he would naturally be implicated and end up in jail too. And when the apocalypse arrived, would he just sit and wait to die in prison? This money was untouchable. Lu Qing frowned, recalling Wei Ming's earlier words. "You're blackmailing me. That's illegal." Wei Ming burst into laughter. Since when is a one-night stand illegal? Lu Qing felt utterly defeated. She wasn't a traditional woman, but before marrying Su Jian, she had only had 2 boyfriends. Even during work social events, she had always kept herself guarded, never allowing anyone to take advantage of her. Sleeping with someone? That was absolutely out of the question. And now, Wei Ming, someone she despised and looked down upon, was making such demands. But what choice did she have? If she didn't agree, the embezzlement would be exposed. What to do? How to persuade him? After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Let me think about it." Of course, this was just an excuse. She wanted to discuss countermeasures with Su Jian, how they could silence Wei Ming. Wei Ming shook his head. "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He tapped the desk. "I'll give you 1 minute to decide, should I leave or stay? It's up to you." With that, he pulled out his phone and started a stopwatch. The ticking seconds seemed deafening in the otherwise silent room. This was, of course, only Lu Qing's perception. Wei Ming, by contrast, was calm and relaxed, even crossing one leg over the other as he leaned back comfortably. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Lu Qing was visibly flustered. Her chest rose and fell with her labored breathing. Wei Ming nearly whistled. He deeply regretted how honest and reserved he had been in his previous life. Letting loose and living freely, this was the way to enjoy life. Damn, do I have a villain streak in me? Wei Ming mused, surprised by his own thoughts. At the 50-second mark, Lu Qing finally spoke. "I'll book a hotel room. You go ahead first. I'll need to come up with an excuse to leave the office." "Ha!
Another stalling tactic? Wei Ming shook his head. No, right here. What?
Lu Qing almost screamed but caught herself just in time.
She lowered her voice and hissed, "Are you insane? This is the office, my office. People could come in at any moment." Wei Ming shrugged.
I closed the curtains and locked the door.
As long as you keep quiet, there won't be a problem.
Seeing her wide-eyed stare, he stood up.
If you're unwilling, that's fine. I don't like forcing people. Don't like forcing people? You might as well have put a gun to my head.
Lu Qing bit her lip, looking pitiful and helpless. But Wei Ming felt no sympathy. This woman had been utterly despicable, constantly abusing her power to make his life miserable, nitpicking over trivial things, and treating him with disdain and contempt.
And had he ever wronged her?
No, her hatred stemmed purely from the fact that he resembled her ex-boyfriend.
Now that he held leverage over her, she suddenly played the victim, hoping for his mercy?
Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Wei Ming turned to leave.
Wait!
Lu Qing called out in a trembling voice. She gripped the hem of her sweater and hesitated before lifting it slightly.
I agree. I'll do it.
Wei Ming sat back down and played some music on his phone.
Let's have some music to set the mood. What am I, a karaoke hostess?
Lu Qing nearly exploded with anger again, but with her secret in Wei Ming's hands, she had no choice but to comply.
Otherwise, jail awaited her.
Resigned, she swayed to the rhythm of the music, slowly lifting her sweater inch by inch.
Wei Ming watched, amused.
Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, startling them both.
Director Lu, there's a document that needs your signature, a female voice called from outside.
Lu Qing immediately felt as though she had been rescued. She quickly pulled her sweater back down.
Wei Ming, unbothered, chuckled as he went to open the door.
Standing outside was their co-worker, Xiao Li, looking curiously at the scene.
Xiao Li's face was full of curiosity. A locked door, closed windows, what were those two doing in there?
Moreover, she noticed a hint of panic on Lu Qing's face, which only made her more curious. Leaning against the door, Wei Ming didn't leave, and Lu Qing didn't dare to force him out.
Instead, she turned to Xiao Li and asked, "Where's the document?"
Xiao Li hurriedly handed it over.
Lu Qing glanced at it briefly and signed her name.
After signing the document, Lu Qing quickly dismissed Xiao Li. However, a part of her secretly hoped that the interruption would deter Wei Ming from doing anything rash in the office. Even though Xiao Li had countless questions in her mind, she could only leave reluctantly, taking her time to walk away. You can't keep acting recklessly, Wei Ming, Lu Qing warned him immediately.
Wei Ming smiled and said, "I'll wait for you in the underground parking lot.
You'd better show up within 10 minutes.
Otherwise," he waved his phone, "I'll call Mr. Kong."
Mr. Kong was the company's general manager. Of course, Wei Ming didn't have his number, this was just a bluff to scare Lu Qing.
Lu Qing didn't dare to take the gamble.
Her last shred of hope dissipated, and she could only bite her lip and nod. Wei Ming left his resignation letter behind, with only 4 simple words, "I quit." He had nothing to pack, so he went straight to the underground parking lot and waited by an Audi. On the way there, Wei Ming kept experimenting with his newfound superpower. Of course, the parking lot had surveillance cameras, so he didn't dare to test it too conspicuously. Placing his hand on the Audi, he focused his thoughts. The invisible space enveloped the car, and with another thought, he could have stored the entire car into the dimensional space.
Could he store something even bigger?
Wei Ming placed his hand on a pillar, activating the spatial ability. However, it failed to encapsulate the column because it was part of the building.
How could he possibly store an entire structure from the inside?
Nevertheless, Wei Ming soon discovered a second application of his spatial power.
He could open a portal around himself. Invisible and intangible, only he could sense it. This portal connected directly to the dimensional space. Let's call it the gate of space. What would happen if someone walked into this gate and entered the dimensional space? Wei Ming certainly wasn't going to test it on himself. Maybe he'd buy a fish or some crayfish later for experimentation. There was no rush. He began planning his next steps. First, he needed to make money to build a secure safe house, something incredibly sturdy and with excellent insulation. Then he needed supplies, with food and water being the most critical. Beyond that, he'd want clothing, computers, a movie library, and a game library. But where would the money come from? A lottery ticket?
Unfortunately, he'd never played the lottery before.
Even after being reborn, he couldn't remember any winning numbers. And even if he did, what if the numbers turned out differently this time? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wei Ming. Today was November 3rd, and tomorrow, the World Cup would begin in the Middle East. While he wasn't an avid football fan, he had watched all the group stage matches in his previous life and remembered the scores clearly. He could bet on football. Would the mysterious forces of the East somehow influence match results in the Middle East? Moreover, regular lottery betting didn't attract many participants. Even hitting the jackpot might only yield a few million yuan. But during the World Cup, the betting pool for football matches would swell dramatically. If he bet on 100 tickets, it was very likely he could win hundreds of millions. It was worth a try. After all, 100 tickets would only cost 200 yuan. Just then, he heard the sound of high heels clicking. Wei Ming looked toward the elevator entrance and saw Lu Qing walking over, swaying her curvaceous hips and slender waist. TSK, her figure really was stunning, perhaps not much worse than Zhuo Qingqing's? But what about after the apocalypse? Once he had countless supplies, wouldn't any woman he desired be his for the asking? Wei Ming, I'm begging you. I'll give you 5 million yuan.
With that money, you can keep young and beautiful girls as mistresses, Lu Qing pleaded, making one last effort.
Too bad, I can't take your money. Besides, I already have a way to make money, and in 6 months, what use will money be? It wouldn't even make good toilet paper.
Wei Ming studied the beauty in front of him like a predator observing its prey. Arrogant and domineering in the past, Lu Qing had bossed him around and nitpicked over trivial matters. Wei Ming had fantasized about getting back at her more than once. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. How could he let it slip? Lu Qing cursed him inwardly, but there was nothing she could do. She reluctantly opened the car door and got into the back seat. Some time later, Wei Ming left the company in high spirits. He didn't bother pestering Lu Qing further, it wasn't necessary. She had already taken one step back, and stepping back once meant she'd retreat 100, even 1,000 steps. In the future, he could simply call on her directly. He could even bring her into his safe house after the apocalypse and do whatever he pleased with her. However, bringing Lu Qing into his safe house would be challenging. Unless he was absolutely certain, Wei Ming wouldn't risk compromising his future. For now, he decided not to waste any more time on her. What he needed most was to fully understand the capabilities of the dimensional space. On his way home, he stopped by a market to buy some live fish and 2 kilograms of crayfish. Not for eating, but for experimentation. Back home, he locked the door. He was alone. The experiments began. The process was tedious, but Wei Ming remained focused and showed no impatience. At noon, he ordered takeout, then continued his research in the afternoon. By evening, he had gained a preliminary understanding. If he wanted to store an object by enveloping it in the dimensional space, he had to first completely encapsulate it. How big could the object be? Enveloping the entire planet was obviously impossible. However, Wei Ming believed it would be no problem to envelop all of China, and the process would take just 1 or 2 seconds. The problem was the concept of encapsulation. He couldn't isolate a single country within the planet, and thus, couldn't store it. Similarly, he couldn't store an entire building unless he removed its foundation. As long as the object was an independent entity, it could be stored. Additionally, he had to use his right hand to make contact. Other parts of his body wouldn't work. Furthermore, living creatures could also be stored. He could touch a living being, envelop it in the dimensional space, and store it. Alternatively, he could open the gate of space and let the creature walk in, or he could push or throw it inside. However, the gate of space was only 3 by 3 meters in size. Anything larger couldn't be stored. That said, living creatures could only survive inside the space for a maximum of 1 minute. Wei Ming could use his consciousness to observe everything within the space and manipulate objects inside. For instance, if he stored a table, he could easily disassemble it, even smash it to pieces, with no effort. Retrieving items was just as simple, a mere thought. Finally, gritting his teeth, Wei Ming pressed his right hand against his chest and stored himself in the dimensional space. He had to figure out if this could save his life in critical moments. His vision went dark, and he found himself in another space. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. However, his consciousness enveloped the entire space, as though he were a god within it, omniscient and omnipotent. The next moment, Wei Ming reappeared in his home, gasping for air. Wei Ming entered the dimensional space again. This time, he didn't rush to leave. Why couldn't living creatures survive here for more than 1 minute? He examined himself and was astonished to find that his consciousness allowed him to observe his body internally, down to the cellular level. The state of his muscles, the activity of his organs, everything was instantly reflected in his mind. He even felt capable of performing surgery on himself. Of course, that wasn't the point. The key discovery was that his blood had stopped circulating, and his heart had stopped beating. It was as though time had frozen. Or rather, there was no concept of time within the dimensional space. Was this why living beings couldn't survive here for more than a minute? It didn't seem entirely accurate. Wei Ming brought another crayfish into the space, but this time, he left himself in his room, observing the crayfish through his consciousness. While he felt like a god within the dimensional space, he wasn't about to gamble with his life. If he were to drop dead after 60 seconds, wouldn't that be absurdly tragic? 58 seconds. 59. 60. Wei Ming didn't notice any changes in the crayfish. There was no passage of time here, so nothing could occur. Whether it was in the space for 1 second or a billion years, it made no difference. However, when he retrieved the crayfish, he found it dead. At 59 seconds, it was still lively and jumping around. At 60 seconds, it was lifeless. Curious. Wei Ming decided not to dwell on this too much. As long as he knew the limitation, that was enough. He resolved never to stay in the dimensional space for a full minute himself. The use of the gate of space proved particularly interesting. While the maximum size was 3 by 3 meters, the gate would stop expanding if it encountered an obstacle. It could be placed up to 5 meters away from Wei Ming and could even open through walls, even several walls. To test further, Wei Ming stored a cup of hot water and a leftover popsicle from his freezer. After several hours, he retrieved them. The water was still boiling hot, and the popsicle remained frozen solid. This further confirmed that there was no passage of time within the dimensional space. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. Perfect. Now, it was time to make plans. He had confirmed that objects stored in the dimensional space would retain their properties. Boiling water would remain boiling, and frozen items would stay frozen. So, what if he prepared a large supply of ice? When the apocalypse struck, ice wouldn't just help with cooling, it could also provide drinking water and water for cleaning as it melted. At the onset of the apocalypse, power systems wouldn't immediately collapse, but temperatures would soar to 60 degrees Celsius. Most air conditioners wouldn't function in such extreme heat. Even at night, when temperatures dropped to the 40s, air conditioners might work, but indoor temperatures would still hover above 35 degrees Celsius, unbearably hot, though not deadly. But what if he built a super-insulated shelter and used ice to cool it? How did ancient emperors beat the summer heat? They stored ice collected in winter and placed it inside hollow copper columns to cool their palaces. It was essentially an ancient air conditioning system, and it didn't blow cold air directly, avoiding joint problems. So, his next steps were clear: build an insulated safe house and stockpile ice. He didn't know how many years the apocalypse would last, so he had to prepare for the long haul. The more ice, the better. An idea suddenly lit up Wei Ming's eyes. Why not aim big and harvest the polar ice caps? Both poles were covered in snow and ice, effectively forming a single massive entity. This meant that if he reached any part of the ice sheet and made contact, he could theoretically store the entire glacier. In reality, most of the planet's ice was concentrated in Antarctica. If time permitted, he'd harvest the ice from both poles. If not, he'd focus on Antarctica. After hastily eating dinner, Wei Ming dashed out. Where to? To buy football lottery tickets. There were plenty of lottery shops scattered across the city, and Wei Ming quickly found one. For this year's World Cup group stage, only 14 matches were available for betting. Relying on his memory, he selected the outcomes for all 14 games and bought 99 tickets, the maximum allowed. The total prize pool for first place was 45% of the lottery's funds, with a single ticket's maximum payout capped at 5 million yuan. If enough people participated, Wei Ming estimated he could rake in nearly 500 million yuan. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't that greedy. He just needed enough money to build and modify his safe house. What about food? Since he planned to visit the poles to collect ice, he might as well swing by North and South America for some free shopping to stock up on supplies. Grabbing some firearms along the way wouldn't hurt either. Still, traveling to the Americas would require caution. Getting shot wouldn't exactly be fun. But if he did get shot, could the dimensional space heal him? That was easy enough to test. He used a crayfish again, first pulling off one of its legs. Then, he placed it in the dimensional space. With a thought, he retrieved the crayfish and its leg was reattached, good as new, moving as if nothing had happened. This meant that as long as Wei Ming wasn't instantly killed, he could use the dimensional space to heal himself instantly and completely. Great, that solved the safety issue. Wei Ming headed to an empty construction site to practice using the gate of space.
Although the gate couldn't actively pull enemies inside, it could trap them if they stepped into it. Moreover, with quick enough reflexes, Wei Ming could even intercept bullets.
His goal was to speed up the opening and closing of the gate. He also devised a new weapon.
He threw a rock into the dimensional space.
Since objects retained their state, the rock's momentum was preserved. When he needed it, he could open the gate and release the rock.
The sudden appearance of a high-velocity rock could easily injure someone.
Then, Wei Ming refined his idea.
Couldn't he position the gate of space 5 meters above him, drop the rocks to accelerate them, then recapture them 5 meters below?
This would increase their velocity by adding 10 meters of free fall.
What if he repeated this process? While air resistance would prevent the objects from reaching bullet speed, they'd still be far deadlier than a professional athlete's shot put.
In addition to rocks, Wei Ming used rebar as makeshift javelins, sharpening their tips for maximum lethality.
He trained until midnight. Exhausted, he finally went home and collapsed into bed.
At around 4 a.m., Wei Ming woke up drenched in sweat. He had dreamt of being tortured by Zhuo Qingqing and her family. His rage nearly boiled over, but he forced himself to calm down.
It wasn't time for revenge yet.
6 months, it was only 6 months. Wei Ming fell back asleep and woke up at 7 a.m., his biological clock nudging him awake. Normally, he'd get ready for work, but then he remembered he'd quit yesterday.
Why bother? He slept in. When he woke again, it was past 10 a.m.
He lounged in bed for a bit longer before ordering takeout, combining breakfast and lunch into one meal.
He continued practicing with the gate of space.
By evening, he could open the gate to any desired position within 0.1 seconds and instantly store himself in the dimensional space to evade attacks.
Practice made perfect. Wei Ming started feeling bored.
Building the safe house and harvesting polar ice couldn't begin until he had money. The 14 matches he bet on wouldn't conclude for another 4 days. Until then, he could only wait. Or could he? Wei Ming picked up his phone and sent a message via WeChat, 8 p.m. at the Jinluan Hotel.
Don't be late. Then he left home. Somewhere in the city. Lu Qing was having dinner with her husband when she saw a WeChat notification pop up.
When she saw the sender's name, her face paled. Seizing a moment when her husband wasn't paying attention, she replied, "Don't push your luck. Your choice.
Face the consequences if you don't come."
Lu Qing frowned deeply before telling Su Jian, "Honey, Huan got drunk again.
I need to go check on her." Huan was her close friend, notorious for getting drunk and calling Lu Qing for help. Su Jian, used to this, didn't suspect a thing. "Want me to come with you?" he asked. No. Lu Qing waved him off, grabbed her car keys, and left. Wei Ming arrived at the Jinluan Hotel. He chose it for its proximity to his home, allowing him to walk there.
After booking a room, he sent Lu Qing the room number and waited leisurely.
Lu Qing not showing up? Impossible.
Once someone crossed their bottom line, they'd inevitably keep retreating. The moment Lu Qing entered the parking lot yesterday, she had already surrendered control to Wei Ming.
Smiling, Wei Ming retrieved several pairs of stockings from the dimensional space and laid them on the bed.
Tonight, he'd make Lu Qing wear them one by one just so he could rip them apart. At 7:57 p.m., there was a soft knock at the door.
Wei Ming peeked through the peephole.
Standing outside was none other than Lu Qing. He chuckled to himself.
Wei Ming was very cautious, first confirming that Lu Qing hadn't brought anyone with her. Of course, Lu Qing wouldn't dare bring anyone. What would be the point? Did she want the matter of the 30 million yuan theft to become more widely known?
Still, there was no harm in being careful. Once he confirmed Lu Qing was alone, Wei Ming finally opened the door and let her in. As Lu Qing walked in, she said, "You can't keep harassing me over and over.
You need to promise me that this will be the last time. Otherwise, go ahead and call the police."
Wei Ming smiled slightly and pulled out his phone, showing her the itinerary he had booked on Haizhu Travel. Lu Qing froze in shock.
"You're going to Antarctica?"
She was genuinely baffled.
A trip to Antarctica wasn't cheap.
Wei Ming's booking, which included landings on the continent, cost over 180,000 yuan and would take at least 2 months.
So, has he gone crazy? Wei Ming replied, "That's right. Before I leave for Antarctica, you'll need to be at my beck and call. After that, I won't bother you anymore.
Lu Qing hesitated for only a moment before agreeing.
You have to promise.
I promise, Wei Ming said casually, though he sneered inwardly. This woman had tormented him for 3 years and trampled on his dignity during that time.
How could he let her off so easily? Go and put those on.
He pointed at the stockings. Lu Qing cursed him silently, but her sunk cost was already too high. Just by coming here, she had shown her intent to placate Wei Ming.
There was no way she could back out over something so minor.
Wei Ming watched her change into the stockings. Yesterday, the lighting in the car had been too dim to properly appreciate her. Curves in all the right places. Her figure was stunning.
As he admired her, he chuckled and said, "You know there are plenty of guys at the office fantasizing about you, right?"
Of course I know, Lu Qing replied with a smug, disdainful smile.
Pathetic toads dreaming of eating swan meat.
She abruptly paused, her face flushing red.
Wasn't Wei Ming the toad in her eyes? And now, here he was, playing with her. Wei Ming burst out laughing. How did you get your position, anyway? Did you sleep your way up? Lu Qing glared at him furiously. I'm not some prostitute.
I'd never stoop so low as to sell myself for a promotion. I graduated from the best university in High City, and my professional abilities speak for themselves.
Oh, is that so?
Yet you and your husband managed to embezzle 30 million yuan from the company and kept it under wraps for years.
I wonder how the company eventually found out.
Wei Ming grinned as he admired this proud and voluptuous beauty.
Guess I got lucky then. If I told everyone at the office that I'd slept with the untouchable company goddess, how jealous do you think they'd be?
Some of the guys have even joked about pinning you down one day, saying it'd be worth the 3 to 5 years in prison. Too bad they didn't have the guts, he added with a smirk. The next day, Wei Ming slept in until 10 a.m. He got up, enjoyed a leisurely buffet breakfast at the hotel, and strolled home. Having stayed up all night, he was surprised at how energetic he still felt.
Was his physical condition always this good? Absolutely not. So, his rebirth had even enhanced his physical abilities? That was great news. Out of curiosity, Wei Ming visited a gym and underwent a fitness assessment. The results shocked the trainer.
She claimed that his physical capabilities, explosive power and endurance, were at the peak of human potential.
But Wei Ming's prior lifestyle had been anything but active.
His 9-to-5 job, followed by part-time delivery work, kept him sitting most of the time. He had never had the chance to exercise regularly.
This had to be a perk of being reborn. Well, it makes sense.
I'm essentially a superhuman now, an evolved being.
Reaching peak physical condition is only natural.
While the trainer was impressed, she had no reason to persuade him to sign up for a membership.
Instead, she asked if he was interested in working as a coach. Wei Ming politely declined.
Back home, Wei Ming continued practicing with the gate of space and even came up with some new weapons.
That evening, his phone rang.
Glancing at the caller ID, Wei Ming's lips curled into a cold, murderous smile. It was Zhuo Qingqing. The moment he answered, Zhuo Qingqing's angry voice came through.
Wei Ming. You didn't call or message me yesterday, and today is the same. Are you trying to break up with me?
Let me tell you, plenty of guys are lining up to date me.
If you don't cherish me, someone else will. She paused before adding, one of my coworkers bought a gorgeous bag today. It's only 20,000 yuan. If you buy me one, I might consider forgiving you. Ha! Keep dreaming. Wei Ming snorted. Fine. Let's break up. He hung up without hesitation.
With half a year until the apocalypse, he had plenty of time to slowly deal with this woman and her despicable family. On the other end of the line, Zhuo Qingqing stared at her phone in disbelief.
Wei Ming had hung up on her? How dare he? And he had even agreed to break up? Zhuo Qingqing couldn't wrap her head around it.
In the past, every time she mentioned breaking up, Wei Ming would bend over backward to appease her, except for giving her brother his apartment as a marital home. But today, she hadn't even pushed the matter, and he had agreed so easily? Was he out of his mind? No. This must be his way of trying to make her anxious and regain the upper hand.
She wasn't going to fall for it.
She was confident that Wei Ming would come crawling back within days, wagging his tail like the simpering dog he was.
That night, Wei Ming didn't bother contacting Lu Qing.
Although his physical abilities were astonishing, he knew better than to overindulge.
Lust could be as sharp as a knife, draining both body and soul. He decided to let Lu Qing rest for a day and pick things back up tomorrow. A new day arrived. The 4 World Cup matches played last night had yielded shocking upsets, ruining countless bets and sending gamblers to rooftops. But Wei Ming remained calm and composed, knowing the results exactly as they had happened. In just 2 more match days, he'd be able to claim his winnings. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Lu Qing again. "See you at the usual spot." Because Wei Ming had promised to leave her alone after his trip to Antarctica, Lu Qing was doing her best to cooperate, fearing he might change his mind and refuse to let her off the hook. She immediately replied, "On my way." Sure enough, she arrived at the hotel before 8 p.m. The next day, Wei Ming slept in again until 10 a.m. Whether Lu Qing managed to catch up on her sleep was, of course, none of his concern. After having a buffet breakfast at the hotel, Wei Ming headed home. Just as he was about to enter his apartment, the door of the neighboring unit opened. Out walked a stunningly beautiful woman, elegantly dressed. Her looks were on par with Lu Qing's, though her figure was slightly less impressive, only a C-cup. However, she was about 5 centimeters taller than Lu Qing, standing nearly 170 centimeters tall without heels, with long legs that were undeniably eye-catching. This woman was Mi Xiaolu, a newlywed of fewer than 3 months. However, she had clashed with Wei Ming no fewer than 20 times. Strictly speaking, it wasn't so much a clash as it was her repeatedly humiliating him. Why? Because one day, she saw Wei Ming wearing a food delivery uniform, realizing he worked part-time as a delivery driver. Ever since then, she had relentlessly mocked him whenever they crossed paths, even demanding that Wei Ming sell his apartment and move out. Her reasoning? A low-quality, low-class person like him living there would lower property values. Was that even something a decent person would say? In his previous life, Wei Ming had been not only honest but also conflict-averse. When she hurled insults at him, he would simply retreat to his apartment, ignore her remarks, and carry on with his delivery work. But Mi Xiaolu only escalated her behavior. Every time she saw Wei Ming, her sharp tongue spewed increasingly cruel comments. Wei Ming sometimes wondered how someone so beautiful could have such a vicious mouth. Sure enough, when Mi Xiaolu saw him, her expression immediately turned disdainful. She frowned and said, "Why haven't you moved out yet?" In his past life, Wei Ming would have silently unlocked his door and ignored her. But now, after being reborn, his personality had undergone a complete transformation. The submissive, easily bullied Wei Ming was long gone. He stared brazenly at Mi Xiaolu's attractive face and said calmly, "This is my home. Why should I move? A filthy delivery driver like you belongs in the slums. Living here drags down the caliber of the other residents and lowers property values," Mi Xiaolu sneered. She even pulled a mask out of her handbag and put it on, as if she were worried Wei Ming carried some kind of foul odor. This was outright humiliation. Wei Ming smirked. "I live here, and I have no plans to move. If you find that unacceptable, maybe you should move. You lowlife delivery driver, how dare you talk to me like that?" Mi Xiaolu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumping out of her skin. She was furious. In the past, Wei Ming had always been so meek, tolerating her insults without retaliation. But now, he was actually talking back? Was he out of his mind? Wei Ming suddenly smiled. "Fine. If you agree to one condition, I'll consider selling the apartment." "Ha?" Mi Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, then felt it was only natural. Wei Ming was still the same old pushover. "Speak," she said, adopting her usual condescending tone. Wei Ming's smile turned wicked. "Spend a night with me." Mi Xiaolu's face turned beet red. She flew into a rage and lunged at Wei Ming, claws aimed at his face. "You disgusting pig! You really think a filthy toad like you could eat swan meat?" But Wei Ming simply gave her a slight push, causing her to stumble back several steps. That's when Mi Xiaolu completely lost it. Wei Ming's push had landed squarely on her chest, and she could even feel him deliberately squeeze. She had been groped by this filthy, low-class delivery driver. "You're dead. Dead!" Mi Xiaolu shouted. She didn't dare attack him again. What if Wei Ming really acted on his lust and assaulted her? The humiliation of being touched by such a man would haunt her forever, even if Wei Ming were executed for it. She immediately fled back to her apartment and called the police. Wei Ming, however, chuckled to himself. That squeeze just now? Entirely intentional. But he knew the positions of the security cameras. The footage would only show him pushing Mi Xiaolu away. She had lunged at his face, and his push was clearly an act of self-defense. "See? He hadn't even hit her. All he'd done was push her away. How gentlemanly of him. Go ahead and call the cops.
Still, although Mixiaolu wasn't particularly well endowed, her C-cup figure had a nice feel, firm and springy.
It was almost intriguing. The police arrived quickly. Within 15 minutes, 2 officers knocked on Wei Ming's door.
Wei Ming opened the door and calmly explained the situation. He didn't exaggerate or add a single detail, as there was no need. He had been entirely in the right, and even the push at the end was a reasonable act of self-defense.
He hadn't used excessive force, and the cameras wouldn't show any evidence of him groping her.
Oh, by the way, Wei Ming added, there are security cameras at the entrance. The property management installed them.
You can check the footage.
The 2 officers exchanged glances and told Wei Ming to wait while they went to retrieve the footage.
About 20 minutes later, they returned with updates for both Wei Ming and Mixiaolu.
To Wei Ming, they apologized for the inconvenience. To Mixiaolu, they issued a warning not to waste valuable police resources. Mixiaolu was still indignant, but the officers showed her the footage on their phones.
See for yourself.
Mixiaolu was livid. That filthy delivery driver was so cunning.
The cameras hadn't captured his wandering hands.
But the police had already determined this was a minor incident and warned her accordingly.
What could she do now to punish Wei Ming?
Her anger boiled over, leaving her frustrated and powerless.
Little did she know that the Wei Ming of today was no longer the spineless pushover she used to bully at will. What had he done to provoke her, anyway? Just because she thought his job wasn't prestigious enough, she felt entitled to insult and demean him? Actions have consequences.
As an adult, if you make a mistake, you face the repercussions.
No excuses. Of course, the consequence Wei Ming had in mind wouldn't involve physical violence. Well, maybe it could still be called a stick, in a sense. He didn't need to do anything now.
When the apocalypse arrived, all he'd have to do was offer her a bottle of water, and she'd strip willingly. While Wei Ming wasn't the type to hold a grudge over minor slights, he was no longer the type to turn the other cheek either.
You humiliated me, so I'll humiliate you. An eye for an eye. That's how things should be. Otherwise, what was the point of being reborn?
The police handled the situation impartially.
Without evidence, there was no way they could detain Wei Ming. However, Mixiaolu wasn't about to let it go.
That evening, when her husband, High, came home, she exaggerated the events of the afternoon as she recounted them to him. Naturally, she emphasized Wei Ming's shamelessness and claimed he had intended to molest her, though she stopped short of admitting he'd actually groped her. After all, being groped by someone like Wei Ming, a so-called lowlife, was something she was too ashamed to admit unless it could result in his conviction. She told the police everything, but she deliberately omitted this detail when speaking to her husband. Upon hearing her story, High flew into a rage. He stormed out of their apartment and pounded on Wei Ming's door. Wei Ming opened the door, and High barged in, reaching out to grab Wei Ming's shirt.
But did Wei Ming let him succeed?
With a single motion, Wei Ming deflected Hai's hand and countered by grabbing High by the collar. With a burst of strength, he lifted the 175 centimeters man off the ground one-handed.
One-handed!
When Mixiaolu arrived moments later, she was just in time to witness the scene. Naturally, she screamed, "Let go of my husband!
Put him down!"
But Wei Ming ignored her. Instead, he looked coldly at High and said, "I don't recall ever offending you, but your wife has humiliated me time and again.
And today, I push back just a little, and suddenly I'm a villain beyond redemption?"
Seeing this, Mixiaolu rushed over and tried to pry Wei Ming's hand away to save her husband. However, Wei Ming simply extended his other hand and lifted her up as well. His physical strength was indeed terrifying. Holding an adult man and woman in each hand, he felt completely at ease. In fact, he thought he could probably handle even more weight.
"If you harass me again, I won't be so polite next time." Wei Ming carried both of them to the doorway.
Then, with a flick of his wrists, he released them.
Thud, thud.
The pair landed on the ground, sitting awkwardly as they winced in pain.
Bang!
Wei Ming slammed the door shut. The sound felt like a slap to their faces, leaving the couple utterly humiliated.
"What do we do now?"
Mixiaolu asked, her confidence visibly shaken. After all, the first time Wei Ming had only pushed her away.
But this time?
He had lifted both of them off the ground like it was nothing.
If they provoked him further and he lost control, what if he ended up killing them?
Her fear intensified. As a beautiful woman, the thought of being violated by Wei Ming before being killed horrified her even more. The mere idea of being disgraced in such a way was unbearable.
Mi Xiaolu's personality was one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong.
In the past, she had relentlessly insulted Wei Ming because he seemed like an easy target. But now that Wei Ming had fought back and displayed terrifying strength, she was immediately cowed. Gua Hai, on the other hand, was furious and ashamed. He shot his wife a venomous glare.
If it weren't for her provoking Wei Ming, would he have been humiliated like this? Should we call the police?
Mi Xiaolu suggested tentatively.
Call the police? Are you stupid? Gua Hai barked.
We barged into his home. All he did was throw us out.
Do you want the police to come and arrest us instead? Mi Xiaolu couldn't believe her ears. Are you seriously yelling at me? Are you seriously this dumb? Gua Hai retorted, still fuming.
Angry and frustrated, Mi Xiaolu stormed back into their apartment, slamming the door behind her.
Bang!
The door hit Gua Hai squarely in the face as he followed her, making him yelp in pain. Fortunately, the door had a fingerprint lock.
Gua Hai, clutching his nose, unlocked it and entered. Bang!
He slammed the door shut behind him, and the couple immediately started arguing loudly enough that Wei Ming, next door, could faintly make out bits of their shouting.
Wei Ming couldn't help but grin. Was that the end of it? Of course not. What had he done to deserve being insulted by Mi Xiaolu in the first place? All because she thought his job wasn't prestigious enough, she felt entitled to humiliate and demean him? Actions have consequences.
Right now, killing someone was still illegal. But in 6 months, that would no longer be the case. When society collapsed, no one would care. No, by then, all Wei Ming would have to do was offer a bottle of water, and Gua Hai would be groveling at his feet, calling him dad. As for Mi Xiaolu, she'd strip willingly for the same. For now, Wei Ming's priority was to strengthen himself. When the time came, he wanted to be able to crush any threat decisively, ensuring his own safety. Finding a good doctor would be nearly impossible in the apocalypse. Wei Ming continued honing his skills with the Gate of Space. It was both a weapon and a powerful defensive tool, its effectiveness dependent entirely on his mastery.
One night passed.
Checking the results of the day's matches, Wei Ming saw that 4 games had concluded. Only one had been an upset, but it was a massive one. Many gamblers had likely lost everything, as the match had seemed like a guaranteed win on paper. Yet, it had turned out to be a shocking loss.
Tomorrow, Wei Ming could collect his winnings.
He had already selected his safe house and chosen contractors for the modifications. Once the money was in his account, he could start the project immediately. The entire day, Wei Ming practiced controlling the Gate of Space.
This was a matter of life and death.
If he planned to shop for free in certain countries, he couldn't afford to get taken out by stray bullets. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Lu Qing again, "See you at the usual spot."
Lu Qing, showing surprising tact, didn't reply.
However, just 10 minutes later, she called him instead.
Stop texting me in the future. What if my husband sees? Let's just agree on the next time and place.
No problem, Wei Ming said, not bothering to argue over something so trivial. As he waited for Lu Qing, Wei Ming took out a condom from his pocket. It had a specific purpose.
Early in the morning, Wei Ming went to the lottery center
to claim his winnings.
He presented his ID card and lottery tickets. After verification, the staff proceeded with the prize disbursement process.
As expected, thanks to the World Cup, the number of people buying lottery tickets had skyrocketed, pushing the prize pool to 600 million yuan. For the 14-match result lottery, 64% of the sales revenue went into the prize pool, with 70% of that allocated to the first prize, a total of over 268.8 million yuan. This time, there were 105 first prize winners, with each ticket worth 2.56 million yuan. Wei Ming held 99 winning tickets, giving him a total of 253.44 million yuan. After taxes, the amount deposited into his account was 202.75 million yuan. Wei Ming decided to donate the leftover change, rounding it down to a clean 200 million yuan.
200 million yuan.
This was far beyond Wei Ming's expectations. He had anticipated a maximum of 100 million, with a baseline of 50 million, which would have been enough to buy the property he wanted and begin renovations immediately. After leaving the lottery center, Wei Ming went straight to the real estate agency near his neighborhood. The property he wanted to buy was a villa in his own residential complex.
Why his own neighborhood? Well, why not? Sure, building a villa in a remote location would be safer, but even if Wei Ming prepared countless entertainment options, spending his life just playing games and watching movies? How boring would that be? What was the point of becoming stronger if not to face conflicts with confidence? Besides, if he lived far away, how could he get revenge on Zhuo Qingqing and her family? Unless he destroyed that entire family, he wouldn't find peace.
Wei Ming had done his research. There were 3 villas in the complex, one of which was listed for sale at 25 million yuan. It had 3 above-ground floors and a basement that served as a garage connected to the underground parking lot of the complex. The total area was 480 square meters, although the deed listed only 360 square meters, excluding the garage, which was a bonus. At roughly 70,000 yuan per square meter, it wasn't particularly expensive for High City. Wei Ming quickly signed the agreement with the seller, paid 30% upfront, and requested the keys that very day. The seller agreed without hesitation. Next, Wei Ming contacted a renovation contractor. Within an hour, the contractor, Xiaobing, arrived at the villa, measured all the dimensions, and obtained the building plans.
He then asked about Wei Ming's renovation requirements.
First, make it as sturdy as possible, impervious to explosions.
Second, ensure top-notch insulation. Like those old bicycle coolers that kept popsicles frozen even in the summer heat.
Lastly, use the best materials possible while meeting these conditions.
Xiaobing was stunned. You're really going all out. What are you preparing for, a war? But even if a war broke out, what good would such a renovation do? Could it withstand missiles? A nuclear bomb? Still, the customer is always right.
If Wei Ming wanted it built like a tomb, as long as the money was there, Xiaobing wouldn't question it.
Then came the critical question, the timeline. About 8 months, Xiaobing estimated. Wei Ming shook his head. Too long. Xiaobing frowned. 5 months, but it'll cost you more. Wei Ming calculated. With 25 days left after the renovation, he'd still have time before the apocalypse hit. It was doable. Deal.
The cost will be 30 million, Xiaobing said.
Wei Ming gave him a skeptical look. Xiaobing quickly explained, that's a fair price, mainly because of the rushed timeline. Otherwise, I could have saved you at least 5 million. Wei Ming pressed his hand against the table and asked, for 30 million, can you guarantee the best materials? Huh? Xiaobing was taken aback.
Wei Ming wasn't questioning the price but whether the materials would be good enough. Laughing, Xiaobing reassured him, don't worry. 30 million is more than enough to use the best materials. While I can't promise it'll withstand missiles, I guarantee no amount of C4 will breach the walls. If it does, feel free to tell everyone in High City, I'll quit this business.
Wei Ming finally smiled. Good.
The two signed the contract. Wei Ming paid 10 million upfront so Xiaobing could purchase the materials. Once the walls, ventilation, and insulation were done, they discussed the finer details. After seeing Xiaobing off, Wei Ming prepared for the property transfer, which had to be completed before his trip to Antarctica.
Time was tight. Around 6 p.m., Wei Ming noticed the elevator doors opening. Hua-hai stepped out.
When he saw Wei Ming's open door, he froze momentarily before pretending nothing was wrong and entering his apartment. Wei Ming overheard Mi Xiaolu greeting Hua-hai and smiled. Now was the perfect moment. He went to his bedroom and opened the gate of space through the wall. The layout of Wei Ming's apartment mirrored his neighbors, with their master bedrooms adjacent. Sometimes, when things got active next door, Wei Ming could clearly hear the commotion. The gate of space could penetrate walls, with a range of up to 5 meters.
Wei Ming opened a small portal and dropped the used condom from last night onto their floor. Plop. It landed on the ground. Now, it was time to enjoy the show. Hua-hai entered the bedroom after chatting briefly with Mi Xiaolu. He froze. A condom. The problem was, he and Mi Xiaolu had been trying for a baby since their marriage less than a year ago. Why would there be a condom here? What the hell? Hua-hai's anger flared instantly. His mind was filled with one thought, betrayal. You'd better explain this, Mi Xiaolu. He growled through gritted teeth. Mi Xiaolu followed him into the room, confused. Why are you yelling at me? Slap. Hua-hai slapped her across the face and pointed at the condom. What is this? Answer me. What the hell is this? Mi Xiaolu stared in shock. Why was there a condom on the floor? Then it hit her why Hua-hai was so furious. Panicking, she stammered, this isn't mine. No, I mean, I didn't use it with anyone else. Honey, I swear I didn't cheat on you. You have to believe me. Then why is it here? High demanded coldly. Did it grow legs and walk here on its own? You slut. Tell me, who did you use it with? How could Mi Xiaolu explain this? No matter what she said, it would sound like a weak excuse. You whore. I work hard all day, and you dare cheat on me behind my back? Hai roared, his anger boiling over. Slap. He struck her again. If Mi Xiaolu had actually cheated, she might have accepted the beating. But she hadn't. She was being wrongly accused. Hai, watch your mouth, she screamed, backing away. I come from a respectable family and saved myself for you until marriage. You know I'm innocent. You're insulting not just me but also my parents and the values they raised me with. But Hai didn't care. He only trusted what he saw. A condom doesn't just magically appear. If she hadn't used it with someone else, how did it get here? You slut. I'll beat you to death today, he bellowed. The neighbors argued loudly all night. Although the noise was disruptive, Wei Ming didn't feel annoyed at all. He put on earplugs and slept soundly through the night. Let's take it slow. The bickering next door lasted for 3 days before finally settling down. However, when Wei Ming saw the couple leave together, their expressions were grim and unpleasant. For a married couple, infidelity was a major sin, one that could cause irreparable damage to their relationship. Let it simmer, Wei Ming thought. For now, he didn't have the time to keep stirring up trouble for them. Over the past few days, he had been busy stocking up on food and purified water. Sure, he could do zero-cost shopping after heading to America, but he wasn't confident in his cooking skills. Naturally, he wanted to prepare large quantities of pre-cooked meals in advance. He had ordered hundreds of takeout meals. One delivery driver alone fulfilled over 100 orders for him and was so shocked he asked if Wei Ming needed to call the police. The driver probably thought Wei Ming had been kidnapped and forced to order so much food. Wei Ming also booked a massive banquet at a hotel, 500 tables worth. When the dishes were served, he discreetly collected everything, including the plates, and later compensated the hotel for the cost of the dishware. Additionally, he purchased a significant amount of warm clothing. Why prepare warm gear when the apocalypse would bring deadly heat? Because he was heading to Antarctica. What if something unexpected happened and he got stuck there? Since there was always risk, Wei Ming made sure to be thoroughly prepared. 5 days later, the real estate agent called, informing him that the paperwork with the housing bureau was finalized, and he could officially transfer ownership of the property that day. Wei Ming wasted no time. He paid the remaining balance and agency fees. 2 days later, Xiaobeng, the contractor, presented the finalized renovation plan. By then, Wei Ming had also received the property deed and submitted his renovation application. Once the approval came through, Xiaobeng would begin construction. It was also time for Wei Ming's Antarctic trip to begin. Traveling to Antarctica was a complicated process. First, he had to fly to Argentina. Traveling from the northern to the southern hemisphere required 3 connecting flights and over 40 hours of travel time, exhausting, to say the least. Alone, Wei Ming boarded his flight. Since he had quit his job, and with his parents deceased in an accident and no wife or girlfriend, there was no one he needed to inform about his departure. Given the length of the journey, he had booked first-class tickets for the entire trip. From High City to Zurich, from Zurich to Sao Paulo, then to Buenos Aires, and finally to Ushuaia, all on international flights. The blonde, blue-eyed flight attendants were beautiful and had great figures, but since he couldn't communicate well with them due to the language barrier, flirting wasn't an option. Wei Ming simply enjoyed the view. Forget it. There are plenty of women out there. This trip is all about harvesting icebergs, no distractions. The last thing I need is some gun-toting boyfriend shooting at me. While Wei Ming wasn't overly afraid of being shot, explaining himself to the authorities would be a hassle. Best to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's not like I can't go a few days without women. After arriving in Ushuaia, he was met by travel agency staff. Instead of crossing the Drake Passage by ship, Wei Ming chose to fly to King George Island before boarding a boat for the final leg of the journey. Life at sea was incredibly dull, with the scenery remaining the same day after day. However, the buffet was plentiful, especially the seafood, though it lacked abalone, something Wei Ming resolved to enjoy once he returned to China. Several days later, the ship finally reached the Antarctic continent. For an additional fee, tourists could disembark and take speedboats to see emperor penguins. Wei Ming, of course, paid up, though not for the penguins. His real goal was to harvest the seemingly endless Antarctic icebergs.
Wei Ming made sure he was the last to disembark. As he stepped off the boat, he placed his hand on the icy surface, and his spatial dimension expanded, enveloping the edges of the glacier.
The process was astonishingly fast, taking less than 2 seconds.
It's worth noting that Antarctica's glaciers and ice sheets are interconnected.
So how vast was the ice sheet that Wei Ming's spatial dimension absorbed? It practically encompassed the entire Antarctic ice cap. Collect! In an instant, Antarctica was stripped bare.
The tourists who had just set foot on the continent found themselves slipping and falling into the sea. Thankfully, the speedboats were nearby, and everyone scrambled back aboard, completely dumbfounded.
What the hell?
Where did the vast white expanse of ice and snow go?
Gone. Completely gone. Who could believe it? Am I hallucinating? Or have I lost my mind?
Where's the ice? Where are the glaciers?
It wasn't just the tourists, Antarctica's penguins were equally stunned.
Where did all our icebergs go? Faced with such a drastic change, the tour leader quickly herded everyone back onto the main ship. However, it wasn't just the landing area that had lost its glaciers, the entire Antarctic continent had been stripped bare. Satellites in orbit confirmed the shocking transformation.
This event became global news.
Governments around the world urgently dispatched scientific teams to investigate the mystery of Antarctica's disappearing icebergs.
With Antarctica holding over 70% of Earth's freshwater in the form of ice, the sudden disappearance of its glaciers was more than just an anomaly, it posed a significant threat to global climate stability. Wei Ming's Antarctic trip ended abruptly as the ship returned to its departure point.
Although the travel agency refunded part of the cost due to the shortened trip, Wei Ming didn't care. He had no time to argue over trivial matters.
Wei Ming didn't leave South America immediately.
The Pampas grasslands boasted some of the world's best natural pastures.
How could he leave without collecting massive quantities of beef and lamb?
Wei Ming began his zero-cost shopping, emptying slaughterhouses one by one. This naturally became headline news in Argentina, with police scouring the area for the mysterious meat thief.
But who would suspect a lone tourist like Wei Ming? Where could he possibly hide all that meat?
Afterward, Wei Ming traveled to Chile, famous for its fruit, especially cherries. He collected massive quantities of fruit before heading to Cuba, where he stocked up on cigars and rum. From there, he went to Brazil, not for the beaches or football, but for coffee and other essentials. Naturally, he also collected some firearms from the chaotic regions.
Finally, Wei Ming left South America and flew to the United States.
Before departing, he had already secured his visa. The zero-cost shopping spree continued. Wei Ming spent over 20 days in the United States, clearing out large retail warehouses and amassing supplies worth billions. Again, no one suspected a tourist. From there, he moved on to Canada, traveling northward to reach the Arctic. The Arctic, unlike Antarctica, isn't a single landmass but a collection of territories belonging to multiple countries.
Wei Ming's task was simple: find a massive iceberg and use its interconnections to collect as much ice as possible. While Antarctica was the main prize, whatever he could gather from the Arctic would be a bonus.
After leaving the Arctic, Wei Ming traveled to Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and other countries, focusing on tropical fruits like durians, mangosteens, and coconuts.
Once the apocalypse hit, these fruit trees would all die from the heat.
Without existing stockpiles, such fruits would become impossible to find. After nearly 4 months, Wei Ming finally returned to China. Wei Ming was seated in first class and had booked the most luxurious car service at the airport. A stretched limousine picked him up and delivered him to Qidong City. The sight of such a luxury car naturally drew a lot of attention.
Onlookers stopped in their tracks, curious to see which wealthy individual was inside.
When they saw Wei Ming step out, they were all taken aback.
How could it be him? Could it be true? Are the rumors real? Did Wei Ming really buy that villa? Where on earth did he get so much money? It's definitely not legitimate. Someone should report him and have it investigated.
The residents of the complex started murmuring amongst themselves. No wall can block all gossip, and Wei Ming hadn't made any effort to keep it a secret.
Among the residents of the complex, there were always nosy uncles and aunties who couldn't resist finding out everything.
When they saw the villa Wei Ming purchased being remodeled, they started asking questions and quickly uncovered the details.
25 million yuan.
Rumor had it that Wei Ming had paid in full. But his parents had passed away long ago, and he was just an ordinary office worker. Where could he have gotten that kind of money? So, naturally, the neighbors didn't believe it. But seeing Wei Ming step out of a stretch limousine? That was hard to deny.
Even if they didn't recognize the car's emblem, a stretch limo was synonymous with luxury in most people's minds. Some of the older women in the neighborhood were instantly intrigued. Wei Ming was young, wealthy, and, most importantly, unmarried. It was the perfect opportunity. One auntie couldn't resist and quickly approached him. "Xiao Wei, it's Auntie Chang. I live in building 16. Did you just return from a trip?" Wei Ming smiled and nodded but showed no sign of slowing down. Auntie Chang, who usually pretended to be a frail old lady on the bus whenever there were no seats, suddenly seemed full of energy. With surprising agility, she caught up to Wei Ming, her face practically glowing with a smile. "Xiao Wei, you're not seeing anyone yet, are you? Let me introduce you to someone. My daughter is gorgeous. She has a master's degree, works at a bank, and is only 3 years older than you. You know what they say, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. How about I call her right now and ask her to cancel all her plans tonight? You two can meet and chat." Wei Ming smiled politely. "Auntie Chang, I'm very busy. I definitely won't have time tonight. What about tomorrow night?" Auntie Chang wasn't one to give up easily and immediately pressed on. "We'll see," Wei Ming said as he quickened his pace. Auntie Chang, not being a sprightly young woman anymore, couldn't keep up for long. She stopped in her tracks, but there was no way she was going to give up. Just the thought of that 25 million yuan villa was enough to keep her motivated. When her daughter got home that evening, Auntie Chang would surely sit her down for a serious talk. After all, when a woman takes the initiative, men are easy to win over, or so she believed. Auntie Chang had absolute confidence in her daughter's looks. Wei Ming returned to his apartment, the one he'd always lived in. The villa was still under renovation and wouldn't be ready for at least another month. As he stepped out of the elevator, he bumped into Mi Xiaolu, who was taking out the trash. Even in her winter clothes, her slender figure was evident, and her rounded hips were particularly eye-catching when she bent down. When Mi Xiaolu saw Wei Ming, she was momentarily surprised. It had been nearly 4 months since she last saw him. She'd assumed Wei Ming had sold his apartment and moved away, but here he was again. As always, her disdain for him was written all over her face. But realizing that her bent-over posture might fuel Wei Ming's fantasies, she quickly straightened up, grabbed her trash bag, and hurried into the elevator, as if one more glance from Wei Ming might somehow impregnate her. When she reached the ground floor to throw out the trash, she overheard 2 neighbors chatting. To her surprise, they were talking about Wei Ming. A villa? A luxury limousine? Mi Xiaolu was stunned. How could it be possible? How could this worthless nobody suddenly become a wealthy tycoon? She was utterly baffled. Wei Ming closed the door behind him and collapsed onto the couch. Having already collected the icebergs from both the Arctic and Antarctic, along with zero-cost shopping sprees worth billions in the United States, he had amassed piles of beef, lamb, and fruit. 90% of his preparations were complete. Now, he had time to relax and have some fun. In the post-apocalyptic world, time would become the least valuable resource. People would have nothing to do, unable to work, stuck waiting for death out of sheer boredom. So, he needed to prepare plenty of entertainment for himself. Wei Ming's expression turned wicked. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, they were already in his grasp. In his previous life, they had humiliated him. In this life, they would be his playthings. As for Zhu Qingqing, she didn't even deserve to be a dog. She wasn't worth anything. Having died once, Wei Ming had completely embraced the darkness within him. As for the progress of the villa renovations, even while Wei Ming had been abroad, Xia Bing had regularly updated him. Their contract stipulated that if the renovations weren't completed on time, Xia Bing would owe him a hefty penalty. Naturally, Xia Bing was doing everything in his power to meet the deadline, leaving Wei Ming with no need to supervise. For now, Wei Ming's focus remained on stockpiling resources. Food was a priority. He already had massive amounts of ingredients, but he didn't want to cook for himself. So, he continued booking banquets. Hotel after hotel, he booked hundreds, even thousands of tables at a time. Wei Ming was determined to spend all his money before the apocalypse hit, otherwise, it would just be meaningless numbers. Even so, he could only spend 4 to 5 million yuan a day. Apart from buying and renovating the villa, which cost him 55 million yuan, he hadn't spent much else. To burn through the remaining 150 million yuan, he'd need to maintain this pace of spending for about a month. Plenty of time. After a busy day, Wei Ming finally wrapped things up for the night and sent Lu Qing a message. The usual spot. 8 p.m. Take the day off tomorrow.
Having refrained for months, he planned to fully indulge himself tonight. There was no way Lu Qin would make it to work the next day. Wei Ming hadn't even stepped out of his home when his phone rang. At first, he thought it was Lu Qin calling back, but the caller ID showed it was Zhuo Qingqing.
Here to embarrass yourself? Fine. Wei Ming answered the call.
As soon as he said, hello, Zhuo Qingqing impatiently cut in.
Did you buy that villa on 28th Street? Wei Ming replied calmly, yes. How could you afford a villa? Zhuo Qingqing couldn't believe it. Anger and disbelief surged within her.
They had dated for over 6 months, and he had never mentioned he was wealthy.
What a scumbag! Wei Ming chuckled. Why would I tell you? I'm your girlfriend.
Zhuo Qingqing said self-righteously. We broke up a long time ago, Wei Ming said coldly and hung up. On the other end, Zhuo Qingqing stared at her phone in shock.
Wei Ming had actually hung up on her? And this was the second time.
She almost called him back to curse him out, but the thought of Wei Ming actually being wealthy enough to buy a villa made her suppress her anger.
Qingqing, is it true? Does that guy really have money?
Her father, Zhuo Fugui, asked eagerly, his greed written all over his face. Beside him, her mother, Luo Guifan, and her younger brother, Zhuo Yang, also stared at her with anticipation. Zhuo Qingqing nodded slowly.
He did buy that villa.
The moment she confirmed it, her parents and brother jumped up in excitement.
Luo Guifan exclaimed, this is perfect.
Tell Wei Ming to give the villa to Yan Yang as a wedding house.
You two can just get married in his old apartment.
Mom, Zhuo Qingqing frowned, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Although she was a classic enabler for her brother, she still hoped to live in a luxurious villa herself.
How glorious would that be? Luo Guifan's face darkened. What? You don't want to give your brother the villa? Don't forget who raised you. Now we're only asking you to move out of one house, and you're already reluctant? It's not like you'll be homeless. Besides, if that guy can afford one villa, why wouldn't he be able to buy a second or third one later?
Your brother needs a house to get married.
Stop hesitating.
Zhuo Yang chimed in, exactly.
My sister has always doted on me. Zhuo Qingqing could only force an awkward smile and nod. Fine, let Yan Yang have the villa.
Her parents and brother cheered again as if they'd already moved out of their rental and into the luxurious villa, imagining themselves strutting through the neighborhood with their heads held high, looking down on everyone else.
But then Zhuo Qingqing added, but
Wei Ming broke up with me a few months ago.
What?
Zhuo Fugui nearly slapped her on the spot, his hand trembling as he pointed at her.
Are you stupid? Do you want me to beat you to death? Luo Guifan quickly interjected, it's okay, it's okay. Even if you broke up, you can get back together. Our daughter is so beautiful, what man could resist her?
Qingqing, go find Wei Ming right now and convince him to come back to you.
Okay. Zhuo Qingqing nodded submissively.
Although she acted domineering in front of Wei Ming, at home, her status was low. If she dared to talk back, she would face either a beating or a scolding. She had long grown accustomed to obedience. After sending their daughter out, Zhuo Fugui exclaimed excitedly, let's go see our villa.
Yes, let's go.
Zhuo Yan was even more thrilled. At just 22 years old, he felt like he was already on top of the world, about to live in a luxurious villa.
Life couldn't get any better. Wei Ming went straight to the hotel, ensuring he wouldn't cross paths with Zhuo Qingqing.
On the way, though, he received a call from Xiaobing, the contractor. Boss, 3 people claiming to be your girlfriend's parents and brother are trying to barge into the villa, saying they want to have a look around.
Wei Ming laughed, unsurprised by the Zhuo family's antics.
In fact, if they hadn't done something like this, it would have been out of character for them.
They're lying.
I don't have a girlfriend, Wei Ming said.
Kick them out.
If they make a scene, call the police. Oh, and don't forget to record everything, some older people love to play the victim.
Got it. Leave it to me. Xiaobing didn't need to be polite after confirming the intruders weren't related to Wei Ming. 7 minutes later, Wei Ming received another call. This time, it was Zhuo Qingqing again. Wei Ming. She yelled. Open the door. I've been knocking for ages. I'm not home. I'm out, Wei Ming replied indifferently. And anyway, we're not in a relationship anymore.
Your behavior counts as harassment.
If you keep knocking, I'll call the police.
Zhuo Qingqing faltered, her bluster momentarily deflated. After a pause, she snapped back, my parents and brother went to check out your villa. They were just trying to make sure the workers weren't slacking off or stealing materials.
They were doing you a favor. Why did you have them thrown out? What kind of logic is this? Wei Ming shook his head. What right do they have to enter my villa? The fact that I didn't call the police to report them for trespassing is already polite enough. Zhuo Qingqing, is something wrong with your brain?
We broke up 4 months ago.
We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why do you think you have the right to meddle in my life? Or are you just curious about how I got rich? He chuckled. Fine, I'll tell you. I bet on the World Cup and won over 200 million yuan.
Then I invested in gold futures in Hong Kong over the past 4 months and made even more.
Now I have over 2 billion yuan. Of course, Wei Ming was lying on purpose. Why?
To make her squirm with regret.
If they hadn't broken up, wouldn't all that money have been hers too? But now? Over 2 billion yuan. She won't be able to sleep tonight. In reality, just the thought of 200 million yuan was enough to make Zhuo Qingqing's mind go blank. 200 million. That's enough to buy 1,000 luxury handbags. Even if I bought one every day, it would last 3 years.
Her face flushed red with excitement, her breathing grew heavy, and she felt like she might faint. Then it hit her, Wei Ming hadn't said 200 million.
He said over 2 billion. Her voice instantly softened. Wei Ming, I know you're angry at me, and you're just saying this to upset me. But I was only upset back then, and that's why I said those things about breaking up. These past 4 months, I've missed you every single day, truly.
Wei Ming felt a wave of disgust, as if his skin were crawling.
Absolutely revolting. He chuckled darkly. If it had been the naive version of himself from his previous life, he might have been swayed by her koi tone. But now? This was the blackened, vengeful Wei Ming.
If it weren't for the fact that killing people was still illegal before the apocalypse, he would have subjected her entire family to the most brutal tortures imaginable. You're not worthy, Wei Ming spat, hanging up the phone once again. When the apocalypse comes, you'll finally understand what true suffering feels like. When Lu Qing received Wei Ming's message, she nearly lost it.
Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you wouldn't bother me again?
Indeed, Wei Ming hadn't contacted her for nearly 4 months. While this gave her some relief, she was also inexplicably annoyed. How could he stop contacting me so easily? I'm so beautiful and charming, yet he just cut me off like that? What a scumbag! But now that Wei Ming had reached out to her again, she was furious. How dare you go back on your word and bother me again? Are you determined to ruin my life? As she had realized long ago, once she gave in to Wei Ming's demands, she would never be able to escape. Lu Qing had already let him take advantage of her several times to keep him quiet. If she broke things off now, it would mean all those encounters had been for nothing. After much deliberation, she turned to Su Jian and said, "Husband, I need to go check on Huan. I probably won't be back tonight." "That's fine," Su Jian replied without looking up from his phone. "Do you know that your wife is about to go offer herself to another man?" Lu Qing thought bitterly. She couldn't decide if she pitied her husband or was angry at him. This was all his idea. He's the one who was greedy for money. I'm just cleaning up his mess. So why do I have to deal with this alone? But after hiding it for so long, how could she come clean now? No, I have to keep this a secret forever. Otherwise, it will destroy our relationship. Even if she was coerced and did it to protect their family, what man could accept such a betrayal? If the truth came out, divorce would be inevitable. With a sigh, she swayed her curvaceous hips and walked out. Only then did Su Jian look up, his eyes lingering on her perky figure. His expression turned complicated. For the past 10 days, he had been unable to muster any interest in the bedroom. This gave him an uneasy feeling. He had seen a doctor who told him he had overindulged to the point of exhausting his kidneys. If he didn't rest and recuperate for at least 5 or 6 years, he'd be permanently impotent. There was no one to blame but himself. His wife was too seductive, and Lu Qing's appetite in bed was insatiable. When they first got married, it was common for them to go 7 or 8 rounds in a single night. His current condition was likely a result of those days. At just 30 years old, he was already on the verge of failure. The thought was humiliating, so he hadn't told Lu Qing. His biggest fear now was her asking him for intimacy. He had to rely on the little blue pill, but the doctor had warned him that using it further would guarantee permanent impotence. So when Lu Qing said she wouldn't be home tonight, he was secretly relieved and exhaled deeply. He resolved to have a proper talk with her in a few days. Better to endure 5 or 6 years of abstinence than to spend the rest of his life staring helplessly at such an alluring wife.
Coincidentally, his company had hired an external accounting firm to investigate their books. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered the 30 million yuan he and Lu Qing had embezzled. It was time to move abroad, both to enjoy life and escape legal repercussions. He thought of his wife's enchanting beauty and felt a flicker of desire, but his body remained unresponsive, strengthening his resolve to heal himself. After leaving the neighborhood, Lu Qing couldn't hold back any longer and called Wei Ming, yelling, "Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you wouldn't bother me again?" Wei Ming didn't bother explaining. He was the one holding the cards, why would he need to explain himself? "It's been so long, I missed your flirty side," he said with a chuckle. "Go on, let me hear you moan for me." "Wei Ming, I'm warning you," Lu Qing ground her teeth, but Wei Ming cut her off. "Should I have a chat with your husband?" Wei Ming said lazily. "You bastard." Lu Qing cursed in anger. Wei Ming remained indifferent. This woman had made his life miserable for 3 years, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him, all because he resembled her ex-boyfriend. "You're the one who started this." Lu Qing had no choice but to comply, letting out soft, coquettish sounds. As always, once a line was crossed, it was impossible to go back. The next morning, Su Jian was preparing to leave for work when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was surprised. It was Huan, his wife's close friend. But wasn't Lu Qing supposed to be with her? He picked up the call. "Brother Su, where's Qingqing?" "I can't reach her phone," Huan asked. Su Jian froze. "Lu Qing wasn't with you?" A terrible feeling of dread crept over him, and his hands began to tremble. But he clung to a shred of hope and forced himself to sound calm. "Maybe her phone's out of battery. By the way, didn't you want to go to New Zealand with you last November?" "Why didn't you go?" "Last November?" Huan thought for a moment before laughing. "Oh, I couldn't. I was sent on a business trip." Buzz. Su Jian's mind went blank. Why had his wife lied to him? Why had she been out all night several times during that period? Could it be? Could it be? "She cheated on me." "Hello? Brother Su?" Huan's voice broke through the silence. "Oh, sorry, I got distracted. By the way, Lu Qing has been very busy lately. Maybe give her some time to rest before reaching out again," Su Jian said through gritted teeth, hiding his fury. "All right," Huan replied before hanging up. "Slut. Slut." Su Jian set down his phone, his eyes burning with hatred. Last night, Lu Qing had stayed out again, claiming to be with Huan. But the truth? She was out with another man. Su Jian wanted to find the adulterer and kill him on the spot. But after a moment of thought, he dismissed the idea. He and Lu Qing were tied together financially. If he pushed her into a corner, she could expose their embezzlement of 30 million yuan, and he'd spend the rest of his life in prison. But just letting her off the hook? Su Jian's eyes darted around as a sinister grin spread across his face. He was already planning to emigrate. Now, he would quietly transfer all their assets into his name. Once he was abroad, he'd send an anonymous letter to the authorities exposing Lu Qing. Let her rot in prison while he enjoyed a lavish life overseas. If his body were still in good shape, he might not have considered this. After all, Lu Qing was beautiful, seductive, and fiery. But the doctor had said he needed to rest for 5 or 6 years. With 30 million yuan, he could find a younger, prettier, and more alluring wife. "This is what you deserve, slut," Su Jian muttered coldly. After the storm, Lu Qing spoke coldly. "I know exactly what you're scheming. You keep forcing me to spend nights outside so that my husband will grow suspicious and divorce me. Then, using the leverage you have over me, you'll force me to marry you, right?" She was convinced that Wei Ming was lusting after her beauty and body. His insatiable appetite during their encounters was evidence enough. "You're really full of yourself, aren't you? Too bad. You're just my plaything. And I quite enjoy this toy." Wei Ming chuckled. "Do you believe that one day, even if I told you to get lost, you'd be on your knees, clutching my legs, begging me to take you back? Ha ha. Ha ha ha." Lu Qing laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't think just because a toad got to taste swan meat, you can dream in broad daylight." "Me? Kneeling to beg you? Wei Ming, do you even know who you are?" "If you didn't have dirt on me, you wouldn't even be worthy of kneeling down to lick my shoes. I'd kick you aside in disgust." Wei Ming wasn't angry. Instead, he gave her a thumbs up, smiling. "Just wait. The day you beg me to take you back, you'll have to do everything you stubbornly refuse to do now." He glanced down, his smile growing wicked. I've only been through the front door. That's not enough. Lu Qing sneered. Keep dreaming. Wei Ming, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Even if you expose me and send me to jail, I'll never. She didn't finish. The thought was too revolting. Still acting so high and mighty, huh? Wei Ming burst out laughing. Great. I love your defiant attitude. If you gave in too quickly, where's the fun in that?
His mood surged with excitement.
Alright, let's go again. Later that afternoon. After leaving the hotel, Wei Ming didn't return home immediately. Instead, he went to buy a dog. Why get a dog?
First, he figured that after the apocalypse, life would get boring, and a dog could keep him entertained.
Second, dogs had keen hearing and could serve as early warning systems.
Of course, he didn't buy a pampered pet but had long planned to get a mutt, a Chinese rural dog, to be precise. Pet dogs were useless, they weren't meant for guarding homes. This one was a black puppy, just recently weaned, with a fierce demeanor.
It growled at Wei Ming incessantly.
However, after spending some time with the pup, and especially after feeding it, the dog seemed to realize Wei Ming was its new master.
It stopped growling and wagged its tail enthusiastically, clearly trying to please him. Time to name it. All black. Wei Ming smirked. From now on, your name is Xiaohei. Carrying the puppy, he stepped into the elevator. As luck would have it, he ran into Mi Xiaolu again. The moment she saw Xiaohei, Mi Xiaolu's expression turned sour, and she couldn't help but sneer. You really got such a low-class pet. She clearly looked down on rural dogs.
Wei Ming had no intention of indulging her. The Chinese rural dog is called that because it's native to our country. It has nothing to do with your shallow concept of low class.
Looks like your brain's been washed silly. You even act superior about owning a dog.
Mi Xiaolu wanted to lash out but hesitated, recalling Wei Ming's terrifying strength and the way his burning gaze lingered on her.
She didn't dare provoke him.
Instead, she retreated back to her apartment, even abandoning her plan to take out the trash.
That evening, when Guahai came home, Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but tell him about her encounter with Wei Ming.
She sneered at Xiaohei, concluding, a lowlife like him is only fit to own a mutt. 4 months had passed since the condom incident, and while both of them chose to move past it, the memory remained a thorn in their hearts.
Their reconciliation was only surface level. But Guahai didn't respond to her mocking.
Instead, his brows furrowed, and he looked troubled.
What's wrong, honey? Mi Xiaolu asked anxiously. Guahai let out a long sigh. Our family is about to owe a huge amount of money. What? How? Didn't all your past investments go well? Mi Xiaolu asked in disbelief. Guahai forced a bitter smile.
It's precisely because my investments were so successful that I got greedy. I not only put all our money into it but also borrowed a lot. I never expected the polar ice caps to mysteriously disappear, triggering global market panic. Gold prices have skyrocketed, and I shorted gold. If prices don't drop by tomorrow, I'll face a margin call and lose everything. They'd not only lose all their money but also be left with crushing debt.
What would they do then? Mi Xiaolu panicked. How could you risk everything? And borrow money too? Guahai grabbed his hair in frustration. How was I supposed to know gold would spike like this?
Based on the US economic data, prices were on a downward trend.
Who could have predicted the polar ice caps would vanish and cause global panic? What are we going to do now?
Mi Xiaolu asked, her voice trembling. Guahai thought for a moment before a glint of cunning appeared in his eyes.
Didn't Wei Ming strike it rich?
I heard from the neighbors that he even bought a villa in our complex with full payment.
He probably did.
I've heard the same, Mi Xiaolu said, nodding.
But what does his money have to do with us? Guahai stared at her. You should ask him for a loan.
I believe if we can just get through this period, gold prices will fall, and not only will we pay off our debts, but we'll also make a huge profit.
We won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. But Mi Xiaolu refused outright.
We're not even friends with Wei Ming. In fact, we've fought with him several times.
Why would he lend us money? And why should I be the one to ask?
She despised that lowlife more than anyone.
Guahai plastered on a smile. My wife is so beautiful. What man could resist your charm? If you ask, he'll definitely agree. Mi Xiaolu couldn't believe what she was hearing.
She froze for a moment before snapping, and what if he asks me to sleep with him in return?
You've done it before, Guahai blurted out. That did it.
Mi Xiaolu lunged at him, and the two began to wrestle.
Guahai, I've told you countless times I have never cheated on you. You promised we'd move past that incident and never bring it up again. High retorted, do you think I enjoy wearing a green hat?
But listen, if gold prices rise again tomorrow, I'll be forced to liquidate. We'll lose everything, including this apartment, which I've already mortgaged.
Without the money to cover the margin call, we'll be out on the street. Do you want to end up homeless? Mi Xiaolu trembled all over.
She had always lived a comfortable, middle-class life, priding herself on being part of the elite.
If she ended up on the streets, how would her former classmates ridicule her? How could she ever face anyone she knew again? There was only one solution to avoid bankruptcy. She had to beg Wei Ming for money. Let me think about it, Mi Xiaolu said reluctantly, finally loosening up a bit. It has to happen today. Gua Hai insisted. I need to cover the margin tomorrow. If I don't, we'll be forced to liquidate, and we'll be ruined.
Mi Xiaolu slumped into her chair, unable to say a word.
Gua Hai, sitting beside her, began persuading her.
Worst case scenario, just close your eyes and pretend it's me.
It'll be quick, just a few minutes, right? But you absolutely have to make him transfer the money first. Hearing this, Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but mock him.
Wow, you're such a great man, encouraging your own wife to sell herself.
Gua Hai smiled awkwardly, trying to save face. Isn't this all for our family?
Mi Xiaolu felt utterly drained.
After much deliberation, she finally made a decision.
She couldn't bear the thought of being kicked out onto the streets. If her classmates and friends found out, she'd rather die.
Fine. I'll go find Wei Ming now.
She gritted her teeth and said. She knew Wei Ming wouldn't lend them money for nothing, especially not such a large sum. The price she'd have to pay would be significant.
Gua Hai didn't feel great about it either. What man would want his wife to sell herself?
But deep down, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Mi Xiaolu had already slept with someone else.
If you've let someone else enjoy you for free, why not do it for the sake of our family? He just nodded.
Mi Xiaolu was, of course, deeply upset. She knew exactly what her husband was thinking. She had explained countless times that she was innocent and had nothing to feel guilty about. Furious, she deliberately began applying makeup right in front of him.
Not only that, but she pulled out several sets of lingerie and tried them on one by one. Honey, you're a man. Give me your opinion. Which one is the sexiest? Gua Hai clenched his teeth in rage. Mi Xiaolu, don't go too far. Ha! Too far?
Mi Xiaolu laughed sarcastically.
You've already asked your wife to sell herself. What's too far at this point?
With that, she swung her hips provocatively as she headed for the door, moving with deliberate sensuality. At that moment, Gua Hai felt a sudden urge to stop her. But when he thought about their massive debt and the fact that Mi Xiaolu had cheated before, he reasoned, what difference does one more time make? So, he stayed rooted to his chair, as if he were glued there, unable to move or speak. Mi Xiaolu paused briefly at the door, giving Gua Hai a chance to call her back. But even when she slammed the door shut with a loud bang, he didn't say a word or make a move. She walked to Wei Ming's apartment, adjusted her mindset, and gathered her courage before knocking on his door. What she was about to do wasn't just for her husband, it was for herself, too.
The door opened after a moment. Wei Ming was surprised to see Mi Xiaolu standing there. Why is she at my door?
It wasn't even the apocalypse yet, and he hadn't tempted her with purified water or food.
So, why had this woman come knocking? What do you want?
He asked, his tone curt. Wei Ming had no intention of being polite to her.
Can I come in first? Mi Xiaolu asked, biting her lip.
Wei Ming wasn't worried about letting a woman into his home.
He smirked. Come in. This should be interesting.
Mi Xiaolu entered and sat stiffly on the couch, her back ramrod straight. Speak, Wei Ming said flatly. After hesitating for a moment, Mi Xiaolu steeled herself. She had to face this head-on.
Can you lend me some money?
Oh? Wei Ming was intrigued. He remembered that in his past life, even after the apocalypse began, this couple hadn't faced any major financial troubles.
So why were they suddenly asking him for money now? What do you need the money for? How much? He asked. Mi Xiaolu reluctantly explained their financial predicament.
She ended with a plea, if we can just get through this period, once gold prices drop, we'll make a huge profit.
Please, lend me 5 million.
I'll pay you back 6 million in 2 weeks. She loathed Wei Ming, this pathetic lowlife, so much that she was willing to offer him high interest just to avoid having to degrade herself further. Of course, this was all wishful thinking.
Who could guarantee gold prices would fall in 2 weeks? Wei Ming's expression turned strange.
So, the root cause of the neighbor's investment failure and looming bankruptcy was him.
My actions caused this?
His removal of the polar ice caps had triggered global market panic, driving up gold prices. This ripple effect had now ensnared the couple next door.
Fascinating.
The butterfly effect really is something else.
But lending them money? Out of the question. The repercussions of the missing polar ice caps weren't going away anytime soon.
Gold prices would only continue to rise, turning their situation into a bottomless pit.
Wei Ming shook his head. No. Why not? Is it the interest? I can increase it. Mi Xiaolu said hurriedly. Wei Ming chuckled.
Your so-called high interest only works if gold prices fall.
But what if they don't? Forget interest, you wouldn't even be able to repay the principal. Don't try to sell me dreams.
Biting her lip, Mi Xiaolu realized this lowlife wasn't so easy to fool.
She was left with only one option. What if you get me in return?
She tilted her pale neck, her posture exuding a proud elegance like that of a swan. If you lend me the money, I'll give myself to you.
Wei Ming burst out laughing. Do you know how much it'll cost to fill the hole you're in? As long as gold prices keep rising, 5 million would barely make a ripple.
You'll need 20 million, maybe 50 million, just to keep going.
Is your body encrusted with diamonds or something?
His earlier words had drained the color from her face. His final remark made her cheeks burn with shame.
What a vulgar lowlife. Gold prices will drop eventually. They can't keep rising forever. She insisted. Wei Ming waved dismissively. Forget about borrowing money. But if things get so bad you can't survive, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Just like Xiao Hei over there. One more pet won't make a difference. Mi Xiaolu couldn't believe her ears. Did you just compare me to a dog?
She nearly exploded.
Wei Ming smirked. Aren't you the one degrading yourself? And by the way, if you get so easily offended, how do you think I felt when you humiliated me over and over again? Shouldn't we settle that score?
Mi Xiaolu had no response. In her mind, Wei Ming wasn't even in the same league as her. A pathetic lowlife like him couldn't possibly compare to someone of her elite status.
But if Wei Ming refused to lend her money, where else could she turn?
Desperate and defeated, she pleaded, Wei Ming, I'm begging you. If you don't help us, my family is finished. Wei Ming remained unmoved.
He laughed. One night with me, and I'll give you 10,000. That's a high price, isn't it? Do it 1,000 times, and you'll get 1,000,000. Dream on. Never. Mi Xiaolu snapped, storming out in a fury.
She wasn't about to sell herself like some prostitute. Of course, Wei Ming didn't bother to follow after her. His interest in Mi Xiaolu stemmed entirely from her arrogant demeanor. He wanted to crush her pride underfoot, not reverse the roles and humiliate himself by begging or trying to keep her.
What would that make him? Reborn just to grovel like a spineless simp? Ha! No way.
He was determined to become a collector of goddesses.
Women like Mi Xiaolu didn't even qualify for that title. At best, she was a toy for him to enjoy.
Besides, according to her own words, if gold prices continued to rise tomorrow and Guahai couldn't cover his margin, they'd be forced to liquidate. Gold prices were bound to go up again, which meant bankruptcy was all but guaranteed for the couple next door. Wei Ming simply had to wait. Before long, he heard shouting from next door.
Guahai's enraged roars were particularly loud.
He must be blaming his wife, Wei Ming thought, smirking. After all, Mi Xiaolu had just dangled empty promises. She hadn't even bothered to undress, let alone let Wei Ming touch her. To Guahai, it would seem like his wife had wasted an opportunity to properly perform. So, you'd sleep with another man for free, but when your own family is on the brink of collapse, you suddenly decide to be virtuous?
How could Guahai not be furious? Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
The role that used condom had played in sowing discord between them was beyond his expectations.
Content, Wei Ming drifted off to sleep.
He slept soundly, as did Xiao Hei, his new puppy, curled up comfortably in its little doghouse in the living room. While Wei Ming enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, chaos erupted in the Zhua household. When Zhua Qingqing's parents found out she hadn't convinced Wei Ming to take her back and that the construction workers had thrown them out, even threatening to call security, they were livid.
You useless girl. You can't even keep one man happy, what good are you? Luo Guifan, her mother, shrieked.
She raised a hand to slap her daughter but stopped at the last moment. After all, Qingqing's face was her most valuable asset.
You're so stupid. The second you step into his house, you should have stripped. If he agrees to take you back, great. If not, accuse him of rape. Let's see if he dares defy us then.
This woman was ruthless. Zuofugue, her father, grinned and chimed in. No man can resist temptation.
Daughter, I guarantee if you strip naked, that boy will pounce on you like a wolf. Exactly, sis. Her brother Zhuo Yang added. Sometimes you have to risk something to catch a big fish. And if we end up as one family in the end, you won't lose anything anyway.
Zhuo Qingqing wasn't surprised. To her family, she was nothing more than a tool for serving her brother. If a wealthy 70-year-old man wanted to marry her, her parents would probably force her into it without a second thought. After years of being conditioned to put her brother first, she had accepted this as her fate.
She nodded reluctantly. Fine. I'll try again.
Without further discussion, she went straight to Wei Ming's door. She banged on the door loudly, waking Wei Ming from his sleep. He checked the peephole and, seeing it was Zhuo Qingqing, immediately called the property management office.
Within 5 minutes, security arrived and escorted her away.
Wei Ming then switched his phone to airplane mode, chuckling to himself as he returned to bed. Let her go crazy on her own time, he had no interest in losing sleep over her antics. The next morning, Wei Ming felt refreshed. Not in the mood to wait for delivery, he took some food out of his alternate space and began to eat. As for Xiao Hei, he wasn't about to feed the pup store-bought dog food.
Whatever Wei Ming ate, the dog ate, too. Xiao Hei was far from picky and gobbled down the food with enthusiasm.
After breakfast, Wei Ming took Xiao Hei out for a walk around the neighborhood. As they strolled, everyone they passed smiled at him or greeted him warmly, as though he were some sort of VIP. Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel at the change.
Wasn't I invisible to these people before? Who would have given me a second glance back then?
But now, thanks to his newfound wealth, everything was different. Even though they couldn't possibly get any money from him, people were still eager to curry favor.
Human nature was truly fascinating. After a lap around the block, Wei Ming sat on a bench to let Xiao Hei rest. Just then, an older woman approached with a chihuahua on a leash.
The small dog, despite its size, was fully grown and fiercely aggressive. As soon as it saw Xiao Hei, it began barking wildly, baring its teeth in a show of ferocity. Xiao Hei, though just weaned, was every inch a true Chinese rural dog bred to guard and protect.
Unintimidated, he responded with a low growl of his own. This only enraged the chihuahua further.
Unleashed, it lunged at Xiao Hei, and the two dogs began to fight. Wei Ming glanced at the scene but didn't intervene. Despite Xiao Hei's small size, his natural instincts as a rural dog made him a match for the chihuahua. The older woman didn't bother to pull her dog back, clearly believing her chihuahua had the upper hand. But within moments, the chihuahua yelped and retreated, injured, while Xiao Hei stood his ground, growling triumphantly.
Wei Ming laughed and gave Xiao Hei a pat on the head. Good boy. You're getting steak tonight as a reward. Ah, my baby. You're hurt.
The older woman cried, cradling her dog and noticing a scratch near its eye. Furious, she turned on Wei Ming.
Your dog hurt my baby. How are you going to compensate me? Your baby? Wei Ming thought. You'd think my dog had attacked an actual child.
Unfazed, he replied calmly.
First of all, you didn't leash your dog or control it, it was the one that attacked first.
Second, Xiao Hei is still just a puppy.
If your dog can't even beat a weaned pup, how is that my problem? Oh, so you're refusing to take responsibility? She snapped. Wei Ming shrugged. I'll take responsibility if you compensate me first. Your dog scared Xiao Hei. Fuming, the woman pulled out her phone to call for backup. Son, get down here now. Baby's hurt, I'm at the front of building 14.
Wei Ming, seeing her determination, made himself comfortable on the bench. There was no point leaving now, she'd just make a scene to stop him anyway. A short while later, a burly man stormed over, anger etched across his face.
Wei Ming recognized him immediately. Oh, so it's them.
This was Lu Kundong, a notorious neighborhood bully, and the older woman was Ma Yuelan, his mother. When Ma Yuelan explained the situation, Lu Kundong turned to Wei Ming. Pay up. We paid 30,000 yuan for this dog, and it's eaten tens of thousands worth of premium dog food. My mom treats it like her own child, so you'll also need to cover emotional damages. How about this, 20,000 yuan?
You're rich anyway, right?
He cracked his knuckles threateningly, making his intent clear.
Wei Ming remained unimpressed. This is extortion. Oh? Then maybe I'll use a less polite approach.
Lu Kundong lunged, reaching for Wei Ming's chest.
Wei Ming sighed, ready to put him in his place. Thud. One punch. Thud. A second.
Lu Kundong staggered back, dazed, and collapsed onto the ground.
Ma Yuelan immediately began wailing. Help!
Someone call the police, this man's a killer. Her cries grew louder as she smirked triumphantly at Wei Ming.
Pay up, or you're going to jail.
This family only cares about one thing, money, Wei Ming thought, amused.
Unbothered, he took out his phone and called the police. Hello, I'd like to report an attempted extortion. Ma Yuelan didn't seem fazed.
She had plenty of experience twisting the truth to her advantage. When the authorities arrived, she wasted no time.
This man's dog wasn't on a leash and attacked my poor baby.
And when I tried to reason with him, he assaulted my son. Lu Kundong chimed in, clutching his head.
I feel dizzy. Claiming a concussion, classic. Wei Ming could only laugh internally. Although Ma Yuelan kept on rambling, the security officers wouldn't rely solely on her and her son's version of events, they had to hear Wei Ming's side too. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Here's what happened. She didn't leash her dog, and it got into a fight with mine.
I didn't intend to ask for compensation, but she insisted I pay. When I refused, she called her son, who came over demanding 200,000 yuan.
When I still didn't agree, he tried to attack me.
Naturally, I had to defend myself.
He glanced at Lu Kundong with mock concern. Who would have thought someone his size couldn't take a hit?
He just collapsed on the spot.
Frankly, I suspect he's faking it to scam me.
Lu Kundong, still groggy from the blows, quickly retorted, I'm not faking.
I really am dizzy.
He had faked injuries before, but Wei Ming's punches were so heavy that he genuinely felt dazed. The officers found themselves stuck in a she said situation.
What could they do? Wei Ming offered a solution. When the dogs started fighting, I didn't have time to react.
But when this big guy came over with clear hostility, I had the presence of mind to record everything on video.
What?
Both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan froze in shock.
Wei Ming had recorded the whole incident? What now?
Initially, it seemed like the lack of concrete evidence meant both sides would stick to their claims. Wei Ming might have to pay up, or even risk being taken into custody.
But if there was video evidence showing Lu Kundong's aggression, the tide would turn instantly.
Wei Ming took out his phone and prepared to show the recording to the officers. Panicked, Lu Kundong suddenly snatched the phone and smashed it onto the ground. With a loud crack, the device shattered into pieces. Being tall and burly, Lu Kundong easily overpowered the security officers, who hadn't expected such a brazen move.
Feigning regret, Lu Kundong said, Oops, I lost my grip. My bad.
Don't worry, I'll pay for the phone. A phone wasn't worth much, and as long as he could continue claiming to have a concussion, Lu Kundong hoped to extort a hefty sum from Wei Ming. The security officers were frustrated.
Without the phone, the evidence was gone. What now?
Wei Ming, however, remained calm. He smiled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out another phone. Oh, I must have grabbed the wrong one earlier.
The video is actually on this phone. Looking at Lu Kundong's rapidly paling face, Wei Ming added, Care to accidentally smash this one too? Don't worry, I've already uploaded the video to cloud storage. You've got to be kidding me.
Lu Kundong considered lunging again but decided against it after Wei Ming's warning. Wei Ming handed the phone to the officers.
Had he actually been so cautious as to use a decoy phone? Not quite.
When Lu Kundong had smashed the first phone, Wei Ming used his spatial gate to swiftly switch it with a backup phone, tossing the decoy in its place.
Anyone paying close attention might have noticed a brief bulge in Wei Ming's pocket, the original phone, still intact, being teleported back. The officers watched the video and quickly pieced together the truth.
Indeed, Lu Kundong had been the aggressor.
Wei Ming's actions were clearly in self-defense.
With a calm smile, Wei Ming said, I'm not demanding compensation for emotional distress.
All I want is an apology from these two.
And perhaps this madam should reflect on her behavior. She really ought to leash her dog in the future. Oh, and I'll need compensation for the damaged phone, of course. Realizing there was no way to extort money from Wei Ming, Ma Yuelan and her son resorted to playing the victim.
Apologize? Never. Throw us in jail if you dare. Go ahead, arrest us. Their defiance left the officers exasperated.
Wei Ming hadn't been injured, so arresting them over such a trivial matter wasn't realistic.
Why were they so brazen? Because the cost of attempting extortion was so low.
If it worked, they could score big. If it didn't, all they had to do was apologize, hardly a punishment.
Wei Ming smirked.
His mind flashed with an idea, and through his spatial gate, he slipped a potent laxative into the stomachs of both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan. He said lightly, "Fine, I won't insist on an apology.
Your kind of apology is about as meaningful as a fart anyway. But you still owe me for the phone." Lu Kundong scowled but couldn't avoid paying.
He had smashed the phone in front of the officers. Refusing to compensate would likely land him in jail.
"Fine, I'll pay," he growled. Wei Ming smiled. 1,000 yuan WeChat or Alipay? What? Lu Kundong exploded. That's daylight robbery. Wei Ming shrugged.
It's the latest Pora 70 Ultra. You can check the price online, 10,999 yuan for the high-end version. I'm already giving you a 999 yuan discount.
You should be thanking me. One of the officers chimed in, he's right.
This is Huawei's latest model. The high-spec version costs 10,999 yuan, and due to high demand, scalpers are charging an extra 1,000. Seething, Lu Kundong reluctantly transferred the money. Even Ma Yuelan's attempts to protest were silenced by her son, who knew they had no choice. After transferring the payment, Lu Kundong glared at Wei Ming and hissed, "You'd better spend that money wisely." His tone was full of unspoken threats.
Wei Ming, of course, wasn't intimidated.
Given his newfound strength, he could easily take on 10 men like Lu Kundong.
And once the apocalypse arrived, Wei Ming wouldn't hesitate to eliminate threats like him entirely. For now, though, Wei Ming chose to let them off lightly. He smirked and continued walking Xiaohei. Meanwhile, Ma Yuelan and her son returned home in a fury. "What happened? Why are you back so early?" asked Lu Feng, Ma Yuelan's husband. "Don't ask." Ma Yuelan fumed. "That little punk.
I swear I'll ruin his reputation in this neighborhood." But before she could elaborate, Lu Kundong suddenly clutched his stomach. With a loud groan, he bolted to the bathroom.
Moments later, Ma Yuelan's stomach began to churn as well.
Desperate, she pounded on the bathroom door.
"Son! Hurry up, I need to go." "No! I'm not done!"
Lu Kundong shouted back between agonized groans. Unable to hold it in, Ma Yuelan ran to the balcony, pulled down her pants, and squatted over the laundry basin. The sound that followed was explosive. From the living room, Lu Feng, utterly disgusted, could only retch. The next day, Ma Yuelan didn't even get a chance to spread rumors about Wei Ming before she herself became the laughingstock of the entire neighborhood. Someone had taken a photo of her squatting in the laundry sink on her balcony and posted it in the residents' group chat.
It instantly turned into the neighborhood's biggest joke. What kind of person does that? Pooping in the laundry sink? Do their clothes smell like sewage now? Yikes! Better keep our distance from them. Don't want to get contaminated by the stench.
Even if Ma Yuelan wanted to spread false rumors to defame Wei Ming, no one would take her seriously now. The neighbors avoided her like the plague, some even pinched their noses when they saw her.
Ma Yuelan was livid with rage.
When Wei Ming heard about it, he chuckled. He had only given her and her son the laxatives as a minor punishment. Since the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't afford to take more drastic action. The last thing he wanted was to draw suspicion, be called in for questioning by the police, and end up stuck at the station when the world ended.
That would be a disaster. But Ma Yuelan's antics had provided an unexpected bonus, a surprise with a particularly pungent flavor.
Serves her right.
3 days later,
Wei Ming was suddenly startled by the loud bang 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 of someone knocking on a door.
However, it wasn't his door, it was the one next door. Curious, Wei Ming opened his door to check.
Outside stood 4 men, all of them thuggish and intimidating. When they noticed Wei Ming, they glared at him with hostile expressions.
"This is a debt collection matter. Stay out of it and go back inside." One of them barked at Wei Ming. Wei Ming immediately understood. Huahai's gamble on gold futures must have resulted in a margin call.
The borrowed money had come due, and now the online loan sharks were here to collect. These platforms were polite when lending money, but ruthless when collecting it.
Borrow like a king, repay like a coward?
The man who had spoken earlier sneered as he pounded on Guahai's door again.
"You can dodge us for now, but we'll come every day. Today, we're being polite. Tomorrow? The day after?
We'll start splashing paint and filth on your walls. And we'll put up banners around the neighborhood so everyone knows you're deadbeats." After this tirade, the door finally opened. Out stepped Mi Xiaolu, her face pale with fear.
"We don't have the money right now. Please, give us some more time." I promise we'll pay it back. Oh, look, a beauty.
The four men's leering gazes landed on her.
Nice figure. TSK. She's gorgeous. She could easily be the top girl at Crown nightclub.
The leader, clearly the most brazen of the group, grinned wickedly.
Every day you don't pay, the interest piles up. Forget the principal, just the daily interest is over 2,000 yuan. How are you going to pay it? But I do have an idea.
You sleep with us each night to cover the interest.
What do you think? Ha ha ha.
Mi Xiaolu's face turned ghostly white. She always saw herself as part of the elite class, associating only with well-dressed, affluent people. The idea of dealing with these lowlifes terrified her more than it angered her.
And the worst part? After his investment imploded, Wahai had run off.
That's right, he had disappeared, leaving Mi Xiaolu to face everything on her own. Biting her lip, she said, "We'll pay back the money. Please leave now, or I'll call the police." The four men burst into laughter, completely unfazed.
Go ahead and call, the leader said dismissively. We haven't laid a finger on you or forced our way in. Debt repayment is a moral obligation. What are the police going to do? Stop us from collecting what's owed? Mi Xiaolu hesitated. He was right.
They hadn't harmed her or broken any laws.
Even if the police made them leave, they'd just come back. Was she going to call the police every day?
In desperation, her eyes landed on Wei Ming, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold like a spectator at a theater. She clung to this last hope like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline.
Wei Ming, please help me. I'm begging you.
The leader glanced at Wei Ming, his impatience evident.
Didn't I tell you to get lost? Don't make me hurt you.
Wei Ming ignored him, turning instead to Mi Xiaolu.
Simple.
Come into my apartment, and I guarantee they won't dare knock on my door.
But, he gestured at Xiaohei, his black dog.
The implication was clear, entering his home meant submitting to him, just like the dog. Mi Xiaolu bit her lip, torn.
She couldn't bring herself to agree. Damn it!
The leader growled, striding toward Wei Ming with menace. He reached out to shove him back into his apartment. Wei Ming responded by grabbing the man's wrist with a firm grip.
Ah! Ah!
The man screamed, his face contorted in pain. It felt as though his wrist were caught in an iron vice. The other three men rushed at Wei Ming.
Thud! 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 In a flash, Wei Ming delivered 3 swift kicks, sending all 3 men sprawling to the ground.
Ugh! They knelt on the floor, clutching their stomachs, sweat dripping from their foreheads like raindrops.
It hurt. Aren't you listening? Sit quietly over there.
Wei Ming patted the leader's shoulder before releasing his wrist. His calm demeanor made the man recoil in terror, as if he'd seen a ghost.
Wei Ming turned back to Mi Xiaolu.
When she still hesitated, he shrugged and began to retreat into his apartment.
Wait!
Mi Xiaolu hurried after him. She paused at the doorway, hesitating one last time, but ultimately followed him inside.
Wei Ming glanced at the 4 men.
I don't care what you do to collect from my neighbors. But if you disturb me again or if I smell anything foul, let's just say you won't like the consequences.
The 4 men, though unwilling, knew better than to challenge him again after witnessing his strength. Bang! Wei Ming shut the door.
The sound made all 4 men flinch.
What do we do now, boss? One of them asked. Should we call the cops? Another suggested. Smack!
The leader slapped him hard.
Have you forgotten who we are? Debt collectors calling the police? Are you stupid? Let's go find the man who borrowed the money.
He's the one who signed the IOUs.
If anyone owes us, it's him.
Mi Xiaolu sat nervously on the couch, her posture tense and reserved.
At the same time, a small trace of admiration began to creep into her thoughts. When confronted by debt collectors, what had her husband, Wahai, done? He ran. Yes, he abandoned her and ran away. But Wei Ming?
It had nothing to do with him, yet he stood his ground and even drove away the 4 thugs. Women naturally admire strength, and Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a tiny sliver of admiration for Wei Ming. Just a sliver, though. She still saw herself as a high-class beauty, a Bai Fu Mei, rich and beautiful woman, and Wei Ming as a lowly loser who had inexplicably struck it rich. Even with money, he was nothing more than a nouveau riche in her eyes, someone beneath her status. This mindset was also why she refused to let anyone see how far she had fallen. Even if it meant paying a steep price, she was determined to maintain the illusion of her happiness.
I can't let anyone laugh at me.
The mere thought of those who once envied her looking down on her now made her scalp tingle with fear.
No. She'd rather die than let that happen. Wei Ming asked casually, "Where's your husband?" At the mention of Guahai, Mi Xiaolu felt not guilt, but anger. She snorted. He ran. The moment his positions were liquidated, he left the house and hasn't come back.
He won't answer calls or reply to messages.
Ha, a man with no backbone. Wei Ming chuckled. I have a way to make him come looking for you. How? Mi Xiaolu's interest was piqued. For her, the humiliation she was facing now was entirely Guahai's fault.
If not for his reckless investments, she wouldn't be in this mess. Wei Ming smirked, picking up her phone.
Unlock it, he said. Reluctantly, Mi Xiaolu unlocked her phone.
Wei Ming opened her WeChat app, navigated to her chat with Guahai, and selected the option to send a photo. With one arm wrapped around her waist, he snapped a picture and hit send all in one fluid motion.
Ping. Within 3 seconds, Mi Xiaolu's phone rang. It was Guahai. She answered. Mi Xiaolu, you shameless tramp. Guahai yelled furiously. I've only been gone a few days, and you're already with another man? What's this supposed to mean? Are you trying to force me into a divorce? Let me tell you, the money was borrowed while we were married. Even if we divorce, it's still joint debt. You can't escape it.
And when I told you to sleep with Wei Ming to borrow money, you refused.
Now that I've lost everything, you just throw yourself at him?
Hearing Guahai's hysterical rant, Mi Xiaolu felt a rush of vindictive pleasure. She replied coldly, You racked up this debt and ran away, leaving me to deal with the debt collectors alone.
And you still have the nerve to lecture me? Get back here and fix the mess you made. Otherwise, I really will sleep with Wei Ming. And I'll do it in our bedroom, on our bed. You wouldn't dare.
Guahai shouted, his voice trembling with rage.
Wouldn't she?
When a woman goes dark, there's no limit to what she's capable of.
Mi Xiaolu hung up the call and immediately started a video chat.
When Guahai picked up, she leaned over, kissed Wei Ming on the cheek, and rested her head against his chest, staring provocatively into the camera.
See? Think I won't? She taunted. Guahai was livid. She called him just to flaunt her affair in front of him? Fine. Fine. Fine.
He yelled through gritted teeth. Wei Ming, she's just a used-up tramp with debts piling up.
You can have her if you want. Wei Ming chuckled. Isn't she still your wife? Guahai was speechless.
Mi Xiaolu, incensed, turned to Wei Ming and said, I was married with a proper ceremony and a hefty dowry.
Consider yourself lucky. Guahai couldn't bear to hear or see more. You shameless be !**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**!**! doubted before ending the call. Would he dare to come back and confront them? With so much debt hanging over his head, returning would only mean facing the wrath of the debt collectors. Yet, the thought of the humiliation, his wife with another man in their own home, drove him mad with rage. But what could he do? Why? Why did the polar ice caps have to disappear? He wailed, his voice breaking into sobs. If not for that global anomaly, his investments wouldn't have gone bust. Now his wife was cheating on him in their bed, and he couldn't even muster the courage to go home and confront her. Hatred consumed him. Wei Ming struck a deal with Mi Xiaolu. Every time he helped her fend off the debt collectors, she'd have to show her gratitude. Of course, this was just for now. Once the apocalypse came, things would be different. Then, a single bottle of purified water would have her groveling and calling him master. In fact, when the end came, countless people, whether celebrities, socialites, or wealthy heiresses, would beg to be his pets. When survival is on the line, status becomes meaningless. Mi Xiaolu wasn't bad, though. She was gorgeous, even slightly more beautiful than Lu Qing, though her figure wasn't as curvy. Still, a C-cup was perfectly acceptable. Time passed. Wei Ming alternated between spending time with Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu. He kept their relationships separate, meeting Lu Qing at hotels and entertaining Mi Xiaolu at home. Once the apocalypse arrived, he'd move them both to his villa. The apocalypse would be boring, and he'd need some entertainment. Taking Xiaohei for a walk, Wei Ming headed downstairs. He hadn't gone far when a middle-aged woman approached, holding someone's hand. "Ah, Xiaowei. I've brought my daughter. You two should sit down and have a chat," she called out enthusiastically. It was Aunt Chang. Wei Ming was speechless. He had brushed her off last time and thought she'd forgotten about it after a few days of no contact. Yet, here she was, bringing her daughter straight to his doorstep. Was this the allure of 25 million yuan? If 25 million had this effect, what about 2 billion?
Unfortunately, in just over a month, everyone's wealth would be wiped out. Money and status would all be reset. At that point, whoever had the most food and clean water would hold true wealth. And those with the strongest combat abilities would rewrite their fates, becoming rich through force and plunder.
Aunt Cheng eagerly pushed her daughter forward and introduced her. This is my daughter, Zhao Cece. She's 28, has a master's degree, and works at a bank. Zhao Cece flashed a reserved and haughty smile. Hello. Wei Ming gave her a quick once-over. She was about 167 centimeters tall, very slender, too slender, really, and as flat as a board. Cover her face, and it'd be hard to tell her front from her back. Her looks? Even with makeup, she barely scraped a passing grade of 60, just enough to qualify as a beauty. Wei Ming greeted Zhao Cece briefly, then turned to Aunt Chang. Aunt Chang, I'm not looking to date right now. It's a bit early for that. Early? What are you talking about? Aunt Chang replied with domineering enthusiasm. Men should marry, women should wed. You two talk and get to know each other. Wow, she was relentless. Woof! Woof! Xiao Hei barked impatiently. What's with these humans? They're interrupting my walk. If the master hadn't ordered me to behave, I'd bite them both. Ignoring the two women, Wei Ming tugged on Xiao Hei's leash and walked forward. Zhao Cece frowned, clearly displeased, but under her mother's insistent nudging, she caught up and walked alongside him. After a few steps, she spoke in a condescending tone. A lot of people are chasing me, you know. But my mom insisted I give you a chance, so consider yourself lucky. Wei Ming chuckled. Where did this confidence come from? Fine. Let's see how ridiculous you can get. What's your ideal man like? Wei Ming asked. Height of at least 178 centimeters, a local household registration, under 30 years old, owns a car and a house with no mortgage, and at least 2 million yuan in savings, Zhao Cece stated matter-of-factly. Wei Ming blinked in disbelief. Are you making a wish? Zhao Cece rolled her eyes. That's not funny. Don't you know? The gender imbalance in this country means there are 30 million men who can't find wives. With my qualifications, is it too much to ask for these conditions? Seriously? What makes you think you can pick and choose among 30 million men? Forget it, forget it. She's probably been brainwashed by all that toxic empowerment nonsense. Why bother arguing with her? The so-called 30 million leftover men and 10 million leftover women narratives were just tactics to stir up gender conflict and manipulate unmarried men and women. But in the coming apocalypse, none of this would matter. Survival would be humanity's only priority. And once societal order collapses, would the current marriage system even exist anymore? Wei Ming responded calmly, I don't want to waste your time, and I'm not interested. You should save your chance for someone else. Zhao Cece's anger flared. She stomped her foot, but unfortunately, her flat chest barely moved, leaving Wei Ming thoroughly unimpressed. As he walked away, she hurried to catch up. Don't think that just because you've got some money, you can look down on people. I handle billions at work every day. Oh, come on. That's something to brag about? Wei Ming snickered. No matter how little money I have, it's mine. The money you handle, does any of it belong to you? Zhao Cece was about to retort when someone rudely shoved her aside. It was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She opened her mouth as if to scold but stopped when two men squeezed past her. Son-in-law. When are you marrying our Qingqing? The woman Luo Guifan asked with a beaming smile, ignoring Zhao Cece entirely. Hearing this, Zhao Cece froze mid-complaint, her expression turning furious. So, you're engaged to someone else, and yet you came to flirt with me? Scumbag. I have to expose him. Not that she considered it was her mother and herself who had approached Wei Ming, not the other way around. Wei Ming glanced coldly at Luo Guifan. Her shrewd, calculating demeanor was downright repulsive. He waved dismissively. I broke up with your daughter 4 months ago. Don't call me son-in-law. What? They'd already broken up? Zhao Cece felt a twinge of disappointment. If they'd broken up, Wei Ming wasn't too timing after all. But wait. Jumping straight from one relationship to another? Shameless. Zui Yang, Luo Guifan's son, fumed and lunged forward, but Zhuo Fugui, the father, held him back. She dated you for 6 months, and you think you can just dump her? Dream on. Zhuo Fugui snapped angrily. Wei Ming had no interest in engaging with this family. He frowned and said curtly, move.
Of course, the Zhou family refused. Zhou Fuguei put on a conciliatory tone.
Son-in-law, young couples always quarrel. It's normal. A few days of cooling off is enough. You're not getting any younger. Just go get your marriage license. Marriage license?
With Wei Ming having no parents, they'd have full control over him afterward.
20 billion yuan.
Thinking about what their daughter had said about Wei Ming's newfound wealth, the Zhou family trembled with excitement.
They were going to hit the jackpot. That 25 million yuan villa? Too small.
Once they got his money, they'd move to a luxury mansion in the city center worth hundreds of millions.
Anything less wouldn't suit their newfound status.
Move, Wei Ming said again, forcing his way through. He couldn't even stand another second with this family, afraid his growing murderous intent might boil over and drive him to kill them all. This was still a lawful society.
Wei Ming reminded himself repeatedly, suppressing his anger.
Once the apocalypse hit, though, the Zhou family chased after him, refusing to give up.
20 billion. 20 billion yuan. What use was dignity compared to that kind of money? As they trailed him, chattering incessantly about marriage, Wei Ming made his move.
Unseen portals opened, dropping 3 large stones in their path.
Ah! Ow! The entire family tripped and fell simultaneously.
If Wei Ming hadn't thought it too gross, he might have arranged for them to land face first in cow dung.
Dazed, the Zhou family lay on the ground, bewildered. How could there be 3 large stones in the middle of the clean, paved pathway? What was the property management even doing?
Though they wanted to keep chasing, their bruises and scrapes were too painful. All they could do was sit and nurse their wounds.
Time passed day by day. The Zhou family continued to pester Wei Ming relentlessly.
Sometimes one member would show up, other times the whole family would come together. Wei Ming, on the other hand, made full use of his spatial gate to teach them lessons repeatedly. The first time, he wasn't fully prepared, but that changed quickly. He specifically stocked up on large quantities of dog feces and bird droppings for their benefit, giving the Zhou family a literal shower of misfortune.
The Zhou family was completely dumbfounded.
Getting hit by bird droppings could be written off as bad luck, but why was there dog poop too?
What kind of despicable neighbor would let their dog poop on a balcony? Fortunately, it wasn't human feces.
Otherwise, they might have suspected Ma Yuelan. After all, she had a criminal record for defecating in her balcony's laundry sink.
If she could do that, why not hurl it down from above? Yet, for the sake of 2 billion yuan, the Zhou family pressed on undeterred.
Even though they kept ending up covered in filth, they didn't give up. Their strategy was persistent companionship, fully believing that, sooner or later, Wei Ming would give in. More than 2 weeks later, Wei Ming received a call from Xiaobing.
"Boss, everything's done. You can come inspect it." Wei Ming immediately headed over. The Kaidongking residential complex had 3 villas in total.
Despite being connected, they were numbered 8, 18, and 28, clearly an attempt to cash in on the lucky number 8. Interestingly, while villas 8 and 18 were identical in size to Villa 28, they sold for an additional 1 million yuan each at the time of purchase, simply because 8 sounds like prosperity in Chinese, and 18 evokes certain prosperity. Meanwhile, 28 sounded less auspicious.
Wei Ming couldn't help but find it ridiculous. Xiaobing was already waiting at the entrance.
The two walked into the villa, and Wei Ming began his inspection from the basement level.
He was meticulous, his life depended on it. Once the apocalypse came, this villa would be his safe haven, and there could be no room for error.
From the basement to the 3rd floor, Wei Ming carefully examined every detail.
He was thoroughly impressed and promptly paid the remaining balance.
Not only had Xiaobing met all his requirements, but he'd also made significant improvements. For instance, Wei Ming had planned to install hollow copper pipes in the walls for placing ice blocks to cool the villa. Xiaobing had refined this idea by creating insulated cavities around the walls, making it easier to insert ice blocks.
Drainage holes at the base would funnel melted water into a storage tank in the basement. Of course, this was redundant for Wei Ming.
He could simply use his spatial gate to place ice wherever he wanted, without needing any openings.
Overflow? Not a problem, he could store excess water in the spatial dimension. Excellent. Absolutely excellent.
The only issue was a faint smell from the new materials, despite being eco-friendly. Wei Ming decided to leave the villa to air out for another 20 days before moving in.
Xiaobing left after assuring Wei Ming that any non-human related damages would be repaired for free.
Wei Ming stayed behind to connect the villa's surveillance cameras to his phone, enabling him to monitor the property remotely. Once everything was set up, he walked to the front gate.
He logged out all secondary user accounts and reset the master password, ensuring only his fingerprint and facial recognition could unlock the system. With that done, he prepared to leave. Just then, a Mercedes pulled out of Villa 18 next door.
The driver's side window was rolled down, revealing a stunning woman in her early 20s with a side profile so gorgeous Wei Ming couldn't help but give her a 90 out of 100. From his brief glance, her figure was just as impressive, curves in all the right places.
Her chest alone was easily a D cup, if not an E.
But before he could admire further, the car turned a corner, leaving him with only a view of its rear bumper.
The owner of Villa 18?
Curious, Wei Ming asked a security guard. At first, the guard was hesitant to share, but after Wei Ming handed him a pack of Huazi cigarettes, the man became a fountain of information.
Yes, that beauty is indeed the owner of Villa 18. Her name is Yu Chutong.
She's reportedly a wealthy heiress who bought the villa 2 years ago. She drives an S-Class Mercedes, wears luxury brands from head to toe, and never spares us security guards a second glance. Wei Ming also asked about the owner of Villa 8. According to the guard, Villa 8 housed a prominent businessman who divorced his first wife 2 years ago and recently married a college student, a campus belle with impossibly long legs. The guard even gestured to his waist to illustrate their length. Having learned about his new neighbors, Wei Ming returned home.
Time continued to pass. Wei Ming's bank balance dwindled at an astonishing rate, now down to less than 20 million yuan.
He was delighted. The faster he spent the money, the more supplies he acquired. At this point, he was only splurging on banquets since he'd already stockpiled all other essentials during his $0 shopping sprees.
If he spent it all and the apocalypse didn't come?
Well, with his vast reserves of resources, he could live comfortably regardless. A few more weeks went by. Wei Ming officially moved into the villa. After setting up his bedding and other essentials, he went to the third-floor balcony. The balconies were cantilevered, which Wei Ming considered a security risk. However, the tempered glass was 5 centimeters thick, serving as the first line of defense. Beyond that, the entrance from the balcony to the interior could be sealed with a 10 cm thick alloy steel door, capable of withstanding explosives unless an absurdly large quantity was used.
In fact, the villa's walls were all reinforced with alloy steel, essentially turning it into an impenetrable fortress. What's the point of a safe house if it can be breached easily? Its only vulnerability was fire.
Even with insulation, prolonged exposure to flames could turn it into an oven. But Wei Ming had an endless supply of icebergs in his spatial dimension. With those, he could control the temperature. If it exceeded 30 degrees Celsius inside, he'd consider it a personal failure. Seated on the balcony, bathed in sunlight, Wei Ming sipped tea in complete tranquility.
Who else would dare enjoy such leisure under the sun once the apocalypse began?
Wait. He noticed someone on the balcony of Villa 8, a young woman, likely the new wife of the businessman. Sitting under a sunshade, she held a cup, presumably of coffee. She was stunning, with skin so radiant it seemed to glisten.
Could she really be under 20?
No, if she was married, she had to be at least 22. Sensing his gaze, the woman glanced his way briefly before returning to her coffee, completely unfazed.
Let's see how long this serenity lasts. Wei Ming looked away.
By his calculations, only 11 days remained until the apocalypse arrived.
The phone suddenly rang. Wei Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Qing.
That was rare. She rarely initiated calls to him. Wei Ming had planned to contact her in a few days and bring her to his villa, keeping her hidden until the apocalypse arrived. As long as he did it discreetly, there would be no issues.
And once the world descended into chaos, well, who would bother with trivial accusations of theft then?
He could hardly wait to see Lu Qing grovel at his feet in the post-apocalyptic world.
He answered the call. Wei Ming. Save me. You have to save me.
The moment the call connected, Lu Qing's panicked voice came through.
Don't panic.
Speak slowly, Wei Ming replied calmly. Lu Qing took a deep breath but still sounded tearful.
Su Jian, that bastard.
He took all the money and fled to Malaysia. He said I have 2 hours, and at 4:30 p.m., he'll send an email to the company exposing how we embezzled 30 million yuan together.
Ha? Wei Ming was taken aback. How did this happen?
In his previous life, it wasn't until 4 days later that Lu Qing and Su Jian's secret marriage and theft of company funds were exposed. Both were arrested together.
But now, things were unfolding differently. Not only was the timeline accelerated by 4 days, but Su Jian had managed to flee to Malaysia? Smart move, choosing a country without an extradition treaty with China. Should he help Lu Qing?
If he helped her, he would assume some risk. Once the case was exposed, he might be brought in for questioning.
And what if that coincided with the apocalypse?
However, as long as he disguised his involvement well enough, hiding Lu Qing until the world fell apart shouldn't be a problem. In fact, his plan had always been to bring her to the villa in a few days.
He just needed to move up the timeline. I'm in. Leave your office immediately and head to Yifan Mall.
Wait for me at the entrance of Bread Talk, he instructed.
Okay. Lu Qing stammered.
She was utterly panicked, her mind focused solely on one thing, avoiding prison. Wei Ming took a moment to prepare himself, checking his reflection and changing into an inconspicuous outfit. Then, he left the neighborhood and hailed a taxi to Yifan Mall. In less than 30 minutes, he spotted Lu Qing. She was pacing back and forth, her anxiety written all over her face. Even in her flustered state, her beauty and figure caught the attention of passing men, their eyes lingering on her curves. Wei Ming approached her, discreetly opening his spatial gate to spray ink over all nearby surveillance cameras.
This was a simple trick. He only needed to toss the ink into his spatial dimension beforehand.
Then, using the spatial gate, he could release the ink directly onto the cameras, which he pinpointed with precision within the 5-meter range of the gate. Stopping beside Lu Qing, he spoke softly, "Follow me." Startled, Lu Qing didn't recognize him at first, but his voice quickly registered. She hurried after him. Wei Ming continued to disable surveillance cameras along their route before leading Lu Qing into a restroom. Handing her a bag, he said, "Change into these clothes and put on the mask, sunglasses, and hat." Lu Qing nodded quickly, finally relaxing a little.
Wei Ming thought of everything.
10 minutes later, Lu Qing emerged, looking like a completely different person. Wei Ming had also changed his outfit. They tossed their old clothes into a trash bin, or so it seemed. In reality, Wei Ming stored them in his spatial dimension.
Now, it was foolproof.
Wei Ming wrapped an arm around Lu Qing's waist, and she naturally leaned her head on his shoulder.
Both wore masks, sunglasses, and hats, making them unrecognizable.
Exiting the mall, Wei Ming hailed a taxi to Wanda Plaza. There, they switched to another cab and returned to Kaidongking. Entering through the underground parking garage, they finally reached the sanctuary of Villa 28. Inside, Lu Qing couldn't hide her surprise.
"This is your home?"
As a senior financial manager at a large company, Lu Qing's discerning eye immediately recognized the value of the villa. It was worth at least 20 million yuan.
How could Wei Ming afford something like this? Still curious at a time like this? Wei Ming chuckled. Lu Qing's expression darkened, quickly giving way to anger. Su Jian, that bastard.
He had not only fled with all their money but was now trying to throw her under the bus.
How could a man be so vicious?
People say that even a single night of marriage fosters 100 days of affection.
How could Su Jian be so heartless? Wei Ming shared her curiosity.
In his past life, the two had never turned on each other and had been arrested together.
Was this because of his own interference? Had Su Jian discovered their frequent hotel meetups and grown suspicious? That must be it.
Otherwise, there was no better explanation. After some thought, Wei Ming said, "For now, you'll stay here, but only on this floor."
This was the second floor. He had already locked all doors and windows.
Thanks to the villa's soundproofing, no one outside would hear a thing, even if Lu Qing screamed her lungs out. She couldn't access the first or third floors and was confined to this level.
"Am I supposed to hide like this forever?"
she asked, her voice trembling.
Wei Ming smiled. "Don't worry. I've contacted a smuggler.
Stay here for about 2 weeks, and I'll arrange for you to leave the country." In truth, with the apocalypse just 11 days away, she'd be staying as his pet.
Lu Qing looked genuinely moved.
If Wei Ming had said this outright, she wouldn't have believed him. How could a poor loser like him pull off something so elaborate? But seeing this luxurious villa had shifted her perception.
This man could actually do it.
"Thank you so much, Wei Ming," she said sincerely, her emotions welling up. Her husband had betrayed her, but the man she once looked down upon had saved her in her darkest hour. The contrast left her overwhelmed.
"How will you thank me?"
Wei Ming asked with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Little Black, the dog, was curious about the new arrival. After being fed a sliced steak by Wei Ming, the pup happily settled down to eat. Wei Ming, seated on the balcony, enjoyed the cool evening breeze while Lu Qing stayed inside watching TV, not daring to step out.
Across the way, the wealthy heiress from Villa 18 had returned.
Her lights were on, and soon she stepped out onto her balcony. When she noticed Wei Ming sitting on his own balcony looking her way, she quickly turned her head with an air of aloofness. Wei Ming didn't take her attitude to heart. She could only afford to act high and mighty for now. In a few days, he took out a bottle of pure water, wondering, would she beg for it, wagging her tail? He was genuinely curious. Just then, the doorbell rang. 3 security guards stood outside Villa 28, pressing the button. Why did Su Jin call Lu Qing and specifically give her 2 hours of warning? It wasn't out of kindness, it was to torment her. 2 hours? Could she erase all evidence or flee abroad in that time? Impossible. She wouldn't even make it to the airport. So, while it seemed like Su Jian was giving her a grace period, his intentions were malicious. To make matters worse, after just 1 hour, he sent the incriminating email to the company using his own account. The email detailed how he and Lu Qing had collaborated over the past 3 years to embezzle 30 million yuan. This email immediately raised alarms at the company. Security was instructed to locate and detain both Lu Qing and Su Jian, but neither was present. Su Jian had been on leave for several days. Lu Qing, however, had been at work that afternoon but had left not long before. With no other choice, the company called the police. When law enforcement officers arrived and discovered the embezzlement amounted to 30 million yuan, they treated the case with the utmost seriousness. They immediately went to the homes of Su Jian and Lu Qing but found them both empty. The police concluded that the couple had fled out of fear of being arrested and issued a nationwide warrant for their capture. However, one thing puzzled the police: why had Su Jian turned in his own wife? If he wanted to atone for his crimes, why had he fled as well? Su Jian's whereabouts were easy to trace. His travel records showed he had left for Malaysia, a country without an extradition treaty with China. But Lu Qing? She was likely still in Haidu. The police activated their AI-powered surveillance system, scanning footage for facial recognition. It didn't take long to track Lu Qing leaving her office and heading to Yufan Mall. The officers rushed to Yufan Mall and quickly identified her on security footage. However, shortly after, the cameras went dark. Initially, the police thought it was a network issue, but the mall management informed them that someone had sprayed ink on several cameras. The trail went cold. Surveillance systems couldn't locate Lu Qing again. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. What now? The police had another lead. Before disappearing, Lu Qing had made a phone call. While her phone couldn't be located, they could retrieve her call records from the telecom provider. Thus, 3 officers appeared outside Wei Ming's building. Wei Ming remained calm as he pressed a button on his remote control. Then, casually, he went downstairs and opened the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. One of the officers smiled. "We're on official duty and need to ask you a few questions." Wei Ming nodded. "Come in." The 3 officers entered. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The first male officer, in his 30s, had a serious demeanor. The second, in his 20s, looked like a rookie with particularly thick eyebrows. As for the female officer, Wei Ming almost whistled. She was stunning, an absolute knockout. Her facial beauty easily scored over 90, and her figure was nothing short of spectacular. Her full chest strained against her uniform, as if the buttons were barely holding on. Her waist, however, was slender enough to be encircled with one hand, creating an exaggerated hourglass shape with her curvy hips. What a sight! Wei Ming almost wanted to give her a perfect score. Wei Ming invited them to sit down and handed each a bottle of pure water. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that in a few days, these bottles would become extremely valuable. Even though it was only April, the effects of the vanished polar ice caps were becoming apparent. The room temperature had already climbed to 30 degrees Celsius. Wei Ming turned on the air conditioner, sat down, and smiled. "I'm happy to cooperate." One of the male officers asked, "Did you receive a phone call from Lu Qing this afternoon?" "Yes," Wei Ming replied without hesitation. "What did she call you about?" Wei Ming hesitated. "Do I have to answer?" "Of course." The voluptuous policewoman declared haughtily. "This concerns a major case. If you withhold information, we can arrest you for obstruction of justice." Wei Ming chuckled. "I'm happy to cooperate, as it's every citizen's duty. But threatening a law-abiding citizen isn't very professional, don't you think?" "You!" The policewoman slammed her hand on the table, causing her chest to bounce. "What of you?" Her colleagues quickly calmed her down. "Relax," the older officer said. "He's wealthy enough to own a villa like this. There's no need to antagonize him. We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Wei, the senior officer continued.
This is a major case involving a large sum of money.
Wei Ming nodded and awkwardly admitted, Lu Qing and I are romantically involved. She called me this afternoon, saying she was in trouble. She briefly mentioned embezzling company funds, and I advised her to turn herself in.
She didn't?
The officers exchanged skeptical glances. After all, Lu Qing had gone to Yufan Mall right after the call, where the security cameras had been suspiciously vandalized.
Where were you this afternoon?
The senior officer asked.
At home, Wei Ming replied.
Liar.
The voluptuous policewoman snapped. Confess. Wei Ming sighed.
If you're this aggressive in my own home, I can only imagine how you treat me at the station.
You.
The policewoman's chest heaved with anger again, and Wei Ming made no effort to hide his appreciation of the view.
The rookie officer interjected with a smile. Do you have anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? Wei Ming shook his head. I live alone. There's no one to confirm. The senior officer asked, May we search the premises? Wei Ming smirked. Technically, you need a warrant, and I could refuse. But since I'm a good citizen with nothing to hide, go ahead.
The officers spread out to search the villa. Wei Ming, meanwhile, turned on the TV and leisurely watched a show.
After 30 minutes, the officers returned, empty-handed and frustrated. Could Wei Ming be telling the truth? Had he only advised Lu Qing to surrender? Wait!
The policewoman suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up.
You have another property.
She thought she had caught him.
Oh, would you like to search that one too?
Wei Ming asked, perfectly composed.
Fine. I'll take you there.
He led the officers to his other apartment, a smaller property.
It took them less than 5 minutes to search it, and again, they found nothing.
The senior officer apologized.
Sorry for taking up so much of your time. No problem. Happy to help, Wei Ming replied, then turned to the policewoman. By the way, what's your name? Can I have your contact info? I'm Song Qing Yun.
If you decide to confess,
mention my name. She snapped, still convinced Wei Ming was hiding something.
Wei Ming parted ways with the officers at the building entrance and returned to his villa.
As he passed Villa 18, he noticed Yu Chutong sitting on her balcony.
She shot him a disdainful glance. Clearly, she had seen him leaving with the officers and assumed he was involved in some shady business.
Why didn't the 3 officers find Lu Qing? It was simple, there was a hidden room.
The officers weren't familiar with the layout of the villa, and with such limited time, it was impossible for them to notice the discrepancy in space or suspect the presence of a secret chamber. When Wei Ming returned, he opened the hidden door and found Lu Qing inside, her face full of tension.
Did they leave? Are they gone?
She asked, clearly terrified. She couldn't bear the thought of going to prison.
Wei Ming nodded. They're gone.
Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief but then looked at Wei Ming with incredulity.
Who are you? A hidden room in someone's house wasn't exactly normal.
Wei Ming merely smiled.
The person who saved your life and kept you out of prison.
Lu Qing hesitated but quickly dismissed her doubts. After all, she planned to leave in just over half a month.
What did it matter who Wei Ming really was?
Deciding that she needed to ensure Wei Ming remained happy and cooperative, she resolved to repay him for his kindness. Better to keep him pleased than risk him changing his mind and refusing to help her escape. Thank you, Wei Ming, she said softly, swaying her alluring body as she slowly began to remove her clothing.
Those twin peaks were dazzlingly white and impressively large. Wei Ming smiled faintly. It was going to be a fiery night. The night passed. Wei Ming was thoroughly satisfied. As he glanced at the woman lying beside him, he mused about how tirelessly Lu Qing had worked to please him the night before, desperate to keep him on her side. What she didn't realize was that she had no chance of leaving. In truth, escaping the villa would be her misfortune. Outside, she would face starvation, dehydration, or worse, being enslaved and abused by others. And it wouldn't just be by one person. After the apocalypse, morality would collapse, and everyone's base desires would be unleashed. Wei Ming got up, leaving a prepared breakfast for Lu Qing before heading out. Naturally, Lu Qing couldn't leave the house. Wei Ming hadn't brought her there to create unnecessary problems for himself. There were only 10 days left until the apocalypse.
With about 1 million yuan remaining in his bank account, Wei Ming planned to spend it all that day.
He spent the entire day out, returning home late in the evening.
As he approached his villa, he saw the entire left family, Zhuqingqing and her parents, along with her younger brother, standing neatly at his gate. They were greedily staring through the iron bars at his three-story villa, their expressions so full of longing they resembled a group of beggars. Wei Ming sneered. He had deliberately boasted to Zhuqingqing about his 20 billion yuan fortune just to turn them into a pack of starving dogs, scrambling after him without shame. What a pathetic sight. Move, he said coldly. Oh, Wei Ming, you're back. Zhuqingqing's mother, Luo Guifan, greeted him with a beaming smile, pretending not to notice his obvious disdain. Our Qingqing hasn't seen you for days. She's been so heartbroken she can't even eat or sleep. What thick skin. No, scratch that. This family had no shame at all. Brother-in-law, stop being mad at my sister and just get the marriage certificate already. Zui Yang chimed in, eager to push things along. He couldn't afford to wait. A villa worth 25 million yuan? No, compared to 20 billion yuan, this villa was nothing. He wanted the money, all of it. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhuqingqing spoke in a pleading tone. Wei Ming, I was wrong before. Please forgive me just this once, okay? Wei Ming waved them off impatiently. Move, or I'll call security. Son-in-law, don't be so petty. Zhufugu, Zhuqingqing's father, said with a forced smile, pushing his daughter toward Wei Ming. Meanwhile, Zui Yang took out his phone, ready to snap photos. If they could capture a moment of intimacy between Wei Ming and Zhuqingqing, they could use it to spread rumors and force him into compliance. Leverage public opinion? Threaten him with accusations of abandonment? They were prepared to do anything for that 20 billion yuan. But as Zhuqingqing stumbled toward Wei Ming, he elegantly sidestepped her. Thud! Zhuqingqing fell hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Zhufugu's eyes darted around before he began to shout dramatically, domestic abuse. Wei Ming is abusing his wife. Everyone, come and see this injustice. His loud cries naturally attracted a crowd, including the residents of Villas 8 and 18. Yu Chutong and the young trophy wife both appeared on their respective balconies to watch. Zhuqingqing's fall had been quite painful, and she lay on the ground for some time, unable to get up. However, her family members completely ignored her and instead loudly accused Wei Ming of heartlessly abandoning her after gaining wealth, hoping to sway public opinion in their favor. The onlookers, while uninterested in intervening, thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. The Zhou family's antics were nothing short of laughable. Wei Ming, uninterested in being the center of attention, pushed past the Zhou family, entered his villa, and firmly shut the gate. Bang! The gate slammed shut. Look at this! Look! Luo Guifan cried, wailing loudly. How can someone be so heartless? Oh, the injustice! The injustice of it all! But no one paid her any mind. After causing a scene for a while longer, the Zhou family realized Wei Ming wasn't coming back out. Dejected, they slunk back home. But the thought of Wei Ming's supposed 20 billion yuan haunted them. They were restless, unable to eat, unable to sleep, tossing and turning all night. At this rate, they might literally collapse from exhaustion and anxiety. Wei Ming, of course, was entirely unaffected. Watching the Zhou family's desperate performances over the past few days had provided him with some minor amusement. But for the real punishment? That would come after the apocalypse began. Back inside, Wei Ming turned on the news. After the apocalypse, the news would only last 2 more days before all TV signals went dark. Better enjoy it while it lasted. Ha! A report caught his attention. Scientists had detected unusual solar activity through satellite monitoring, which could potentially affect Earth. Some experts speculated that the disappearance of the polar ice caps might have been caused by earlier solar anomalies that had gone undetected. The scientist on TV spoke with great confidence, presenting their theories as if they were absolute truth. Wei Ming nearly burst out laughing. Should I invite this expert to peek inside my spatial dimension? Let's see how they'd explain that. Still, it turned out that the world had already noticed solar irregularities. What they hadn't anticipated was the cataclysm these changes would bring. After a while, Wei Ming went upstairs. Lu Qing greeted him eagerly, doing her best to serve him well before cautiously asking about the snakehead smuggler's progress. Wei Ming repeated the same lie, telling her it would take about half a month, leaving her to count the days herself. She wouldn't live to see that day. He had saved her for one reason only, to toy with her. For 3 years, she had treated him like dirt. Why would he develop feelings for someone like her after a few nights together? The days passed, and the temperature continued to rise. Soon, it was May 2nd.
That evening, Wei Ming stepped out to have dinner at a nearby restaurant. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would arrive. He wanted to savor his last normal day. The restaurant's air conditioning was on. It was only early May, but temperatures had already exceeded 30 degrees Celsius. Everyone was wearing short sleeves, and the women had started competing to show off their long legs and slim waists, creating an almost overwhelming visual feast. Wei Ming sat alone. He ordered 2 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of beer, and began eating slowly. However, the restaurant was extremely noisy. A brat was banging a spoon against a plate, producing an incessant, grating noise. This naturally annoyed many patrons, and a server approached to try and mediate, but the child's parents responded by berating her instead. Does your restaurant have a rule against making noise while eating? Even the law doesn't forbid it. Besides, our little Bao is only 13 years old. Isn't it normal for him to be playful? The couple launched into a tirade, forcing the server to retreat in frustration. But as she turned to leave, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg, as if she'd been pricked by a needle. She spun around, disbelief written all over her face. The father was sitting across from her, too far away to reach her, and the mother was unlikely to have done it. That left only the child. The server confronted the parents. Your child poked me with a needle. The parents burst out laughing. How shameless can you get, accusing a child of something like that? The mother yelled, standing up and flinging her cup of water in the server's face. Luckily, because of the hot weather, it was just lukewarm water. Had it been boiling, the consequences could have been dire. The father, his expression menacing, joined in, "You wretch. Are you looking for trouble?" The server was overwhelmed with injustice. She had indeed been poked by a needle, and only the child could have done it. Yet the parents were being utterly unreasonable, responding with insults and even violence. Unable to stand up to their bullying, the timid server began to cry, covering her face as she ran toward the kitchen. But the parents weren't satisfied. They called over the restaurant manager and launched into a loud complaint. The manager, running a business and not wanting to upset the other diners, tried to smooth things over and promised to have the server apologize. Not long after, the server reappeared, her eyes swollen from crying. Whether the manager had promised her a raise or threatened her with dismissal, she reluctantly offered an apology to the child. "That's it?" the mother said arrogantly. "You've sullied my son's reputation. If this rumor spreads and people badmouth my Bao, how will he live?" The father chimed in, "Our little Bao is sensitive. You need to kneel and apologize to restore his dignity." Now this was too much. Everyone turned to look at the brat. Was this really a 13-year-old kid? The boy was at least 1.6 meters tall and had shifty eyes, constantly ogling the female diners' chests and legs. Kids these days grew up fast. 13? He was clearly old enough to understand plenty and to act on it. Even if the server had wrongly accused him, demanding that an adult kneel to apologize to a child was pure humiliation. The server refused. She had already swallowed her anger and apologized to the child despite being the victim. Now they wanted her to kneel? "I quit," she shouted, ripping off her apron and throwing it to the ground before storming out of the restaurant. What kind of person is this? Accuses a child and doesn't even apologize properly. Ridiculous. I hope she gets hit by a car as soon as she steps out. The mother continued spewing insults, oblivious to the rising ire of those around her. But she was clearly a shrew, sparring verbally with the crowd without losing ground. The father, meanwhile, pulled up his shirt to reveal a tattoo of a tiger on his back. The tattoo was intimidating, and many began to wonder if he was a gangster or an ex-convict. With the server gone and no one wanting to escalate the situation, the other patrons gradually quieted down and resumed their meals. Wei Ming, seated further away, overheard the couple at the neighboring table discussing the family. Listening in, Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. It turned out this family also lived in Qidong City. Oh, that explained why they were dining here. They lived nearby. The man, Lu Dalong, wasn't a gangster as some had guessed. He owned a car rental business, but he was known for his shady practices. After renting out vehicles, he would often vandalize them at night to force customers to pay hefty repair fees. And why the large tattoo? To intimidate people, of course. When customers refused to pay, he'd flash the tattoo, grab a kitchen knife, and start banging it on the table. Who wouldn't cough up the money after that? He was a notorious thug and troublemaker, often involved in fights. Known as Brother Dragon, he had a stocky, muscular build and had clashed with nearly everyone in his building, threatening them with knives. He'd been jailed a few times,
but each time he was released, he became even worse. The residents of Building 15 despised him to their cores. Wei Ming had no intention of getting involved. This was his last restaurant meal before the apocalypse, and he wanted to savor it. Wei Ming thought the drama was over, but the brat didn't stop. When a young woman passed by their table, the boy struck again, jabbing her with his needle. Ah! The woman screamed in pain, startled and unprepared. She was in her early 20s, and she stared at the boy in disbelief. "What's wrong, babe?" her male companion quickly asked. "He poked me with a needle," she said, pointing at the boy. Her voice was loud, and many diners heard her. The first time, when the server had accused the boy, some people had been skeptical. But now? Two unrelated people accusing the same child of the same behavior? The crowd erupted in anger, voicing their disapproval. Brother Dragon slammed the table and glared at everyone. "What are you yelling about? Anyone who dares make a sound, I'll kill you." His ferocity was intimidating, and most people didn't want to provoke him. They urged the young couple to call the police instead. The boy, emboldened, stood up and mimicked his father's demeanor. "Whoever calls the cops, I'll kill you. I'm underage, so even if I kill someone, I won't go to jail." Everyone was stunned. A 13-year-old kid making such vicious threats, how could they not be shocked? What's wrong with kids these days? He was using his underage status as a shield for violence? And honestly, people were intimidated. Though the brat was only 13, he was nearly as tall as an adult, with a sturdy build much like his father's. He clearly had considerable strength. If anyone fought back, they'd have to be cautious about hurting him, while the kid would have no such reservations. And what if he really stabbed someone? As he said, there'd be no death penalty for him, only financial compensation at most. This thought made everyone sit back down. Forget it. Why bother with such a little devil? Sooner or later, society would teach him a lesson. The real issue, though, was that the boyfriend of the woman who'd been stabbed also backed down. He was just a few centimeters taller than the brat, but he was scrawny and wore glasses, hardly the type to put up a fight. Frankly, the kid probably had more strength than he did. The boyfriend quickly tried to placate his girlfriend. "Let it go. It's not worth it. Someone will take care of him eventually. Let's just leave." Smack! Before he could leave, the brat slapped him hard across the face, nearly knocking him over. "Who's going to take care of me? Huh? Who?" the brat shouted, chasing after the man and raining punches on his head. The girlfriend screamed, "Help! Somebody help!" But no one stepped in to help. However, someone did call the police. Within 10 minutes, law enforcement officers arrived, though by then the boyfriend's face was bruised and swollen. Even in front of the officers, the brat showed no fear, acting as defiant and unruly as ever. The officers, knowing the complications of dealing with an underage offender, ultimately pressured the family into compensating the young couple 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, with further costs to be settled later. As for the stabbing incident? Naturally, it was brushed aside. He's underage, what can you do? At most, a verbal reprimand and some educational guidance. The girlfriend was furious. As soon as they stepped outside, she broke up with her boyfriend on the spot and stormed off in anger. The young man, forgetting about his injuries, scrambled to chase after her. Soon after, the officers left, and the matter seemed resolved. But Lu Daolong and his family didn't leave. Though the brat escaped any real consequences, he seemed upset after being scolded by the officers. He stood up, walked to a neighboring table, and spat into someone's food. How could anyone eat after that? What were they supposed to do, fight the brat? Judging by how the police had just handled things, what good would it do? Call them again? Endure another round of the same drama? Forget it. If they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least avoid him. The diners at that table decided not to eat anymore. Even though the restaurant owner offered to replace their food, they'd lost their appetite. "Let's just go," they muttered, grabbing their belongings and leaving. But the brat wasn't done. He moved to another table. Spit. Once again, food ruined. Instead of stopping their son's appalling behavior, Lu Daolong and his wife looked on with pride, as if their son were demonstrating some kind of triumph. Like parents, like child. As the brat continued his rampage, more and more diners left. Some paid their bills, others walked out without saying a word. What could the restaurant owner do? At least no one was demanding compensation yet. The owner, desperate and furious, could only call the police again. At this point, the brat approached Wei Ming's table.
He cleared his throat, ready to spit. Wei Ming had planned to stay out of it. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would begin, and with it, all notions of justice, morality, and order would collapse. Getting involved didn't seem worth it. But now the brat was targeting him. Absolutely not. Bam! Wei Ming kicked out, sending the brat flying. The brat had been about to spit, mouth wide open, but the sudden force of the kick made him instinctively close his mouth, and he bit down hard on his own tongue. The kick happened so fast that Lu Dalong and his wife, who had been gleefully watching their son's antics, didn't even react before their son landed on the ground, wailing in pain, his mouth filled with blood. Wei Ming hadn't even kicked him that hard. It was the brat's own fault for almost biting off his tongue, leaving his mouth a bloody mess. Lu Dalong couldn't stand it. He leapt to his feet, grabbing a chair and charging at Wei Ming. "You bastard! How dare you kick my son? I'll kill you!" Wei Ming could think of 1,000 ways to kill this man. But with 12 hours left until the apocalypse, was it worth spending that time in a standoff with the police? Actually, maybe it was. Lu Dalong swung the chair at Wei Ming, but Wei Ming sidestepped and countered with a kick, sending him stumbling back. While Lu Dalong was heavy and didn't fall, the impact was enough to unnerve him. Oh! Lu Dalong's wife, however, was undeterred. Seeing her husband and son hurt only enraged her further. Screaming hysterically, she charged at Wei Ming, her hands clawing for his face. Smack! Wei Ming slapped her across the face, stunning her into silence for a few seconds. When she recovered, she went berserk and tried to slap him back. Smack! Wei Ming slapped her again. This pattern repeated itself slap after slap until her face was red and swollen. But given her already plump features, the swelling only made her look more grotesque. By now, both Lu Dalong and the brat had recovered. They retreated to the kitchen and returned with knives. "Oh, you brought knives? Don't blame me for defending myself, then." Wei Ming's gaze turned icy, his killing intent evident. But just as things were about to escalate further, the police arrived. Having stayed nearby after the earlier call, they quickly responded to the new report. Seeing the knives, the officers drew their batons and one even unholstered a gun, ordering Lu Dalong and his son to drop the weapons. Lu Dalong wasn't bold enough to face a gun. He quickly dropped his knife, but the brat, fearless as ever, refused to back down until his father wrested the knife away and tossed it aside. The officers heaved a sigh of relief and began taking statements. The situation wasn't hard to piece together. The officers, who had already dealt with this family earlier, were naturally biased against them and harshly criticized their behavior. Still, Lu Dalong had attempted to hit Wei Ming with a chair, and Wei Ming had retaliated with a kick. To the officers, it looked like mutual aggression, and they prepared to take both parties to the station. If they concluded it was a case of fighting in public, Wei Ming could face at least 3 days of detention. But with the apocalypse looming tomorrow, there was no way Wei Ming could spend time in a cell. His mind raced, formulating a plan, one that would let him cut loose a little and still gain an advantage. He moved like lightning, snatching the gun from the officer's hands. Everyone was stunned. In the US, where guns are a common sight, it's no big deal for ordinary people to carry firearms. But in China, firearms are strictly prohibited. When Wei Ming snatched the security officer's gun, it was a massive shock to everyone. The security officer whose gun was taken instinctively tried to grab it back, but when Wei Ming pointed the gun at him, he froze in place. Another security officer quickly tried to calm the situation. "Don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. This was just a minor incident. If you put the gun down now, we can pretend this never happened." Of course, he was trying to de-escalate the situation. However, before Wei Ming could respond, Long Saw, Mrs. Long, jumped in and shouted, "Are you deliberately shielding a criminal? He just stole a gun. Hurry up and shoot him, he has to be shot." This made all 3 security officers silently curse her in their heads. "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you stupid? The guy has a gun pointed at us, and you're deliberately escalating the situation? Do you have a death wish?" Sure enough, Wei Ming smiled coldly at her and said, "Before I'm shot dead, I'll make sure to take care of you first." At that, Mrs. Long visibly trembled, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. She, her husband, and her son were now among Wei Ming's hostages. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she didn't dare utter another word. Compared to everyone else's tension, Wei Ming was completely calm. The moment he seized the gun, he had already worked out his plan, and it was flawless. So now, he was even in a playful mood.
A security officer's radio crackled to life as the station inquired about the situation. But the officer was too scared to respond, fearing it might provoke Wei Ming. Wei Ming, however, seemed indifferent and said, "Go ahead and answer. It doesn't matter. They'll figure out something's wrong even if you stay silent." The security officer hesitated but followed orders, explaining the situation briefly over the radio. This immediately sent shockwaves through the police station. Gun theft. A major incident. An extremely serious one. Immediately, the police deployed reinforcements to the scene and reported the matter to higher authorities. Guns were involved, no one dared to take this lightly. Meanwhile, Wei Ming pointed the gun at one of the security officers and smiled. "Would you kindly lock the front door and draw the curtains?" The security officer had no choice but to comply, locking the door and closing the curtains. Inside the restaurant, the owner, waitstaff, and several unlucky customers who hadn't left yet were inwardly cursing their bad luck. Why did we have to run into something like this? As they glanced toward the Long family, their gazes brimmed with blame. "If it weren't for you three, we wouldn't be stuck in this mess." Wei Ming chuckled. "You all seem to dislike those three. Well, go ahead, give them a good beating." However, the crowd hesitated, unsure whether to act. "Do it." Wei Ming's voice turned cold. Bang! He fired a shot into the ceiling. Startled, everyone immediately rushed at the Long family, punching and kicking them. Initially, the crowd was hesitant and merely going through the motions. But as they continued, their suppressed anger and frustration boiled over. "Damn it, this is all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't be hostages right now." Since they were forced to act, even causing serious injuries wouldn't be held against them. Long Saw and Long Ge, Mr. Long, didn't dare to fight back. Their son, however, was still as defiant as ever, but no matter how strong he was for a 13-year-old, he couldn't stand up to a group of adults. Before long, he was crying and screaming in pain. Long Ge and Long Saw were heartbroken but powerless to help. "That's enough," Wei Ming finally said, raising a hand to stop the beating. Then he tossed 3 rolls of duct tape to the security officers. "Bind everyone." The security officers were stunned. Where the hell did he get these? Despite the tape's thinness, just a few layers could bind someone so tightly they couldn't break free. The security officers dared not disobey. Wei Ming was clearly using the hostages as leverage for negotiations, demonstrating a chilling level of rationality, though they privately thought, what kind of rational person turns a simple scuffle into a full-blown hostage situation? This guy is insane. But they didn't dare provoke an insane man. Once everyone was securely tied up, Wei Ming had one security officer bind the other 2. Then, he personally tied up the last officer. Humming a tune, Wei Ming headed into the kitchen for a moment. When he returned, he was carrying several explosive vests. What the hell? The 3 security officers were utterly stunned. Wei Ming wasn't escalating things over a minor brawl, this had clearly been premeditated. Wei Ming fitted each hostage with a vest and smiled. "These explosive vests are connected to my heartbeat. If my heart stops, the bombs will go off. Got it?" The hostages frantically nodded, their faces pale with fear. The Long family, notorious for their bullying ways, were so terrified they wet themselves. Finally, Wei Ming blindfolded everyone. This was a simple task, he just used sleep masks. Before long, one of the security officers' radios buzzed again. "Hello, hello?" Wei Ming picked up the radio. "This is the boss here. Who am I speaking to?" "This is Ma Tao, chief of the 4th Division." "Wei Ming, you're surrounded. Release the hostages immediately," came the stern reply. Finding the voice too loud, Wei Ming moved the radio slightly away from his ear. Then he handed it to a security officer and said, "Explain everything to him properly." The security officer complied, explaining the situation in detail. Ma Tao, on the other end, was dumbfounded. "Explosive vests? Are we in a Hollywood action movie? How could something like this happen in China?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Tao softened his tone. "Wei Ming, tell us your demands. We'll do our best to meet them." "Alright, my first request is for a durian," Wei Ming replied. Before long, a durian was delivered. Wei Ming didn't eat it. Instead, he stashed it in his dimensional space, knowing the blindfolded hostages wouldn't notice. After confirming it was safe, he swapped it for another durian and resumed negotiating with Ma Tao via video call, casually eating the fruit. Ma Tao played along, trying to coax Wei Ming into revealing more demands. What did Wei Ming really want? Time. He just needed to stall until sunrise. And he wanted one specific person. After making a series of food and drink requests, Wei Ming finally said around 3 a.m.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Switch to someone else, Song Qing-yoon.
From now on, I'll only negotiate with her.
You have 30 minutes to bring her here, or else. He ended the call.
That had been his goal all along.
Ma Tao was furious. I've been talking to you for 6 hours. You've made over a dozen demands.
But with Wei Ming refusing to speak further, Ma Tao had no choice.
Song Qing-yoon? He asked, signaling his team. One officer quickly pulled up her information. She's with the Lunan police station. Call her. Get her here immediately, Ma Tao ordered. Yes, sir.
After a tense wait, a police car sped toward the scene, screeching to a stop. Song Qing-yoon stumbled out of the passenger seat, looking like she was about to vomit. Before she could catch her breath, she was ushered to Ma Tao.
Long story short, Ma Tao began.
Inside is a suspect named Wei Ming. He's taken multiple hostages and fitted them with explosive vests connected to his heartbeat. If his heart stops, the bombs will detonate. He specifically requested to negotiate with you.
Do you know him? Wei Ming?
Song Qing-yoon exclaimed, stunned. She never imagined Wei Ming was capable of something so extreme. But this only confirmed her suspicion. Lu Qing must be hiding with Wei Ming.
Ma Tao frowned slightly, clearly displeased.
Song Qing-yoon realized her misstep and quickly corrected herself. Sir, I don't personally know Wei Ming. However, a few days ago, there was a commercial theft case. Wei Ming is suspected of helping one of the female suspects escape and providing her with a hiding place.
Ma Tao was mildly surprised. If that's true, Wei Ming was no ordinary individual. Let's set that aside for now.
Our top priority is rescuing the hostages, he said.
You're up, you'll negotiate with him. Understood. Song Qing-yoon immediately took the radio.
Hello, this is Song Qing-yoon speaking.
Officer Song, it's been a while, Wei Ming's relaxed voice came through. Why don't you come in so we can catch up? Without hesitation, Song Qing-yoon agreed. All right. No way. Ma Tao objected. We can't give him more hostages.
This objection came when Song Qing-yoon had not yet pressed the radio's transmission button, ensuring Wei Ming couldn't hear it.
But Wei Ming's voice quickly followed.
If you come in, I'll release your 3 colleagues first.
1 for 3, a good deal. This left Ma Tao hesitant. Song Qing-yoon, however, was resolute.
Seeing no better option, Ma Tao relented.
Song Qing-yoon donned a bulletproof vest, covering her police uniform. Her previously commanding figure now looked bulky and awkward. Once you're inside, you're on your own.
Adapt to the situation, Ma Tao cautioned her.
Whatever you do, don't provoke the suspect. He's incredibly dangerous. Someone capable of preparing so many explosive vests couldn't be a regular person.
At first, Song Qing-yoon had been fired up with righteous zeal, but now, weighed down by the bulletproof vest, a camera, and a discreet earpiece, she was feeling increasingly nervous. Righteousness and bravery wouldn't stop bullets or shield her from an explosion. She was facing a ruthless and dangerous criminal.
It'll be fine, Song Qing-yoon. You've got this.
She encouraged herself. Under the watchful and encouraging gazes of her colleagues, she slowly approached the restaurant. At the door, she knocked.
I'm here.
Inside, Wei Ming smiled faintly. He calmly removed the explosive vests from the 3 security officers, casually tossing them aside. They were nothing more than fakes, mere props. He removed their blindfolds, stepping out of the shadows into the harsh light. The sudden brightness made the 3 officers squint involuntarily.
Wei Ming cut the tape binding one of them. Go open the door.
The officer complied, and as the door opened, Song Qing-yoon peeked inside. Just as she'd been told, every hostage was wearing what looked like a bomb vest. Her heart sank. This wasn't a movie. This was real life. You 3 can leave now, Wei Ming said with a wave of his hand. The 3 security officers hurriedly exited while Song Qing-yoon took a deep breath and stepped inside. Close the door, Wei Ming instructed. She turned back to shut it. Through the camera mounted on her vest, Ma Tao and the others outside watched everything unfold. When they saw Wei Ming calmly sipping a cola, they felt a surreal sense of disbelief. This man was absolutely insane. Wei Ming grinned at Song Qing-yoon. Take off that bulletproof vest. With your figure, wearing that is a crime against nature. Song Qing-yoon had no intention of complying, but when Wei Ming aimed the gun at one of the hostages, she immediately relented.
Fine, I'll take it off.
She moved quickly, shedding her jacket and then the bulletproof vest to reveal a crisp white shirt underneath. Her curves were, indeed, impressive.
Admiring her figure, Wei Ming asked casually, "What are your measurements?" Wei Ming.
Song Qingyun was so furious she nearly lost her composure.
But she knew that showing anger would only embolden him. What if he demanded something even worse? What if he tried to violate her? With the hostages as leverage, how could she refuse?
Suppressing her rage, she gritted her teeth.
You haven't harmed anyone yet.
There's still a chance to turn back.
Surrender now, and you might receive leniency.
Wei Ming simply chuckled. Here's the deal, answer my questions, and I'll release one hostage every half hour.
Ha? Song Qingyun looked at him in surprise. Wei Ming shrugged. I keep my word.
To show my sincerity, I'll release one hostage right now. But if you break our agreement, his voice turned cold, I'll kill a hostage immediately.
Without hesitation, Song Qingyun agreed. All right. Wei Ming promptly released the first hostage, a middle-aged woman.
He removed her bomb vest and blindfold and allowed Song Qingyun to guide her to the door. The woman, trembling with fear, stumbled outside. By the time the SWAT team helped her to safety, her back and pants were soaked. She'd wet herself.
Understandable.
Song Qingyun closed the door behind her.
Wei Ming smirked. Your turn now. Gritting her teeth, Song Qingyun reluctantly answered, 36E, 22, 33.
Wei Ming let out a low whistle, impressed.
No wonder her figure was so stunning, it was practically unattainable perfection.
A slim waist, curvy hips, and, what a shame, he said teasingly.
What was your first time? Wei Ming asked suddenly. First time what? Song Qingyun blinked, looking genuinely confused, almost endearingly so. Feigning shock, Wei Ming asked, no way.
Are you still a virgin?
Her face flushed bright red as realization dawned. You're shameless. Wei Ming raised a hand to silence her. Remember your role here. Do you really want to provoke me? Song Qingyun froze.
Taking deep breaths, she fought to steady herself, her chest heaving noticeably before she finally calmed down. I've never been in a relationship, she admitted through gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Wei Ming would have been torn to shreds on the spot.
Wei Ming's eyes lit up.
A rare gem indeed.
Why not? You're not unattractive, he said casually. Not just not unattractive. Song Qingyun was a bona fide beauty, scoring well over 90 points. Her sultry figure and striking looks could easily earn her a 95. Officer Song, don't let him lead you on.
A voice suddenly crackled in her earpiece.
Song Qingyun straightened, regaining her composure. Half an hour for each hostage? That's too long. You could ask far too many questions in that time, it's not fair.
Oh? Wei Ming leaned back. What do you propose? One question, one hostage, she countered. Wei Ming chuckled darkly.
I'm the one holding the detonator here.
If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll start killing hostages. The bound hostages immediately began shaking their heads furiously, their faces pale with fear.
Left with no choice, Song Qingyun muttered bitterly, I think men are disgusting. Why? Wei Ming asked, genuinely curious. Song Qingyun bit her lip, trembling slightly, unable to respond right away.
It seemed she had a story to tell. But, truth be told, I'm not interested at all, Wei Ming thought. Instead of pressing the issue, he changed the subject.
Do you think the world might end? Song Qingyun quickly regained her composure and let out a scoff. Just because the polar ice caps have melted, you think the apocalypse is coming? That justifies you disregarding the law and doing whatever you want?
Oh my, such a strong sense of justice and morality. But the stronger her resolve, the harder she'd fall when society inevitably collapsed.
When order was obliterated, would she crumble too? Wei Ming wondered. Officer Song, don't provoke him.
Ma Tao's voice came urgently through her earpiece. He was genuinely concerned that Wei Ming might lose his temper and detonate the bombs.
If that happened, Ma Tao's career would be over by morning. Fanatics obsessed with doomsday theories were notoriously unpredictable.
They often had no qualms about taking others with them into oblivion. Realizing she had let her emotions slip, Song Qingyun took a deep breath and steadied herself.
I don't believe in it.
Even if the apocalypse came, I still believe we could survive together.
Clap, clap, clap. Wei Ming mockingly applauded. Beautifully said. Applause for your naivety and optimism. Was that a compliment? It was clearly sarcasm. She was already 23 years old, and being called naive? If that wasn't mockery, what was?
Ignoring her anger, Wei Ming continued calmly.
Do you really think the apocalypse would be as simple as you imagine? That all it takes is teamwork to survive?
He shook his head before Song Qingyun could reply. Experts have already said the sun's activity this time is abnormally intense, causing Earth's temperatures to soar. Let me ask you this, in extreme heat, when most plants are scorched to death and it's too hot to step outside, how exactly do you plan to survive together? Food and clean water will become scarcer and scarcer.
Money? Worthless. It'll be nothing but scraps of paper.
He paused, locking eyes with Song Qingyun. In that kind of world, a single loaf of bread or a bottle of clean water might be enough to make a woman willingly strip off her clothes.
You're disgusting. Song Qingyun's face turned bright red, equal parts anger and embarrassment. Wei Ming burst out laughing. If it's you, I'd double the price.
And if it's your first time, I'd offer 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Song Qingyun clenched her fists, barely resisting the urge to punch him. Of course, she hadn't brought a gun for the negotiation. Even if she had, Wei Ming would have made her hand it over before entering. Why deliver a weapon into his hands? Still, if Wei Ming revealed the contents of his arsenal, Song Qingyun would likely be too shocked to speak.
In that case, I'd rather die, she said firmly.
Wei Ming shrugged, his lips curling into a sly smile.
Why had he insisted Song Qingyun come to negotiate? Simple. If she didn't come, how would he get her later during the apocalypse?
No way was he going to risk venturing out in scorching heat, radiation, or flesh-corroding acid rain just to find her. But now that he had made a big enough scene, luring this rare beauty into his grasp, how could she possibly escape? Right now, her words were defiant. But when the apocalypse truly struck, when hunger and thirst gnawed at her for days on end, and he stood before her with a bottle of clean water, would she still hold out? Wei Ming wasn't in a rush.
He'd let the apocalypse humble her.
When she came crawling back, desperate for the safety of his shelter, she'd understand how luxurious even the simplest food and drink could be.
Half an hour is up. Release a hostage, Song Qingyun suddenly said, her voice steady.
Wei Ming nodded and casually picked someone to set free. Then, turning back to Song Qingyun, he smiled mischievously.
Let's play a bigger game. A bigger game? Song Qingyun tensed instinctively. Wei Ming's grin widened.
Take off 1 piece of clothing, and I'll release 1 hostage.
You!
Song Qingyun was so furious her chest heaved.
Wei Ming shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not forcing you to play.
After a moment's thought, Song Qingyun spoke decisively.
Fine. I'll play. But I need to prepare first. Go ahead.
Wei Ming's tone was casual.
Just don't overexert yourself.
It's hot today, you might get heatstroke if you wear too much. Ignoring his sarcasm, Song Qingyun put her jacket back on and slowly backed out of the restaurant. The moment she returned to the command vehicle, Ma Tao erupted.
Song Qingyun, you're a law enforcement officer. How can you agree to such a condition? Song Qingyun stood firm.
Director Ma, if I wear enough layers, I can free all the hostages.
Once they're safe, we'll take down that lunatic. Ma Tao shook his head.
He's a lunatic, sure, but he's not stupid. He'd never release all the hostages.
Song Qingyun remained resolute.
Then I'll take their place as his hostage. When the time comes, you can storm the building and take him down. Don't worry about me, Director Ma, just focus on stopping that madman. Her determination left Ma Tao no choice but to relent under the immense pressure to save the hostages. Thus, Song Qingyun began gathering clothes. The more, the better. It took nearly half an hour for her to prepare. By the time she approached the restaurant again, she was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The heat was unbearable. As soon as she entered, she began shedding layers. Her outer jacket alone consisted of 3 layers. Beneath those, she wore several shirts, peeling them off one by one until only her original shirt remained, completely soaked and clinging tightly to her curvaceous figure. But she didn't stop there. She began removing skirts. 1, 2, 3, each layer loose enough to fit over her waist. Thankfully, her slim figure allowed her to wear so many. For most people, 4 layers would have been the limit. But for her? 9 layers. Finally, she reached her uniform. Surely that was the end? Nope. She had on several pairs of stockings. 1 pair counts as 2 hostages, she negotiated. While Wei Ming had the final say, he didn't object, nodding in agreement.
4 pairs of stockings later, she hesitated. By her calculations, Wei Ming should release 24 hostages, but there were 32 in total. That left 8 remaining. The problem was, she only had 4 pieces of clothing left: her shirt, bra, pants, and underwear. Even if she stripped completely, 4 hostages would still remain. What now? Release the 24 hostages first, Song Qingyun demanded. She'd figure out what to do about the rest later. All right.
Wei Ming promptly released the 24 hostages.
He wasn't a real criminal.
When he was accidentally caught up in this incident, he immediately devised a plan to use the opportunity to lure Song Qingyun here. Now that his goal had been achieved, all he needed to do was stall a little longer, just until sunrise.
Hostages? What use were they to him? Oh, as for the Long family trio?
There was no way he'd let them go.
What good was it to keep such scum alive? The moment the sun rose would also be the moment their lives ended. That was Wei Ming's promise. The 24 hostages had their blindfolds removed and their bomb vests taken off.
One by one, they were escorted out of the restaurant. Wei Ming turned his gaze to Song Qingyun, who still seemed hesitant. Unfortunately, it was already past 5 a.m., and the sun would rise any moment. He no longer had time to play games with her. Fine, keeping such a rare prize in this restaurant was too wasteful. He would enjoy her later at his leisure. Wei Ming freed the last 5 hostages, except for the Long family, and smiled.
Go ahead, you're free now.
The 5 individuals froze in disbelief before hurriedly scrambling out. Song Qingyun, thinking he had surrendered, quickly said, "Your willingness to turn back from the brink will be truthfully reported."
Wei Ming chuckled. You misunderstood.
With that, he locked the restaurant door again.
Song Qingyun frowned. Wei Ming, how long do you plan to keep resisting?
Wei Ming smiled faintly and pointed at the Long family.
Do you know these 3 are all scum? Song Qingyun hesitated for a moment.
Wei Ming then recounted the events that had unfolded earlier.
Any decent person would have been infuriated upon hearing it.
Song Qingyun didn't doubt his words and looked at the Long family with visible disgust. Still, she said, even so, you can't justify stealing a gun.
And what's more, preparing so many bomb vests clearly shows premeditation. Ha!
Wei Ming smirked and casually removed the bomb vest from the bratty child, tossing it toward Song Qingyun.
Song Qingyun froze, her mind going blank in an instant. Thud! The vest hit the ground. Wei Ming sighed. Is that all the courage you've got? Song Qingyun's face flushed, but her rationality quickly returned. An idea struck her as she picked up the vest and examined it. It's fake. It was just a toy.
Wei Ming had fooled everyone.
But who could blame them?
Wei Ming's earlier actions, grabbing a gun and firing, had all the hallmarks of a hardened criminal. Naturally, everyone believed the vests were real.
After all, who would prepare so many toy bomb vests?
In truth, Wei Ming hadn't prepared them specifically. They were just items he'd picked up during his earlier $0 shopping spree.
Conveniently, they served their purpose here. Song Qingyun stared blankly at Wei Ming.
This man had played an entire police precinct like a fiddle.
Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside.
And it wasn't just one scream after the first, others followed in rapid succession, like a chain reaction, creating a cacophony of despair. It was as if the world had suddenly descended into hell.
Song Qingyun's hair stood on end.
She had no idea what was happening outside.
Hello? Director Ma? Supervisor Liu?
She called out loudly. Her micro earpiece allowed for easy communication, but now all she could hear were the agonizing screams. She moved to open the door and check, but Wei Ming stopped her.
I wouldn't recommend that. Unless you want me to kill a hostage. Song Qingyun froze in her tracks. The sun had risen. In Wei Ming's mind, he thought, history hasn't deviated. The apocalypse has arrived, right on schedule. He sighed softly. The collapse of human civilization begins now. It was a while before Song Qingyun received an update on the situation outside. As sunlight touched their skin, people screamed in agony, as if doused in acid. The pain was indescribable, forcing them to seek shelter. Their exposed skin turned black and shriveled, as though it had necrotized. If she hadn't heard this from her colleagues, Song Qingyun would have thought it was nonsense. But how could sunlight suddenly become as lethal as poison? Could this really be the end of the world? Song Qingyun abruptly lifted her gaze to Wei Ming. This man had mentioned the apocalypse several times. Could he have been right all along? Wei Ming smiled faintly. Well, I suppose it's time for me to head home. You're not getting away, Song Ching-yoon thought. She reached for her gun, only to find it missing. Her firearm had been confiscated before entering. How could she stop him? Oh! Wei Ming raised his gun. Bang! He fired a shot. Bang! Long Ge collapsed.
Song Qingyun was stunned, her body stiff with fear, her eyes wide in disbelief. Earlier, Wei Ming had taken hostages but refrained from harming anyone. When it was revealed that the bomb vests were fake, Song Qingyun assumed he was just a cunning criminal, not a killer. But now, she realized she had been wrong. Wei Ming was fully capable of killing.
Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out.
He finished off the Long family. This family would have been the worst of the worst in the apocalypse. Wei Ming had no regrets. Casually stowing the gun, he smiled.
Miss Son, let's keep in touch. And don't forget to charge your phone.
With that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. Song Qingyun froze for a moment before snapping out of it and chasing after him. Even if Wei Ming was armed, she was a law enforcement officer.
Apprehending criminals was her duty. Fear?
Of course she was scared. But she couldn't let that stop her now. However, when she entered the kitchen, Wei Ming was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Song Qingyun searched everywhere, but there was no trace of him.
The restaurant was part of the commercial area in the Kaidongking residential complex.
Above were residential units, with no second floor to access. Below was the underground parking garage, there was no passage leading there.
And there wasn't even a back door. So, where was Wei Ming? How could a living person vanish into thin air? Was this a dream? Had her mind conjured this absurd scenario because she saw Wei Ming as a villain? Where did Wei Ming go?
He was now in the underground parking garage.
How? Simple.
Since the restaurant was directly above the garage, Wei Ming had opened a portal just beneath the floor. Using the portal's interaction with the ground, he precisely aligned it with the garage's floor. Next, he pressed a point on his body, transporting himself into the portal.
Moments later, he emerged in the garage, hidden from view. Was he worried about being seen?
Please. The apocalypse had already begun. What was there to fear? The garage wasn't empty, but there were few people around. And as luck would have it, Wei Ming appeared behind a column, avoiding detection. He smiled faintly.
Time to go home.
Wei Ming returned to the villa. On his way back, he overheard the residents in the neighborhood discussing the breaking news about sunlight suddenly becoming harmful. However, most of them seemed more curious than alarmed, clearly not grasping the gravity of the situation yet.
He opened the hidden room and let Lu Qing out. Did you watch the news?
Lu Qing's face was filled with terror.
Wei Ming, fully aware of the situation, asked casually, what happened? The sunlight now, how should I put it? It's like poison.
If it touches your skin, it quickly starts decaying. Even wearing clothes doesn't help much, it just slows the process a little, Lu Qing said hurriedly, her voice trembling. It started in Japan, and now the sun has risen here too.
Does this mean?
She didn't finish her sentence but looked petrified.
The altered sunlight affected Earth sequentially as the planet rotated.
Japan was the first to suffer, serving as a grim warning to the rest of the world. Now, as the sunlight reached China, its devastating effects were becoming apparent.
Wei Ming nodded and turned on the television.
All the channels were broadcasting an emergency report. Even the notoriously stubborn Channel 6 had joined the coverage, underscoring the severity of the crisis. The situation was, in fact, far worse than anyone could imagine. Right now, people were only contending with harmful radiation. Soon, global temperatures would start to rise. When they exceeded 50 degrees Celsius (122 degrees Fahrenheit), true despair would set in. Even though the sun had just risen, the temperature was already climbing.
Wei Ming checked his phone.
The outside temperature was 35 degrees Celsius (95 degrees Fahrenheit), while the indoor temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius (79 degrees Fahrenheit), thanks to the air conditioning.
On TV, experts repeatedly urged people to stay indoors and avoid going outside at all costs.
Those already outside were advised to find shelter immediately and avoid staying in cars, as rising temperatures could turn vehicles into ovens, literally cooking anyone trapped inside.
Alerts were not limited to television.
Radio broadcasts, text messages, and app notifications repeated warnings every 10 minutes, urging people to remain indoors. Air raid sirens blared across cities as the entire nation went into a state of emergency. Though Wei Ming had expected this, he still let out a long sigh. The apocalypse had arrived inevitably.
What's going on, Wei Ming?
Lu Qing's voice trembled. First, the polar ice cap suddenly disappeared, and now the sunlight feels poisonous. Even the temperature is rising.
Is the world ending? Wei Ming nodded. It's possible. Lu Qing collapsed onto a chair, overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation.
She struggled to process it.
Wei Ming tried to console her. Look on the bright side, your husband might have taken all the money and fled, but now? He probably can't even spend a single penny.
Lu Qing's eyes lit up at the thought, finding a small, bitter comfort in the situation. She immediately reached for her phone to call Su Jian, but Wei Ming stopped her.
Malaysia's sunlight arrives later than ours.
If you warn him now, he might still have time to stock up on supplies, Wei Ming said with a sly grin. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then nodded and cancelled the call. Wei Ming led her downstairs for breakfast. He deliberately let Lu Qing see the storage room on the first floor, which was packed with rice, flour, preserved foods, and freezers stocked with vegetables and frozen goods.
The sight eased her anxiety.
With such a stockpile, the two of them could survive for at least a month.
After breakfast, Lu Qing went to do yoga. She had no access privileges in the safe house. All the doors were double locked and could only be opened with Wei Ming's fingerprints, whether from the inside or outside. Wei Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Song Qingyun, "Miss Song, have you had breakfast?" A moment later, Song Qingyun replied, "Where are you? Where are you?"
She was on the verge of losing her mind trying to find Wei Ming.
"Of course, I'm at home, having breakfast," Wei Ming replied.
Naturally, Song Qingyun didn't believe him and immediately initiated a video call. Wei Ming chuckled and accepted the call.
On screen, Song Qingyun's beautiful but tense face appeared.
She froze for a moment, clearly recognizing the familiar background behind Wei Ming. She had been to his home just a few days ago and remembered it vividly.
She couldn't believe it. "You're at home? How is that possible?" she demanded. Wei Ming smirked mischievously.
"Dance for me a striptease, and I'll tell you."
"Bastard!" Song Qingyun hung up immediately.
Feisty, Wei Ming thought with amusement. He wondered if she would maintain that defiance after a few days of hardship.
"The restaurant should have plenty of food, bottled water, and beer, right?" "Wrong."
Wei Ming had already moved all the supplies into his alternate space. He left Song Qingyun with nothing but 2 small bottles of Waha water.
"Let's see how cheerful she'll be drinking those. Let her endure some suffering first. It'll temper her stubbornness."
Wei Ming set his phone aside and resumed watching the news. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The temperature was rising rapidly. By 9 a.m., it had reached 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Such temperatures were rare even in the peak of summer in High City. And this was far from the peak.
By 10 a.m., the heat wave intensified.
Even with the air conditioner on, a searing heat wave could be felt. The outside temperature had soared to 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit. At such extreme temperatures, standard air conditioners ceased functioning. Only premium systems continued to operate, albeit with significantly reduced efficiency. Indoor temperatures inevitably began to climb.
Wei Ming's safe house was no exception. Its excellent insulation caused the temperature differential to overload the air conditioner, which started blowing warm air instead of cooling.
Lu Qing, drenched in sweat, came running downstairs.
"How can anyone practice yoga in this heat?" she complained.
Wei Ming chuckled and turned off the air conditioner.
"Why is it so hot, Wei Ming?" Lu Qing asked, sweat dripping from her face.
"The outside temperature is too high. The air conditioner is blowing hot air," Wei Ming replied.
"Come on, let's check out the parking garage."
"What?" "No way," Lu Qing hesitated, remembering her fugitive status.
Wei Ming laughed. "You think anyone's coming to arrest you in this heat?"
Lu Qing thought for a moment and nodded. He was right. Given the circumstances, no one would be coming after her. Having been cooped up in the villa for days, Lu Qing was thrilled at the prospect of leaving, even if only for a little while. The two changed into summer clothes and entered the underground parking garage. Surprisingly, it was crowded. With air conditioning failing in homes, many residents sought refuge in the slightly cooler underground garage. People cursed the scorching weather, unaware that this disaster would last far longer than they could imagine.
Wei Ming didn't bother playing the prophet.
He had brought Lu Qing down here merely to give her a taste of the outside world's misery, so she would appreciate how lucky she was to have the villa.
This is unbearable. Let's go back, Lu Qing said, wiping her sweat. Wei Ming nodded.
Right now, sweat still provided some relief. When the temperature rose past 50 degrees Celsius, sweat would evaporate instantly, leaving no respite.
The two returned to the villa. As the door to the basement opened, a wave of refreshing coolness swept over them.
Lu Qing shivered at the sudden chill and widened her eyes in amazement.
Why is it so cool in here?
Lu Qing widened her eyes in disbelief.
Even in a basement, the temperature should have been over 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, but here? It was almost chilly. She stared at Wei Ming in astonishment.
Wei Ming smiled, casually closing the door behind him.
Oh, I just added some ice around the house. Naturally, it brought the temperature down. Ice?
Indeed, when air conditioning fails, ice becomes an excellent way to cool down a space. It's gentle, unlike dry ice, and far less extreme than liquid nitrogen.
But Lu Qing was still puzzled. Where did you get so much ice? Surely not from a freezer?
She knew that freezers consumed energy to operate, generating heat as a byproduct.
Without proper external cooling, creating ice would inevitably increase the room's temperature instead of lowering it.
Despite having graduated years ago, her basic understanding of physics was still intact.
Wei Ming simply smiled.
All you need to know is that living here is a privilege. Lu Qing shivered inwardly at his words. To have become a financial supervisor, she was clearly no fool, sharp and resourceful.
Wei Ming's meaning was obvious.
The outside world is in complete chaos now, Wei Ming continued with a grin.
No one's going to care about your embezzlement charges anymore. You're free to leave.
Had she not stepped outside earlier, Lu Qing might have been overjoyed to hear this. There's no place more comfortable than one's own home, after all.
But now?
She had no such thoughts. Under this blistering heat, where every room felt like an oven even with air conditioning, it wasn't just discomfort but a life-threatening ordeal. For someone accustomed to climate control, temperatures of 40 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit might as well be a death sentence.
Leave? Not until Wei Ming's stash of ice was exhausted.
She wouldn't go, even if she were thrown out.
And to stay, she was willing to pay any price. I want to stay,
she said, looking directly at Wei Ming.
But this is my house. Why should I let you stay? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly.
Lu Qing obediently dropped to her knees and looked up at him.
I'll do anything for you. Anything? Wei Ming smirked.
Anything, Lu Qing said, biting her lip. Wei Ming leisurely opened his phone and glanced at the neighborhood group chat. Unsurprisingly, the unread messages were over 999 plus.
He chuckled.
Scanning the chat, he saw residents venting about the extreme weather and wondering how long it would last.
Some questioned why the government didn't use cloud seeding technology to induce rain. After all, rain would certainly lower the temperature. But others quickly pointed out that with temperatures this high, even artificially induced rain would evaporate immediately. High temperatures combined with high humidity would create a true pressure cooker environment.
Still, thanks to the earlier global news about the polar ice caps mysteriously vanishing, many Chinese citizens, known for their preparedness, had already stocked up on supplies. While not every household had reserves, at least 90% of them had some food stored.
Wei Ming chuckled.
His own actions seemed to have caused a butterfly effect, giving the entire neighborhood a bit more time to survive. For now, everyone was merely complaining about the heat and malfunctioning air conditioners.
Panic hadn't yet set in.
Most people believed this strange weather was temporary and would soon pass. Just endure it a little longer, they thought. Wei Ming had no intention of shattering their illusions just yet. Instead, he sent a video call request to Song Qingyun. Within seconds, she answered.
As the camera focused on the policewoman's face, Wei Ming greeted her, "Miss Song, have you had breakfast?"
Breakfast? Despite being in a restaurant, the place was eerily devoid of food. The fridges were all empty, leaving her speechless. She hadn't turned off the fridges, instead keeping their doors open to release whatever cold air remained. While this might cause the ambient temperature to rise, at least the immediate area near the fridges offered a tiny bit of relief.
That is, assuming the electricity didn't go out and the fridges didn't break under the relentless heat. Even with the government prioritizing power supply, how long could these appliances last? Song Qingyun glared at Wei Ming in frustration.
But her expression quickly changed to surprise as she noticed he was wearing a bathrobe.
Isn't he hot?
But Wei Ming appeared perfectly calm and composed, showing no signs of overheating. "Oh, perhaps I should ask if you're ready for lunch," Wei Ming quipped, walking over to his dining table. The camera tilted to reveal a spread of dishes, including Song Qingyun's favorite, mapo tofu. During their earlier Truth or Dare game, Wei Ming had learned quite a few of her preferences. Having skipped breakfast after a long, busy night, Song Qingyun was starving. Seeing her favorite dish on display made her instinctively swallow hard. At that moment, Wei Ming's dog, Little Black, trotted over. He generously gave it a piece of steak and poured it a bowl of milk, making sure Song Qingyun saw everything. Her frustration boiled over. Even a dog was eating better than her. Wei Ming then tilted the camera to show his indoor temperature display. 24 degrees Celsius 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Song Qingyun finally understood why he could comfortably wear a bathrobe. "Would you like to move in?" Wei Ming asked with a grin. "I don't need it." Song Qingyun spat out each word through gritted teeth. Wei Ming clapped his hands. "Miss Song, your determination is truly impressive. I wonder how long you'll last. Remember what I said earlier? I'm willing to offer 3 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread for your first time. The offer stands indefinitely. Think it over and call me when you're ready." With that, Wei Ming didn't hang up but instead placed the phone down and started eating. Song Qingyun watched helplessly as he sipped cola, bit into succulent lobster, and savored steaming mapo tofu. Unable to bear it any longer, she ended the video call. Wei Ming chuckled to himself. He was curious how long Song Qingyun would hold out. There was also the haughty CEO next door, Yu Chutong. She always looked down on him with disdain. How long could that arrogance last? And then there was Zhuo Qingqing. The time for revenge had finally come. But Wei Ming wasn't planning to let her family die quickly. He wanted them to experience endless torment first. Let them roast under the high temperatures for a few days, Wei Ming thought. Then I'll flaunt my comfortable life to crush their spirits. Right, there's also Mi Xiaolu. Should I bring this toy back too? Wei Ming thought for a moment but decided to hold off. After all, Mi Xiaolu was different from Lu Qing. Lu Qing was utterly cornered. If she were thrown out, she would have no food, no water, and no place to stay. But Mi Xiaolu was different. She at least still had a home to return to. No rush. The apocalypse had just begun. After a few more days in this new reality, anyone would come to terms with it. Throw out a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, and they'd be on their knees, groveling. At that moment, Lu Qing walked downstairs. She was wearing a tight-fitting set of loungewear. In the 24 degrees Celsius 75 degrees Fahrenheit indoor temperature, such attire was perfectly suitable, not too hot nor too cold. However, the snug outfit accentuated her stunning figure, highlighting her curves in all the right places. When it came to physique, Lu Qing was indeed remarkable. At this moment, the only one who could outshine her was Song Qingyun. Wei Ming felt his heart stir and beckoned to Lu Qing with a finger. Having been with him for several days, Lu Qing already knew what he wanted. But she hesitated slightly. There was no way to buy contraceptives anymore. If she got pregnant... Wei Ming chuckled, placing a bottle of pills on the table. It was Yuding emergency contraceptives. Lu Qing recognized it immediately, having taken it several times already. She smiled bitterly and cursed in her heart, this bastard. How much did this bastard prepare in advance? She wondered. She understood well that Wei Ming had no affection for her. The root cause was clear. During the 3 years they'd worked together, she'd often humiliated and targeted him. And yet, she couldn't muster any defiance. Before today, stepping outside meant being arrested by the police. But now? She had personally experienced the unbearable heat and the deadly radiation in the sunlight. Even the news advised people to stay indoors and avoid venturing out. If Wei Ming kicked her out, where would she live? Would she simply die of heatstroke? For now, she was completely at his mercy. Whatever Wei Ming said, she had no choice but to comply. An hour later, the food was naturally cold. Wei Ming could have reheated it, but he wasn't wasteful. Cold food? So what? In the future, people would kill each other over a piece of bread. Who would care about the temperature of their meal? If he wasn't picky, how could Lu Qing dare to be? She hastily gobbled it down. After eating, thoughts of her treacherous husband, Su Jian, crossed her mind, reigniting her spirits. She turned to Wei Ming and asked, "Can I video call Su Jian now?" "Go ahead," Wei Ming replied casually. Excitedly, Lu Qing initiated the video call. Within seconds, the call connected. Su Jian's face appeared on the screen, filled with shock.
You're not in jail? Impossible. After reporting her to the company, he had tried calling and video messaging her the next day. But her phone had been off, and video calls went unanswered. Naturally, he assumed Lu Qing had been arrested, and her phone battery had run out. Lu Qing's phone had actually been stashed in Wei Ming's alternate space to prevent tracking by the authorities. Now, Wei Ming had returned it to her. Lu Qing sneered, Su Jian, we're husband and wife, why did you betray me? Betray you? Su Jian scoffed in return. You betrayed me first. Who's that bastard you're sleeping with? Lu Qing didn't answer. Instead, she moved the phone's camera around, showing the storage room filled with food and the cool indoor temperature. Then, she sneered, so what if you took all the money? Can you eat money? Can money keep you cool? Oh, I just remembered, you're in Malaysia, aren't you? A tropical country. It must be even hotter there. She let out a mocking laugh. You're really something, running to one of the hottest places on earth. Su Jian was furious, but more than that, he was curious about his wife's whereabouts. Are you with that bastard? Lu Qing shook her head. He's my master. That's right, I'm living under my master's protection now. He's the one who helped me escape the police and avoid prison. Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not suffering in a cell. Who is he? Tell me who that bastard is. Su Jian shouted, his voice cracking with hysteria. Wei Ming, who had been listening nearby, found the situation amusing. He leaned into the frame, his face now visible on the screen. You? I think I've seen you before. Su Jian's face twisted with anger as he tried to recall. Then it hit him. You're from Lu Qing's department, your name's Wei Ming, right? Yeah, Wei Ming. He remembered his wife complaining about someone in her department who resembled her ex-boyfriend. Out of spite, she'd constantly made life difficult for him. Never in a million years did he think she'd end up with that very person she despised. Wei Ming smiled faintly. That's right. I'm Wei Ming. F**********Q. Su Jian jumped to his feet. You bastard. I'll kill you. I swear, I'll kill you. Even though he and Lu Qing were no longer on good terms, she was still technically his wife. What man could tolerate such humiliation? Why had he cruelly betrayed her? To punish her for cheating on him. But now? Lu Qing wasn't suffering, instead, she was living comfortably with the man she despised. Her situation was far better than his own. What revenge had he accomplished? Nothing. Lu Qing, equally enraged, spat, Su Jian, you're the real bastard. She explained how Wei Ming had blackmailed her into submission. She had no choice but to comply with his demands. Hearing this, Su Jian was stunned into silence, then broke down in tears. Darling, I was wrong. I was wrong. He sobbed. He regretted everything. First, he'd misjudged Lu Qing, essentially handing his beautiful wife to another man. Second, he had fled to a tropical country at the worst possible time, effectively jumping into the fire himself. Lu Qing's confession wasn't out of lingering affection for Su Jian. She only wanted to make him regret his decisions even more. Seeing her goal accomplished, she smirked coldly. Wei Ming, meanwhile, added salt to the wound. Don't worry, Su Jian. I'll take good care of your wife for you. Unsurprisingly, Su Jian, all the way in Malaysia, erupted in rage, spitting blood. Ah! Slut! Adulterers! You'll both die horrible deaths. Ugh, ugh. He cursed for a while longer before breaking down into more sobbing. Nightfall arrived quietly. The temperature finally stopped rising. 59 degrees Celsius. However, as night fell and the sun disappeared temporarily, the temperature gradually began to drop. Especially when it started to rain, the cooling effect became more noticeable, stabilizing at around 45 degrees Celsius. Though still unbearably hot, the cooler conditions allowed air conditioners to resume functioning. As long as the power supply held, at least people could get some sleep. Some residents thought to take advantage of the sun's absence to venture outside and replenish supplies. Yet, as the sun disappeared, a light drizzle began to fall. The moment the rain touched exposed skin, screams rang out. It was acid rain. Highly corrosive to organic matter, it had a severe impact on human skin, though objects like umbrellas, raincoats, and buildings were unaffected. The daring individuals quickly retreated indoors. News reports immediately warned the public that the rain after sunset was corrosive. Officials urged people to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. Anyone venturing out was advised to take full protective measures. Moreover, the government recommended stockpiling water, as the acid rain would inevitably contaminate natural water sources. In the future, even basic tasks like washing hands could become impossible, let alone consuming untreated water. Wei Ming shook his head. The public didn't need to worry about water contamination for long. Lakes and rivers would soon dry up, leaving no water for purification. Turning on the taps would yield nothing. Could drilling ultra-deep wells for groundwater help? Wei Ming wasn't sure. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't lived long enough to find out. Despite the acid rain, there were still bold souls willing to take risks to venture outside. How? By car, of course. But when they reached the parking garage, they were dumbfounded. The intense heat during the day had caused all the car's tires to explode. What now? Walk out in rain gear? Who would dare? At least for now, no one. Until faced with utter desperation, no one would gamble their life. A bidding war for resources begins. Wei Ming noticed a post in the residents' group chat. Someone was offering high prices for food and water. It was Yu Chu-tong. A wealthy second-generation heiress who owned her own company. Yu Chu-tong began offering 100 yuan for a bottle of water. Food started at 100 yuan as well, with varying prices for items like vegetables, rice, and other goods. Surprisingly, some residents were willing to sell. They gambled on the idea that this disaster would pass quickly and that the government wouldn't abandon them. Officials would surely distribute supplies soon to help everyone get through the crisis. If that happened, these sellers could make a fortune. Not long after, another resident joined the bidding. This time, it was Zhang Shi from Villa Number 8, a wealthy businessman. As a man of means, Zhang Shi wasn't shy about spending money in times of crisis. Even if government aid was expected soon, spending tens of thousands, or even millions, on peace of mind seemed worthwhile. With two wealthy individuals vying for resources, competition naturally drove prices up. Before long, a single bottle of water was being sold for 1,000 yuan. This unexpected price spike caused other residents to hold back from selling. What if the price goes up to 10,000 yuan? Selling now would be a loss. Wei Ming observed the developments with an amused smile. Buying supplies through the group chat was essentially painting a target on oneself. In just a few days, as food and clean water dwindled and government aid failed to materialize, people would begin to understand the grim reality of the situation. This wasn't a temporary disaster. And as the harsh truth set in, it would become evident that rescue wasn't coming. Law enforcement would disappear, and societal order would crumble. At that point, those who hoarded large quantities of supplies would become easy targets. Without the means to defend themselves, how could they fend off desperate, starving residents? Wei Ming smirked at the thought. When the time came, saving these people would certainly earn him their undying gratitude. Perhaps even Yu Chu-tong would offer herself to him in exchange for protection. After all, Wei Ming thought, she's just as stunning as Song Qingyun. Of course, Wei Ming could force himself on her now if he wanted to. But he knew that coercion lacked sweetness. Using his supplies to make her submit willingly would be far more satisfying. Even in this apocalyptic world, even as he embraced his darker instincts, Wei Ming still clung to a shred of humanity. He didn't want to be a beast, entirely devoid of morality. He just wanted to be a selfish man who played by his own rules. For now, he would bide his time. Supplies were as precious as life itself, and there wasn't a woman he couldn't have with a simple gesture. Checking on Song Qingyun. Don't rush, Wei Ming muttered to himself. It's only the first day. Most people are still clinging to hope. Let reality teach them a lesson first. With that, he decided to check in on Song Qingyun. He sent her a video call request. This time, it took a very long time for her to answer. What do you want? Song Qingyun snapped, visibly irritated. Wei Ming replied with a smile. Song Qingyun froze for a moment before realizing he was toying with her. She huffed, don't get cocky. This disaster is temporary. Once it's over, I'll personally lead a team to arrest you and bring you to justice. Wei Ming chuckled. He appreciated her fiery determination, it made things much more entertaining. And what if this disaster doesn't end? Wei Ming asked. What's your plan then? Song Qingyun hesitated briefly before responding with unwavering confidence, it will end. And even if it doesn't, we'll find a way to overcome it. Wei Ming laughed at her optimism. A whole day had passed, yet her resolve remained untouched. All right then. I'll wait for your little cops and robbers game, Wei Ming said with a smirk.
Song Qingyun seized the opportunity to scold Wei Ming, only to end the call in frustration, mainly because she was lightheaded from hunger. Watching the city's lights dim, Wei Ming stepped onto his third-floor balcony. The glass shielded him from the acid rain, though the light drizzle barely made any sound. Raindrops trickled silently down the glass panes. The city lights still shone as brightly as ever, but how much longer would they last? In just a few days, electricity, gas, and water would cease to flow. By then, Wei Ming shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the balcony next door. There, he saw Yu Chutong, wearing a floral dress and sipping red wine. Her balcony was also glass enclosed, otherwise, she wouldn't dare stand outside in such conditions. When Yu Chutong noticed Wei Ming, she instinctively shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. Wei Ming thought. You've probably stocked up on supplies and attracted attention. Once order collapses, a wealthy, beautiful, and single woman like you will be the first target. Her arrogance didn't bother him. Soon enough, she'd bow her head and do whatever was necessary to survive. Returning inside, Wei Ming scrolled through his phone, noticing that many long-dormant group chats were suddenly buzzing with activity. Wei Ming scrolled through the group chats. Of course, there were groups for elementary school, middle school, high school, and university classmates, as well as work groups and the homeowners group. Additionally, since he enjoyed fishing, there was also a fishing group filled with hardcore enthusiasts, some of whom would scale the treacherous Shu Road just to cast a line. And by far, the liveliest group was the fishing group. We had plans to go fishing tonight. What now? Exactly. I've been saving up for this for days. Was it all for nothing? Same here. Unlike the other groups complaining about the unbearable heat, the anglers focused solely on their thwarted fishing plans. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. With acid rain falling, even if the lakes and rivers hadn't dried up, would there still be any fish left to catch? Yet here he was, in the middle of the apocalypse, wondering about fishing. He brushed the thought aside and glanced at Yu Chutong next door. Still so proud and aloof, are we? Fine. Time to make her envious. Wei Ming returned inside, ostensibly to grab something. In reality, he retrieved several trays of fresh fruit from his pocket dimension, carefully placing them on a small outdoor table. Then he lounged on a deck chair, leisurely enjoying grapes, cherries, and scoops of watermelon. Had it been any other food, Yu Chutong might have ignored him with disdain. But fresh fruit? That was another story. Her fridge had contained some fruit earlier, but in the intense daytime heat, she had already consumed it all. Watching Wei Ming indulge in cherries, her favorite, made her unconsciously swallow her saliva. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone. A few seconds later, Wei Ming received a friend request. The note read, Yu Chutong, Building 18. Wei Ming accepted the request, and Yu Chutong immediately sent a message. I want to buy your fruit. Not for sale, Wei Ming replied curtly. Clearly irritated, Yu Chutong sent another message. Name your price. Oh? You said it. Wei Ming's response was brief. One night. There was a pause before he saw movement from next door. Yu Chutong abruptly stood up, glaring furiously at him through the glass window. Wei Ming smirked, casually waving his phone at her. You asked for my terms. Seething with anger, Yu Chutong stormed back inside, slamming the door. Wei Ming chuckled softly and continued enjoying his fruit. Nighttime reflections. After finishing his snack, Wei Ming returned indoors. He didn't share a bed with Lu Qing, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. That night, while others tossed and turned, haunted by thoughts of what tomorrow might bring, Wei Ming slept soundly. Living in his fortified safe house, with an abundance of supplies, what did he have to fear? Day 2 of the apocalypse. Morning arrived. Many were jolted awake not by alarm clocks but by the oppressive heat. As the sun rose, temperatures climbed rapidly, soon surpassing 50 degrees Celsius. For many, air conditioners began spewing hot air, making it impossible to sleep. Covered in sweat, people rose groggily from their beds, finally realizing that yesterday's nightmare wasn't a dream. The good news? No one had to go to work today. The bad news? The heat was so unbearable that some would have preferred the distraction of a job. Wei Ming's morning routine. Wei Ming got up and checked the surveillance monitors. Lu Qing was still asleep. Unlocking her door remotely with his phone, he began pondering a pressing question. What should I have for breakfast? Too many choices. The abundance was almost annoying. He decided to keep it simple, donkey meat sandwich paired with savory soy milk. Savory soy milk wasn't just a matter of adding salt instead of sugar. It required shrimp flakes, pickled vegetables, and a richer, thicker consistency. By the time Wei Ming finished eating, he was sweating from the warmth of the meal. A glance at the thermostat revealed the room temperature had risen to 31 degrees Celsius. His ice reserves were nearly depleted. Time to restock. He added more ice, collecting the melted water into a basement reservoir, which he promptly stored in his pocket dimension. Clean water had become an invaluable resource. The ice, harvested from polar glaciers, might carry ancient viruses, but within his pocket dimension, such threats were neutralized. After all, Wei Ming controlled every aspect of that space. It was as easy as thinking. By now, no water flowed from the taps. Drones surveying the landscape would reveal that every river, stream, and lake had dried up, leaving only cracked, barren beds. Even massive bodies of water were reduced to mere puddles. By the end of today, there wouldn't be a single flowing river or intact lake left on land. Government news, save yourself. Wei Ming turned on the TV as he ate, catching the latest updates. The authorities had noticed the vanishing water supply, a fact impossible to conceal. News anchors repeatedly urged the public to conserve water, advising against non-essential uses like washing hands or bathing. Drinking water was now the sole priority. Efforts to drill deep wells for groundwater were underway, though success remained uncertain. Meanwhile, people were encouraged to collect acid rain at night, filtering or distilling it for use. Desperate times called for self-reliance. Hearing this, many viewers felt a sinking dread. Self-reliance? It was a tacit admission that no rescue was coming. At least not anytime soon. Who could brave the deadly rays of the sun to deliver aid? Tanks might shield occupants from radiation, but what about the blistering heat inside? It would be like writing in an oven. Despair took hold as realization set in. With no help on the horizon, many began to panic. Survival at any cost. Desperation turned to madness. To survive, people needed water and food. Those who couldn't buy or borrow supplies began resorting to theft and worse. If someone blocks me, I'll kill them. Watching the chaos unfold, Wei Ming shook his head. The government's advice for self-reliance would ignite a wave of violence and looting, marking the true collapse of societal order. In his previous life, Wei Ming had been too naive to grasp the implications of such announcements. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, he understood the grim truth. An unexpected message. Lu Qing eventually woke and came downstairs for breakfast. Wei Ming didn't bother preparing anything for her. Instead, he allowed her free rein over the refrigerator, instructing her to cook whatever she wanted. She doesn't need to know my secrets just yet. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhuo Qingqing. Ha, you scumbag. What good is 2 billion if you can't even spend it? Oh, here to gloat, are we? Wei Ming chuckled. Too bad for you, you'll be disappointed. He casually snapped photos of the remaining food on the table, then headed to his storeroom. He took more pictures, this time of the mountain of supplies stacked high in the freezer filled with frozen food and fruits. Finally, he captured the thermostat reading. 24 degrees Celsius. I've added too much ice. It's getting a bit chilly. Better take some out. Once satisfied, he sent the photos to Zhuo Qingqing. Naturally, Wei Ming wouldn't block her. The apocalypse was just beginning, and it would be a waste not to torment her a little longer. Seconds later, a video call request. The screen lit up with Zhuo Qingqing's name. Wei Ming smirked mockingly before answering. Brother Wei. Zhuo Qingqing's voice was saccharine sweet. I was just teasing you earlier. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Brother, how is it only 24 degrees where you are? Her disbelief was evident. But the screen showed Wei Ming sitting calmly in casual clothes, clearly unaffected by the heat. She watched as he poured himself a glass of cola, dropped in a few ice cubes, and took a satisfying gulp. The sound of the fizzing drink and his refreshed expression made her mouth water involuntarily. Her throat was parched, so dry it felt like all her saliva had evaporated. When she saw Wei Ming pouring a bowl of milk for his dog, Xiaohei, she couldn't contain herself any longer. You're feeding milk to a dog? She exclaimed. Wei Ming smiled faintly. It's my milk. I'll give it to whomever or whatever I want. This finally convinced Zhuo Qingqing that Wei Ming wasn't bluffing. His villa wasn't just a cool haven, he clearly had an abundance of resources. No one who lacked supplies would casually feed milk to a dog. Her tone softened immediately. Oh, Brother Wei, I was wrong, okay? I've been reflecting these past few days.
I realize now that I truly like you. The way I acted before, it wasn't because I'm materialistic. It's just that I care about you and wanted to test you. Please believe me. I'm not a gold digger, she added quickly. I care about you, not your money. Then, blushing as though summoning courage, she said, "Can I come to your place?" Her voice softened further. "Before, when you wanted to. I held back because I wanted to see if you were serious about me. But now, with the world ending, I don't want to die a virgin." Wow, what a performance! Wei Ming scoffed internally. If she's still a virgin, I'll write my name backward. Wei Ming, of course, didn't believe her. But watching her pathetic attempts at deception amused him, so he played along. He pretended to hesitate before responding, "Too late. I already have someone else." "What?" Zhou Qingqing was stunned. She nearly erupted, wanting to curse him out for finding someone new so quickly. But recalling Wei Ming's abundant resources, she swallowed her anger and shifted gears. "But, this whole disaster happened so suddenly. She's probably not with you now, right? Brother Wei, we're all stuck in this neighborhood, and you must be feeling lonely. Let me come keep you company, okay?" Wei Ming feigned surprise. "Oh, but she is with me." Switching his phone to the rear camera, Wei Ming aimed it at Lu Cheng. There she was, dressed in an outfit so skimpy it could only be found in certain films. At that moment, Zhou Qingqing nearly exploded with rage. She didn't like Wei Ming, not one bit. But she had kept him as her backup plan for nearly a year, and now this backup had become unexpectedly valuable only to fall into someone else's hands. Worse yet, Lu Qing had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Along with the main dish, there was a fresh fruit salad, vegetables, and even a carton of chilled milk. Zhou Qingqing's envy reached new heights. Adding insult to injury, Lu Qing looked impeccable, fresh and clean. In stark contrast, Zhou Qingqing hadn't showered the previous day, hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face that morning, and looked utterly disheveled. "She's so clean, and I'm disgusting." Her jealousy only deepened when she remembered the photos Wei Ming had sent earlier, showcasing his vast supplies. It was clear now, Wei Ming must have access to a large reserve of water. Her anger boiled over. In her mind, Wei Ming was still hers. Anything he owned, supplies, comfort, even the luxurious environment, was rightfully hers. But now, another woman was enjoying it all. "Wei Ming, this is too much." She finally snapped. "We only just broke up. How could you already move on to someone else?" "Oh, look who's playing the victim now." Wei Ming switched the camera back to himself, his expression indifferent. "We broke up. What right do you have to question me?" Zhou Qingqing faltered, quickly changing tactics. "I'm just worried about you. You have so much money, and there are women out there who'll target you for it. I'm different, I only care about you." Wei Ming nearly laughed out loud. He barely managed to suppress his disgust. "Don't contact me again," he said coldly. "I don't want her getting jealous. Also, I'm busy." With that, he ended the call. A game of cat and mouse. Wei Ming smirked. By handling Zhou Qingqing like this, he knew she wouldn't give up. Instead, she would cling to the faint hope of winning him back. The lure of his supplies was simply too strong. She would keep falling for his bait, humbling herself over and over until she was completely humiliated. Eventually, when he tired of the game, he would deal with her entire family in one final stroke. For now, though, he had plenty of free time. Wei Ming's transformations. Wei Ming couldn't help but notice something strange about himself. Since his rebirth, his physical needs had surged dramatically. If he had lived in ancient times, he would have been a hedonistic emperor, doomed to an early death before 30. Yet despite his indulgences, Wei Ming felt perfectly fine. In fact, he had even entered his pocket dimension to conduct a full examination of himself. The result? He was as strong as a bull. No signs of physical decline whatsoever. It seemed his rebirth and the acquisition of his pocket dimension had altered not just his abilities but also his body. "The changes in my body must be linked to the dimension," Wei Ming speculated. But there's no way to prove it. Still, his newfound powers intrigued him. New capabilities. His dimension wasn't just a storage space, it had additional functions. For one, it allowed him to teleport. By first pulling himself into the dimension and then stepping out through another portal, he could effectively move through walls. The only limitation was the range, no more than 5 meters. There was also a healing function. Before his expedition to the polar ice caps, he had tested it on himself. Injuries healed instantly. Could it work on others? Could it cure diseases like cancer or AIDS? If so, that would make life very interesting.
Wei Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. The possibilities were endless.
Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi were once again trying to purchase supplies in the neighborhood group chat.
But this time, neither of them had any success.
The heatwave showed no signs of relenting, and now no water came from the taps.
The government had issued repeated announcements urging everyone to find ways to survive on their own. If anyone didn't understand what that meant yesterday, today the message was unmistakable. Even with Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi offering 10,000 yuan for a single bottle of water, no one was willing to sell.
What did food and water represent now? Life. Whose life was worth only 10,000 yuan? Most importantly, what good was money anymore?
Cash was nothing but a pile of worthless paper, too rough even for toilet use.
And bank transfers?
Nothing more than meaningless numbers on a screen. The few who had sold food and water to Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi yesterday were now regretting it. They tried to buy their supplies back, but of course, the two weren't willing to sell. Arguments erupted in the group chat, with insults flying freely. Wei Ming felt no sympathy for any of them. Serves you right for being greedy.
Can Song Qingyun hold out another day?
Wei Ming decided to check in on the stunning police officer, sending her a video call request.
After a long delay, she finally answered.
Wow, it's only been a day, and look at her now, Wei Ming thought.
Song Qingyun looked completely haggard.
Dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept well, her lips were cracked from severe dehydration, and after going without food for over a day, she was visibly weak.
Wei Ming. I surrender. Come save me.
The voluptuous officer pleaded, her voice feeble.
Oh? Surrendering already?
Wei Ming smirked, quickly piecing together her plan.
Trying to play games? Fine, let's play.
He headed down to his underground garage, navigating toward the restaurant where Song Qingyun was trapped. Using his spacegate ability, he opened a portal through a wall and tossed in a small camera, checking the scene on his phone. The coast was clear. Pressing his hand to his chest, Wei Ming disappeared from his original spot. Because he had chosen to hide behind a column, no one noticed his sudden disappearance. No one was watching him anyway. If people were observing anyone, it was Song Qingyun or Zhang Shi. Their conspicuous attempts to buy supplies had drawn all eyes.
The heat was suffocating.
Wei Ming was dressed in a sleeveless shirt and beach shorts, but even wearing so little made no difference. With the temperature at 60 degrees Celsius 140 degrees Fahrenheit, his sweat evaporated before it could even form. He emerged from the restaurant kitchen and saw Song Qingyun lying on the floor in her police uniform. The bodies of Long Gu and his family were gone. She must have disposed of them, Wei Ming thought.
Understandable.
Sharing a room with 3 corpses in this heat would be unbearable, the stench alone would be enough to knock you out.
Wei Ming approached Song Qingyun.
As he neared, she suddenly sprang into action, grabbing his legs and trying to trip him. Instead, Wei Ming deliberately let himself fall right on top of her.
Wow, you're this eager for intimacy?
He teased with a grin. He wasn't fooled by her supposed surrender. He knew Song Qingyun was trying to set a trap for him.
But what was her plan?
She had no gun and was too physically weakened to overpower him. With my current strength, I could handle her with one hand tied behind my back. Still, he couldn't help but appreciate her figure. Even through her clothes, her soft curves pressed against him, tantalizingly inviting.
If she feels this good through her uniform, how amazing will it be when? Wei Ming's thoughts trailed off, and his anticipation grew. Get off me!
Song Qingyun struggled, pushing at him. But after more than a day without food or water, she had almost no strength left. Her efforts were more like light pats than actual resistance.
Having fun? Wei Ming smirked. You call that a push? Feels more like you're giving me a massage.
Her face turned pale as she sensed the danger in his tone. Wei Ming laughed and got up, sparing her for now. Song Qingyun slowly dragged herself into a chair, gasping for breath.
She looked defeated.
She had hoped to lure Wei Ming out and subdue him, but she had grossly underestimated his strength and overestimated her own.
How did you get in here?
She asked, frowning. Earlier, Wei Ming had mysteriously disappeared. Now, he had just as mysteriously reappeared. She had thoroughly checked the restaurant and knew there was no secret passage. Through a hidden tunnel, Wei Ming replied casually.
Where is it? Song Qingyun pressed, her frustration evident.
Wei Ming grinned slyly. Kiss me, and I'll tell you.
Song Qingyun glared daggers at him. Clearly, this flower had thorns. Here I am, trying to be nice, and this is the thanks I get. Wei Ming shook his head. He walked to the kitchen and retrieved a plastic bag filled with pre-cut fruit. Pulling out a box of watermelon slices, he popped one into his mouth. Ugh, the heat's ruining everything, he complained. I just took these out of the fridge, and they're already warm. His tone was full of disdain, but Song Qingyun couldn't take her eyes off the fruit. It had been over 24 hours since she last ate, and with no water left, she had finished the 2 bottles Wei Ming had left her yesterday. The sight of the juicy watermelon was torture. Want some? Wei Ming held out the bag, revealing apples, pears, and cantaloupe alongside the watermelon. If you come with me, you can eat this every day, he said with a sly smile. Song Qingyun stared longingly at the fruit. Her parched throat and empty stomach screamed for relief. But after a moment, she turned her head away, her resolve unshaken. So principled, Wei Ming thought, giving her a sarcastic thumbs up. Fine. Here, take the watermelon. On the house. He left the watermelon on the table, packed up the rest of the fruit, and prepared to leave. You're leaving? Song Qingyun asked, her voice tinged with unease. Unless you're coming with me? Wei Ming teased. She turned her head away again. By the time she looked back, Wei Ming was already gone, having disappeared into the kitchen. She chased after him, but her weakened state made her slow. By the time she reached the kitchen, he was nowhere to be found. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any hidden tunnels or secret doors. Dejected, she returned to the dining area. Looking at the box of watermelon, she hesitated. This is from Wei Ming. I shouldn't eat it. But hunger and thirst won out. She grabbed the box and devoured its contents in seconds. The watermelon eased her thirst slightly, but it only made her hunger worse. Her resolve began to crumble. How much longer can I hold out? She wondered despairingly. Wei Ming returned to the underground garage, walking briskly toward his home. Although Song Qingyun was still putting up a strong front, it was clear her resolve had already begun to waver. At most, in 2 or 3 days, he could expect to reap the rewards of his patience. Wait, is this reward even legitimate? Wei Ming chuckled at his own thoughts. Better to head home quickly. Being outside, even briefly, was unbearable. Even though the temperature in the underground garage was slightly cooler than above ground, it was still far from comfortable. Unless you dug a hole tens of meters deep to escape the sun's oppressive heat, finding a truly livable temperature seemed impossible. Could it be cooler in a mountain cave? As he walked, he overheard the conversations of others in the garage. Anxiety and dread were written all over their faces. What if this damn heatwave doesn't end soon? What will we do for food? For water? And the heat, it's terrifying. At least it cools down a bit at night, and the AC can bring it down to around 35 degrees Celsius if the power stays on. But what if the electricity goes out? How could we possibly survive? Suddenly, a group of people dashed past, each carrying bags. The sound of their hurried steps quickly disappeared into the distance. Robbery! Someone stealing my stuff! A voice came moments later, and a middle-aged man, around 50, stumbled into view. A large, bleeding gash marred his forehead, though some of the blood had already dried. Wait, isn't that old he from the delivery station? Who hurt him? Didn't a few guys just run past here? Ah! The bystanders pieced it together. The man, He Chingguang, managed the neighborhood's delivery depot. Since many residents came by daily to collect their packages, he had stocked snacks, cookies, and drinks to sell for a bit of extra income. But now, it seemed his delivery station had been ransacked. The realization hit the crowd hard. Their faces darkened. Robbery? Already? This world's really falling apart. With no officers or guards around, if people are hungry or thirsty, what else can they do? They'll steal if it means staying alive. Are you saying you support robbery? If I couldn't survive any other way, I'd steal too. The group's discussion quickly turned into a heated argument. No one stepped forward to help old He. Instead, some of them began to entertain darker thoughts themselves. Would we even face punishment for breaking the law now? Even if the heat wave ended, how many people would be left alive by then? Would the authorities really bother going after every crime committed during this disaster? Most likely, no. Laws existed to restrain the inner demons within people. But now, those demons were slowly being unleashed. The robbery of the delivery station was just the beginning. Soon, theft and murder wouldn't just be the plots of novels, they would become grim realities. Wei Ming sighed.
The news had urged people to find ways to survive, and some had clearly taken that advice quite literally by robbing others. Society is crumbling faster than I expected. He shook his head. Then another thought struck him. Should I check on Mi Xiaolu? This woman was another toy he had his eyes on. He hadn't had the chance to enjoy her yet and wasn't about to let someone else snatch her away. With that, he headed toward his old apartment building. Inside the elevator, Wei Ming scanned his access card as it began its ascent. Taking the elevator was a risky choice. At any moment, the power could go out. If that happened, the heat trapped inside the elevator could cause severe heat stroke. But Wei Ming wasn't worried. With his teleportation ability, as long as the walls weren't thicker than 5 meters, nothing could trap him. The elevator chimed, and the doors slid open. Wei Ming stepped out and made his way to Mi Xiaolu's apartment. Just as he was about to knock, he heard loud arguing coming from inside. There's a man inside? Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Was Mi Xiaolu being unfaithful? No, the voice wasn't unfamiliar. It belonged to Guahai, her legitimate husband. When did he come back? Wei Ming paused to eavesdrop. Before long, his expression turned odd. Guahai was trying to persuade his wife to sell herself. Old Wang upstairs is willing to pay with a bottle of clean water and a pack of instant noodles. Uncle Zhang downstairs is offering 3 pounds of rice. And then there's someone from the building next door. Wei Ming wasn't surprised that so many men in the neighborhood were willing to trade food and water for Mi Xiaolu. She was undeniably attractive, with a tall, curvy figure, a slender waist, and alluring hips. Many men in the community fantasized about her, much like the way Wei Ming's colleagues fantasized about Lu Qing. What did surprise him was Guahai's willingness to act as her pimp. How can a man sink so low? Mi Xiaolu, meanwhile, was furious. I'm not a prostitute, she screamed, hurling insults at Guahai. What kind of husband does this? Guahai scoffed, unfazed by her anger. Don't act all innocent. You've already slept with God knows how many men. Now you're trying to play the part of a saint? Listen, I already made arrangements with old Wang. He'll be here soon. If you know what's good for you, entertain him properly. If not, I'll gladly help hold you down. Mi Xiaolu was on the verge of a breakdown. Guahai had returned home the day before the heat wave began. She had thought he wanted to reconcile and was even touched by his apparent change of heart. She had resolved to cut ties with Wei Ming. But now, her husband had turned out to be scum. Bang bang bang. The sudden knock on the door startled Mi Xiaolu, who let out a shriek. She wasn't a prostitute and couldn't bear the thought of being passed around like one. Guahai, on the other hand, sneered. Whether she slept with one man or many, what difference did it make to him? He'd already been cuckolded, why not make some supplies out of it? He walked over to open the door. But when it swung open, the person standing there wasn't old Wang. It was Wei Ming. Ha? Why are you here? Guahai was stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he turned to Mi Xiaolu with a smirk. Wow, your popularity's off the charts. Another guy who wants a turn, huh? Guahai looked Wei Ming up and down, then said, the price is 1 bottle of water and no less than half a pound of grain. An overnight stay costs triple. But you're late, get in line. I'll call you when it's your turn. Wei Ming's lips twitched in disbelief. Your first time pimping, and you're already this skilled? When people abandon their morals, they truly become shameless. Wei Ming shook his head, looking past Guahai and directly at Mi Xiaolu. Do you want to come with me? Be my woman? He asked her. God damn it. Guahai raised his fist to strike, but the moment he saw Wei Ming's icy gaze, his hand froze in midair. This was someone dangerous, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Mi Xiaolu looked at her husband with despair. She had come from a privileged background, never enduring hardship in her life. Her beauty meant she had no shortage of suitors. Guahai wasn't the most outstanding among them, but he had been the most devoted, which ultimately led her to choose him, believing they would enjoy a lifelong bond of love and happiness. But now, just a year into their marriage, Guahai had become someone she no longer recognized. Clenching her teeth, she slowly walked over to Wei Ming. Being used by one man was still better than being treated like a prostitute. You dare! Guahai didn't have the guts to stand up to Wei Ming, but he wasn't afraid to be rough with his wife. He raised his hand to slap Mi Xiaolu, but before it landed, Wei Ming caught his wrist in a firm grip. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Even a dog knows its master. Where do you get the courage to act like this? Guahai, furious, growled, she's my wife. And so? Wei Ming scoffed, delivering a swift kick. With a thud, Wahai was sent flying, rolling across the floor in pain. Watching her husband's miserable state, Mi Xiaolu felt no sympathy, only satisfaction. She spat in his direction. "From this moment on, my husband is dead." Wahai groaned in agony, feeling as if Wei Ming's kick had shattered his insides. He couldn't even get up. All he could do was glare at Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu with eyes full of venom. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Someone was coming, their urgency evident. The fire door creaked open, and out stepped a man. It was Wang Xingjian, the old Wang Wahai had mentioned. A man in his 40s, unattractive, and still single. His ugly appearance meant no woman wanted to even entertain the idea of being with him, despite years of matchmaking attempts. But now, he finally had the chance to sleep with one of the most beautiful women in the community. He couldn't contain his excitement. He was even grateful for this disaster. Without it, he'd never have had this opportunity. However, upon stepping into the corridor, he froze in confusion. There was another man here. Had they already finished? He didn't mind taking over after someone else, it wasn't like Mi Xiaolu was a virgin. Smiling, he approached her and reached out to grab her hand. But Mi Xiaolu immediately darted behind Wei Ming, her face full of visible disgust. Wang Xingjian's expression darkened. He turned to Guahai and said, "What's going on here? I already paid you. Are you trying to cheat me?" In these times, a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles were invaluable enough to sustain someone for a day. "You've taken something so precious from me, and now you want to back out?" Guahai's stomach churned from the pain, leaving him unable to respond. Mi Xiaolu coldly said, "Guahai took your payment, go ask him for it. If he can't pay you back, you're welcome to try him instead. As for me, I'm done with all of this. Wei Ming, let's go." Her voice carried nothing but disappointment. Wang Xingjian, though a lifelong bachelor, wasn't interested in Guahai. He quickly moved to block Mi Xiaolu. "I don't care. I've already paid, and tonight, I'm getting what I paid for." Wei Ming finally stepped in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wang Xingjian sprawling on the floor. "Get lost." He opened the elevator and stepped inside with Mi Xiaolu. "Slut! Give me back my food and water." Wang Xingjian screamed, but the elevator doors closed, leaving him to shout futilely in the empty corridor. The elevator descended to the underground garage. Chidong City was a sprawling community with thousands of residents, and the underground parking lot was enormous. Walking to Wei Ming's villa at number 28 took several minutes. As they walked, Mi Xiaolu overheard snippets of conversations from other residents. Her face grew paler with every step. Society was falling apart faster than she could have imagined. Was there even any hope left? What would happen if Wei Ming ran out of food and water? Would he sell her off too? Fear and uncertainty gnawed at her as they finally reached Villa 28. Wei Ming unlocked the door with his fingerprint. As the door swung open, a wave of cool air washed over them. Comfortable. Mi Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her reaction was almost identical to Lu Qing's the previous day. Predictable. Wei Ming smirked, nudging her inside before closing the door behind them to keep the cool air from escaping. "I can't believe how cool it is in here," Mi Xiaolu finally said. She was wearing a light dress, and the temperature was low enough to make her feel slightly chilly. Wei Ming smiled. "I'm using ice blocks for cooling, not air conditioning." Mi Xiaolu understood but quickly realized the implications. How many ice blocks would it take to cool an entire villa in this scorching heat? Ice? Her eyes lit up with hope. Melted ice meant water, didn't it? And enough ice to cool a villa must mean an abundant water supply. "Can I have some water?" she asked, her voice tinged with both excitement and trepidation. Wei Ming laughed. "I thought you'd ask for something more extravagant. The fridge has drinks and fruit, help yourself." Help herself? For the first time, Mi Xiaolu felt a surge of happiness. Wei Ming led her to the kitchen. Every door in the villa required fingerprint access, both to enter and exit. When Mi Xiaolu opened the fridge and saw it fully stocked with fruits and drinks, she couldn't hold back her tears. They were tears of relief. She immediately started eating and drinking. Once she was finished, Wei Ming told her to go shower. After enduring the sweltering heat for at least a day and a half, even the most beautiful woman would start to smell. But halfway through her shower, Wei Ming entered the bathroom. He didn't bring her here just to give her food and shelter. Did she really think he was a nice guy? It wasn't long before his dream of a threesome came true.
Later, Wei Ming brought out more food. Mi Xiaolu was overjoyed.
She'd only eaten some fruit earlier, and after Wei Ming had kept her busy for over an hour, she was ravenous. As she wolfed down the food, her phone suddenly rang. She looked at the screen, then turned to Wei Ming.
It's a video call from Guahai. Should I answer?
Go ahead, Wei Ming said with a smirk.
Mi Xiaolu accepted the call.
The moment Guahai's face appeared on the screen, he looked ready to explode.
Of course, he saw Mi Xiaolu too.
She was wearing a bathrobe, and the red marks on her neck made it all too clear what had just transpired.
You slut! You're nothing but a filthy whore. He spat, seething with rage.
Safe in his apartment, he no longer feared Wei Ming and let his anger flow freely.
Wei Ming, she's nothing but leftovers I've grown tired of. You're just picking up my scraps.
It seemed Guahai was desperate to convince himself that he'd somehow come out ahead.
Mi Xiaolu didn't get angry.
She simply sneered, switched to the rear camera, and showed Guahai the lavish spread of food on the table and the temperature reading inside the villa. Without saying a word, she ended the call.
Let him seethe with envy.
After Mi Xiaolu finished eating, Wei Ming took her upstairs. Wei Ming, Lu Qing was watching TV. When she turned and saw Mi Xiaolu, she froze. The moment their eyes met, both women immediately understood that they were in the same situation.
Wow, she's so beautiful. Her figure is amazing.
The same thoughts crossed both of their minds, stirring feelings of hostility and tension. The villa was spacious, but its stored resources were finite.
Adding another person meant consuming more food and water. Short term, it wasn't a problem, but in the long run?
What could last 3 months for 2 people would now be reduced to just 2 months.
Wei Ming, of course, saw their concerns.
He said calmly, "Don't worry about the supplies.
As long as I'm here, you won't go hungry or thirsty. But if you want to stay here, there's one rule: obey me."
Both women nodded quickly, competing to appear more obedient.
What scared them most right now?
Being kicked out by Wei Ming. Having seen firsthand the chaos outside, they knew what it was like out there. The abundance of food and water here was already a miracle, but the villa's cool temperature alone was enough to make them abandon all pride and cling to this place. Wei Ming adjusted the indoor temperature, raising it slightly by removing some ice blocks. He set it to 29 degrees Celsius, comfortable enough to go around unclothed without feeling cold.
TSK, if I were in ancient times, I'd definitely be a tyrant.
If Wei Ming wanted to, he could easily buy the loyalty of everyone in the neighborhood and make himself their ruler. But he had no interest in leading a group.
Managing people was a hassle.
It was much better to lock the door and enjoy life on his own terms. During dinner, Wei Ming sent a video to Song Qingyun, showcasing the lavish spread on the table, complete with 3 bottles of chilled drinks.
Get lost, go away. Song Qingyun shouted, refusing to look at him.
She closed her eyes, knowing her willpower was waning. Another glance at the feast, and she feared she would surrender. No, she would rather die than yield to a criminal.
Wei Ming smirked.
This woman had already subconsciously surrendered. If not, she could have simply ignored his call.
Why accept it? Wasn't that already a form of submission?
By tomorrow, he thought, she'll definitely raise the white flag.
Hungry, thirsty, and enduring unbearable heat, how could anyone hold out?
If you can't take it anymore, you're always welcome to call me, Wei Ming said before Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video. Then, she let out a loud sob, but not a single tear fell.
She was too dehydrated to cry.
Her cries were filled with frustration, despair, and fear. Fear that her resolve would crumble, forcing her to surrender to Wei Ming.
She curled up on the floor.
Though the setting sun had brought cooler temperatures, and the air conditioning was functioning again, the lowered heat couldn't ease her hunger or thirst. Licking her dry, cracked lips, she realized there wasn't even enough saliva to moisten them.
Would she really die here? Or should she reach out to Wei Ming? Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
She repeated the words to herself, falling in and out of consciousness, plagued by nightmares. Her mind was unraveling.
Guahai finally calmed down from his earlier rage. He replayed the scene he had seen in his mind. The abundance of food.
The comfortable, cool temperature. Wei Ming has a huge stockpile of resources, and somehow, he even has a way to keep the temperature down.
Guahai's heart raced.
If I could take it for myself.
Controlling food and water meant holding everyone's lives in his hands.
Just as he had tried to sell his wife, wouldn't others offer their wives or daughters in exchange for survival?
But I can't take him on alone.
Twice now, Wei Ming had easily overpowered him,
making it clear that Guahai was no match. But was he willing to give up? No. Desperation was pushing him to take risks. Old Wang might be useful. He's bitter about being humiliated by Wei Ming and missing out on my wife. He'll definitely want revenge. But 2 people aren't enough. We'll need at least 1 more. Guahai racked his brain. Old Zhang? No, he's almost 70. A single hit would knock him out. He was good for petty scams in the past, but not for this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Kundong. Lu Kundong was known as a ruthless thug in the community, someone even the boldest residents feared. And he had a personal grudge against Wei Ming. 3 people. That should be enough. But Lu Kundong is unpredictable. I need to form an alliance with old Wang first, to make sure Lu doesn't take everything for himself once Wei Ming is dead. Guahai made up his mind. He immediately sought out Wang Xingjian. Although old Wang initially berated him, he quickly grew intrigued upon hearing the plan. "You're one cruel bastard," Wang Xingjian remarked, drawing a sharp breath. "He stole my wife. Isn't it only fair that I kill him?" Guahai replied coldly. Wang Xingjian thought to himself, "You sold your wife like a prostitute. You're no better." Still, his own grudge against Wei Ming and his desire for Wei Ming's resources made him a willing accomplice. The 2 men quickly agreed and headed to Lu Kundong's apartment. Lu Kundong was cautious. Even after their persistent knocking, he questioned them for a long time before finally opening the door. "Does Wei Ming really have that much food?" Lu asked for confirmation. Guahai thumped his chest confidently. "I'm certain. My wife showed me a video, there was Australian lobster, steak. Think about it. If Wei Ming is willing to feed a slut like her such high-quality food, imagine how much he must have in reserve." Lu Kundong nodded slowly. Everyone in the neighborhood knew Wei Ming had won over 200 million yuan from gambling. Stockpiling luxury frozen foods out of a nouveau riche mindset wouldn't have been surprising at all. Even though Lu Kundong still had some supplies at home, who wouldn't want more during times like these? "Let's do it," he said. Lu Kundong glanced at Guahai and sneered. "Once this is over, your wife is mine. No objections, right?" Mi Xiaolu was one of the most attractive women in the neighborhood, and Lu Kundong had long desired her. He didn't bother hiding his intentions. The veins on Guahai's forehead bulged, but he forced a smile. "No objections." Lu Kundong and the other 2 carried kitchen knives and moved stealthily under the cover of night. They had each been bested by Wei Ming in one-on-one confrontations, but with 3 of them together, would Wei Ming really stand a chance? Besides, they had knives. What sets humans apart from animals is the ability to use tools, isn't it? Without weapons, a human is just prey to a tiger. But with weapons? Even in the days of cold steel, tigers stood no chance against hunters, ending up as tiger skin rugs. Now, with 3 men armed with knives, how could they fail to deal with Wei Ming? The only problem was how to get him to open the door. They couldn't just smash their way in. For one, it would alert Wei Ming ahead of time. For another, modern doors were so sturdy that breaking one down would be no easy task. Simple. Just knock and say we need to talk. Once he opens the door, we'll smash his head with the knife, Lu Kundong said viciously. Guahai and Wang Xingjian nodded in agreement. There was no need to overcomplicate things. They planned to kill Wei Ming, but he wouldn't know that. With societal order just beginning to collapse, who would suspect that they dared to commit murder? The underground parking garage was still sweltering at around 35 degrees Celsius, tolerable but still uncomfortable. Within minutes, the 3 were drenched in sweat. Finally, they arrived. "You go knock," Lu Kundong instructed Guahai. "Use your wife as an excuse. Say you want to discuss something with Wei Ming." Despite his rough appearance, Lu Kundong was surprisingly cunning when it came to underhanded schemes. Guahai nodded and stepped forward to knock on the door. Wei Ming was asleep on the 2nd floor. The villa's excellent soundproofing should have made it impossible for him to hear the knocking. However, his phone, connected to the surveillance system, notified him of the activity. Ha! He opened the app and saw 3 men standing near the basement door. One was at the door, while the other 2 hid on either side, each holding a kitchen knife. Those 2 thought they were out of the camera's range, unaware that Wei Ming had installed 3 cameras at different angles. "They're here to kill me?" Wei Ming wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Guahai, Wang Xingjian, and Lu Kundong. How did Lu Kundong end up joining forces with them? Wei Ming found it curious but ultimately didn't care. It's only the second day of the apocalypse, and people are already coming for me with knives? That's quick. Chuckling, Wei Ming decided to play along. If they wanted to court death, he'd oblige. He went to the basement and made a few preparations before speaking into the intercom. Who is it? It's me, Hua-hai, came the reply through the speaker. The door's soundproofing was excellent, shouting would never have reached inside. Wei Ming decided to have some fun. What do you want? You stole my wife. Can't I come to settle the score? Hua-hai shouted angrily. But since you've already had her, I don't want her anymore. Just give me 10 boxes of instant noodles and water, and she's yours. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll tell everyone in the neighborhood what a pair of shameless dogs you two are. Wei Ming smirked. 10 boxes is too much. How about 5 of each? 5 boxes of water and instant noodles.
Hearing this, the three men could hardly contain their excitement. Wei Ming's willingness to settle for 5 boxes suggested that he had far more resources than just that. Feigning consideration, Hua-hai replied, "All right, 5 it is. Once he opens the door, we'll kill him and take everything he has." A moment later, there was a faint click as the door unlocked. Hua-hai quickly pushed the door open. As soon as it swung wide, the 3 men charged in, knives raised, slashing wildly. But Wei Ming wasn't there. What the hell are you doing? Wei Ming's voice rang out. He was seated at least 4 meters away, grinning mischievously. He had unlocked the door remotely. This guy is cunning. Lu Kundong was about to speak but paused, suddenly noticing the temperature. It's so cool in here. He was right. Hua-hai had seen the temperature display in the video Michelle Lu had sent, but experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. How did you manage this? Wang Xingjian asked. Wei Ming, ever gracious, decided to satisfy their curiosity. I'm using ice blocks. See those metal panels along the walls? Behind them are copper pipes filled with ice water. The melting ice naturally cools the space. You actually have ice? No, wait, you're using precious water to cool the room? The 3 were stunned. Lu Kundong snapped out of it and laughed. Well. Wei Ming, thank you for the gift. I'll be taking this villa and your women off your hands. Wei Ming, unperturbed, used the remote to lock the basement door behind them. Smiling, he said, "Oh? Just the 3 of you and those dull knives? That's all we need to kill you." Lu Kundong snarled. Let's get him. The 3 advanced, their faces filled with greed and malice. Kill Wei Ming, and everything he owned would be theirs. But as they moved forward, Wang Xingjian suddenly gasped and then vanished into thin air. What the? The brightly lit basement offered no place to hide, yet Lu Kundong and Hua-hai felt a chill run down their spines. A living person had just disappeared. What's going on? Hua-hai stammered, his voice trembling. Was it you? Did you do this? Wei Ming chuckled. Of course it was me. This is my home, after all. He grinned maliciously. Hua-hai, I wasn't planning to kill you. Knowing you were still alive made playing with your wife all the more satisfying. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With a flick of his wrist, a phone appeared out of nowhere in Wei Ming's hand. What the? Hua-hai's eyes widened in terror. He stumbled backward instinctively, but the moment he moved, he, too, disappeared just like Wang Xingjian. Now only Lu Kundong remained, trembling uncontrollably. 2 people had vanished right before his eyes. Where did they go? He stammered, barely able to form words. Wei Ming smirked. Care to guess? Lu Kundong's unease only grew after Wei Ming's response. Wei Ming was clearly standing far from the other 2. How had he made them disappear? Wei Ming remained calm. With a casual gesture, a bottle of cola appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and frowned slightly. Drinking something sweet at night is fattening. Oh well, it doesn't matter. After all, he could always enter his spatial dimension and burn off the fat at will. Lu Kundong stared in disbelief. Where did that cola come from? You're performing some kind of magic trick. Lu Kundong suddenly felt enlightened. Hua-hai and Wang Xingjian must still be nearby. You're just using some optical illusion so I can't see them. You're trying to confuse us into panicking and retreating without a fight. You're so confident in your guess that even I'm starting to believe you, Wei Ming thought with a smile. Then, how about you take a few steps? Wei Ming suggested. But Lu Kundong didn't dare move. Guessing was one thing, but what if he was wrong? That wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Wei Ming shook his head.
Do you think you can just stand there and escape? Let me help you out.
He focused his thoughts, and suddenly, a large rock appeared midair, hurtling toward Lu Kundong.
What?
Before Lu Kundong could react, the rock struck him, sending him stumbling backward. But as soon as he stepped back, he vanished, just like the others.
Simple.
Wei Ming had opened a spatial gate in front of himself, sent the rock flying through, and opened another gate behind Lu Kundong. The force of the impact pushed Lu Kundong straight into the dimension.
Wei Ming peeked into the spatial dimension.
Hua Hai and Wang Xingjian were already dead. Lu Kundong was still alive, but his heart had stopped, and his blood had ceased flowing, his body frozen in a state of stasis.
Just 1 minute, and he'll be dead too.
Wei Ming's curiosity flared, and he decided to enter the dimension himself.
He approached Lu Kundong and willed something into existence, a heart.
Strangely, though the heart appeared bloody and severed, no blood spurted from its exposed vessels.
Of course. There's no time here. Physical principles like pressure don't apply. Even an open wound won't bleed without the flow of time.
Wei Ming experimented further, methodically removing each of Lu Kundong's organs. With every piece he took, he paused to observe. Then, just before the 1-minute mark, he carefully restored every organ to its original place.
Moments later, both he and Lu Kundong reappeared in the basement.
Lu Kundong, still carrying the momentum from the rock's impact, rolled across the floor before coming to a stop. Dazed, he scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear and confusion.
What just happened? Where did that rock come from? And where is it now?
He stood frozen, trembling from the unknown horror he had just experienced.
Wei Ming watched with amusement. Interesting.
In my spatial dimension, I really am like a god. Just moments earlier, he had removed all of Lu Kundong's organs, even his brain, and yet, here Lu Kundong stood, alive and well.
Experiment complete. You're of no further use.
With a flick of his hand, Wei Ming sent another rock flying, propelling Lu Kundong into the spatial gate once more.
This time, he wouldn't be coming back. Satisfied, Wei Ming smiled. He hadn't even touched the cache of firearms in his dimension yet.
Against ordinary people, his spatial gate alone was more than enough for one-sided domination.
Stretching lazily, Wei Ming decided to head back to bed. The night passed.
When the sun rose, temperatures quickly soared.
58 degrees Celsius. It was a deadly heat.
Household air conditioners stood no chance against it, only industrial-grade units could function.
Most people were left sweltering, their frustration mounting. Sweat couldn't even form, it evaporated instantly.
Meanwhile, in Wei Ming's villa, the temperature remained a comfortable 29 degrees Celsius. Before long, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu woke up. Wei Ming unlocked the doors on each floor, allowing the two women to move freely. While Wei Ming casually retrieved breakfast from his spatial dimension, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu had to search the fridge and pantry for food. Watching the two women, both radiant in their own ways, one curvaceous, the other long-legged and dazzling, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel a flicker of desire. A short while later, he heard Lu Qing gasp from the pantry.
She must have noticed. Wei Ming smirked.
He had completely filled the storage room overnight. For him, the supplies he had taken out were less than a drop in the bucket.
But to Lu Qing, the sight was overwhelming.
The day before, only about a third of the room had been stocked.
Now, it was full to the brim. Unbelievable! Lu Qing exclaimed. Mi Xiaolu, new to the household, didn't understand at first.
But once Lu Qing explained, she was equally stunned.
What did this mean?
It meant Wei Ming had access to yet another stash of supplies.
Their awe bordered on reverence.
If it weren't so illogical, they might have suspected Wei Ming had come from the future, foreseeing the apocalypse and preparing accordingly. Wei Ming paid no attention to their speculations. As he slurped a bowl of noodles, he scrolled through his phone.
Someone mentioned me in the neighborhood group chat. It was Ma Yuelan.
She was demanding to know what Wei Ming had done with her son, Lu Kundong. Apparently, she hadn't been able to reach him since last night.
Why is she blaming me? The group chat erupted with curiosity.
Ma Yuelan avoided the full truth, claiming Lu Kundong had gone to trade food with Wei Ming for water. But after delivering the food, he had never returned.
What a shameless lie. Wei Ming chuckled and typed, "Oh?
Then tell me, how much food did your son bring?"
Ma Yuelan hesitated before responding, 2 boxes of biscuits.
She probably thought 2 boxes sounded significant enough to be believable. Wei Ming walked to the pantry, filmed a video of the fully stocked room, and shared it in the group chat without saying a word.
The chat exploded. Holy crap! Look at all that food. It's a whole room full. At Mayuelan, are you serious? Why would someone with this much food need to steal 2 boxes of biscuits? That's like accusing a millionaire of robbing someone for spare change. Mayuelan was thoroughly humiliated. But while some mocked her, others began to eye Wei Ming's supplies greedily. Wealth incites envy. Who cared about laws anymore? Yesterday, someone had already been robbed at knife point, and no law enforcement had shown up. Now, everyone understood, societal order was gone. And food? Food was life. People's thoughts turned dark. Wei Ming knew exactly what was happening. Let them come. Even if the entire neighborhood banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance. With his spatial gates, his superhuman strength, and his stockpile of firearms, Wei Ming could wipe them out hundreds of times over. Let's see what you've got. I'm getting bored anyway. After slapping down Ma Yuelan's ridiculous accusations, Wei Ming stopped paying attention to the owner's group chat messages. Because now, friend requests began pouring in one after another. They were all from the owner's group, and their purpose for adding Wei Ming was crystal clear: to ask him to sell or lend them food and water. You have so much. Sharing just a little won't affect you, right? Wei Ming naturally ignored all the friend requests from men. With the sheer abundance of his supplies, what else could he possibly desire? It would only be women who might pique his interest. Of course, he wouldn't just let lust cloud his judgment and accept anyone blindly. His own safety was always the top priority before he could even think about enjoying life. After all, during moments of intimacy, his defenses and vigilance would be at their lowest. After discovering Wei Ming flaunting his wealth in the owner's group, the Zhuoqingqing family was absolutely furious. To them, everything Wei Ming owned should have belonged to them. And now, he was flaunting it in public. Didn't he know the saying, wealth should not be flaunted? By showing off like that, wasn't he practically inviting others to target him? Everyone knew there was no such thing as a thief who could steal for 1,000 days without being caught, and likewise, there was no defense strong enough to last 1,000 days against thieves. Now, the entire neighborhood must be eyeing him, and who could say how ruthless people might become in times like these? Don't think that locking the door would be enough. A few adults swinging a heavy iron hammer could easily break down the entire door. This idiot just got a bit of money and already can't keep it together. The heat wave's only been going on for a few days, and he's already showing off like this? But, if someone's going to rob him, why not let it be us? The family of 4 exchanged glances, and they could all see the greed and malice in each other's eyes. There's no time to waste. Let's act tonight. Agreed. Why act at night? The daytime was unbearably hot, reducing everyone to lethargic cats unwilling to even lift a finger. But at night, when the temperature dropped to around 40 degrees, most people would be hiding in their homes with the air conditioning on. Who would venture outside? Acting at night meant cooler temperatures, greater safety, and less chance of being discovered. They couldn't risk anyone else getting to Wei Ming first. Qingqing, you're responsible for getting him to open the door. Luo Guifan began assigning tasks. Zhuo Qingqing nodded confidently. Wei Ming still has feelings for me. All I have to do is tell him I'm willing to be with him, and he'll definitely open the door in a heartbeat. Luo Guifan nodded in satisfaction before turning to her husband and son. The two of you will take care of him first thing. Kill that bastard right away, he's humiliated me so many times. I won't rest until he's dead. No problem, Zhuo Yang immediately agreed. Zhuo Fugui hesitated, though. It wasn't a matter of morality, he was just worried. What if they failed to kill Wei Ming and ended up getting killed themselves? Zhuo Qingqing thought for a moment before adding, what about the woman in his house? Should we kill her too? Is she pretty? Luo Guifan asked. She's all right, Zhuo Qingqing replied, unwilling to admit the other woman was prettier or had a better figure than her. Luo Guifan's eyes lit up. Then she can be Yang Yan's woman. His girlfriend isn't here, and it's not good for a man to go too long without a woman. It's bad for his health. Zhuo Yang nodded enthusiastically, his face full of anticipation. Even Zhuo Fugui's thoughts wandered, a lecherous gleam flashing across his eyes. A woman like that, maybe he could have a turn now and then too. All right then. Tonight, they would take down Wei Ming. The 4 of them finalized their plan and waited patiently for the day to pass. Ha, that guy actually accepted my friend request, Li Jing laughed smugly. She was a 37-year-old single mother, but her daughter, Li Xiaoxiao, was already 18. This mother-daughter duo was a team of professional con artists. Li Jing didn't work a normal job. Instead, she specialized in meeting men online. But if you thought they were selling themselves, you'd be wrong.
Li Jing would lure men to book a hotel room, have them pay up front, and then drug them. Once the men fell unconscious, she would take the money and disappear without a trace.
But she wasn't greedy, she only ever took the agreed-upon escort fee. Would the men go to the police? Unlikely.
Reporting the crime would expose their own misdeeds. What's more, Li Jing wasn't stealing beyond what was agreed upon. To the men, it was as if they had paid for a ghost. Naturally, most of them accepted their bad luck and stayed silent. Thanks to this, Li Jing had been able to con one man after another without any trouble. Ehe, Li Xiaoxiao giggled beside her. She knew exactly what her mother was up to and had no intention of pursuing school or a career.
She was fully prepared to follow in Li Jing's footsteps. If they could get into Wei Ming's house, oust him, and take his place, they'd have all the food they could want. After Li Jing's laughter subsided, she gave her daughter a knowing look, signaling her to start the act. Li Xiaoxiao understood immediately, sitting down demurely.
If it weren't so unbearably hot, she would have put on a schoolgirl uniform to sell the image even better. Li Jing adjusted her blouse, pulling it down slightly before nodding in satisfaction. Then, she initiated a video call with Wei Ming.
2 seconds later, the call connected.
Li Jing immediately began speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice.
Wei Ming, could you take us in? If you're willing, I'd do anything for you.
And Xiaoxiao here, she's just the right age to start looking for a boyfriend. She trailed off suggestively, while Li Xiaoxiao blushed shyly, perfectly playing the role of an innocent young girl. This act had worked countless times since she was 14. Not a single man had been able to resist.
Wei Ming, watching the mother-daughter duo on his screen, smiled faintly. Seriously?
Even with beauty filters on, you're barely a 7 out of 10.
You really think you can seduce me?
The only reason he had accepted Li Jing's friend request was because of the stunning profile picture she had used.
Now, seeing the reality, he realized it wasn't even close.
It was like expecting a goddess based on photos, only to open the door and find, not even clothes. Nope, Wei Ming said bluntly, ending the call without hesitation.
A catfish. Disgusting.
Li Jing's face, still plastered with a seductive smile, froze mid-expression.
It felt as if she had been slapped. Turning to her daughter in disbelief, she stammered, he actually hung up?
Li Xiaoxiao, equally stunned, nodded dumbly.
He hung up. And then, they both snapped. If Wei Ming wouldn't take the bait, how could they drug him? Could two women really outsmart a grown man? Impossible.
Mom, I'm so hungry, Li Xiaoxiao whined, clutching her stomach. Li Jing started brainstorming.
After a moment, she said, you wait here. Mom will find us something to eat. If they couldn't scam Wei Ming, they'd target someone else.
Surely not every man was as sharp as Wei Ming.
The second one was from Zhang Shi, a major businessman.
As soon as Wei Ming accepted the request, Zhang Shi immediately sent a message. Wei Ming, I need a large supply of food and water.
Name your price. Wei Ming replied. Mr. Zhang, do you think money still holds value now? Why wouldn't it?
This disaster is only temporary, it's just a matter of time before it passes, Zhang Shi responded confidently. Wei Ming understood people like Zhang Shi, wealthy and powerful, desperately wanted this calamity to end as soon as possible. Only then could their wealth and influence remain intact, allowing them to continue their privileged lives. While ordinary people might have already accepted the collapse of social order, people like Zhang Shi simply couldn't.
Wei Ming said. Then I'm sorry. I can't help you.
Zhang Shi was, of course, furious. But knowing that Wei Ming controlled the resources he needed, Zhang Shi had no choice but to lower his tone and offer a deal.
How about this?
Give me half of your supplies, and I'll give you half of my company's stock. Of course, you'll have dividend rights but no voting rights.
Seriously? Wei Ming couldn't help but be speechless. Did this guy really think that after the disaster ended, everything would go back to normal, with everyone clocking in for work like before?
Such delusional thinking. This man would do anything to avoid falling from grace, even dreaming up such ridiculous scenarios. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling there was no point in continuing this conversation.
Mr. Zhang, unless you have something that truly interests me, let's leave it at that.
Zhang Shi was livid. He had built his empire from nothing, creating a massive company that supported over 500 employees and their families. He was used to people bowing and scraping before him.
And now,
this brat, just a young man who got lucky betting on sports, dared to speak to him like this? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Shi would have already had someone teach Wei Ming a lesson, showing him how to behave in front of someone like him.
But now? Zhang Shi took a deep breath. The heat wave had severed transportation routes.
Otherwise, a single phone call to summon his company's security team would have had Wei Ming groveling at his feet. I still have a good stock of gold bars at home, Zhang Shi finally said, retreating further.
Gold is always valuable, even in chaos. What do you think of this exchange? Wei Ming chuckled.
Gold only held value in times of chaos because some semblance of order still existed, allowing for trade.
But now? This wasn't chaos.
It was the apocalypse. In chaotic times, you could still forage for wild fruits or dig up roots to survive. But now, even that was impossible.
Gold?
It was nothing more than shiny metal.
Mr. Zhang, you don't seem to understand yet. This is the apocalypse, Wei Ming replied.
This time, Zhang Shi didn't respond for a long while. Wei Ming assumed he'd given up and was about to approve his third friend request when Zhang Shi messaged again.
What do you want, then? Sigh.
If only he'd reached this point earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Wei Ming knew people like Zhang Shi were used to commanding others and were rarely on the receiving end of such negotiations. Wei Ming smiled slightly and typed.
I'm only interested in beautiful women.
What did his villa still lack?
Only stunning women.
Zhang Shi wasn't stupid. After a moment's pause, he understood what Wei Ming meant and became furious.
You dare lay your hands on me? Wei Ming, you've got some nerve.
A few days ago, I could have easily spent a few million to have you killed.
Wei Ming remained calm and indifferent, unaffected by Zhang Shi's outburst.
You misunderstand, Mr. Zhang.
Don't be so self-absorbed. I'm not interested in you. But the lady in your house? If she can't resist temptation and seeks me out on her own, what does that have to do with you?
Oh, and if you threaten me again, don't blame me for retaliating. Zhang Shi, seething with rage, threw his phone aside and stopped responding. He turned to look at his young wife. At just over 20 years old, she was his pride and joy. Her name was Changya, a former university beauty queen. She was undeniably stunning, with a curvaceous figure that had captivated even a man like Zhang Shi, who was no stranger to beautiful women.
She asked timidly, Honey, why are you so upset?
Zhang Shi, still fuming, snapped.
That insolent brat, Wei Ming, rejected all of my offers. Changya was startled.
But, we only have enough food and water for 10 more days.
After that,
she trailed off, not daring to continue.
Of course, I know that,
Zhang Shi said through gritted teeth.
But that brat is so stubborn. What should I do? Rob him?
At the mention of robbery, a thought struck him.
Why not? But how would he break into Wei Ming's house alone? Even if he managed to get in, could he really take down a fit young man in his 20s?
If the plan backfired, he'd lose everything. Then Zhang Shi's eyes fell on Changya, and an idea began to form.
Wei Ming likes women, doesn't he?
He doesn't realize there's a trap hidden in that lust. The third person Wei Ming accepted went by the username Loneboat. Wei Ming had approved them mainly because of their username and profile picture, the cover of a web novel.
Coincidentally, it was a novel Wei Ming was currently following.
If this person really was the author, Wei Ming wouldn't mind sharing some supplies to keep the story going, at least until it reached a proper ending.
Hello, the other person messaged first. But it was a generic greeting, adding little to the conversation. Wei Ming got straight to the point. Are you the author of Urban Fragrance Chronicles? Oh? You read web novels too?
After a brief pause, the person replied, Yes, I'm the author.
It was true. Wei Ming chuckled. What a small world.
Without hesitation, he initiated a video call, intending to entice the author with supplies in exchange for 10 or 20 chapters a day.
After about 5 seconds, the call connected. And then, Wei Ming froze.
The woman on the screen was around 30 years old, a mature beauty with a captivating charm. She wasn't quite the typical dominant lady type but exuded the allure of a charming ant figure. Her almond-shaped eyes were full of emotion, and her curvaceous figure was impossible to ignore. Even though only her upper body was visible, Wei Ming could tell her figure would easily score above 90.
Your lone boat? He asked in disbelief.
Yes, I am indeed Loneboat, the sultry woman said, her lips parting slightly, her voice so seductive it seemed to seep into one's very bones. Wei Ming still found it hard to believe.
Why had he been following that novel?
Because its content was extremely risque, but the author had masterful storytelling skills. They flirted with the boundaries of censorship, crafting scenes that left Wei Ming utterly engrossed. He'd always assumed the author was some experienced pervert. But now, you're telling me it's this enchanting woman? Damn, this is shattering my worldview. Are you really the one who wrote Urban Fragrance Chronicles? Wei Ming confirmed again. Yes, that's me. I even have 3 unpublished chapters. Do you want me to send them to you for verification? The sultry woman smiled and said, by the way, my real name is Lin Wanqiu. Wei Ming nodded. Alright, send them over later. The story is at such an exciting point, the protagonist is about to sleep with his enemy's wife. Oh, and since there's no longer any censorship, feel free to make it even wilder. Got it. I'll add more details and send it to you shortly, Lin Wanqiu replied smoothly. This woman was sharp. Wei Ming smiled. Update 3 chapters daily, and I'll provide you with 1 meal's worth of food and water. 6 chapters a day, and it doubles. 9 chapters? Triple. But don't overdo it, I'm not interested in killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Thank you, boss. I'll get to writing immediately, Lin Wanqiu said cheerfully. By the way, which building and unit are you in? I'll send supplies to you via drone. Wow, boss. So impressive. Lin Wanqiu praised with mock awe. Ending the call with Lin Wanqiu, Wei Ming chuckled to himself. It was already rare enough to encounter the author of a novel he'd been following in his own neighborhood. But for the author to turn out to be such a stunning beauty? That was truly unexpected. Now, it was time to check on Song Qingyun. Wei Ming retrieved a drone from his spatial dimension. After confirming it was fully charged, he prepared a meal and 2 bottles of water, hung them from the drone with a plastic bag, and used a remote control to fly it out of his villa. Meanwhile, he initiated a video call with Song Qingyun. After a long wait, the call connected. Song Qingyun appeared disheveled and utterly drained, her hair a mess and her lips cracked from dehydration. Open your door. I've sent you some supplies via drone, don't worry, they're free, Wei Ming said with a smile. Song Qingyun froze, visibly shocked. Was Wei Ming being kind-hearted? But she was too hungry and thirsty to think it through. Struggling to move, she made her way to the door and opened it. The restaurant's awning shielded the entrance from the harsh sunlight, so she only had to wait a few seconds before hearing the distinctive buzzing of a drone. Moments later, a drone descended, carrying a plastic bag. She quickly untied the bag and opened it, immediately grabbing a bottle of water and gulping down half of it. Finally catching her breath, she moved on to the meal. After finishing the food, she sipped on the remaining water, taking small, careful sips. She didn't dare open the second bottle. As she ate and drank, tears began to stream down her face only to evaporate before they could touch her cheeks. At that moment, her willpower completely crumbled. Watching everything through the drone's camera, Wei Ming grinned. Don't cry. Tonight, I'll come to pick you up. I promise you'll never suffer again. From seizing her gun to reaping the rewards, it was all falling into place. Ah, the rewards. He chuckled to himself. Song Qingyun said nothing. But silence was consent. After all, as a law enforcement officer, she still had her pride. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why wait until night to pick her up? Because he didn't want to reveal the secrets of his spatial dimension. Instead, he planned to drive over and bring her back. Daytime travel was dangerous due to the deadly solar radiation and the intense heat, which could turn a car into an oven. Nighttime was safer. He fulfilled his promise to Lin Wanqiu by sending her a meal and then found himself with nothing to do during the day. Bored? Not likely, with 2 women at home. Wei Ming had Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu try on various outfits, from casual to provocative. Mi Xiaolu, tall with long legs, was a natural model, while Lu Qing's voluptuous figure made every outfit seem on the verge of bursting, exuding irresistible allure. A little workout, some TV, and the news, though the major channels had stopped broadcasting. Only independent creators were still uploading videos or live streaming discussions about the ongoing disaster, attracting a flood of virtual donations. Too bad money was now utterly worthless. As night fell and the last rays of sunlight disappeared, a light drizzle began to fall. Perfect, it was time to fetch the policewoman. Just as Wei Ming was about to head out, his phone's alarm went off. Checking the alert, he saw 2 people standing at the basement entrance, Zhang Shi and his young wife. Bringing his wife as an offering? No way. Wei Ming immediately dismissed the thought. A man like Zhang Shi would never give in so easily. So, what was he up to? Wei Ming scrutinized Zhang Shi's figure and noticed a bag slung over his back. Judging by the shape, he smirked, understanding the situation.
Alright, since you've brought your wife here, I'll entertain you. Song Qingyun could wait. After all, she'd had a meal and some water at noon, waiting a few extra hours wouldn't hurt. Wei Ming went to the basement and remotely opened the door.
Zhang Shi pushed his wife inside.
Bang! The door automatically shut behind them.
Zhang Shi immediately unslung the bag and pulled out a compound bow, aiming it at Wei Ming.
Surprised? Didn't see this coming, did you? Wei Ming smiled. A bit of a surprise, yes. Cut the crap. Get out of here, now. Don't make me kill you. Zhang Shi growled menacingly. He didn't want to spill blood inside the villa, after all, this would be his new home. Moving all of Wei Ming's supplies would be too much hassle, so taking over the villa outright was the easiest option. Wei Ming remained calm. Every door here requires fingerprint access. If I leave, you'll be stuck in the basement.
Zhang Shi glanced at the door, confirming it had no handle, and barked.
Then add my fingerprint. No funny business. Wei Ming smiled, walked to the door panel, and tinkered with it. Alright, it's ready. Add your fingerprint here. Move aside. Zhang Shi ordered.
Wei Ming obediently stepped aside, feigning cooperation. Facing Wei Ming, Zhang Shi cautiously backed toward the door.
He instructed his wife. Keep an eye on him. If he moves, scream. Got it, his wife said, nodding.
She was captivated by the cool air in the villa, the supplies Wei Ming had flaunted in the group chat, and the state-of-the-art security. She was already imagining herself living here. Finally reaching the door, Zhang Shi placed his index finger on the scanner.
Buzz! Watch out!
His wife suddenly screamed. A surge of electricity struck Zhang Shi, leaving his entire body numb and tingling.
The compound bow in his hands fell to the ground instantly.
As the current subsided and he tried to pick up the bow, a foot firmly stepped on it. Naturally, it was Wei Ming. Wei Ming had countless ways to deal with Zhang Shi, but this time, he opted not to use his abilities, relying instead on the villa's built-in defense system.
Bam!
Wei Ming delivered a swift knee strike, sending Zhang Shi flying backward. Blood streamed from his nose.
Ah! Zhang Shi's young wife, Chengya, trembled with fear. The scene had taken her completely by surprise.
Moments ago, Zhang Shi seemed to have the upper hand.
How had the situation flipped so suddenly?
Wei Ming remained relaxed as he fetched a rope and tied Zhang Shi up.
Only then did he speak. Zhang Shi, you've got some nerve. I treated you as a guest, and you tried to rob me.
Zhang Shi panted heavily, his rage boiling over, but he was utterly powerless. Wei Ming ignored him and turned his gaze toward Chengya. As someone who had caught Zhang Shi's eye, her beauty and figure were undoubtedly top-notch.
Wei Ming whistled.
Still, Zhang Shi, bringing your lovely wife here was thoughtful.
Don't mind if I do. Don't you dare.
Zhang Shi roared, his voice hoarse. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. Wei Ming smiled faintly.
He hadn't gone to such lengths to take down Zhang Shi without a reason, his true aim was Chengya. Whether I touch her or not isn't up to you, Wei Ming replied with a grin.
Of course, I'm not one for force. A forced melon isn't sweet.
I prefer when the melon willingly falls into my hand. Wei Ming approached Chengya, who stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Testing her reaction, Wei Ming turned back to Zhang Shi and chuckled.
Zhang Shi, you have impeccable taste. Your wife is truly generous in every way. E-cup, and all natural, no artificial enhancements here.
Zhang Shi was so furious he almost vomited blood. At that moment, regret consumed him. Not regret over targeting Wei Ming's villa, but regret over not acting more decisively to eliminate him outright. Forget fingerprint access, he was already inside. Surely, he could have found a way to reset the security system. Wei Ming, however, didn't take things further. Instead, he turned to Chengya.
Come, let me show you around. Chengya lacked Song Qingyun's steely resolve.
The moment her husband was subdued, her composure crumbled, and she meekly followed Wei Ming. Zhang Shi was beside himself with anxiety, but bound hand and foot, there was little he could do but hurl curses.
At first, Chengya was understandably terrified.
However, Wei Ming's constant smile gradually put her slightly at ease. Once calm, she began to think.
Chengya was a classic beauty. Since middle school, she had been inundated with love letters from boys.
By the time she reached college, she was a celebrated campus belle with countless admirers.
But Chungya had always been a gold digger with high standards. Ordinary rich kids didn't impress her, no matter how much money they threw at her. It wasn't until Zhang Shi came along, courting her fervently, that she finally agreed. She had immense confidence in her beauty and charm. So, why was Wei Ming treating her so courteously? It didn't take much thought for her to understand. This realization made her demeanor increasingly composed and calm. When Wei Ming led her to the storage room filled with food and water, her chest heaved with excitement. Sure, she had seen the photos, but seeing it all in person was an entirely different experience. How long could this much food last? 6 months? A year? Her heart racing, Chanya made up her mind. The two returned to the basement. When Zhang Shi saw them, still fully clothed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. It had only been 5 minutes. Surely nothing could have happened in that time. Wei Ming walked over, untied Zhang Shi, and smiled. All right, Zhang Shi, you're free to go. Zhang Shi froze, bewildered. Wei Ming was letting him go? Was this some kind of joke? Wei Ming's expression remained neutral. Unlike you, I believe in repaying evil with kindness. He pushed Zhang Shi toward the door. Zhang Shi staggered out, still in disbelief. Could Wei Ming truly be this good-hearted? No, this stupid? Even now, he was choosing to repay evil with kindness? What an idiot. Fine, next time I'll finish you off for good. Bang! The metal door closed behind him. Wait. Something clicked in Zhang Shi's mind, and he began pounding on the door with all his might. Wei Ming! Let my wife go! You bastard, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Wei Ming activated the speaker system and chuckled. Alright, let's ask your wife if she wants to go back with you. He stepped aside, giving Chungya the spotlight. Chungya understood what this was, a loyalty test. She had married Zhang Shi for money, and now, with even better material prospects, why wouldn't she abandon him? Without hesitation, she said. I'm sorry, husband. From now on, I'll be with Wei Ming. You wretch! You ungrateful wretch! Zhang Shi's veins bulged in fury. Now he understood why Wei Ming had released him, so he could fully savor the pain of betrayal. Zhang Shi, as you can see, I didn't force your wife into anything. She made this decision herself, Wei Ming said with a smirk. We're all adults here. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, don't they? Zhang Shi was livid, banging on the door furiously. But what good would it do? Wei Ming. I'll make sure you pay for this. After ranting and raving for a while, he stopped off, defeated. With that resolved, Wei Ming quickly turned his attention back to his main goal, fetching Song Qingyun. He assigned Chungya a room on the 3rd floor. The villa's 3rd floor had 3 bedrooms, perfect for Chungya, Lu Qin, and Mi Xiaolu. Without Wei Ming's explicit permission, Chungya wouldn't be able to leave the 3rd floor, let alone access the 2nd. Each night, Wei Ming locked the doors separating the villa's floors for extra security. While his bedroom door was also locked, adding another layer of defense never hurt. After settling Chungya, Wei Ming headed to the garage and summoned a pickup truck from his spatial dimension. The vehicle had been a zero-cost acquisition from the States and hadn't even been registered yet. Opening the garage door, he drove out before shutting it securely behind him. Ha! Is mine the only car still functioning in this neighborhood? The daytime heat had rendered other vehicles unusable, their tires bursting under the extreme temperatures. Sure, someone could try driving on metal rims, but who would dare? From her vantage point in Building 18, Yu Chuton's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Ming's car was actually running. Wei Ming actually has a functioning car. Owning a car wasn't the surprising part. Having a car that could still run in these extreme conditions, however, was unheard of. Yu Chutong had secretly checked on her own luxury car earlier. Even though it was an S-Class high-end vehicle, the tires had still burst under the heat. But Wei Ming's old pickup truck? Somehow, it was up and running. What did it mean to have a working vehicle now? It was life itself. With a vehicle, you could venture out to scavenge supplies and survive. And right now, survival was the only thing anyone cared about. No wonder Wei Ming still had fresh fruit. He'd clearly been using the truck to gather supplies. Yu Chutong began brainstorming. How could she convince Wei Ming to lend her his truck? Wei Ming drove the pickup to the neighborhood entrance, naturally drawing a lot of attention. Only residents in buildings 8 and 18, which were closer to the underground garage, knew it was Wei Ming who had driven the truck out. Everyone else could only speculate about the driver's identity. Wei Ming paid no mind to the curiosity of others.
His focus was on picking up Song Qingyun, a thorny yet beautiful rose he had been thinking about for days.
When he arrived at her location, Wei Ming called Song Qingyun via video. Once she answered, he said, "Step back. Don't stand near the door." He then reversed the truck. Bang! The pickup smashed through the restaurant's front door and drove straight in. Not far away, Song Qingyun stood dumbfounded, her expression one of pure shock and disbelief. Wei Ming opened the passenger door. "What are you waiting for? Get in." Song Qingyun hesitated for a moment before climbing into the truck and closing the door.
"Let's go," Wei Ming said, starting the engine and backing the truck out of the restaurant.
The restaurant was part of the neighborhood's commercial area, so it wasn't far.
Within minutes, the truck was back at Wei Ming's villa. He used the remote to open the garage door, drove the truck inside, and locked the door behind them.
All done.
Wei Ming jumped out of the truck.
After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Qingyun followed suit.
To enter the main villa, however, required fingerprint access. As the thick, 10-centimeter alloy door opened, Song Qingyun gasped. "What are you preparing for, a world war?"
No normal person would install an alloy door, let alone one 10 centimeters thick.
In truth, Wei Ming had wanted a 20-centimeter thick door, but Xia Bing had pointed out that such a door would be too heavy to install and would be impossible to source in the short few months they had to prepare.
Wei Ming grinned. "Come on in."
As Song Qingyun stepped inside the villa, she was greeted by a refreshing coolness. Although it was nighttime and the air conditioning was back in operation, the sun had only recently set, and it was far too soon for the AC to have such an effect.
Wei Ming explained once again about his ice-based cooling system.
Just like Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu before her, Song Qingyun was visibly shocked. While everyone else struggled to secure a single bottle of water, Wei Ming was using his to make ice and cool his entire villa.
"How wasteful,"
she muttered under her breath. Wei Ming leaned in close to her ear. "Stay with me, and you'll live in comfort, with no worries about food or water. Otherwise, well, you've seen how the last 3 days were."
"Do I need to spell it out for you?"
"I'm not a good person, but I do have principles. I don't force anyone. If you choose to stay, I'll provide for you. But the condition is simple, you must obey me completely."
"If you're unwilling, you can leave now." Song Qingyun bit her lip, remaining silent.
The fact that she had gotten into the truck in the first place already spoke volumes. But giving Wei Ming a verbal agreement was a hurdle she couldn't quite overcome. After all, this man was a suspect in harboring a wanted fugitive. He had even seized firearms and nearly caused a major incident.
Wei Ming didn't pressure her. She was already inside his house, where could she possibly run?
Just then, his phone buzzed with an alert.
What a buzzkill. How many waves of visitors will I get today?
Wei Ming glanced at the screen, and a cold smile spread across his face. It was the left family, Zhuo Qingqing and her parents and brother. Had it been anyone else, he might have ignored them.
But this family?
Since they'd come knocking, there was no way he wouldn't deal with them.
He turned to Song Qingyun and asked with a smile. "Do you think I'm a bad person?" She shot back, "Do you think you're a good one?"
Oh. It seemed that a full belly had restored her sharp tongue.
"Come with me.
Let me show you just how dark the human heart can be." Wei Ming led Song Qingyun to the basement and remotely opened the door. The 4 members of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Qingqing, her brother Zhuo Yang, and their parents, Zhuo Fugui and Luo Guifan, were visibly startled. Zhuo Qingqing hadn't even introduced herself or stated their purpose, yet Wei Ming had opened the door as if expecting them. "Look up," Zhuo Yang said, pointing to the surveillance camera above the door. The family immediately understood how Wei Ming had known they were there. "He still has feelings for me," Zhuo Qingqing said smugly.
"Good," Luo Guifan whispered. "Qingqing, turn on the charm.
If necessary, take off your clothes and give him a taste. Meanwhile, your father and brother will deal with him." But Zhuo Qingqing hesitated. "What's there to be afraid of?
It's just your father and brother."
"So what if they see?"
Luo Guifan snapped.
Reluctantly, Zhuo Qingqing agreed. In their household, she had the least authority and had been brainwashed since childhood to prioritize her family above all else. The 4 stepped inside.
The basement was pitch black, and they couldn't see a thing.
Suddenly, the lights blazed on.
The sudden brightness forced them to squint.
When their eyes adjusted, they saw 2 figures, one sitting, one standing. The seated figure was Wei Ming, and the standing figure was a woman. They didn't recognize her, but they were struck by her beauty. She was even more captivating than most celebrities, with a figure that could only be described as perfect. Zhuo Yang immediately recalled his sister mentioning that Wei Ming had a woman in his house, someone he'd brought back before the disaster struck, a girlfriend.
His first emotion was jealousy. How could Wei Ming have someone so stunning? But jealousy quickly turned into excitement. That woman would soon be his.
Zhuo Fuguei, too, ogled her with undisguised lust. For now, though, the presence of another woman meant Zhuo Qingqing's plan to seduce Wei Ming was off the table.
Who cares? We're already inside. Let's just kill him.
Zhuo Yang growled, brandishing a kitchen knife. Zhuo Fuguei, initially hesitant, felt emboldened by the sight of Song Qingyun.
Overwhelmed by lust, he declared, I want that woman too. If I don't get her, I'll just sit back and watch. Now, of all times, you're making demands? Luo Guifan snapped, furious. Let your father have his fun. It's not like you'll lose anything, Zhuo Fuguei retorted, his eyes gleaming. I've lived this long and never had a woman this beautiful. With no choice, Luo Guifan conceded. Fine, Yang, you can have her on weekdays. Your father gets weekends. Zhuo Yang was reluctant but eventually nodded. Splitting time was better than losing out entirely.
Song Qingyun heard these words clearly, but she simply couldn't believe it. These four people were as ordinary as could be, clearly just a family, parents and a pair of siblings.
But listen to what they were saying? Their main target was her. Disgusting. Song Qingyun looked at Wei Ming in a daze.
She had only been trapped in this hotel for a little over 2 days, 3 days in total.
How had the world become so alien in such a short time? An ordinary family of 4 was openly discussing murder, robbery, and even dividing up a woman right in front of them? Wei Ming smiled brightly and said, These 4 are my ex-girlfriend's family. Look, this one here is Zhuo Qingqing, a typical younger brother worshipper.
She wanted me to hand over my house so her brother could use it as a wedding home. That's her brother, lazy, unmotivated, and picky about jobs while claiming he wants to start a business and make big money.
In reality, he's just a classic freeloader, living off his parents and his sister. And these 2 old ones are Zhuo Qingqing's parents. You can tell what kind of people they are from what they just said. I won't bother explaining further. You son of a b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* 4 was, of course, enraged. Wei Ming, are you looking to die? Zhou Qingqing shrieked. You used to swear you loved me and were willing to do anything for me. All I asked was for you to clear out your house so my brother could use it as a wedding home, and you broke up with me. Now you've hooked up with this B********H so quickly. You're fake, insincere, and a scumbag. How dare you criticize me? Luo Guifan tugged at her daughter's hand. Don't waste time arguing with this bastard. Let your father and brother hack him to death, hee. Maybe leave him alive just long enough to watch as your father and brother have their way with his woman. That'll kill him out of sheer rage. Now that was vile. But Zhuo Fugui and Zhuo Yan were visibly excited. Have their way with Wei Ming's woman right in front of him? What a great idea. Kill him. Zhuo Yang charged forward first, while Zhuo Fugui unwrapped the cloth around his knife and followed. The father and son's faces were filled with malice and greed as they approached. Song Qingyun immediately said, I'll handle the old man, and you take on the younger one. She was a security officer, after all, trained in combat. While it might be challenging to take on a grown man, Zhuo Fugui was over 50 years old. She was confident she could take him down. Even if he had a knife. Wei Ming smiled faintly. No need. I'll handle them myself. He wasn't boasting. His physical abilities were now at the peak of human potential. Even if he were injured, he could instantly heal himself by entering the alternate dimension. That was his trump card. You just stay put and be my little woman. All you need to do is keep me happy. He pinched Song Qingyun's jade-like chin, then strode toward the Zhuo father and son. You're courting death. Zhuo Yang swung his knife. Zhuo Fugui hung back slightly, worried about accidentally injuring his son. Wei Ming moved like lightning. Bang! Bang! Just 2 punches, and the world fell silent. The Zhuo father and son were both sprawled on the ground, unconscious. This. Luo Guifan was dumbfounded. This was far beyond her expectations. 2 against 1, and they even had knives, yet Wei Ming had knocked them out barehanded. Forcing a smile, she said, Dear son-in-law, we were just joking. You're amazing. No wonder you dared to post pictures of your supplies in the group chat. With your strength, who would dare mess with you? Now I'm not worried anymore. Your villa is so big, surely it's no problem to let 4 more people live there. Wei Ming couldn't help but admire this woman's shamelessness.
She had no sense of decency. Wei Ming walked up and slapped Luo Guifan across the face, knocking her out cold.
Zhuo Qingqing first trembled in fear, then jumped up. Wei Ming, my mom already said we were joking. How could you hit her so hard and knock out my dad, mom, and brother?
Song Qingyun felt as if her entire worldview had shattered. Just moments ago, they were clearly plotting murder and rape.
How could this mother and daughter shamelessly claim it was all a joke? How could people be so brazenly shameless?
Wei Ming looked at Song Qingyun and asked with a smile, "You're a security officer.
Tell me, how should people like this be punished?" Song Qingyun blurted out, "Arrest them, hand them over to the prosecution, and let the court decide their sentence."
As security officers, their job was only to apprehend suspects and gather evidence.
Prosecution and sentencing were outside their jurisdiction. Wei Ming smiled. "All right, then I'll play the role of judge myself, let's call it the garage judge." He patted Song Qingyun's shoulder. "Stay here and wait for me." Song Qingyun wanted to say something but hesitated.
Though she was a security officer, Suo's father and son had set their sights on her.
2 days, 5 days, who wouldn't break under such circumstances?
Besides, she'd been starving for days, and her mental fortitude had taken a hit.
How could she still remain unaffected by negative emotions?
Even if she hadn't turned vengeful, there was no way she could forgive them. So, in the end, she said nothing.
Wei Ming turned to Zhuo Qingqing, feigning hesitation, then seemed to come to a decision. "You can go. I believe you had nothing to do with this." He didn't want to kill this woman too quickly, it wouldn't be satisfying enough.
By giving her hope, only to crush it later, he would make her suffer until she broke down entirely.
Sure enough, Zhuo Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard this. She glanced at her family on the ground, bit her lip as if making a decision, and said, "Wei Ji, you're so kind. You know me best, you know I was forced into this. I'll leave now, but I'll win back your heart one day."
Wei Ming opened the door to the basement, and Zhuo Qingqing ran out, covering her face as if touched and regretful.
Song Qingyun was stunned. Was Wei Ming really so soft-hearted and naive?
But then she saw the mocking and murderous intent on Wei Ming's face and realized he was just toying with the woman, giving her false hope that was utterly meaningless. Wei Ming walked to the basement and dragged the 3 Zhuo family members out one by one. At this time of day, the garage was empty, everyone was indoors with their air conditioners, enjoying the brief relief from the heat.
No one would bother with the garage.
With a thought, 3 large iron cages appeared in front of him. He threw each of the Zhuo family members into a cage, locked them in, and smiled coldly. They would stay there, on display, slowly dying of hunger, thirst, or heat. It didn't matter how they died, as long as it was painful.
Wei Ming returned to the villa.
Now, even if the gods themselves intervened, they couldn't stop him from having his way with this top-tier beauty of a police officer. Without permission, Song Qingyun naturally couldn't leave and had no choice but to wait for him in the basement.
"What did you do with them?" Song Qingyun asked.
Wei Ming pulled her into his arms.
"Matters involving fighting and killing are not for women to worry about.
You should focus on figuring out which positions I prefer."
"Positions?" Song Qingyun was initially confused, but then she seemed to understand.
Her face instantly flushed red. Wei Ming's heart fluttered as he held this stunning beauty in his arms and kissed her deeply. Naturally, his hands didn't remain idle. Just as his desire began to surge, he stopped.
"Go take a shower."
A beauty of this caliber should be savored slowly. She was his now, so there was no need to rush.
At first, Song Qingyun hesitated shyly but then exclaimed, "We can shower?" How much water had he stored to afford the luxury of a bath? But she quickly added, "Water is life now.
I'll just wipe myself clean, there's no need to waste it on a full shower."
TSK, this woman was different from Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu.
When those 2 learned they could bathe, they were simply delighted and amazed, without giving a second thought to how scarce water had become.
Water supplies had already been cut off. Although it rained every night, the rain was acidic. Who would dare to use it for bathing or drinking? Clean water was limited, once used, it was gone. Wei Ming laughed heartily and bit her earlobe.
"Relax, your man is capable of great things.
You won't ever need to worry about resources. Like I said, all you need to focus on is pleasing me."
Amid Song Qingyun's startled cry, Wei Ming picked her up in his arms. The 2 went to the bathroom and started a romantic bath together. Initially, they were in the bathtub, but soon it turned into a shower.
Why? Because Song Qingyun's period started.
At that moment, Wei Ming was tempted to throw her into the alternate dimension and make her period go away. But he refrained. The alternate dimension was his greatest secret, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let anyone know about it. It was only a matter of waiting a few days, after all. Song Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, "You'll have to wait a few days for me." She was someone who kept her promises. Since she had come back with Wei Ming, she was determined to honor her commitment and give herself to him. Wei Ming chuckled. Just because her period was here, did that mean he couldn't enjoy some interest in the meantime? He busied himself, exploring every inch of the police officer's body. Song Qingyun, despite blushing furiously and feeling somewhat guilty, cooperated as best she could. Such perfection. The 4 women currently staying in the villa were all stunning in their own ways. Even the least beautiful, Lu Qing, was a goddess in her company, the object of countless men's fantasies. Many would give anything to sleep with her. But compared to Song Qingyun, her beauty and figure utterly outclassed Lu Qing's. Even her personality was irresistibly charming. Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel. If it weren't for this apocalypse, he would never have crossed paths with such a breathtaking woman. From the moment he began planning to seize her gun, his steps had led him to this point, to finally having this exquisite beauty. And who said you couldn't have fun just because it was that time of the month? More than an hour later, Wei Ming carried Song Qingyun to the 3rd-floor balcony. Her face was flushed, and she looked like she was questioning everything she'd ever known about life. Only now did she realize there were so many possibilities between men and women. The other 3 women in the villa were in their respective rooms. Wei Ming locked the doors on each floor every night, limiting them to their own areas. By now, they were all asleep. Wei Ming retrieved some fruit and drinks from the fridge, placing them on a table. He sat on a lounge chair with Song Qingyun in his arms. As they ate and drank, they admired the night view outside. Song Qingyun sighed deeply. It's only been 3 days, yet the world feels so unfamiliar. The night was far from quiet. Occasionally, explosions could be heard in the distance, and faint flashes of firelight were visible, clear signs of the chaos and turmoil unfolding. Wei Ming simply smiled. Song Qingyun suddenly turned to him and asked, "When you invited me to negotiate before, was it deliberate? You're not too slow to catch on." Wei Ming smirked. "Yes." Song Qingyun gave him a knowing look but quickly pressed her hands against his wandering ones. "But how did you know the apocalypse would happen? What if it didn't come the next day? How would you have handled things?" "Because I knew exactly when it would begin." Wei Ming chuckled. "If the apocalypse hadn't come, I would have had to go on the run. So, it was a gamble?" Recalling that Wei Ming had made his fortune through gambling, Song Qingyun found this plausible. But such a reckless attitude, what if he ever made the wrong bet? He'd lose everything. Ha! As the two were growing increasingly intimate, the light on the balcony next door suddenly turned on. A woman in pajamas stepped out. It was Yu Chu-tong. However, Yu Chu-tong clearly hadn't expected anyone to still be awake on the adjacent balcony. She froze for a moment before instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Her pajamas were slightly sheer, and she didn't want Wei Ming to take advantage of the view. She didn't retreat immediately because she'd remembered Wei Ming's pickup truck and had been planning to ask to borrow it. But then she noticed Wei Ming wasn't alone, he was holding a woman, and both were dressed in bathrobes, practically glued together. Shameless! Song Qingyun let out a small cry of surprise. She hadn't expected someone to appear on the neighboring balcony and tried to get up, only for Wei Ming to hold her firmly in place. "Don't worry. There's only one woman next door," Wei Ming said with a grin. This wasn't about whether it was a man or a woman. Song Qingyun blushed furiously, unable to escape, and covered her face with her hands. Even though it was just a fleeting glance, Yu Chu-tong managed to see Song Qingyun's face. What a beautiful woman! Although Yu Chu-tong prided herself on her looks, she had to admit Song Qingyun's beauty was on par with hers. As for her figure, it was hard to tell with the loose bathrobe. Where had this guy managed to find such a stunning woman? Could he have lured her in with supplies from the neighborhood? That must be it. Thinking this, she looked down on Song Qingyun with disdain. Wei Ming, meanwhile, picked up a grape and waved it at Yu Chu-tong, the meaning obvious. Want some? Of course Yu Chu-tong wanted it, fruit was her favorite. But was Wei Ming's stuff so easy to take? She knew exactly what price she'd have to pay. With a cold snort, she turned away with an air of arrogance. Yu Chu-tong had initially intended to return to her room, but then she thought, why should she leave?
After all, the shameless ones here were Wei Ming and Song Qingyun, not her. As the CEO of her company, her pride would not allow her to back down. So, she remained seated and didn't move. But should she still ask Wei Ming to borrow his car? She hesitated because that guy was clearly a lecher, and he'd probably propose conditions that would make her furious. To Wei Ming's slight surprise, she poured herself a glass of red wine, swirled the wine glass, and began sipping leisurely. Did every rich household have a wine cellar? Wei Ming could drink but didn't particularly enjoy it. He preferred tea, cola, or plain water. That's why, when designing his safe house, he hadn't considered a wine cellar. That said, his alternate dimension contained a large stash of wine, beer, and brandy, items he'd picked up during his zero-cost shopping sprees. However, since he hadn't done these sprees domestically, he didn't have any Chinese baijiu in stock. Yu Chuton's composure didn't last long. Why? Because the shameless pair on the adjacent balcony continued their flirting and intimacy, making it unbearable for her. In the end, she had no choice but to retreat in defeat. With a click, the light on the neighboring balcony was switched off. Song Qingyun turned back and bit Wei Ming's shoulder hard. "This is all your fault. How am I supposed to show my face now?" Wei Ming laughed heartily. "Relax. At a time like this, no one's interested in gossip." The two continued eating fruit for a while longer before Wei Ming arranged a room for Song Qingyun. It was on the second floor but not the same room as his. Play was one thing, but gambling with one's life was another. Wei Ming fell asleep as soon as he lay down, but not long after, he was startled awake by an alert from his phone. Was he ever going to get a decent night's sleep? He opened the monitoring app on his phone to check. A woman had appeared acting sneaky and furtive, as if afraid of being seen. Wei Ming recognized her. She lived in Building 15, though he couldn't recall her exact apartment number. She was married, though, so what was she doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Wei Ming smirked. She was probably here to strike some sort of multi-million-dollar deal with him. Too bad he wasn't interested tonight. He turned off his phone and went back to sleep. Finally, peace. The night passed without further incident. It was now the fourth day of the apocalypse. The three members of the Zhou family were stripped naked and locked in the iron cages, which quickly became the talk of the community. Moreover, the trio kept shouting curses, and before long, everyone knew who had locked them up. Wei Ming. Of course, the Zhou family painted Wei Ming as a despicable villain. According to them, he had lured them over, stolen their daughter, and subjected them to such humiliation. They described him as worse than the most inhumane invaders. The onlookers, not knowing the full story, were divided. A few believed the Zhou family's account, but most took a more rational approach. After all, Wei Ming had an abundance of supplies. By now, everyone was beginning to understand that supplies were life. If Wei Ming so much as hinted at it, how many women would throw themselves at him? Their daughter? She was decent looking at best, far from a stunning beauty. Would Wei Ming really need to resort to such schemes? Moreover, society's order was already collapsing. On platforms like TikTok, incidents of robbery and murder were flooding in. Despite the authorities issuing stern warnings and promising to settle accounts after the disaster, people's baser instincts were running rampant. Acts of violence were becoming bolder and more brazen. So, chances were, the Zhou family had intended to kill Wei Ming and seize his resources, only to end up getting subdued themselves. Still, Wei Ming's approach was ruthless. Instead of killing them outright, he left them naked in the cages, turning them into a spectacle and subjecting them to extreme torment. No food, no water, and oppressive heat. How long could they survive? Whether they starved, died of dehydration, or succumbed to heatstroke, none of these deaths would be easy. Hiss. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill. Wei Ming's cruelty was frightening. "Let us out!" The Zhou family shouted desperately from their cages. Did anyone respond? No. Even those who might have had a fleeting sense of compassion were quickly deterred by the sight of the thick iron bars and locks. Who had the strength to break them? Besides, the heat was unbearable. Even in the relatively cooler basement garage, the temperature offered little relief. Nobody wanted to exert themselves, not to mention the risk of offending Wei Ming. The Zhou family's voices grew hoarse, but no one stepped forward to help. Panic began to set in. When they first woke up in the cages, they were angry but not afraid, confident that someone from the community would rescue them once morning came. But now? A crowd had gathered, yet everyone was simply watching them like animals in a zoo. The Zhou family's anger turned to fear. Were they really going to stay locked in these cages? To die of starvation? Thirst? Heat? Please. Please, someone call Wei Ming for us. The three began pleading. They knew only Wei Ming had the key to release them. If he came, he could free them with minimal effort. Eventually, someone with too much time on their hands tagged Wei Ming in the community chat group, relaying the Zhua family's desperate pleas. Would Wei Ming respond? As if. After going to the trouble of locking them up, was he going to let them out just because they asked? Not a chance. He intended for them to die slowly and painfully in full view of everyone. It was what they deserved. When Wei Ming didn't respond, a group of residents created a separate chat group, adding everyone except Wei Ming. This guy is seriously ruthless. The Zhua family's situation is tragic. They'll either starve, die of thirst, or succumb to heat. But why couldn't two Zhua men overpower Wei Ming? That guy's no pushover. Remember Lu Kundong, the debt collector? He got into it with Wei Ming once and was easily taken down. Oh, that explains it. Wei Ming's actions amount to public murder. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Zhang Shi suddenly chimed in. Today, it's the Zhua family. What if it's you in the cage tomorrow? The discussion abruptly fell silent. Zhang Shi sneered and continued, I'll be honest, Wei Ming set his sights on my wife. Yesterday, under the guise of trading food, he tricked me into opening my door, then took her away. I fought back with all my might but was still beaten down. How many of you have wives or daughters? Ask yourselves this, if Wei Ming offers you supplies, will you open your door? And when you do, well. Zhang Shi was well known in the community, and his previous dealings with Yu Chutong to collect supplies had given him a reputation for wealth and influence. Even those who hadn't known him before now recognized him. Now he was claiming that Wei Ming had taken his wife? Hiss. Many felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, in a lawless world, brute strength ruled. If Wei Ming could lock up the Zhua family today, what was stopping him from doing the same to anyone else tomorrow? If he'd taken Zhang Shi's wife, who was to say other wives or daughters were safe? Panic began to spread. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shi pressed on. Who here is willing to join me in dealing with Wei Ming for the sake of your families? Kill him and eliminate the threat. We'll divide his supplies equally. What truly moved people was Zhang Shi's final statement. Divide the supplies equally. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, many had developed a sense of crisis and stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies at home. For most, these could last about half a month. But no matter how much one had, the supplies would eventually run out. What then? If Wei Ming declared that the price for survival was handing over their wives and daughters, wouldn't they have no choice but to obey? So, why not strike first? Kill Wei Ming and seize his supplies. I'm in. I'll take the risk, count me in. Me too. Any initiative with tangible benefits and a clear leader could quickly attract followers. The key here was that there were no consequences for wrongdoing now, no punishments to fear. Alright, everyone, come to my place. Let's sit down and plan this carefully. We also need to be cautious of anyone in the group leaking information to Wei Ming, Zhang Shi said. Got it. Many responded enthusiastically. In no time, 21 people gathered at Zhang Shi's villa. Only 21? Zhang Shi felt slightly disappointed, but on second thought, 21 was a significant number. Surely it was enough to take down Wei Ming. Too many participants, and the spoils might not be worth sharing. If we don't act, Wei Ming will kill us and take our women and daughters. This is self-defense. No, this is justice for the people. They concocted a noble justification for their actions. Whether it was tenuous or not didn't matter, so long as they believed it themselves. After much discussion, they decided to strike at night. The reasoning? Nighttime was cooler. Swinging hammers for even a few minutes during the day left one drenched in sweat and exhausted. 21 people, this was more than enough to overwhelm Wei Ming. Even if Wei Ming somehow learned about their plan, what could he possibly do to counter them? Tonight, they would kill Wei Ming and divide his spoils. Wei Ming soon received several messages warning him that a group in the neighborhood was plotting against him. Some messages came from acquaintances, others, from strangers. Among the familiar names were Lin Wanqiu and Zhuo Qingqing. Amusingly, Zhuo Qingqing, the notorious brother worshipper, now seemed solely concerned about her own survival. Her parents and brother were still locked in the garage cages, yet she showed no intention of pleading for their release. When people turn cold-hearted, it can be truly surprising. Brother Wei, Zhang Shi is rallying people to target you. Be careful. Zhuo Qingqing wrote.
Unfortunately, they've all gathered at Zhang Shi's house for a meeting, so I don't know the specifics of their plan. In her mind, if Wei Ming were to take her back, everything he owned would also belong to her.
Now that Zhang Shi wanted to take Wei Ming's belongings, wasn't that essentially stealing from her by extension?
I understand, Wei Ming replied with just a few words. He kept the tone measured, distant yet tantalizing, keeping Zhuo Qingqing hopeful but perpetually unsatisfied. Lin Wanqiu also sent him a message, Zhang Shi is plotting against you. Stay alert. By the way, I finished drafting 3 chapters last night and revised another 3.
I've sent them all to you. Shortly after, Wei Ming received a Word document. He opened it and skimmed through.
Wow, the writing was much bolder now, the scenes practically leapt off the page.
As he was reading with great interest, Song Qingyun and the other women began waking up one after another.
Wei Ming unlocked all the doors, allowing them to move freely within the villa.
Ha!
Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu were startled when they noticed 2 new women in the house. They thought to themselves, Wei Ming is such a womanizer. It's only the 4th day of the apocalypse, and there are already 4 women in his house.
1 per day? If this keeps up, won't the villa be overcrowded in a couple of weeks?
Meanwhile, Changya and Song Qingyun were equally surprised, not expecting that Wei Ming had already been hiding Beauties in a golden house.
Song Qingyun, in particular, nearly couldn't hold back from grabbing Lu Qing on the spot.
So this was where that woman had been hiding all along.
Ha, everyone, let's get to know each other.
From now on, we're one big family, Wei Ming said with a laugh as he fed Little Black, the dog. In truth, in Wei Ming's eyes, Little Black was the only one he truly trusted. Any of the 4 women could betray him. For example, if someone offered better material conditions, Lu Qing and Chanya would undoubtedly switch sides. Mi Xiaolu was less materialistic, but Wei Ming had coerced her into staying with him, so her loyalty wasn't reliable either.
As for Song Qingyun, it went without saying.
Although she seemed to be in a darker mindset for now, her sense of justice still lingered. If societal order were restored, she might very well be the first to drag him to the police station to surrender. Fortunately, no one is richer than me. And no one knows the full extent of my abilities. Wei Ming didn't care what the women thought. As long as they obeyed, they could continue living in the villa. If they didn't, well, they'd be shown the door. The 4 women, meanwhile, felt awkward. Comparing their situations, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were all essentially Wei Ming's women. None of them were any different from the others. Lu Qing, being a mid-level manager at her company, was the first to adapt. With a smile, she said, I'm Lu Qing.
What are your names, ladies? Once someone broke the ice, things became easier.
The other women began introducing themselves as well. By afternoon, Wei Ming was on the treadmill, sweating profusely as he exercised. Watching him, the 4 women couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Most people were trying to conserve energy to the point of hibernation to reduce consumption as much as possible.
But Wei Ming?
He was working out. Comparing themselves to him, they couldn't help but feel frustrated. Well, if he weren't like this, he wouldn't have so much energy, right? Lu Qing suddenly quipped, shifting the conversation. This instantly caught Mi Xiaolu and Chang Ya's attention. They eagerly joined in the discussion, and since they were now quite familiar with one another, they held nothing back. The conversation quickly turned risque. Song Qingyun, meanwhile, listened from the side, her face turning crimson. Thanks to her period, she'd been spared from Wei Ming's advances for now, but hearing these 3 women talk so brazenly, she ended up covering her ears. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chang Ye exchanged glances, grins spreading across their faces. They suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to tease her. The 3 girls, led by Lu Qing, started a deliberate discussion.
Song Qingyun was initially bewildered. What was this talk about 11, 12, 13? Were they discussing height?
Then, all of a sudden, realization struck her. Her fair face flushed a deep red, and she wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole.
Was this a conversation she could even listen to, let alone participate in right now?
Seeing Song Qingyun's embarrassment, the 3 girls burst into laughter. They were well aware that Song Qingyun was on her period and hadn't been truly eaten up by Wei Ming. In fact, she was still an innocent little girl who had never experienced such things. This made their mischievous grins widen as they shared the secrets of male-female relationships with her.
Oh my gosh! Song Qingyun quickly covered her ears, shaking her head repeatedly. I'm not listening. I'm not listening.
Lu Qing admired her. You're so beautiful and pure, yet you have such a great figure.
That guy must be completely smitten with you. Exactly, chimed in Changya. If I had your looks and figure, I wouldn't bother being a security officer. I'd definitely go straight into showbiz. Mi Xiaolu also looked on with envy.
Song Qingyun was stunningly beautiful, without a single flaw to be found.
When her profession was mentioned, Song Qingyun suddenly perked up. What's so bad about being a security officer? We catch criminals and protect people's safety.
But as she spoke, her voice gradually softened, and her mood turned somber. She was reminded of the current state of the world. People now brazenly harmed one another, robbery, murder, and all kinds of atrocities had become as common as daily meals. For someone like her, filled with an overwhelming sense of justice, this was a hard blow to bear. Meanwhile, Wei Ming had retreated to his room. Locking the door behind him, he began conserving his energy. There would definitely be some action tonight, involving Zhang Shi and his group. With such scorching heat during the day, who could have the energy? At least there was someone to keep him entertained and help pass the time. In fact, the villa was lively enough already. People were playing mahjong and card games like Fight the Landlord. But for Wei Ming, nothing was as satisfying as going head-to-head with others. After all, he wasn't Song Qingyun's or the others' babysitter. Food and water were available in the villa. If they wanted to eat, they could cook it themselves. Go outside? Not a chance. The controller was in his hand. It required fingerprint access, and none of the 4 women's fingerprints had been registered. They could only move about inside the villa. Not that it mattered who would even want to go out. The temperature outside was nearly 60 degrees Celsius. Stepping out would be pure self-torment. Wei Ming slept soundly, and by the time he woke up, it was already past 7 p.m. Climbing out of bed, he went to the kitchen. The 4 women, who had already eaten, had left some food for him. However, instead of eating it, Wei Ming retrieved a skewer of barbecue from his spatial storage and reheated it in the air fryer. The mouth-watering aroma soon filled the air. So good. The 4 women abandoned their card game and gathered around, their faces full of desire. Fine. Wei Ming handed each of them 2 skewers. Any more, and they wouldn't have been able to finish them, as they just had dinner and were mindful of not wanting to gain weight. After eating, the 4 women went to do yoga. In truth, Song Qingyun initially intended to work out alone, but Lu Qing and the others dragged her along. What's the fun in working out alone? Yoga together is much more fun. So off she went. Seeing the 4 of them in yoga pants, displaying their elegant figures on the mats, Wei Ming couldn't help but watch intently. Yoga outfits were essentially tight-fitting garments, accentuating a woman's figure with absolute clarity, beauty and flaws laid bare. Truly sexy. No wonder this was invented by those lustful monks from a certain subcontinent. It was visually pleasing, with movements full of provocative allure. Wei Ming was just about to take action when he heard his phone's alarm blaring, followed by a loud thud. Zhang Shi and his group had arrived. So early? Wei Ming had expected them to show up after 10 p.m., maybe even in the middle of the night when it was cooler. The sun had only just set, and the temperature was still above 45 degrees Celsius. How were they enduring such heat? He chuckled, maybe he should hand out some heat wave compensation to them? What's that sound? The 4 women asked, pausing their yoga. Nothing, Wei Ming replied with a smile. Just some idiots trying to break in. This world. The 4 women sighed. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, yet people had already become bold enough to forcefully break in and commit crimes. It takes years to build a civilization, but only days for it to collapse. Wei Ming laughed. Keep going. Don't let it bother you. I'll handle it. The women were a little worried, not because they cared deeply for Wei Ming, but because their fates were now tied to his. If the villa were breached, what would happen to them? They'd likely end up as playthings for countless men. But they had witnessed Wei Ming's capabilities before. Most importantly, they knew he wasn't a reckless person. On the contrary, he was cautious and careful, unlikely to take unnecessary risks. So, they nodded and continued their yoga, though their focus wavered. Wei Ming went down to the basement, locking the door behind him. He didn't want to be disturbed by Song Qingyun and the others. The basement was equipped with a full surveillance system, featuring 9 screens. Besides the 3 cameras in the basement, there were views of the front door and the villa interior. In fact, there were over 20 cameras in total, though only 9 screens could be displayed at a time. Naturally, he selected the basement cameras for the main display. 1, 2, 3, 21 people. Zhang Shi was among them, while a few strong men were hammering at the door with sledgehammers.
Clang! 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 Wei Ming shook his head. If they could break through this door with a few hammers, then the millions he spent on this villa truly would have gone to waste. He noticed Zhang Shi staring at the surveillance camera, seemingly saying something. Curious, Wei Ming turned on the speaker. Wei Ming, I know you're in there, watching and listening. You know why I didn't destroy the cameras? It's because I want you to see and hear this. I want you to feel fear and despair as you face your death. TSK TSK. Such hatred. But wasn't he getting ahead of himself? Wei Ming laughed, speaking into the microphone. Old Zhang, you're really no fun. You brought your wife over, armed with weapons, planning to kill me and take over my home. Yet, I didn't harm a single hair on your head. Isn't that generous of me? And your wife, she came willingly. Did I force her in any way? The 20 people outside exchanged curious looks.
This didn't match what Zhang Shi had told them. Zhang Shi's face turned red with anger. Wei Ming, stop spouting nonsense. You stole my wife and now dare to twist the truth.
Enough talk. Tonight, you die. Wei Ming chuckled. You'll have to get in first. Good luck. Keep at it. You think you can even get in? Wasn't that outright provocation? Zhang Shi and his group were infuriated, swinging their hammers with even greater force. 80. 80. 80.
Wei Ming counted for them, calling out a number with each strike. This only provoked the group further, making them wish they could drag Wei Ming out immediately and beat him to death. Yet, after hammering for ages, switching out person after person, was there even the slightest sign of damage to the door? They were stunned. This door must have been reinforced. It's not a regular door. It's made of solid metal, not just a wooden door wrapped in a thin layer of iron. There's no way to break it down. It'd be faster to smash through the wall. So, they changed tactics, abandoning the door and setting their sights on the wall instead.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Progress picked up significantly. Bricks and mortar began to fall away, and soon they had opened up a hole in the wall. But when they broke through a bit more, a wave of curses erupted from the group.
Behind the wall was another wall, a metal one.
It had the same texture as the door, and it clearly wasn't just any ordinary metal.
It was likely an ultra-high-strength alloy. The group was dumbfounded. Damn it! What now? Are all the villas in this neighborhood built to this level? Someone murmured. The developer must have taken a huge loss. Spit it out, there's no way the developer did this.
That bastard Wei Ming must have modified it himself.
Geez, how scared of death is this guy? He reinforced the villa way ahead of time? What do we do now? Everyone was at a loss.
If it weren't so absurd, they might have suspected that Wei Ming was from the future and had foreseen this situation.
Otherwise, why would he have made such preparations? All eyes turned to Zhang Shi. You started this, what's your plan now? What could Zhang Shi do? He resorted to taunting instead. Wei Ming, are you planning to hide like a coward forever? Sure, you can reinforce the walls with metal, but what about the windows?
Tomorrow, we'll regroup and come back to smash your windows on the first floor.
But if you come out now and surrender, I might consider sparing your life and even let you keep half of your supplies.
When he saw that his companions wanted to speak up, Zhang Shi silently cursed them for being idiots and quickly signaled them to stay quiet.
The group caught on. Zhang Shi was trying to trick Wei Ming.
So, they kept their mouths shut.
Wei Ming chuckled. Sure, go ahead and try tomorrow. Are you planning to come during the day or at night? If it's daytime, remember to bring sunscreen.
If it's nighttime, you'll need rain gear.
Oh, by the way, Zhang, your wife is still here with me. You're really okay waiting until tomorrow? Haha, if you can't think of anything else, I might just, well, you know.
Zhang Shi jumped in fury, cursing at Wei Ming, you bastard.
If you dare touch my wife, I'll kill your girlfriend. Finally. You brought her up.
Wei Ming smiled slyly to himself but pretended to panic.
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare.
I'm warning you, if you so much as lay a finger on Zhuo Qingqing, I'll never forgive you. To make sure Zhang Shi didn't target the wrong person, he even helpfully provided Zhuo Qingqing's name.
Zhang Shi hadn't actually been thinking of Zhuo Qingqing, it was just an angry outburst.
But seeing how Wei Ming reacted so nervously, he suddenly felt encouraged. The cunning leader quickly regained his composure and smirked confidently. You mess with me, and I'll mess with you.
Wei Ming, will you come out yourself, or should I bring your girlfriend here and force you out? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide.
Wei Ming laughed internally, propping his feet up on the table with utmost relaxation. But he continued to play along, speaking nervously into the microphone.
I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid.
Zhang Shi burst into laughter, turning to his companions.
Looks like we'll need to find another way to break in. Alright. The group's morale was reinvigorated. 10, 9, 8.
Zhang Shi began counting down. As he reached the final 3 numbers, he slowed his pace, aiming to pile on the pressure. Wei Ming stifled his laughter with great difficulty but kept his voice tense.
Zhang Shi, this is between you and me. Why drag innocent people into it? 2. Zhang Shi ignored him, continuing to count. 1, 0. Alright, you forced my hand. Let's go, boys.
Zhang Shi waved his hand, and the group of 21 left.
Wei Ming smirked faintly.
Your parents and siblings are suffering. There's no way you'd just stay home doing nothing, right?
Go ahead and taste some hardship yourselves.
Zhang Shi's group of 21 stormed to the rented house where Zhuo Qingqing's family lived.
With so many people, it wasn't hard to find out where they stayed. Without a word, they began hammering on the door. Clang! 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 Ordinary locks couldn't withstand such brute force.
After just a few hits, the lock broke, and the group barged in like wolves. Zhuo Qingqing, startled awake by the noise, was still groggy when they dragged her out. She was wearing nothing but her underwear. Terrified, she clutched her arms around her chest, trembling uncontrollably.
Who are you? What do you want?
Zhang Shi smiled faintly.
Don't worry. We just need you to do us a little favor. Let's go.
He waved his hand.
The group pushed Zhuo Qingqing forward.
She pleaded, at least let me put on some clothes.
What's the point? We've already seen everything.
Zhang Shi had no patience for delays and refused. The group marched back to the villa with Zhuo Qingqing in tow. When they arrived, Zhuo Qingqing quickly realized their intentions. She began screaming hysterically, almost losing control. She didn't want Wei Ming to see her like this. It wasn't about pride, she feared that if Wei Ming saw her exposed in front of so many men, he'd think she was dirty and cast her aside. Zhang Shi didn't care and pushed her under the villa's surveillance cameras, laughing loudly.
Wei Ming, do you recognize this person?
Then Wei Ming's roar came through the speakers.
Zhang Shi, you've gone too far.
She has nothing to do with our grudge.
Let her go. Oh, just because you say she's not involved, she's not?
Zhang Shi sneered. Open the door now, and I promise you and your girlfriend can leave safely.
To his surprise, Zhuo Qingqing screamed first, Wei Ming, you can't open the door. If the door opened, the villa and its supplies would undoubtedly be taken by Zhang Shi and his group. What good would Wei Ming be to her then? She didn't want Wei Ming for himself, she wanted his supplies and the cool, comfortable villa. So, Wei Ming couldn't surrender. That was a matter of principle. First, they needed to figure out how to escape this group. Smack! Zhang Shi slapped Zhuo Qingqing hard across the face, annoyed by her outburst. But her deep devotion seemed to soften Wei Ming's resolve. Wei Ming, I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. Zhang Shi issued his final ultimatum. Wei Ming lounged back with his legs crossed, looking completely at ease. Yet, he slipped into character, feigning extreme agitation as he said, Zhang Shi, I'm warning you. I'm warning you. Zhang Shi, feeling that victory was within his grasp, burst into laughter. After a few clashes with Wei Ming, he had finally gained the upper hand and found a way to corner him. Wei Ming, open the door already. Time's running out, he said with an air of indifference. Left Qingqing wasn't having it. She shouted firmly, Wei Ming, don't listen to him. If you open the door, we'll all be done for. If you stay inside and refuse to come out, they won't dare to kill me because they need leverage to get your supplies. Oh, look at that, she even crafted a justification for me. Wonderful. Wei Ming clenched his teeth, though in truth, he was holding back laughter. I understand. I definitely won't come out. Damn it. Zhang Shi roared in anger, striking left Qingqing across the face with a loud slap. Smack! She tumbled to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, a smile emerged on her face. She had shown how much she was willing to sacrifice for Wei Ming. Surely that would earn her points in his heart, wouldn't it? After all, that woman she saw yesterday was indeed beautiful and had a stunning figure, but how could she compare? That woman was nothing more than a vase. What sacrifices had she made for Wei Ming? If left Qingqing could survive this ordeal and move into the villa, she'd have no trouble ousting that coquettish little thing. In times like these, would Wei Ming want a mere trophy or a virtuous and capable wife? I'm so clever.
Left Qingqing chuckled inwardly with pride, forgetting one crucial thing. How exactly was she planning to escape Zhang Shi's group?
She hadn't thought that far ahead yet. She was too busy earning points with Wei Ming.
Zhang Shi, fuming, turned to the surveillance camera and barked, Wei Ming, if you don't come out, I won't hold back. Your girlfriend, well, she may not be a great beauty, but just because she's your girlfriend, plenty of my brothers here are very interested.
TSK, don't blame us for being rough with her. This time, Left Qingqing's expression turned pale with fear. It wasn't just about whether Wei Ming would find her dirty afterward. What if all 20 of these men took a turn with her? Could she even survive that? Wouldn't her body be completely ruined? Oh, old Zhang, why do you always manage to hit my weak spots so perfectly? Wei Ming chuckled inwardly, but he raised his voice in mock panic. How about this?
I'll give you 5 cases of water and 50 kilograms of rice, just let her go.
Gasp. How generous. In today's world, just how valuable were 5 cases of water and 50 kilograms of rice?
The group was clearly tempted, but Zhang Shi had enough supplies of his own. Besides, as the leader, he had a much bigger appetite. He had finally found Wei Ming's weakness.
Was he going to settle for a mere pittance? No way.
Zhang Shi glanced at the group, noticing that some were wavering.
He scoffed, are you all idiots?
He's panicking just because we're threatening him a little, and he's already offering so much.
What does that tell you?
First, this guy clearly cares about this woman.
Second, the supplies Wei Ming has on hand far exceed what he's offering. Don't be short-sighted.
Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had underestimated the situation. Left Qingqing was worth much more than this. The more Wei Ming valued her, the higher the price he'd have to pay for her ransom. Naturally, Left Qingqing was deeply moved. Wei Ming cared about her. Look, he was willing to offer such a generous price to save her. This only made her more determined to hold her ground. Meanwhile, Wei Ming watched the entire scene unfold through the surveillance monitors, struggling to suppress his laughter. This was just too entertaining.
Would he actually give up so many supplies for Left Qingqing? Of course not. First, he was confident that Zhang Shi's greed would prevent him from accepting the offer. Second, even if Zhang Shi miraculously agreed, Wei Ming would simply renege on the deal. Worst case? He wouldn't get to mess with them anymore. No big deal.
Zhang Shi sneered.
Wei Ming, you're such a coward. Are you really going to just sit there and watch your girlfriend get humiliated? Brothers, since Wei Ming is so generous, let's enjoy his girlfriend. Why hold back? Go for it. Most of the group hesitated. Some lingering shred of morality made them uncomfortable doing such things in broad daylight. However, there were always a few with darker hearts. One man stepped forward, grinning wickedly. If you're all being so polite, I'll go first. Left Qingqing panicked, pleading desperately. No. 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 Then tell Wei Ming to open the door. Zhang Shi shouted. Left Qingqing fell silent. What a joke. Would Wei Ming saving her do her any good? If he came out, she'd end up with nothing. So, she clammed up. Well, still looking out for Wei Ming, huh? Zhang Shi sneered. All right, go ahead. Got it. Ah. Left Qingqing screamed pitifully. See that, Wei Ming?
Zhang Shi laughed loudly. One of my brothers has already started.
Even if we stop now, it's too late.
But don't worry, we've got 20 more guys in line. If you don't want all of us to become your brothers-in-law, open the door now.
Wei Ming played along, letting out a few agonized groans of "No" into the microphone before cutting off his feed. Adopting a classic ostrich mentality, he acted as though if he couldn't see or hear it, then it wasn't happening.
Zhang Shi continued his mockery, but Wei Ming remained unresponsive. He must have turned off the surveillance, Zhang Shi speculated.
No matter, we'll head back and film a little movie for him. The group cheered in agreement, dragging Left Qingqing away.
A short while later, a brand new video file arrived on Zhang Shi's phone, which he promptly forwarded to Wei Ming.
And what was Wei Ming doing at that moment? He had gone upstairs and was admiring Song Qingyun's impromptu fashion show.
He had made Song Qingyun wear a cheongsam.
Good heavens, she was stunning.
The cheongsam hugged her figure perfectly, outlining every curve while maintaining an air of elegance and restraint, a refined kind of allure. Wei Ming's heart was practically soaring. But just then, he received a message. Looking down, he saw that it was from Zhang Shi.
He clicked on it and found a video file.
Seeing this, Song Qingyun quickly ran over, her cheeks flushed. She blamed Wei Ming for making her wear the cheongsam. While it did look beautiful and sexy, it was also incredibly embarrassing. "What did Zhang Shi send you?" she asked curiously, partly to distract Wei Ming from teasing her further.
Wei Ming smirked. "Take a look yourself. It's too cringe for me." Song Qingyun had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. She casually opened the video, and the moment it started playing, her entire body froze in shock. "This is disgusting," she exclaimed, hurriedly turning off the phone screen. Wei Ming was speechless. "Now, when I open my phone later, won't I still have to see that disgusting footage?" "You opened the video, but you didn't even bother to close it properly." Frowning, Song Qingyun said, "Zhang Shi is supposedly the boss of a big company. How could he stoop so low as to send you something like this?" Admiring Song Qingyun's breathtaking beauty, Wei Ming chuckled. "Didn't you recognize the lead actress in the video?" Song Qingyun's expression grew thoughtful. Then, in a flash of realization, she exclaimed, "Zhuo Qingqing." Wei Ming grinned slyly. "Zhang Shi is trying to use Zhuo Qingqing to force me into surrendering. Is he an idiot?" Song Qingyun snapped, cutting herself off. She vividly remembered Zhuo Qingqing's family's shameless behavior the other night. Although Wei Ming had spared Zhuo Qingqing, she had seen it clearly. Wei Ming didn't let her go out of pity. He was planning to torment her slowly. So how could Zhang Shi possibly think Wei Ming cared about Zhuo Qingqing? "I see now, it was you," Song Qingyun said, her expression bright with understanding. She let out a sigh. "You're so ruthless." Pretending that Zhuo Qingqing was incredibly important to him was a perfect ploy. Zhang Shi predictably took the bait and set off to deal with Zhuo Qingqing, thinking it would compel Wei Ming to give in. Wei Ming lightly slapped her a few times in mock punishment and sneered, "I'm not going to let Zhuo Qingqing die so easily." In his previous life, Zhuo Qingqing had been the one to deal the most brutal blows. Each slash and stab she inflicted on him was seared into his memory. The excruciating physical pain was something he could never forget. How could he possibly let her off the hook that easily? If it was just about revenge, he could have killed all 4 members of the Zhuo family last night. Why let Zhuo Qingqing go and give her false hope instead? Now, Zhuo Qingqing believed that as long as she endured, she would eventually be able to move into the villa and enjoy a life of luxury. But when she realized that her suffering had been in vain, wouldn't she go mad with anger? Song Qingyun couldn't comprehend the depth of Wei Ming's hatred. She hadn't lived through what he had, a betrayal that led to his death, orchestrated by a girlfriend who tricked him into opening the door, only for him to be dismembered and murdered by her family. That kind of pain and hatred ran so deep that even sending the entire Zhuo family to the 18th level of hell wouldn't satisfy him. Wei Ming just hoped that Zhang Shi had the patience to drag this out and not reveal his intentions too soon. Otherwise, the game would end too quickly. He smiled. "Let's not dwell on such unpleasant things. We've got something more important to focus on." Song Qingyun had gone out of her way to change into a qipao, looking absolutely stunning, elegant, beautiful, and sensual. Yet here he was, letting his thoughts stray to someone like Zhuo Qingqing. What a waste! He chuckled to himself. The gift had been admired. Now it was time to unwrap it. Over an hour later, Wei Ming left and returned to his own room. Song Qingyun sighed to herself. Just what had Zhuo Qingqing done to hurt Wei Ming so deeply that he couldn't bring himself to trust anyone? Even after they'd shared such an intimate moment, Wei Ming still insisted on sleeping alone. It was clear how much he distrusted others. He only sought physical enjoyment, refusing to invest any emotions. This, too, was because of Zhuo Qingqing. Song Qingyun suddenly made a decision. She would use her body and heart to influence and change Wei Ming, to help him rebuild his faith in humanity. In her mind, this was her way of saving him, a duty that came naturally to her as a security officer. If I don't step into hell, who will? Besides, could this really be called hell? This was heaven. That made it even more necessary for her to do something for Wei Ming, to use her warmth to melt the ice around his heart. The road ahead would be long and arduous, but she vowed never to give up. Wei Ming, of course, had no idea what Song Qingyun was thinking. Even if he did, he'd probably just laugh. He wasn't disillusioned with the world, he simply saw through it. Especially in times of catastrophe, the ugliness, greed, and darkness within people's hearts were laid bare. Just look at the behavior of the residents in the neighborhood over the past few days, it was worse than that of beasts. He didn't trust others, nor did he have any intention of playing the savior. He simply wanted to take care of himself. Oh, and maybe keep a few beauties around to pass the time. That would be nice. Time to sleep.
Wei Ming checked the time, it was already past midnight. He chuckled to himself. Zhang Shi, keep up the good work.
Tortures what Qingqing for me.
Meanwhile, I'll take good care of your little wife. Wait a second.
My lack of reaction to Zhuo Qingqing's suffering video doesn't match the persona I've been projecting.
With that thought, he sent Zhang Shi a voice message filled with curses, then turned off his phone and went to bed with a grin on his face. The long night finally came to an end.
Doomsday, Day 5.
Wei Ming got out of bed and habitually checked the neighborhood chat group. He raised an eyebrow, something unexpected had happened last night. And it had nothing to do with him.
A man named Zhao Jihu had ventured out in the acid rain yesterday.
Not only had he returned alive, but he'd also brought back a decent haul of supplies. Even Wei Ming was a little surprised. He scrolled through the chat logs and found that Zhao Jihu had modified his household raincoat and boots to make them resistant to the corrosive effects of the acid rain. His attempt had been successful, but it was incredibly dangerous. A few drops of acid rain had still managed to seep through, burning his skin and nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Moreover, Zhao Jihu had only made it to the convenience store at the edge of the neighborhood. If he had gone any farther, the rain gear would have failed, and he would never have made it back alive. Still, he had succeeded. Now, everyone was scrambling to add him as a friend and learn from his methods. Sitting around would only lead to starvation. They had to find a way to gather supplies. Wei Ming predicted that tonight, more people would venture out. The earlier they went out, the more they'd gain. A few days later, when the local convenience stores were picked clean, anyone looking for supplies would have to travel farther, increasing the risk exponentially.
Wei Ming shook his head. With so many people going out, some would succeed, and others would fail. Would those who failed succumb to greed and start robbing others? In fact, he wouldn't even need to leave the villa. If a group of people took control of the neighborhood gate and demanded a toll for entry, who could refuse? Pay up, or stay locked out. Such a scenario would allow him to profit without lifting a finger. This world was going to get even more chaotic. Just wait and see.
Brother Zhang, our food supply is running low, and Wei Ming refuses to surrender.
Why don't we sell this woman to him instead?
One of the men suggested to Zhang Shi. Last night, although they had wanted to launch an assault on the villa, the acid rain kept them from stepping outside.
Indeed, Wei Ming had plenty of supplies, but since he stayed holed up in his villa, what could they do about it?
Zhang Shi glared at the speaker, his expression stern and full of warning.
If we can't even take down one villa, what can we hope to accomplish in the future?
Zhang Shi snorted coldly.
But this standoff isn't helping us either, another person chimed in.
Zhang Shi thought for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. First, we'll make our move at night, break the glass at Wei Ming's place, and force our way in.
Second, if we can't deal with Wei Ming's villa for now, can't we go after others instead?
After all, Zhang Shi was a former CEO of a large company. He never thought about just eking out a safe existence. This was the apocalypse, and they were already resorting to banditry.
Why limit themselves to robbing only Wei Ming?
They had 21 people, most of whom were strong adult men.
With such a force, they could easily raid any household.
The group's eyes lit up.
Exactly. If they couldn't rob Wei Ming, surely they could rob someone else. Let's act now. Someone suggested eagerly.
Zhang Shi raised a hand to stop them and gave a sinister grin.
No rush.
Plenty of people have been clamoring to venture out at night to scavenge supplies.
Let them do the hard work and bring the goods back.
Then, we'll go house to house and take everything. The others immediately perked up at the idea. It was a brilliant plan. They wouldn't need to work for the supplies themselves and would face no risk.
Zhang Shi, you're a genius.
Your thinking is so sharp.
You're amazing.
With Zhang Shi leading us, we'll definitely make it through this. The group showered Zhang Shi with praise, and he accepted it all without hesitation. He had been used to issuing orders and being flattered as a CEO, so he saw nothing unusual in the situation. Zhang Shi opened a bedroom door and threw a phone onto the bed. Turning to Left Qingqing, he said, "If you don't want to suffer anymore, contact Wei Ming and convince him to surrender."
Left Qingqing struggled to pick up the phone but didn't immediately call Wei Ming.
Instead, she looked at Zhang Shi with a venomous glare. Over the past 2 days, she had endured unbearable suffering. Although she wasn't someone who cared about chastity, she wasn't a prostitute either, and being repeatedly abused had left her body battered and her spirit drained. The most infuriating thing was that this man was blocking her path to gaining entry to Wei Ming's villa. Zhang Shi ignored her resentful gaze, chuckled coldly, and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Bang! After a moment, Left Qingqing finally used the phone to video call Wei Ming. She needed to pour out her grievances and reassert her importance to him. The phone was hers, after all. A few seconds later, the video connected. Weigage, Left Qingqing called out sweetly. But she quickly grew puzzled, as Wei Ming appeared to be lying flat on his bed. Usually, when taking a video call, people would at least sit up, even if they'd been lying down. Yet Wei Ming was fully reclined, which felt strange to her. His expression was also peculiar, his face was slightly flushed, and his breathing seemed labored. Suddenly, realization dawned on Left Qingqing. She caught a glimpse of someone in Wei Ming's pupils, a woman. Though the details were unclear, it was evident that the woman was moving her body in a rhythm resembling horseback riding. Considering Wei Ming's posture and his expression, what else could they possibly be doing? In that instant, Left Qingqing nearly exploded with rage. She was suffering here, while Wei Ming was in his air-conditioned villa, indulging in intimacy with another woman? She wanted to kill both of those shameless adulterers. But she quickly adjusted her mindset, convincing herself otherwise. It's the apocalypse now. Wei Ming needs someone by his side. Besides, if it's Zhang Shi's wife he's with, then Wei Ming must be doing it to take revenge for me. Yes, that's it. Wei Ming is taking revenge for me. This thought calmed her down. You have to find a way to save me. I can't hold on any longer, she said pitifully. Not only was she suffering from heat, hunger, and thirst, but she was also enduring constant rough abuse. It was taking a toll on her body and mind. I'm working on it, Wei Ming replied between breaths. Hey, the signal's cutting out. Let's talk later. He hung up the call, switched his phone to airplane mode, and tossed it aside. Then, with a quick roll, he turned his attention back to the important matter at hand. Why would he waste time comforting Left Qingqing? After all, in his previous life, she had been merciless to him, leading her family to trick him into opening the door with the sole intent of killing him and taking his possessions. Did such a woman deserve even a shred of pity? On the other end, Left Qingqing stared blankly at the phone. Wei Ming hung up just like that? He didn't even offer her any words of comfort. No, Wei Ming must be too focused on finding a way to save her. That's why he didn't have time to comfort her. Yes, that must be it. Wei Ming finished his business and emerged wearing just a pair of shorts. The three women, Song Qingyun, Lu Qing, and Mi Xiaolu, were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, Lu Qing teased, "Done with your morning exercise? Want to add more to your routine?" "Sure," Wei Ming replied with a grin, walking over to scoop Lu Qing into his arms. "Ah!" Lu Qing shrieked in surprise before laughing. "Looks like I've been chosen by the emperor. Breakfast will be up to you too," she said to the others. After exercise and breakfast, the four women began their yoga routine again. Except for Song Qingyun, the other three complained about feeling flabby from lack of activity and insisted on working out to shed some pounds. Wei Ming mused to himself whether throwing them into his alternate space could result in a fat loss session. It probably could. But he had no intention of revealing his secret ability for something so trivial. Instead, he decided to enjoy the sight of the four women working out in their yoga pants, a truly captivating display. That said, he preferred the aesthetic of a woman wearing nothing but an apron, a practical and visually pleasing combination. By noon, the four women worked together to prepare lunch. As they ate, Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chanya began filming videos of the food and uploading them online. They watched with delight as the likes and comments rolled in. "You're actually in the mood to post on Douyin right now?" Song Qingyun was stunned. Lu Qing chuckled and said, "We're living well. Why shouldn't we let others know? We're all human, but while I enjoy gourmet meals every day, others are forced to eat scraps." Highlighting that contrast, that's where the satisfaction comes from. "Xinjia, help me take a photo." Chanya handed her phone to Lu Qing, then picked up a wine glass filled with red wine. She struck a sipping pose, and once Lu Qing snapped the photo, Chanya began editing it before posting it to her Moments feed. "A glass of red wine every day keeps all worries away," she captioned it. Not wanting to be outdone, Mi Xiaolu also posed for photos. She used the villa's balcony as a backdrop, showing part of the neighborhood in the frame to emphasize that the photos were taken in the post-apocalyptic world and not stock images from before. Naturally, Lu Qing joined in as well. Posting on Douyin wasn't enough, sharing to her Moments feed was a must. Wei Ming leaned over to take a look.
Sure enough, the posts were getting tons of likes, and the comments were a flood of envy.
Many people tried to strike up conversations, asking how the three women were still managing to live so comfortably in the current conditions. Of course, Lu Cheng and the others weren't about to admit that they were being kept. Not to mention, there were 3 other women besides them. All they wanted was to bask in others' envy.
Negative comments?
They would ignore them entirely.
Let's keep the comments section filled with nothing but envy, shall we? Wei Ming thought with amusement. Maybe he should flex a little too.
An endless supply of resources, a luxurious villa, for beautiful women, one of whom was absolutely top tier.
Yeah, why not? But only left Xingqing needed to see it.
He had the 4 women stand on either side of him, snapped a photo, then took pictures of his stockpile of resources. After editing them, he posted the images to his Moments feed, setting it so only left Xingqing could view them.
He added a caption. Life is tough, but humanity is resilient.
We must keep pushing forward despite the hardships. The caption was inspirational, but the images screamed pure bragging.
That was exactly the effect he was going for.
After posting, he paid it no further attention. It was time for him to work out. Wei Ming had set up a small home gym with a few pieces of equipment. Of course, the villa wasn't huge, most of the space was used for bedrooms, so the gym area was a bit cramped.
With the basement included, the villa has 11 bedrooms.
If I keep one for myself and allocate the other 10 as shared rooms, I can accommodate 20 women, Wei Ming calculated. Clearly, he'd built so many bedrooms with a purpose in mind.
But could he even find 20 women in the entire Qidong City neighborhood who met his standards? Probably not. Maybe it wasn't even possible.
Oh, I almost forgot about my sultry Aunt Lin Wanqiu. Wei Ming retrieved his drone, packed up leftovers, and sent them over to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu had been hard at work, having written 7 chapters yesterday. According to her, she was so exhausted her breasts were sagging.
That was how she put it.
No wonder every chapter of her novel was practically an R-rated scene. This woman was practically a dirty-minded queen.
Wei Ming hesitated. Should he bring this provocative aunt into the villa?
He didn't mind women being a little wild, but if every single one was the same, it would get boring. He still wanted each woman to retain her own unique charm.
Forget it. He decided not to think about Lin Wanqiu for now.
Wei Ming was more interested in what changes would happen in the neighborhood tonight or by tomorrow morning. Yesterday, Zhao Jihu had successfully brought back supplies. Tonight, more people were sure to venture out in search of resources, and some were likely to succeed.
But those willing to risk venturing out for supplies would always be a minority. The majority?
They'd stay within the neighborhood, hoping to take advantage of others' efforts.
So, what kind of chaos would unfold tonight? He couldn't wait to find out.
Human nature's ugliness was bound to fully bloom tonight. Wei Ming set up a high-powered telescope on the balcony. All 3 of the villas were close to the main gate, so with the telescope, he could observe everything clearly. If anyone planned to ambush those returning with supplies, the neighborhood gates were the perfect choke points.
Of course, Qidong City was large and had 3 gates in total.
Wei Ming could only monitor the main gate from his vantage point. Still, the main gate was the most prominent. The road leading out of it was bustling with shops, supermarkets, and convenience stores, making it the shortest and most efficient route to essential supplies. As night fell, Wei Ming decided to have dinner on the balcony. The space was large enough to fit a table for 10, so seating 5 people was no problem. Together, they prepared 8 dishes, a soup, and a variety of fruit platters with watermelon, papaya, strawberries, and more. As he ate, Wei Ming kept an eye on the gate. The automatic lights at the entrance turned on at dusk, so even without the telescope, he could see if anyone passed by. There! About half an hour after sunset, someone emerged, heading toward the gate. Naturally, they were fully covered in a raincoat, head to toe.
Wei Ming shook his head.
The most terrifying aspect of acid rain was how it corroded living tissue, but that didn't mean it wouldn't also damage plastic or other materials, it just took longer.
Raincoats weren't impermeable. Otherwise, wouldn't wearing one suffocate you?
People could only try their best to seal the openings to prevent acid rain from seeping in. But no matter how well sealed, those makeshift closures wouldn't hold up long under acid rain. Once the rain seeped in, it was like having sulfuric acid poured on your skin. Why else would it be called acid rain? Even if you avoided the rain's effects, imagine wearing a stifling raincoat in 40 degrees Celsius heat.
Who could endure that?
Wei Ming sighed but remained a passive observer. Soon, another fully equipped individual emerged from the gate.
And this was only one of the 3 exits.
The other 2 gates likely had their share of people risking it all for supplies.
Song Qingyun and the others saw this as well and couldn't help sighing. If not for Wei Ming, would they have been forced to venture out for supplies themselves? Of course, as beautiful women, they had another option, offering their bodies in exchange. Beauty was a resource in the apocalypse. At that moment, the lights in the neighboring villa suddenly turned on. Yu Chutong stepped out, as nonchalant as ever, carrying a bottle of red wine in one hand and a wineglass in the other. In a world like this, few could live as leisurely as she did. Wine contained water and, in the case of red wine, sugar as well, making it a viable resource for survival. Her lifestyle would make 99% of people envious. But not Wei Ming.
When Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu saw Yu Chutong, they were stunned by her beauty. It was their first time seeing her. Chengya, on the other hand, was familiar with her, having been neighbors for some time. However, Yu Chutong always looked down on Chengya, viewing her as a materialistic woman who had married a man old enough to be her father. As for Song Qingyun, she didn't need an introduction. After all, Yu Chutong had witnessed her intimate moment with Wei Ming on the balcony.
Yu Chutong also noticed the scene on Wei Ming's balcony and froze in surprise. 4 women. Wei Ming's villa actually housed 4 women, and all of them were beauties. Although Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya were slightly less striking, Song Qingyun could easily match Yu Chutong in terms of looks. Yu Chutong immediately realized that these 4 women must have been lured by Wei Ming's stockpile of supplies, willingly becoming his kept canaries. This filled her with disdain. Still, the luxurious lifestyle they were enjoying was enviable. 4 people dining on 8 dishes, a soup, and an assortment of fresh fruits. Seeing the fruits made her stomach rumble with desire. Unfortunately, Wei Ming refused to sell her any fruit. And given how vicious people had become, even if he were willing, would she dare let him inside her home?
It would be either inviting a wolf into her house or walking straight into a tiger's den. The past 2 days had been especially stressful for Yu Chutong.
Her supplies wouldn't last forever, what then?
She was stunningly beautiful, but the people in the neighborhood had become like lunatics, devoid of humanity. If she were discovered or captured outside, she could already imagine her fate utterly miserable. Wei Ming gave her a slight smile, gesturing at the table of food and beckoning her over.
Did Yu Chutong want to join them?
Of course, she did. But she knew what it would cost her. As someone raised like a princess, always pampered and granted everything she wanted, the idea of trading her body for a meal was unthinkable. She let out a proud snort, sat down, poured herself a glass of wine, and sipped it slowly.
Lu Qing, naturally, couldn't stand her attitude. Clicking her tongue, she said, "Oh, still putting on airs? Let's see how long you can keep that up."
Chengya added cuttingly, "I give her 3 days tops before she's begging to join us in pleasing Wei Ming."
Mi Xiaolu, raised in a more educated family, wasn't as snarky or mean-spirited.
"There's no need to talk about her like that."
Lu Qing huffed.
"Well, she snorted at us first." "Exactly," Chengya agreed with a nod. Lu Qing exchanged a glance with Chengya, and they both moved to sit on Wei Ming's lap, taking turns feeding him. Yu Chutong unintentionally glanced over, and her face turned red at the sight.
Shameless.
After glaring furiously at Wei Ming, she stomped back into her villa.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Qing and Chengya burst into triumphant laughter. Around 10 p.m., the villa switched to curfew mode. Song Qingyun and the other 3 women immediately returned to their rooms, while Wei Ming remained on the balcony, curiously observing the scene at the main gate. After half an hour, he spotted a group of about 20 people emerging from the underground parking garage. However, they weren't heading for the main gate, they were coming toward his villa. They were clad in raincoats, carrying umbrellas, and bundled up in thick clothing.
Were they Zhang Shi's group?
Wei Ming wasn't entirely sure. Dressed like this, even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them.
Probably.
They carried hammers and kitchen knives, looking aggressive and determined. Wei Ming smirked and made a few adjustments on his phone. Steel panels descended over every window on the first and second floors of the villa.
Let them try to break in.
The group noticed him on the lit balcony and even flipped him off, as if to say, "You won't be smug for long." They stormed into the garden and began hammering at the windows.
Clang. The vibrations from the steel nearly caused the attackers to drop their hammers, rattling their teeth.
One of them shone a flashlight on the window, and their jaws collectively dropped.
This is glass? No, it was steel.
Wei Ming had reinforced the windows with steel panels.
Given the conditions outside, how long could they last? The threat of acid rain, combined with the suffocating heat, would soon take its toll. If they stayed out too long, they could even collapse from heatstroke. Breaking through the steel panels? Not a chance. What now? Retreat. Fall back. Zhang Shi ordered, almost in tears. This villa was like an iron fortress. The group hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late. Before they reached the garage, one person let out a scream of pain. It was clear the acid rain had seeped into their raincoat and caused burns. By the time they stumbled into the garage, one man's eye had been completely corroded. Hiss! The corrosive power of the acid rain was terrifying. Even with reinforced raincoats and umbrellas, they didn't stand a chance. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth. That guy has turned his villa into a turtle shell. For now, we can't touch him. Let's stick to plan B, stay up all night and rob anyone who brings back supplies. Got it. The group agreed. 2 hours later, Wei Ming spotted someone returning to the neighborhood. The figure carried a backpack and used the underground garage to enter, undoubtedly the safest route. After all, the garage connected directly to each building's entrance, minimizing exposure to the outside. However, the person seemed to have forgotten that many others were waiting to pounce. Soon enough, they were ambushed. Wei Ming could only see the shadows cast in the garage. At first, there was just one. Moments later, it was surrounded by a dozen more, tackling it to the ground. This is the merciless reality of the apocalypse. And this was only the beginning. Far darker, crueler events were sure to follow. Wei Ming lost interest and returned to his room. Sleep. Let them fight and kill each other. He would remain high above, watching from his safe perch. If needed, he could even sip wine and flaunt his indifference. Another night passed. Day 6 of the apocalypse. Wei Ming woke up and checked his phone. As expected, the neighborhood group chat was in an uproar. Everyone was condemning Zhang Shi and his group. Despicable. Shameless. They had resorted to robbing those who ventured out for supplies. If you want food and water, go get it yourself. This behavior is worse than banditry. Outrage filled the chat as residents vented their fury at Zhang Shi's group. Some of Zhang Shi's members tried to argue back, escalating the tension further. A coalition to overthrow Zhang Shi was formed. We can't just let these people rob us like this. Everyone wants to survive. What can we do? We have to band together and resist. Not everyone joined the coalition, however. Some decided to align with Zhang Shi's group instead. After all, his faction was already established. Joining a scattered resistance might be riskier than siding with a stronghold. By midday, the neighborhood had splintered into over 20 factions. Most of these new alliances were building-based, with residents of buildings 1, 2, and 3 forming their own groups of 200 to 300 people, united in mutual defense. Wei Ming observed this and chuckled. For now, they were alliances. But over time, hierarchies would form. The upper tiers would exploit the lower ones. Throw women into the mix, and these alliances wouldn't last long. The 20-plus factions would eventually consolidate into 10, then even fewer. In the end, there would be either one dominant force or 2 to 3 factions vying for control. But a dozen? Impossible. Even if one faction emerged as supreme, Wei Ming didn't care. With the firepower he had stored, wiping out the entire neighborhood would be easy. Weigage, when are you coming to save me? Left Qingqing sent another message. Wei Ming casually replied, I'm working on it. Just hang in there a little longer. What else could Left Qingqing do? Right now, she had no one to rely on but Wei Ming. Other than hanging in there, she had no other options. She had, of course, seen the post Wei Ming shared on his moments yesterday, but she chose to ignore it. Not because she was naive, but because she had already invested too much. She had no choice but to blindly trust Wei Ming. To win his favor, she had even urged him not to open the door for her and had endured daily torment at the hands of more than 20 men. If she were to fall out with Wei Ming now, wouldn't all her sacrifices have been for nothing? Therefore, she had to trust him, she had no other option. Wei Ming smiled faintly. The fact that Left Qingqing hadn't said a word about his post yesterday showed one thing: she was already convincing herself to believe in him. Perfect. Wei Ming had no intention of making things easier for Left Qingqing. He called Chenya over, took a few suggestive photos of his little wife, and sent them directly to Zhang Shi. This, of course, enraged Zhang Shi, who ordered his men to vent their frustrations even more savagely on Left Qingqing. A flawless plan.
"Boss, things are getting tricky," Lin Wanqiu messaged him. "Our building is turning authoritarian.
They're demanding everyone hand over their supplies. If anyone refuses, they'll break down the door and take them.
From now on, everything will be distributed collectively."
Centralized resource distribution was inevitable after forming alliances. Whoever controlled the distribution controlled the people's survival.
Naturally, this created a class hierarchy. And with hierarchy came conflict. Once tensions reached a boiling point, either an internal rebellion would overthrow the leaders, or they'd redirect the conflict outward by starting a war to seize external resources and maintain their power. Wei Ming had already anticipated this. He knew the more than 20 factions in the neighborhood would eventually clash, leaving only one dominant force or perhaps 2 or 3 in a standoff. A seductive ant like Lin Wanqiu was at great risk. If she refused to hand over her supplies, her door would be broken down.
And with her charm, her fate would be grim. Those in power wouldn't hesitate to claim her for themselves.
"Fine," Wei Ming replied. "You can move in with me, but once you're in my villa, you'll follow my rules.
You're the boss.
Whatever you say goes. And if you're talking about certain unspoken rules, I have no problem with those either," Lin Wanqiu quickly replied.
Wei Ming hesitated. Was this truly the sultry ant he knew, or was she now a downright provocative one? Bringing her in could disrupt the dynamic. If his villa became overrun with flirtatious women, wouldn't that be a nightmare?
Still, Wei Ming decided to let her move in. After all, Lin Wanqiu was a top-tier beauty.
Letting anyone else take advantage of her would be unacceptable. "Come over now," Wei Ming said. "On my way."
Under Wei Ming's instructions, Lin Wanqiu brought nothing with her, pretending she was simply going out for a stroll. She even tousled her hair and wore a loose, oversized dress to conceal her figure. Nowadays, everyone's inner demons had been unleashed. She couldn't afford to be careless. The underground parking lot was crowded with people. During the day, it was the only relatively cool place in the complex.
Without working air conditioning, the rooms upstairs felt like ovens.
But with the recent formation of over 20 factions, people were sticking to their own groups.
Anyone from another building passing through would immediately draw hostile stares.
Lin Wanqiu quickened her pace, her heart pounding harder the closer she got to Wei Ming's villa.
"Hey, which building are you from?"
A man suddenly stopped her. He was in his 30s, with a fierce and intimidating look. This was Zhou Xing, not a property owner but a tenant. Single and perpetually frustrated, he had previously resolved his urges at massage parlors. But since the apocalypse began, that option was off the table. Days of pent-up frustration had taken their toll. Now, a woman walked past.
First, she wasn't from his building.
Second, while her face wasn't visible and her clothes were loose, when she lifted her leg, the fabric tightened over her hips, revealing a full, curvy figure. Zhou Xing immediately felt his interest ignite. He'd have gone after a sow at this point, let alone a woman with such a tantalizing figure. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to block her path.
Lin Wanqiu panicked.
She was only meters away from Wei Ming's villa. Clenching her teeth, she suddenly bolted toward the door. She was terrified. If this man stopped her, all her efforts would have been for nothing. At first, Zhou Xing only wanted to harass her, but when she ran, instinct took over, and he chased after her.
If she had nothing to hide, why would she run? "Don't run!"
he shouted as he gave chase. Others in the parking lot saw the commotion and instinctively joined the pursuit.
With so many people chasing her, Lin Wanqiu panicked even more and ran with all her might.
As she ran, her loose hair flew back, revealing her enchanting and sultry face. Zhou Xing caught sight of her face and felt his desire surge.
"She's gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Catch her. Let's all have some fun,"
he shouted excitedly. The others, who initially had no idea why they were chasing her, perked up at his words.
What could excite them now? Food, water, and women. Lin Wanqiu was fast, and the distance was short.
She reached the door to the basement and pounded on it with all her strength.
"Wei Ming! Open the door! Open the door!"
she screamed desperately. But Zhou Xing was already there, reaching out to grab her. Lin Wanqiu fought back, kicking and struggling to buy herself time for the door to open.
"Ha! Such a beauty. We'll wear you out by tonight,"
Zhou Xing sneered maliciously. In the heat of the day, it was impossible to muster much strength. But by nighttime, with air conditioning running, they could lower the temperature to 30 degrees, just like an ordinary summer evening, and have their way with her.
By then, more men had arrived, surrounding Lin Wanqiu completely. When they saw her face, they were all mesmerized. She's trying to take refuge with Wei Ming? Fat chance. Why should Wei Ming get to have her? Yeah, why should he? We want her too. Take her away.
Faced with a pack of ravenous men, Lin Wanqiu felt utter despair.
Even if Wei Ming came out now, how could he possibly save her from all these men?
She knew how beautiful she was and how desirable her figure was.
She couldn't imagine the torment these men would inflict on her.
This was the apocalypse. The darkness in people's hearts had been fully unleashed. Then, with a click, the basement door opened. Wei Ming stepped out. The group froze for a moment before breaking into grins.
Wei Ming's villa was filled with supplies. If they took this opportunity to rush in and seize it, they'd hit the jackpot.
Lin Wanqiu, however, was deeply moved.
Even in such a situation, Wei Ming had opened the door. But, wasn't this just going to drag him into trouble as well? Kill him!
Zhou Xing shouted, his face twisted with greed.
Bang! A gunshot rang out, silencing the chaos.
Under the group's stunned gaze, Zhou Xing collapsed backward, a bullet hole in his forehead. His contorted face, frozen in a grimace of greed, combined with the wound on his forehead, painted a macabre scene. Wei Ming blew on the barrel of his gun, then smiled casually.
Anyone else? A gun.
The group instinctively stepped back. Though Wei Ming only had one gun, and its bullets were limited, they outnumbered him by more than 10 to 1.
If they dared to rush him, how many could he possibly kill? But who would dare to be the first?
Everyone knew the saying, the bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. And so, with a single gun, Wei Ming sent the entire group retreating. Of course, if they had actually dared to rush him, Wei Ming wouldn't have hesitated to use his spatial ability. In such a confined space, he was practically a god.
Wei Ming!
Lin Wanqiu was overcome with emotion. She had thought her fate was sealed, but the situation had turned around completely.
Wei Ming had a gun.
Wei Ming nodded at her, then looked at the others.
Take the body and move it.
Under the threat of the gun, one of the men reluctantly stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Xing's wrist, and dragged him away.
Wei Ming smiled. Thank you. The man awkwardly mumbled, "You're welcome," though inwardly, he was cursing Wei Ming in every way he could.
Wei Ming pulled Lin Wanqiu inside and slammed the door shut.
Bang! It's so cool in here. Lin Wanqiu exclaimed in surprise.
She quickly removed the cloth she had wrapped around herself. Earlier, she had been covering her face and figure to avoid drawing attention, but now there was no need.
Go take a shower.
Tie up that fabric in a bag and throw it out later, Wei Ming said, covering his nose.
He pointed to the bathroom nearby. There was one in the basement. Lin Wanqiu wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she gasped in amazement, "We can shower?"
Seeing Wei Ming's calm expression, she silently praised herself for making the wise decision to come here. Wei Ming was surprised to discover that Lin Wanqiu was still a virgin. According to Lin Wanqiu, she had once dated a man who tried to force himself on her. The experience left her traumatized, turning her into a shut-in. She'd been staying at home ever since. Yet, beneath her reserved exterior, she was, in Wei Ming's words, a dirty-minded queen, indulging in increasingly explicit writing.
Wei Ming inwardly chuckled. Still, her innocence was a pleasant surprise. Given the choice, who wouldn't prefer a new car?
Unable to sleep, Wei Ming picked up his phone and checked the neighborhood group chat.
As expected, it was abuzz with activity. A gun. That was the most terrifying weapon imaginable. Who in modern society wasn't afraid of guns?
But firearms were strictly banned in the country, with some of the strictest regulations in the world. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to get their hands on one.
So how did Wei Ming acquire a gun? The chat was filled with speculation, with many voicing their concerns. A gun in Wei Ming's possession was a threat to the entire neighborhood. He should hand it over.
However, while the group was lively with complaints, not a single person dared to confront him. They all pushed the responsibility onto one another.
Nobody wanted to be the first to stick their neck out.
After much debate, they accomplished nothing but useless chatter.
Fear gripped everyone, even Zhang Shi's group.
Maybe we should just return left Xingqing to him, someone suggested. After all, we can still force others to scavenge for food, and we've already had our fun with her, a few others agreed. And we could even trade her for some food and water with Wei Ming.
Zhang Shi shot them a cold glance and snorted. You brainless fools. Why settle for food? We want the gun. The gun. Wei Ming soon received a friend request, with the note reading, Neighborhood Committee Director Aunt Yang. Ha!
After thinking it over, Wei Ming decided to accept the request. A few seconds later, Aunt Yang sent a voice message. Xiao Wei, I heard from others that you have a gun.
Is that true?
Ha! Everyone in the neighborhood already knew about his gun and the fact that he'd used it to kill someone.
Yet, she still asked? Wei Ming calmly replied, yes, it's true.
Xiao Wei, owning a gun is illegal in our country.
Aunt Yang exclaimed.
Don't think that just because the government seems paralyzed right now, it will stay that way.
This is only temporary.
Once the disaster is over, the authorities will strike hard and restore order. How about this, you hand the gun over to me for safekeeping. If the government holds you accountable in the future, I'll vouch for you, saying you recognized your mistake and are still a good comrade.
Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh. You want my gun but frame it as doing me a favor?
TCH, typical of someone from the neighborhood committee. I'll think about it, Wei Ming replied, deliberately avoiding a direct refusal. He had already revealed that he owned a gun.
Given the persona he'd created, with lingering feelings for left Qingqing, would Zhang Shi try to use her to pressure him into giving it up? Very likely. This could be fun.
Aunt Yang sounded disappointed but knew a few words wouldn't be enough to convince Wei Ming. After exchanging some polite pleasantries, she ended the call.
Wei Ming smiled and walked to the bed.
Lin Wanxiu was still asleep, though her sleeping posture was far from graceful. She sprawled out in a starfish shape, taking up most of the 2.2-meter wide bed. If someone were to share the bed with her, they'd likely end up on the floor by morning. But even with her unrefined posture, she couldn't hide the fact that she was an absolute beauty, scoring well above 90. Her face was like a blooming rose, seductive, full of charm, and strikingly gorgeous. Her figure was the most impressive of all the women, with an imposing F-cup chest. While her waist wasn't the slimmest, her full hips created a perfect S-shaped curve.
Aside from being a bit provocative, what flaws did this alluring auntie even have? Actually, her provocative nature wasn't necessarily a flaw. Wei Ming's main concern was her influence on the other women. If they all ended up as flirtatious as her, wouldn't that get boring? For instance, Song Qingyun's charm lay in her innocent and slightly naive demeanor. If she lost that and became just another vase-like beauty, her uniqueness would be gone.
Women, after all, needed their own distinct style, what some might call their soul. Why else would celebrities go to such lengths to craft public personas? It was all about presenting themselves as individuals with interesting personalities.
Lin Wanxiu didn't wake up until around 6 p.m.
I overslept.
I need to get back to writing, she exclaimed as she got up.
Without even bothering to dress, she rushed to her computer, her pale back like jade as she prepared to write.
Talk about dedication. Still, was it really necessary to flaunt yourself like that?
Let's eat first, Wei Ming said with a laugh.
Lin Wanxiu nodded, quickly throwing on a robe before following him downstairs.
When they reached the first floor, the four other women, Song Qingyun, Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya, had just finished preparing dinner and were about to call Wei Ming. But when they saw him walk in with a seductive, voluptuous woman, they were all taken aback.
Of course, they already knew about Lin Wanxiu.
Every day, they saw Wei Ming using a drone to deliver leftovers to her. But they hadn't expected her to be not only beautiful but also so stunningly curvaceous. It was now day 6 of the apocalypse, and Wei Ming had only 5 women. Previously, it had been 4 women in 4 days. By that math, his pace of acquiring beauties had slowed. The 4 women silently mocked him in their minds.
I'm Lin Wanxiu.
Starting today, I'm a member of this household. Lin Wanxiu said with a bright smile. I may be the oldest, but since I joined later, I'll call all of you sisters. Wei Ming rolled his eyes.
Did she think this was some old-time polygamous household where she was his 5th concubine? Come to think of it, that's kind of appealing. Still, wasn't she supposed to have social anxiety? How did she transform overnight into someone so outgoing? He hadn't unlocked her energy channels, so why had she changed so dramatically?
Lin Wanxiu's words quickly broke the ice, bringing the 5 women closer together. After all, even the earliest arrivals, like Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, had only known each other for a few days. Soon, the women were all calling her sister Wanxiu, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious.
Wei Ming wasn't fooled. It's often said that even a dorm room with 4 women can have several factions.
Now they all had to share a single man, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce.
How could there not be scheming and jealousy?
This apparent camaraderie was just for show, meant to placate him. After all, he held the power of an old-world patriarch.
If he kicked any of them out, it would be a death sentence. Wei Ming smirked. As long as they maintained the illusion of harmony, that was enough. They could fight and scheme all they wanted in private. In fact, their competition would only make them more attentive to him. The fiercer their infighting, the better they'd treat him. Ha! As night fell and the air cooled, the neighborhood came alive. Nighttime was when people were most active. Wei Ming and the 5 women sat in the living room, eating fruit, watching streaming TV, and discussing when the power and internet might go out. The conversation scared Lu Qing and the others into posting a few more updates on Douyin and their Moments feeds. Flaunting isn't easy, treasure every opportunity. Ding! A message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. It was from Zhang Shi. Do you want your woman back? The message read. Not really. Wei Ming thought to himself, but his reply was, what's your offer? Straightforward. I like it. Zhang Shi replied. I'm in the parking lot under your villa. Come down and let's talk. Wei Ming smiled. Clearly, Zhang Shi wanted to discuss the gun. This was entirely within his expectations. Want to see some drama? Wei Ming asked the 5 women. Yeah. They all nodded eagerly. Whether they were genuinely interested or just trying to humor him, none of them would dare say no. Come with me. The 5 women followed Wei Ming into the basement. First, Wei Ming checked the surveillance cameras. There was no one near the entrance, and the entire hallway was empty. Clearly, Zhang Shi was trying to show his sincerity in negotiating while also ensuring that Wei Ming couldn't suddenly open the door and start shooting. After all, it was a gun, who wouldn't be afraid? What does Zhang Shi want? Changya asked nervously. What was she most afraid of now? That Zhang Shi would trade left Qingqing for her, sending her back in return. Wei Ming pretended to pull a gun out of his pocket and said, he wants this. Song Qingyun immediately tensed up. You can't give it to him. She even considered asking to take custody of the gun herself. After all, who else in the neighborhood was more qualified than her, a former security officer? No one. So, she believed she was the most suitable person to keep the gun, and she absolutely wouldn't misuse it. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why not? Apart from Lin Wanqiu, the other 4 women were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Lin Wanqiu didn't know much about Wei Ming's complicated history with left Qingqing, but how could Song Qingyun and the others not be aware? They even knew that Wei Ming had deliberately orchestrated things so Zhang Shi would torment left Qingqing. Left Qingqing and her family certainly deserved their fate. They had tried to seize the villa, and if they had succeeded, the 4 women would have become playthings for left Qingqing's father and brother. What woman could bear such a fate, being used by a father and son? Now, left Qingqing's father and brother were locked in an iron cage without food or water, left to languish in the sweltering heat. They were already on the brink of death and likely wouldn't survive the night. Yet, here was Wei Ming, seemingly ready to trade the gun to save left Qingqing, an utterly incomprehensible decision. Wei Ming laughed heartily. That's exactly why I brought you all here, to watch the show. Just sit back and enjoy. With that, Wei Ming unlocked the basement door. The door could be unlocked with the remote in his hand, his fingerprint, or even voice recognition, very convenient. He stepped outside. Be careful, Wei Ming. Don't overplay your hand. The 5 women called after him anxiously. Their fates were now tied to his. Wei Ming only smiled faintly. As he stepped out, the motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered on, illuminating him for the group waiting in the distance. Wei Ming! Zhang Shi shouted. With a wave of his hand, someone pushed left Qingqing forward. A fruit knife was pressed against her neck, an obvious precaution against Wei Ming using his gun. You have a gun, but I have a hostage. In just 2 days, left Qingqing had been through hell. Her hair was disheveled, and bruises covered her body. When she saw Wei Ming, her chest heaved with emotion. Compared to her father, mother, and brother, at least she still had food and water. Zhang Shi needed her alive to manipulate Wei Ming, so he couldn't let her die. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a meal and a drink of water each day already put her ahead of many others. Zhang Shi, let her go. Wei Ming shouted angrily, pulling out his gun. Zhang Shi wasn't intimidated. If you dare shoot, your girlfriend will die. But I can return her to you on one condition, give me the gun. The faction he led was already one of the strongest in the neighborhood, but it wasn't yet strong enough to dominate all the others. But with a gun? Everything would change. Even with just a few bullets, the mere threat of the gun would force everyone to obey him. He could become the king of the entire neighborhood.
At that point, he could coerce others into venturing out for supplies, while his people focused on breaking into Wei Ming's villa. Even if it meant digging down to the foundation, surely they could bring the villa down eventually. With enough effort, no wall was unbreakable. And once he had the gun, he could turn on Wei Ming, shoot him in the leg to prevent him from escaping back into the villa, and then slowly torment him. So, the gun was critical. Whether or not he succeeded depended on how much Wei Ming cared about Left Qingqing. Wei Ming hesitated. This time, Left Qingqing didn't try to dissuade him. After being used by dozens of men, many of whom were brutally rough, she was truly at her limit. Besides, Zhang Shi only wanted the gun, not the villa. Weigage, save me. Please save me. She begged pitifully. Wei Ming acted like he was under great strain, his forehead veins bulging as if he were wrestling with a monumental decision. Let me think about it, he finally said. Hurry up. I'm giving you 10 minutes, or she's dead. Zhang Shi shouted, convinced he had the upper hand. Wei Ming retreated back into the basement and closed the door. Instantly, his expression returned to calm. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Auntie Yang. Zhang Shi is threatening me with my girlfriend. I'm preparing to hand over the gun. He's only giving me 10 minutes to decide. He didn't hide this action from Song Qingyun and the others, which only made the 5 women more perplexed. This didn't seem like Wei Ming at all. What was he planning? Wei Ming smiled faintly, stored the gun in his alternate space, and began modifying it. In that space, he was essentially a god. He could crumble mountains into dust with a single thought. Modifying a gun was child's play. His changes were simple. He placed a piece of metal in the gun barrel. If anyone fired it, the bullet would cause the barrel to explode. Boom, there goes your hand. Time passed quickly, but Auntie Yang acted even faster. Could she allow Wei Ming to hand over the gun to Zhang Shi? If Zhang Shi got the gun, he'd become a tyrant in the neighborhood. The fact was, even though Wei Ming had a gun, he hadn't done anything out of line. As for Zhou Xing's death, that was Zhou Xing's own fault. Who told him to chase Wei Ming's woman? Had Wei Ming used the gun to force anyone in the neighborhood to hand over supplies? Or to seize women? No, he hadn't. But if the gun ended up in Zhang Shi's hands, he'd truly become the neighborhood's dictator. Everyone would be at his mercy. So, Auntie Yang rallied people from her building and reached out to others. Soon, people from more than 20 factions had gathered. Damn it! Zhang Shi cursed. It was already dark, and the temperature had dropped to a tolerable 45 degrees. The air conditioning could finally be used, and yet these people weren't enjoying the rare coolness. They'd come out here instead. Was this Wei Ming's doing? Or were there spies within his group who had informed others? It wouldn't be surprising. Most factions were organized by building, but his group? Building 8 was a villa with only him living there. So, his people came from different buildings, and it was entirely possible some were planted by rival factions. At that moment, Wei Ming stepped out and said, Zhang Shi, I agree to your terms. Hearing those words, Zhang Shi was overjoyed. Left Qingqing was equally ecstatic. Finally, she could escape her torment. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she started crying, though, due to severe dehydration, no tears came out. No way. As soon as Wei Ming finished speaking, a chorus of objections erupted from the crowd. Zhang Shi wanted a gun? Absolutely not. If no one had a gun, the worst-case scenario was a knife fight where both sides were evenly matched. But a gun changed everything. With a gun, one could kill from a distance, and anyone shot wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. Even a non-lethal hit could prove fatal in these conditions. With no medical care available, infection alone could take a life. Wei Ming ignored the protests and forcefully tossed the gun toward Zhang Shi. The gun's yours. Now let her go. This heroic act moved Left Qingqing deeply. If she'd had any doubts before, they were gone now. Everyone understood the power of a gun in this post-apocalyptic world. Only a fool wouldn't. And yet, Wei Ming had willingly sacrificed his weapon to save her. If that didn't prove his feelings, what would? She smiled. All the suffering she had endured over the past few days had not been in vain. Given Wei Ming's devotion to her, she felt confident she could eventually drive out any other women in the villa. After all, even if Wei Ming's supplies were abundant, the villa wasn't big enough to accommodate everyone forever. Eventually, the others would have to leave. It was only practical. And if supplies truly ran out? She wouldn't hesitate to quietly get rid of Wei Ming to extend her own survival. As long as she lived, there was always hope of seeing the apocalypse come to an end. The handgun hit the ground with a crisp metallic clang against the concrete floor.
For a moment, everyone froze. Then, in unison, they surged forward. Grab the gun.
Zhang Shi rushed toward it too, shouting, "Watch that woman. Don't let her escape." To him, left Xingqing was crucial. Wei Ming had been willing to hand over his gun for her sake, proving her immense value. If he wanted to keep pressuring Wei Ming or lure him out again in the future, he'd need this bargaining chip. Left Xingqing was stunned at first, but then she screamed hysterically, "Zhang Shi, you bastard!
You broke your promise. I'll kill you. I'll kill you."
Zhang Shi had no time to deal with her. He was already wrestling with others over the gun. Wei Ming, meanwhile, had retreated to the basement doorway. He stood there, basking in the cool air flowing out from inside, smiling as he watched the chaos unfold.
"Is this entertaining?" he asked.
"You truly are a master manipulator," Lin Wanqiu marveled. "You have the entire neighborhood dancing in the palm of your hand."
But honestly, was it worth sacrificing a gun just for the sake of this charade?
Lu Qing and the other two women nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, a gun was far too valuable to give up lightly. Only Song Qingyun appeared troubled. No matter whose hands the gun ended up in, it spelled trouble for everyone.
Handing over the gun was like releasing a demon into the world.
Wei Ming chuckled and reached into his pocket, pulling out another handgun.
He held it up to show the 5 women. Song Qingyun's face lit up. "The gun you threw was fake?"
Remembering how Wei Ming had used a fake bomb vest to deceive others before, she immediately thought she had figured it out.
Wei Ming shook his head. Of course, it was real. Song Qingyun's confusion deepened. "You have 2 guns?" Lu Qing exclaimed. Wei Ming looked down dramatically and laughed. "What are you talking about? I only have 1 gun. You've all seen it, haven't you?"
"TSK, TSK. I'd love to have 2 guns, but unfortunately, that's not possible."
Technically, he could modify another gun using his spatial ability, but what if it backfired?
The 5 women were speechless.
This gun wordplay? Really? Wei Ming stowed the gun away.
In truth, he had plenty of firearms capable of killing. Back in beautiful America, guns were available for purchase, and when he had his $0 shopping spree, he had thoroughly raided such stores. From handguns to rifles, even heavy weaponry, his arsenal was well stocked. This was why he confidently claimed that his armory could easily destroy the entire neighborhood.
Back in the underground parking lot, everyone was fighting furiously over the handgun.
Even at night, the temperature remained around 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, enough to cause heat stroke. With most people already dehydrated and underfed, their physical conditions were far worse than usual. It didn't take long before they were panting heavily, seeing stars, and on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the brawl came to a halt.
"Ha ha ha." Zhang Shi's triumphant laughter echoed as he emerged from the crowd. "Back off, all of you."
He held the gun high, waving it with an air of supreme arrogance. At last, the gun was his. The neighborhood was his to rule. But Zhang Shi's greed got the better of him. He immediately raised the gun and aimed it at Wei Ming in the distance.
"Wei Ming!" he shouted.
Wei Ming raised his hands in feigned fear.
"We had a deal, I gave you the gun, and you'd let her go. Now that you've got the gun, are you going to break your promise?"
"That's right." Zhang Shi sneered.
"Now that I have the gun, whatever I say goes. Kneel before me." Wei Ming scoffed.
"A man kneels only to heaven, earth, and his parents.
I would never kneel to someone like you."
With that, he moved toward the basement door.
"Oh, you're brave, aren't you? Then die."
Zhang Shi, consumed by rage, pulled the trigger without hesitation. He couldn't let Wei Ming retreat back into his turtle shell of a villa. The gunfire erupted, bright and deafening.
But wait. Why did the sound of this gunshot seem different from the ones on TV? Af. Ah.
Zhang Shi's screams pierced the air. Blood dripped from his right hand, where several fingers had been blown off. The gun itself was now horribly warped.
What just happened?
The crowd stared in shock before realization dawned. The gun had misfired. Zhang Shi's luck was terrible. He'd barely gotten his hands on the gun, only for it to backfire.
Ha ha ha.
If Zhang Shi had merely used the gun to threaten people, he could have commanded anyone to obey his whims.
But now that the gun had exploded, how could he intimidate anyone? "Zhang, your fingers are gone. You'd better get to a hospital. Although, since it's nighttime, maybe the ER's still open."
The crowd was merciless, mocking Zhang Shi without hesitation. No one feared him now.
Well, it's late. Time to go home and rest. Yeah, and enjoy the air conditioning while it lasts. This heat has drained me.
Within moments, the bustling parking lot emptied, leaving only Zhang Shi and his men.
Zhang Shi was in unbearable pain, blood dripping steadily onto the ground.
His temples throbbed with rage.
Smack!
He slapped left Qingqing hard across the face with his good hand, roaring, "Take her back and make her suffer."
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Left Qingqing fell from the clouds into the mud.
She had been just one step away from freedom.
But what happened?
"Zhang Shi, you bastard!
You broke your promise!"
she shouted, struggling as she cursed him.
"You'll die a horrible death."
Zhang Shi's face darkened, so stormy it seemed like water could drip from it. When he got home, he hurried to treat his wound. Under normal circumstances, he could have picked up his severed fingers and rushed to the hospital. As long as it was done quickly and the doctors were skilled, his fingers might even have been reattached with minimal loss of function.
But now, all he could do was perform rudimentary first aid on the injury.
Fortunately, the high heat from the explosion had cauterized the wound somewhat, reducing the risk of infection.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Grabbing a stick, he stormed into the room where left Qingqing was being held, his face twisted with fury.
He might not be able to deal with Wei Ming for now, but could he not handle a mere woman? Smack! Smack! Smack!
Zhang Shi lashed out furiously, venting all his anger on left Qingqing. Wei Ming sat on his balcony, quietly basking in his triumph. In truth, if he had stayed inside and not come out, Auntie Yang and the others wouldn't have been stirred into action. There wouldn't have been the chaotic brawl earlier. Though no one had died, many were injured. And in the current state of things, with medical supplies almost non-existent, injuries could easily lead to slow, lingering deaths. He had everyone dancing in the palm of his hand.
"You're something else," Lin Wanqiu said sincerely. "I've got to write this into my novel. It's the perfect setup for a male protagonist in a wish fulfillment story." Even Song Qingyun and the other three women couldn't hide their admiration.
At first, they hadn't understood why Wei Ming had given up the gun. Sacrificing such a valuable weapon just to orchestrate this scene seemed like too steep a price to pay.
But how had the gun misfired? "You knew the gun would backfire?" Song Qingyun asked.
"Of course. I made it that way myself."
Wei Ming smiled faintly.
"Yes."
Song Qingyun was puzzled. "But how could you be so sure?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Simple. Just block the barrel with a stone." This explanation satisfied Lin Wanqiu and the other women, but Song Qingyun still had doubts.
After all, blocking the barrel only made it possible for the gun to backfire.
What if it hadn't? What if Zhang Shi had actually managed to shoot? Unbeknownst to her, that scenario was impossible.
Wei Ming had kept a spatial portal open in front of him the entire time. Even if the gun hadn't misfired and the bullet had been fired, it would have simply been swallowed by the portal.
Wei Ming's grand scheme was built on absolute safety.
Conveniently, the gun had ended up in Zhang Shi's hands, and it had blown apart his right hand. Now left Qingqing was likely having an even worse time.
The key, though, was this:
Wei Ming's willingness to exchange the gun for left Qingqing.
What did that make her think?
That Wei Ming loved her. Loved her deeply, even.
"So, when I finally tell you the truth, how devastated will you be?" Wei Ming mused. He figured it was about time. If Zhang Shi tried using left Qingqing to threaten him again, he wouldn't bother playing along anymore. It was time to reel in the net. The light on the neighboring balcony suddenly turned on.
Yu Chutong stepped out, as always with a bottle of red wine and a glass. For the first time, when she looked at Wei Ming, there was no disdain in her eyes. She hadn't stepped outside earlier, but being just next door, how could she not know what had happened? Under Wei Ming's gaze, she surprisingly initiated a video call.
Wei Ming accepted.
"That was quite the spectacle," Yu Chutong remarked.
"You don't love that woman at all, do you?"
"You just used her to toy with the entire neighborhood." Both left Qingqing and Zhang Shi had been pawns, and the rest of the neighborhood had been dragged into the drama over a gun, forced to play along.
Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. This woman had merely observed from the sidelines, yet she'd seen through everything? Was it because she had the clarity of an outsider, or was she simply that perceptive? Wei Ming didn't deny it.
"We're celebrating. Care to join us?" Seeing the possessive look in Wei Ming's eyes, Yu Chutong sneered.
"I don't share my men with other women."
"If you're serious about pursuing me, break things off with the others first.
Then I might consider it."
This was, of course, her way of mocking Wei Ming while flaunting her pride.
Lin Wanqiu and the other women were furious. This was too much.
Even Song Qingyun was annoyed, rolling up her sleeves with an urge to throw punches.
Wei Ming laughed. I wouldn't abandon an entire forest for a single tree. Tell me, how many days' worth of supplies do you have left? That's none of your business. Yu Chutong snapped. Wei Ming nodded. So, not much then. Ha! You're welcome to surrender any time. I'll save you a room.
Lu Qing leaned in with a smirk. But first come, first served.
You'll only be the sixth. Sixth sister, Chunya chimed in, grinning. Better surrender soon, or you might not even make it to sixth. You might end up as the seventh or eighth.
The two women were quick to jab at Yu Chutong, given how she had just defended them.
Yu Chutong, proud as ever, scoffed. Do you think I'm like you?
Before the other women could retort, she shamelessly hung up the call. Lu Qing and Changya, fuming, flipped her off through the glass windows separating the balconies.
Who said beautiful women always had to be classy? Yu Chutong turned away with a disdainful expression and went back inside.
Once she was out of sight, however, her proud facade crumbled. Just as Wei Ming had predicted, her food supply was running low. A few days ago, she'd considered borrowing Wei Ming's drone to gather supplies. But after everything that had happened, that idea was off the table.
Borrow the drone? Ha! She might as well end up borrowing herself out too. But if she continued living off her dwindling supplies, what then? Would she really have to surrender to Wei Ming? Never.
She had made her stance so clear, if she gave in now, Song Qingyun and the others would never let her hear the end of it.
Forget it.
She climbed into bed, determined to sleep her troubles away.
That night, the air was filled with tension and heat.
While most people seized the rare coolness of the evening to rest, after all, who could sleep in temperatures reaching 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, Wei Ming's situation was different. Inside his villa, the temperature remained steady at a comfortable 28 degrees, neither too hot nor too cold. The occupants could go about in summer clothes, and even engage in physical activity without feeling the slightest chill.
Perfect. The Apocalypse, Day 7.
Zhang Shi hadn't slept a wink. Pain coursed through him all night, and the shock of losing his right hand had left him both mentally and physically drained. Overnight, his appearance had become noticeably haggard. His anger, however, had only intensified, burning brighter and hotter, pushing him toward the brink of madness. Bring this wretched woman to Wei Ming's villa. He barked coldly. This time, if Wei Ming doesn't hand over the villa, we'll kill her. His pain had robbed him of any semblance of reason. His subordinates hesitated but ultimately said nothing. In their minds, even if Wei Ming refused to give up the villa, they didn't have to kill the woman. At the very least, they could exchange her for supplies, right? But Zhang Shi was clearly in a rage, and no one dared provoke him further.
No, no!
Left Qingqing screamed, struggling with all her might. Her body was covered in bruises and welts, stark evidence of the beating she'd endured the night before. But her resistance was futile. She was shoved forward, stumbling toward Villa 28.
Wei Ming!
Come out and surrender immediately, or I'll kill her.
Zhang Shi shouted, sending Wei Ming a video message. He angled the camera to show Left Qingqing, battered and trembling.
For every day she's in my hands, she'll suffer more.
Wei Ming, you don't want her to die from sheer torment, do you?
Zhang Shi sneered. Wei Ming appeared to hesitate, as if weighing his options. Having played with both Zhang Shi and Left Qingqing for days, he was starting to feel a little bored.
Perhaps it was time to end the game. Maybe one last round. Wei Ming opened the neighborhood group chat and posted.
Everyone, Zhang Shi has taken my girlfriend hostage and is demanding my villa. Rather than let him take it, why don't I give it to you? Whoever rescues Left Qingqing for me will receive 10 crates of water, 100 kilograms of rice, and 20 kilograms of cured meat.
Enticing, isn't it?
The response was immediate. Leaders of various factions flooded the chat, tagging Wei Ming to confirm his offer. We'll help you get her back, but if you go back on your word, you'll be making an enemy of the entire community. Ha! If I wanted to crush you all, I could do it with one hand tied behind my back. Wei Ming replied in the chat. Deal. And with that, more than 20 factions mobilized. Zhang Shi's faction was the largest and most feared in the community. Yesterday, the matter of the gun had united everyone briefly, but once the gun backfired, there was no longer any reason to continue fighting him. Who wanted to risk being picked off while others reaped the rewards? But now, things were different. With such generous rewards, 10 crates of water, 100 kilograms of rice, and 20 kilograms of cured meat, combined with the strategic advantage of eliminating Zheng Shi's dominance, the other factions were more than motivated to act. One by one, they summoned their people and gathered in the underground parking lots. Meanwhile, Wei Ming emerged from his basement but stayed close to the doorway. Pretending to be furious, he shouted, "There's no way I'm giving up my villa. Where would I live, and what would I eat? Like I care." Zhang Shi thought to himself but said, "Fine. I'll let you keep 10% of your supplies." "I'll think about it," Wei Ming replied. The phrase sounded all too familiar. Zhang Shi froze, recalling that yesterday, Wei Ming had said the same thing, and shortly after, the entire neighborhood had shown up. "No way." Panicking, Zhang Shi barked, "Don't try any tricks. I'll only give you 10 seconds to decide. If you don't, I'll kill her." 10, 9, 8. He began counting down, while Left Qingqing looked desperately at Wei Ming. She didn't want Wei Ming to hand over his supplies, but she didn't want to die either. Previously, she had been confident that Zhang Shi wouldn't kill her as long as Wei Ming's resources remained out of reach. But after last night, she knew Zhang Shi's patience was gone. "Weigage, save me! Save me!" she pleaded weakly. Wei Ming appeared to grit his teeth, as if he were about to relent. But just then, a swarm of people burst out from the entrances of various buildings' underground levels, charging toward Zhang Shi's group. "Get them! Attack!" Zhang Shi was stunned. Why were they coming for him? Yesterday had been a chaotic free-for-all, with everyone scrambling for the gun. People fought each other indiscriminately. But today, every single person seemed to be targeting his faction. Why? As the angry mob closed in, Zhang Shi realized they had no choice but to fight back. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" he bellowed. The battle erupted. From his vantage point, Wei Ming watched with a satisfied smirk, enjoying the chaos he had orchestrated. Unlike yesterday's disorganized scuffle, today was an all-out assault. Thousands swarmed against Zhang Shi's mere hundreds. Even in the oppressive heat, where everyone was physically weakened from hunger and exhaustion, sheer numbers made all the difference. 10 people hammering away at one with makeshift weapons like kitchen knives and clothing rods was enough to leave anyone incapacitated. How could Zhang Shi's group possibly hold out? Within moments, his faction was obliterated. Bodies littered the ground. Zhang Shi himself fared the worst. Both his legs were hacked off, and a deep slash across his back left blood gushing onto the pavement. Yet, he continued to crawl, desperate to survive. "Wei Ming, Zhang Shi is finished. Time for you to honor your promise," several faction leaders demanded. Wei Ming nodded. "Give me a moment. I'll bring the supplies." He pretended to fetch the items, but in reality, he simply retrieved some crates of water and food from his dimensional space. His trips to North and South America during his $0 shopping spree had yielded billions in supplies. What he was offering now was a mere pittance. Yet Wei Ming wore a downtrodden expression. "This is pretty much everything I have left." The leaders were skeptical, suspecting he might have more hidden away, but they figured it couldn't be much. After all, who stockpiles mountains of food and water at home? Without supplies, they saw no reason to bother with Wei Ming anymore. "Step back. I'll place the supplies in the middle. You release her, and I'll take her away while you divide the goods." "Fair?" Wei Ming proposed. "Fair. Let's do it." The leaders agreed. Dividing the spoils would be their problem to sort out. Wei Ming pushed the supplies forward. The leaders, confident that Wei Ming couldn't make off with everything at once, ordered Left Qingqing to be released. Left Qingqing was shoved forward. Naked and humiliated, she staggered toward Wei Ming under the watchful eyes of thousands. "Brother Wei, I'm so happy. You were willing to sacrifice so much for me," Left Qingqing said excitedly. But Wei Ming revealed a cruel smile and whispered in a voice only she could hear. "You're wrong. Do you know why Zhang Shi came for you? Because I deliberately mentioned you in front of him, saying how important you were to me. Otherwise, why would he have come for you at that exact time? And another thing, if I truly wanted to save you, I could have done it ages ago. Heh, people like Zhang Shi are nothing but ants to me. I deliberately left you to him, made him believe you were my weakness. That's why they tortured you, thinking they could force me to surrender. Do you know how hard it was for me to hold in my laughter? Every time I had to act in front of you and Zhang Shi, I almost lost it. Left Qingqing, all of this has been my revenge. Right now, my villa has 5 women, each one more beautiful and with a better figure than you. If you had even a shred of intelligence, you'd remember that woman you saw the night you and your family came to my villa, that was Song Ching-yoon.
Isn't she 10 times better than you? With beauties like her, do you think I'd care about you? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha.
Wei Ming spilled the truth but refrained from mentioning the past life where Left Qingqing's family killed him.
That was his deepest secret, far more classified than his dimensional space. No one would ever learn of it.
Left Qingqing stood frozen, stunned by the weight of what Wei Ming had said. She had thought she was on the cusp of freedom, one step away from heaven. But instead, Wei Ming's words delivered a devastating blow, sending her plunging back into hell, no, even deeper than before. All the suffering she endured had been orchestrated by Wei Ming himself.
And she?
She had foolishly believed Wei Ming loved her, that she would live in his luxurious villa, enjoying comfort, delicious food, and relief from hunger, thirst, and heat.
But now?
His words crushed her spirit completely.
No! 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 This isn't true!
She cried, shaking her head violently.
Her facial muscles twitched uncontrollably from the intense emotional shock.
Oh, it's true, Wei Ming said mercilessly before slamming the door shut.
Bang!
The heavy sound of the door shutting behind her was the final blow. Left Qingqing stood there, her expression shifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions in just a few seconds. Then suddenly, she burst into laughter.
Ha, I'm Brother Wei's wife. I have endless supplies. Kneel before me, and maybe I'll generously give you some food. Ha, I'm a queen now. You're queen.
She laughed and jumped around manically, her movements wild and crazed. It wasn't just an act, she had truly lost her mind. The psychological shock, coupled with the torment she had suffered over the past few days and her fear of the apocalypse, had pushed her over the edge.
She had gone mad.
Wei Ming observed this through the surveillance cameras, his expression indifferent as he smiled coldly.
Serves you right.
Finally rid of the last thorn in his side, Wei Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. He felt so elated that he decided to indulge himself. What followed was a wild and uninhibited few hours of revelry. Even with his exceptional physical stamina, Wei Ming felt as though his back might break from the exertion. He finally retreated to his room, locked the door, and drifted into a deep sleep.
Dreams came one after another.
Some were nightmares of being dismembered by Left Qingqing's family, while others were dreams of endless pleasures with Song Qing-yoon and the other women.
He dreamed of his parents, reliving the tragic car accident.
He even dreamed of classmates from elementary, middle, and university, all attending class together. The dream ended with him desperately searching for a bathroom before waking up in a panic.
He checked the time, already 4 p.m.
Wow, I slept for a long time, Wei Ming muttered. I even dreamed about the girls I had crushes on before, he thought with a shake of his head. He'd been precocious, having crushes as early as elementary school, and more in middle and high school, though he never confessed to any of them.
Not like I'll ever see them again.
He brushed the thought aside. Those feelings from his youth, fleeting and shallow, had long since faded. This wasn't love, just the stirrings of young attraction. Still, out of curiosity, he opened his school groups on his phone, scrolling through the elementary, middle, and university chat rooms. Predictably, most messages were complaints about hunger and government delays in sending aid.
How naive. You think others can move freely while you're stuck at home?
He searched for the profiles of the girls he had once admired, opening their timelines. Unfortunately, they had all restricted visibility to posts from the past 3 days, during which no one had anything good to share.
Nothing.
Forget it, Wei Ming thought, closing the app.
What was there to regret?
A man with his current resources had no reason to lament the past.
At that moment, Song Qing-yoon and the other 4 women were busy preparing dinner downstairs. Wei Ming smiled.
Tonight, you don't need to cook, he said cheerfully. I'll grant all your wishes, write down anything you want to eat, and I'll make it happen. The women looked at him skeptically.
You mean it? Lin Wanqiu asked, raising an eyebrow. No backing out. Wei Ming grinned confidently. He wanted to see if they could actually stump him. The 5 women giggled, exchanging amused glances before eagerly jotting down their requests. A few minutes later, Wei Ming glanced at their lists. The dishes were all over the place: lobster, king crab, wagyu beef, grilled lamb skewers, even a bowl of hot and spicy snail noodles. Got it, Wei Ming said with a smile. Head upstairs. I'll call you down at 6. You're serious?
The women looked at him in disbelief but followed his instructions. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't about to cook himself. He waited until just before 6,
then retrieved perfectly prepared dishes from his dimensional space, still steaming hot and fresh. Lobsters, king crabs, wagyu beef, grilled lamb, and even the snail noodles were laid out in a stunning feast. "Dinner's ready," he called. When the women came downstairs and saw 2 tables overflowing with delicious food, they were stunned. How did you do this? How did you manage to do that? Yeah, how is this even possible? Even if you were a 5-star chef, you couldn't have done it this fast, right? Because I'm not cooking the food, I'm just the delivery guy for it. Wei Ming smirked. I'm fast? Why don't you all check if your E-cups, D-cups, and even C-cups have a conscience before you say that? Am I really that fast? Song Qing-yun and the other 4 women were left speechless. Here he goes again, teasing them. All right, let's eat. Wei Ming waved them over. All you need to know is that your man is amazing. That's all. Amazing indeed.
Lin Wanqiu leaned closer with a sly grin.
Can you make me a G-cup? Wei Ming actually paused to consider.
In theory, he could do something like that in his spatial dimension where he held godlike powers. It wasn't impossible to enhance someone's body proportions. But tampering with someone's body wasn't like stitching a tear in fabric. He wasn't sure if the changes would be permanent or safe.
Best not to risk it for now. Besides, wasn't her F-cup already big enough? Still, the idea lodged itself in Wei Ming's mind.
If someone annoyed him enough, maybe they could be the test subject. After all, he wasn't one to stir up trouble, but if someone came looking for it, well, he'd oblige.
The 5 women were hungry.
After some playful banter, they quickly sat down to eat. Despite some teasing when they made their orders, a few dishes on the table were ones they truly craved. Now that those dishes were actually before them, how could they resist? Eat. 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 The 5 women dug in with gusto. Wei Ming, on the other hand, was more relaxed. With access to his spatial dimension, he could eat anything he wanted, anytime. Back when he was spending billions on food and drink in the Americas, he had amassed enough to feed a small country for years. He casually picked up a lobster claw and started munching. This wasn't just any lobster, it was a live one he'd acquired during his free shopping spree overseas. He had kept it fresh in the spatial dimension, and now it was as good as newly cooked. After a quick dip in the boiling pot, it was ready to eat. Drenched in a divine sauce, the flavor was absolutely exquisite. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. Who's texting me? Wei Ming glanced at the screen. Since he had given away all his supplies, no one had contacted him. After all, what good was a house without any resources? Nobody would care about it in these conditions. But who could be messaging him now? Curious, Wei Ming opened the message. It was from Li Jing. Li Jing? She was the woman who had tried to scam him before. She would lure men to hotels under the guise of a date, drug them, and then steal their money. A few days ago, she had targeted Wei Ming, though he dismissed her as a typical catfish due to her overly edited photos. Hey Wei Ming, I heard you gave up all your supplies. TSK, all for a woman? You're such a romantic. Before Wei Ming could even respond, another message came through. Lucky I didn't stick around with you. Otherwise, we'd be suffering now, too. Hee, we've got food and drinks over here. She attached several photos, showing simple frozen food like dumplings. Wei Ming chuckled. He had been lying low to avoid attracting trouble, but low-key didn't mean he'd tolerate insults. He had the ability to wipe out the entire neighborhood if he wanted to. Did she think she could just mock him? No way. She wanted to humiliate him? Fine. Time to make her regret it. With a smirk, Wei Ming initiated a video call. Li Jing hesitated but ultimately accepted. She probably thought Wei Ming was about to beg her for help, relishing the idea of him groveling after their earlier encounters. Wei Ming, she started, gearing up for her tirade. But before she could say much, Wei Ming flipped the camera to the back lens, panning across the feast laid out on the table. What the? Li Jing froze. Was this what someone who had given up all their resources looked like? No, even before the apocalypse, few families could afford such a lavish spread. Her eyes darted to the opulent dishes, king crab, prime cuts of meat, and other delicacies. That was caviar? People usually just dabbed a little as a garnish, but here it was being eaten by the spoonful, with rice. Yeah, it's tough, Wei Ming said nonchalantly, switching back to the front camera with an exaggerated sigh. This is all we have left. Really makes me envy you. You? Li Jing's expression shifted instantly. Forcing a sweet smile, she said coyly, Wei Ming, I wasn't thinking earlier.
Please forgive me. How about you let me and Xiao move in with you? Nope, Wei Ming replied bluntly. You're too ugly.
Li Jing was dumbfounded. Wei Ming then turned the camera back to show the 5 stunning women in his villa, all waving cheekily at Li Jing. Even Lin Wanqiu, who usually kept her remarks to herself, chimed in.
Auntie, at your age, shouldn't you leave us young folks alone? Goodbye.
Wei Ming ended the call with a flourish. On the other side, Li Jing stared blankly at her screen, still processing the insult.
Ugly? Old? She was fuming. I'm only 37. How dare he call me old?
She ranted for a while before calming down. The truth remained, Wei Ming still had a mountain of supplies, far more than anyone could have imagined. She didn't know how he was managing it, but one thing was clear. If Wei Ming wouldn't share willingly, she'd just take it. Standing up with determination, Li Jing strode out of her room. In the living room, a burly man in his 30s lounged on the sofa. Seeing her approach, he patted the seat next to him.
Come here.
Li Jing hurried over, swaying her hips provocatively. Brother Chang, she said sweetly, Wei Ming is hiding a huge stash of supplies. Brother Chang, whose real name was Wang Chang, was a lazy, unemployed man with a criminal history, having been released from prison not long ago for violent offenses. Upon his release, his elderly parents had emptied their savings to buy him an apartment in this neighborhood. However, within just 2 months of his return, he angered them to death with his behavior. Unbothered, he mortgaged the property to fund his indulgent lifestyle. Before the lender could reclaim the apartment, the catastrophe struck. At first, life wasn't easy for Wang Chang either. After all, he had no habit of stockpiling supplies. But when he realized that law and order no longer functioned, he thrived like a fish in water. If he didn't have food or drink, he simply robbed others.
With the chaos escalating and Zhang Shi's gang openly raiding, Wang Chang leveraged his violent tendencies to rise in power.
He became the self-proclaimed leader of Building 14, commanding a few hundred followers.
With his newfound influence, he no longer worried about food or drink. Even women began to flock to him.
One of these women was Li Jing. Li Jing moved into Wang Chang's home and took on the role of his woman.
Wang Chang asked, "How do you know about this?"
"I just video called Wei Ming and saw it with my own eyes," Li Jing replied eagerly.
Smack!
Wang Chang slapped her across the face. The force knocked her sideways, and she collapsed onto the sofa.
You slut! Are you trying to seduce another man? He growled coldly. Volatile, brutish, and unhinged, Wang Chang was terrifying.
Although her face burned with pain, Li Jing dared not show any anger.
Instead, she forced a smile and explained, "How could I? I wouldn't dare. Brother Chang, I only wanted to brag about how good we have it."
But during the call, that guy showed off their table filled with seafood, king crabs, lobsters, and all sorts of fish I didn't even recognize. Wang Chang froze, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he scrutinized Li Jing.
Are you lying to me? Seafood? Now. In these conditions? How could that be stored? Screenshots. I took screenshots. Li Jing quickly exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show him a photo.
Wang Chang glanced at it but was immediately drawn not to the food but to the woman in the background.
Damn. She was gorgeous and sexy. The woman in question was Lin Wanqiu, draped in a red cheongsam that accentuated her voluptuous curves.
With a perfect score of 90 in terms of beauty and allure, her appearance ignited Wang Chang's imagination. Her seductive air practically screamed bedroom goddess. Only after ogling her did Wang Chang shift his focus to the food on the table. It was a feast of delicacies, an assortment that put his meager diet of instant noodles and frozen dumplings to shame. The disparity was staggering, a banquet fit for royalty compared to the scraps he ate daily. Then Li Jing added fuel to the fire.
And guess what? She's not the only one. Wei Ming's villa houses 4 other women, all stunning beauties. Wang Chang's excitement was palpable. How could he tolerate this? Why should Wei Ming enjoy such luxuries? 5 women? They should all be mine.
Wang Chang's gaze turned steely as he warned, "You better not be lying to me." Li Jing quickly assured him, "I wouldn't dare." "You'd better not," Wang Chang said coldly, though his mind was already racing with plans. The image of Lin Wanqiu lingered, sparking both his greed and his lust. But as eager as he was, he remembered Zhang Shi's failed attempt to breach Wei Ming's villa. No matter how hard they hammered the doors, they couldn't break through. The villa was a fortress, its defenses impenetrable. Does anyone here know how to pick locks?
Wang Chang asked in a private group chat. The group consisted exclusively of his subordinates from Building 14. Boss, I'm a locksmith, one person responded shortly. Wang Chang grinned.
Zhang Shi was an idiot.
Why bother hammering at an iron door when you could just pick the lock?
Linzi, Maho, Chang Xiangming, you each bring 2 men.
Meet me in the garage, Wang Chang commanded.
Then he privately messaged the locksmith, bring all your tools and head down immediately.
Yes, Brother Chang.
10 minutes later, Wang Chang and his crew gathered in the underground garage. A total of 12 men, all confident that once they opened the villa's door, Wei Ming would be no match for them.
Let's go. After a few minutes, they arrived outside Villa 28.
Lu Jinson, it's your turn, Wang Chang said, patting the locksmith on the shoulder.
Lu Jinson nodded and got to work, pulling out his toolbox and crouching near the door.
Meanwhile, Wei Ming had just finished dinner and was enjoying the night view from the balcony, eating fruit hand-fed to him by 2 women, Lu Qing and Changya. One peeled grapes before placing them in his mouth, while the other cut cherries and removed their pits for him.
He didn't even need to lift a finger. It was the life of an emperor.
Next door, Yu Chutong appeared again on her balcony, sipping red wine while throwing disapproving glances in Wei Ming's direction. Wei Ming paid no attention to her disdain. He suspected Yu Chutong's supplies were running low and believed it wouldn't be long before she caved in and came begging for his help. The higher her pride now, the more satisfying it would be when she finally gave in. Suddenly, his phone issued an alert, an alarm different from the one triggered by attempts to break down the door. Wei Ming immediately understood, someone was trying to pick the lock. The sound for picking attempts was distinct from forced entry alerts. Calmly, Wei Ming picked up his phone and opened a specific app, tapping a button. Arg! Down below, Lu Jinson yelped as his body jolted violently, collapsing to the ground.
What's wrong? Wang Chang frowned. Electricity. I got shocked. Lu Jinson stammered, still trembling. Electricity? Wang Chang and his men exchanged incredulous glances. Is Wei Ming that terrified of death? Reinforcing the door wasn't enough, he even electrified it? This fortress is electrified. Now what?
The group was momentarily stumped.
But with so many people gathered, someone was bound to come up with an idea. Chang Xiangming said, if there's electricity, why don't we just cut the power? Exactly. Wang Chang slapped his thigh in excitement. Go cut the power.
However, after searching for a while, they realized that the circuit breaker for the villa wasn't located in the usual spot like in their residential buildings. Instead, it was inside the villa itself. This created a paradox. To cut the power, they needed to get inside the villa. But to get inside the villa, they needed to cut the power first. It was a closed loop.
There's another way.
It was once again Chang Xiangming, his eyes lighting up. We can't reach the circuit breaker, but we can go to the transformer room and shut down the entire transformer instead.
That made sense.
The neighborhood had 6 transformer rooms, and they didn't need to search through all of them, they could just pick the nearest one. However, 3 of the transformer rooms were located close to each other.
Which one was it? Shut them all down.
Wang Chang commanded with a wave of his hand. And so, they began to break into the transformer rooms.
It wasn't easy.
The entrances to the transformer rooms were on the ground level, and with the acid rain still drizzling, even if it wasn't heavy, they needed to fully gear up for protection.
A single drop of that rain would easily burn a hole in their skin.
Finally, they broke into the first transformer room. Switches flipped. Instantly, 5 entire residential buildings were plunged into darkness, and air conditioning units ground to a halt. Screams of panic echoed from inside the buildings. Without power and air conditioning, the sweltering heat was truly a hell on earth. Fortunately, the residents soon noticed that other buildings still had their lights on, so it wasn't a complete blackout.
This gave them some relief. It wasn't the apocalypse, just localized. Fix the power, now. But much to Wang Chang's disappointment, the lights in Wei Ming's villa remained on. Move to the next one, he ordered. After another grueling 10 minutes, they managed to break into a second transformer room. Switches flipped again. This time, they got it right. The 28th villa plunged into darkness. Quick, back to the villa to pick the lock,
Wang Chang urged.
They rushed back, aware that the angry residents would soon trace the power outage back to them. If that happened, the furious crowd could easily overwhelm their group. Meanwhile, inside the villa,
when the lights suddenly went out, Song Qingyun and the other 4 women gasped in surprise. Wei Ming, however, remained calm.
He lit a candle with a smile. Enjoy your candlelit dinner. I'll go deal with some trash. Heading down to the basement, he started up the generator, but only enough to power specific circuits. Defensive systems. These included the electrified front gate, the mechanisms that dropped steel plates over the windows, and, of course, the security cameras. Sitting comfortably in the basement, Wei Ming monitored the 9 screens. Soon, Wang Chang and his group quietly approached. On one of the infrared cameras, which could see clearly in the dark, Wei Ming watched as Lu Jinson pulled out his tools and began tinkering with the metal gate. Ah! Lu Jinson yelped, recoiling and landing on his backside. What now? Wang Chang snapped, his frustration mounting. Can't you get anything done? There's still electricity running through it, Lu Jinson stammered, trembling. Electricity? The breaker's been pulled. Wang Chang barked, slamming his palm against the gate. What electricity? Before he could finish, his entire body convulsed as an electric current surged through him. His hair stood on end, spiking like a cartoonish punk rocker. Wei Ming burst into laughter from the basement. He had just dialed the electric current up a notch. Ideally, he wanted the current strong enough to kill intruders outright, but his assistant Xia Bing had objected, saying it violated regulations. Still, under Wei Ming's insistence, the electric gate had 3 settings, and the highest was more than enough to make someone suffer. Wang Chang shivered violently for several moments before collapsing into a sitting position. Even then, his body occasionally twitched. Boss! His men exclaimed, rushing to his aid. What now? They muttered anxiously. He must have a backup generator, Wang Chang gritted out through clenched teeth, piecing together the situation. Anger bubbled inside him, but he had no solution. Forcing their way in clearly wasn't an option, Zhang Shi had already proven that. But breaking in quietly? That was out too, thanks to the electrified gate. Is it fun getting shocked? Wei Ming's voice echoed from the speakers. The group stiffened. Caught in the act, they felt their guilt transform into fury. They were criminals, after all, and now they were being humiliated by their target. Wei Ming, come out if you have the guts. Wang Chang taunted. Stop hiding behind your turtle shell. Wei Ming chuckled. Why would I come out? If I want to deal with you, I've got plenty of ways. Oh yeah? Try it. Wang Chang sneered. Try it? Wei Ming muttered, his grin widening. Though he was physically in the basement, his spatial portal allowed him to project arrows into the corridor where Wang Chang and his men were gathered. These weren't ordinary arrows either. Wei Ming had previously fired them into his spatial space using a compound bow. Inside that space, time didn't exist, and Wei Ming, as its master, could redirect the arrows however he pleased. Now, he unleashed a storm of arrows. Ah! Cries of pain erupted as arrows rained down on the intruders. What's stabbing me? It hurts. Arrows. These are arrows. How the hell are there arrows? Forget it, run. The group scattered, fleeing toward the corridor's exit. Though it was pitch black and they repeatedly slammed into walls, their survival instincts drove them to keep moving. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Ming had stopped the attack and set up a portal at the corridor's end. One by one, they charged blindly into it. If the lights had been on, they might have noticed their companions vanishing mysteriously and stopped to reassess. But with the power out, ironically, thanks to their own sabotage, they remained oblivious. Within moments, the corridor fell silent. Minutes later, the lights flickered back on, illuminating an empty corridor. Only fresh bloodstains hinted at the chaos that had unfolded there. Somewhere in the neighborhood, furious residents cursed whoever had cut the power. Back in the basement, Wei Ming smiled. He focused his thoughts, and a man appeared out of thin air. It was Wang Chang. The thug blinked in confusion, his mind stuck in the moment just before entering the portal. In the timeless space he had passed through, his consciousness hadn't even registered the transition. What the hell? Wang Chang muttered, looking around. He was no longer in the underground parking lot but in a room. What's going on? Before he could process his surroundings, he locked eyes with Wei Ming. You! Wang Chang growled. The man he had come to rob was standing right in front of him, calm and composed. Kill you, and everything here, including the women, will be mine. Wang Chang snarled, clenching his fists and preparing to charge. Wei Ming chuckled. Haven't you noticed anything different about yourself? Different? Wang Chang frowned slightly. After all, he had appeared here under strange circumstances, and it was only natural for him to feel uneasy. Hearing Wei Ming's words, he instinctively began examining his body.
but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Wait, no, there was something. He stared incredulously at his left hand. He had known his left hand's appearance for over 30 years, he could describe its shape with his eyes closed. But now, it didn't look right at all. It was utterly bizarre, almost like a pig's hoof. Why does my left hand feel so foreign? Is this really my hand? Wang Chang stood dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Just a flash of light before my eyes, and now my hand has changed? Why? How is this possible? This shouldn't be happening. What did you do to me? Wang Chang glared at Wei Ming, instinctively feeling that all of this had something to do with him. It was a gut feeling. Wei Ming smiled faintly. I gave you a little upgrade. Aren't you going to thank me? It was you? Wang Chang couldn't believe it. How did you do this? It had only been a blink of an eye. And there wasn't a single sign of surgery or any physical tampering. That's not something you need to know. Wei Ming waved his hand, and a metal cage suddenly appeared out of thin air, a replica of the one imprisoning the members of the Zhou family. Please, step inside. This spectacle left Wang Chang utterly stunned. A metal cage materialized out of nowhere? Are you some kind of magician? Wang Chang felt his worldview shattering. But one thing was certain, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. I'll take you on. He charged at Wei Ming. Ah, what's the point? Wei Ming shook his head. With just a few punches, Wang Chang was knocked to the ground. Against overwhelming power, no amount of skill could save him. Wei Ming stuffed Wang Chang into the cage. Over the next few days, he planned to observe Wang Chang's condition, particularly to see if there were any side effects from the procedure. By the way, why were you looking for me? Wei Ming asked. As far as the world was concerned, he was now a nobody. He and Wang Chang had never crossed paths before. So why would Wang Chang target him? Wang Chang had completely lost the will to resist. He answered whatever Wei Ming asked. It was Li Jing. He recounted everything that had happened. So it was her. What building and apartment do you live in? Wei Ming inquired. Building 14, apartment 902, Wang Chang replied honestly. Wei Ming smirked. If Li Jing had instigated Wang Chang to come after him, how could he let her get away with it? If people left him alone, he wouldn't go looking for trouble. But if someone insisted on stepping on his toes, well, they could taste the iron fist of justice. Action time. Wei Ming didn't bother with the door. Instead, he opened a spatial portal outside, stepped into his otherworldly space, and re-emerged through the portal, creating what looked like an instant teleportation. Wang Chang's eyes widened into perfect circles. Wei Ming vanished like a ghost right before his eyes. It was terrifying. Now, he truly regretted it. Why had he provoked such a monster? Wei Ming walked through the parking garage. The temperature was around 40 degrees Celsius, sweltering hot. Fortunately, his enhanced physical condition allowed him to handle the heat better. While it was uncomfortable, it wasn't enough to cause heatstroke or exhaustion. Building 14. Here we are. Wei Ming took the stairs and quickly reached the 9th floor. Apartment 902. He didn't knock. What if someone opened the door and swung a knife at him? Better safe than sorry. Instead, he vanished from the spot and reappeared inside the apartment. Scanning the room, he saw a young woman sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone. The sound of a TV came from the bedroom. Wei Ming cleared his throat softly. The young woman, Li Xiaoxiao, looked up in shock at the sight of him and screamed, "Mom! Mom!" Li Jing came running out, shouting, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Then she saw Wei Ming. What the? How could Wei Ming possibly be here? How did you get in? Li Jing felt a chill spread through her body. Wei Ming's tone was icy. You encouraged Wang Chang to kill me. Now I'm here for revenge. A ghost? Li Jing's face turned ghostly pale, and a warm stream ran down her legs. She was so terrified she lost control of her bladder. How could a modern person be so frightened of a ghost? Shouldn't she be a materialist? But the way Wei Ming appeared so airily, without opening the door, wasn't he a ghost if not something worse? And it wasn't just that. Why was it so cold in here? She glanced at the air conditioner's display. The temperature read 18 degrees Celsius. Could a regular air conditioner lower the temperature so drastically in the middle of summer? Of course not. So, Wei Ming must be a ghost. That would explain the cold and the eerie mist in the room. In reality, Wei Ming had thrown large quantities of dry ice into the kitchen, rapidly cooling the air and creating the fog. Give me back my life. Wei Ming stretched out his hands and continued speaking in a haunting tone. Ah ah ah. Li Jing was completely terrified and ran to the balcony. Li Xiaoxiao, equally scared, followed her. But outside, acid rain was falling. Although the balcony had some shelter, there was no glass, and the wind blew raindroplets onto them. As Li Jing clung to the edge of the balcony, the acid rain hit her neck, causing her to flinch in pain. She instinctively tried to move away but lost her balance and toppled over the railing. Save! Before she could finish the word, Li Xiaoxiao reached out to grab her. However, Li Jing was slightly overweight, and Li Xiaoxiao lacked the strength. What happened next? Li Xiaoxiao was dragged over the railing too. Their terrified screams pierced the night, but from the 9th floor to the ground was only about 20 meters. Within seconds, there were 2 loud thuds as their bodies hit the ground. Even if they hadn't died from the fall, the acid rain would ensure a slow, agonizing death. There was no chance of survival. They were done for. Wei Ming was speechless. Though he hadn't planned to spare the mother and daughter, their demise in such a manner was beyond his expectations. Fine. The dead are gone, like extinguished lamps. All grudges are settled. Wei Ming teleported away. Even Conan himself wouldn't be able to crack this locked room murder case. Some neighbors were startled awake by the screams, but robbery and murder were no longer uncommon occurrences. They weren't even fazed so long as it didn't happen to them, they didn't care. And so, they went back to sleep, some even muttering complaints. Finally, it's cool enough at night to sleep, and you're screaming your heads off. Don't you have any decency? Wei Ming arrived at the parking garage. Taking a detour, he came across the Zhua family. 3 were locked in a cage, 1 was outside. Zhua Qingqing was animatedly talking to her parents about something. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that Zhua Fugue and the other 2 were nothing but corpses. Yet Zhua Qingqing was chatting and laughing with the 3 bodies. The scene was downright eerie. Wei Ming felt no emotion. In his previous life, this family of 4 had brutally murdered him. In this life, he sought vengeance. What was wrong with that? Should he repay evil with virtue and play the saint? Good heavens, he'd sooner hang himself with a rope. Wei Ming turned to leave. Zhua Qingqing? Let her fend for herself. Returning to the villa, Wei Ming thought how no one in the neighborhood would ever know how many people had died tonight. No, someone did know. Wang Chang. When Wei Ming flashed back in front of him, even this hardened thug let out a terrified scream. What are you? Are you human or a ghost? He roared. Wei Ming shrugged. Of course, I'm human. But you, with your black heart and ruthless ways, hardly deserve to be called one. You think you're any better? Wang Chang retorted. You've killed fewer people than me? My men were all slaughtered by you. And just now, didn't you kill Li Jing and her daughter? And you dare judge me? Wei Ming chuckled. I never pick fights unprovoked. It's always fools like you who come after me, forcing me to retaliate. Honestly, what does it matter whether you admit your guilt or not? Wang Chang's expression shifted wildly. Curiosity, fear, and defiance flickered across his face. How did you do it? Tell me. Tell me. Wei Ming had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. When he remained silent, Wang Chang suddenly sneered. Wei Ming, you think killing me and Li Jing will keep your secrets safe? Ha, I'm not as stupid as you think. Before coming here, I told one of my men everything. If I don't check in with him by the agreed time, he'll spread the news about your stash of supplies far and wide. Check the group chat now. I bet everyone's already talking about it. Wei Ming was mildly surprised. For someone who looked like a brute, Wang Chang had a surprisingly meticulous mind. He pulled out his phone and checked. Sure enough, the neighborhood group chat was buzzing. Although most residents were asleep and participation was sparse, by tomorrow morning, it would undoubtedly be the talk of the day. Scrolling up through the messages, Wei Ming found it, a screenshot from a video. The image featured Lin Wanqiu and a table full of food, including delicacies like king crab and lobster. Ha! In the apocalypse, who could possibly enjoy such luxurious meals? Surely, he must have an even larger stash of supplies. Even if this had been Wei Ming's last supper, who would believe it? The group was already clamoring, demanding that Wei Ming stop being selfish and share his food. Otherwise, they threatened to band together against him for being so self-centered. See? Ha ha ha. Wang Chang laughed triumphantly. Even if you have me in your clutches, don't think you can enjoy your hoard in peace. Wei Ming glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh. You think,
If I were afraid of the people in this neighborhood, I would have sent that video to Li Jing in the first place? He shook his head. You think I didn't know she might screenshot it and spread it around? Ha, my game is way ahead of yours. As he had said before, even if the entire neighborhood ganged up on him, he'd merely smirk. Heh, this was getting interesting again. Wang Chang shuddered uncontrollably. If everything was part of Wei Ming's calculation, then this man was terrifying beyond measure. Then he stammered, no way. You're just pretending to stay calm. You don't want me to mock you. Think what you want. Wei Ming shook his head, ignoring Wang Chang. He opened the basement door, went upstairs, locked it behind him, and leisurely headed to the third floor. By then, Song Qingyun and the other women had just about finished eating and were chatting. When they saw Wei Ming return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had immense confidence in Wei Ming, any harm to him would spell disaster for them too. How could they not be worried? Now that Wei Ming was back safe, they could finally relax. Lin Wanqiu, ever curious, smirked and teased, Your Majesty, what just happened? Wei Ming smiled. Some people cut the power to the villa, hoping to disable the security measures and break in. I took care of it, he said casually. Lin Wanqiu pouted. Tell us the details. Hey, you're pouting, why do you have to bounce your chest while you're at it? Do you realize the consequences of teasing me like this? The absurdity continued until midnight. The women returned to their rooms to rest. Wei Ming also went to his room, but having napped earlier, he was full of energy and unable to sleep. So, he pulled out his phone and started scrolling. To his surprise, many night owls were still active in various group chats. The liveliest one was the fishing group. These enthusiasts hadn't been able to fish for 7 days and were growing increasingly irritable. They were passionately discussing how to create super advanced materials to withstand acid rain. To Wei Ming's amazement, some members of the group were genuine geniuses, talking about nanomaterials and other high-tech solutions that left him awestruck. Forget it, I'll sit this one out. After browsing for a while, he switched to reading a novel. Finally feeling drowsy, he tossed his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. The Apocalypse, Day 8. Early in the morning, the leaders of various factions formed a private group chat to discuss Wei Ming and his large stash of supplies. We've got a lot of angry people demanding Wei Ming hand over his supplies so we can get through this together, Zhao Jihu said with a frown. As the first person to venture out and retrieve supplies, he had earned significant respect and was naturally elected as the leader of Building 13. However, Zhao Jihu was a decent man. He had always focused on leading his building to self-reliance by foraging for supplies and had never entertained the idea of robbing others. His faction existed purely for mutual defense against potential threats. Now, with the residents of Building 13 pressuring him to act against Wei Ming, he found himself in a difficult position. There were still a few good-hearted people in the group who echoed his concerns. On the other hand, Sun Dai, the leader of Building 1, was a different story. Before the apocalypse, Sun Dai had been a senior executive at a large company, known for his sharp wit and organizational skills. Naturally, when the community began dividing into factions, he became the leader of Building 1. Unlike Zhao Jihu, Sun Dai was ruthless and cunning, and even before the apocalypse, he had been notorious for exploiting his male subordinates, a common occurrence, as his preferences differed from the norm. Now, as they discussed how to deal with Wei Ming, Sun Dai was completely unmoved. In fact, he seemed rather eager. If he could capture Wei Ming, well, he had his own desires. He sent a voice message to the group. There's no point in these sentimental remarks. Let's focus on how we can force Wei Ming to surrender. As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. While we may hold positions of power now, mishandling this situation could cost us dearly. Alright, let me suggest something, offered Tu Lei, the leader of Building 3. The problem with getting Wei Ming to surrender is that his villa is like a fortress, impenetrable, like a turtle shell. But what if we change our approach? Why bother breaking in when we can make Wei Ming come out on his own? He paused for effect, then continued, right now, temperatures are nearing 60 degrees Celsius during the day. At night, it cools down enough to use air conditioning. But what if they couldn't use air conditioning at night? 1 or 2 days might be bearable, but after 3 or 5 days? Wouldn't Wei Ming have to come out and surrender? Tu Lei grinned smugly. And to make that happen, all we need to do is cut power to the substation. Genius. The leader's eyes lit up. Why had they been so fixated on breaking into Wei Ming's villa? A simple shift in perspective, and the solution became obvious.
However, someone pointed out, several buildings share the same substation as Villa 28.
If we cut the power, those buildings will also lose electricity. That's easy to solve, Tule said. We'll have the affected residents squeeze into other buildings for a few days. At most, it'll take 3 days before Wei Ming can't hold out anymore.
The group nodded in agreement.
Even Zhao Jihu, who is usually more restrained, didn't object.
In their eyes, sparing Wei Ming's life was already an act of mercy. Sun Dai chuckled.
As the saying goes, don't say you weren't warned.
We should first approach Wei Ming and give him a chance to cooperate. Let him know the consequences of refusing.
This is an open strategy, letting him stew in anxiety. The logic was sound.
If Wei Ming surrendered immediately, they wouldn't need to cut the power.
Add Wei Ming to the group.
An invitation was sent to Wei Ming, but it took him a full hour to join.
Why?
He was in bed, of course. Next to him, Lin Wanqiu was gently massaging his shoulders. Earlier, Wei Ming had played the role of a laborer, and now it was her turn to pamper him. A beauty like jade, full of allure. As Wei Ming admired Lin Wanqiu's mesmerizing charm, he finally opened the group chat and asked, "Why did you add me to this group?" We hope you'll cooperate and hand over all your supplies so we can distribute them fairly," Sun Dai replied.
Wei Ming, distracted by Lin Wanqiu's soft hands, took his time responding. After 3 minutes, he typed, "Are you guys still dreaming?
Wei Ming, I admit your villa is like a turtle shell, difficult to breach from the outside.
But do you know what's truly terrifying right now?"
Sun Dai wasn't annoyed by Wei Ming's response. Instead, he sent another voice message.
"The heat. If we cut your power, how long do you think you can last in an oven?"
Tule chimed in, "Oh, and one more thing, we can always start a fire. There are plenty of cars in the garage.
We could collect gasoline, pour it on your walls, and light it up.
That would turn your place into a literal oven."
How ruthless. Wei Ming chuckled. "I've noted your name. You'll be the first one I kill."
Tule wasn't fazed.
He laughed heartily. "I'd love to see you try."
Outside his villa, Wei Ming was just one man. Tule was eager to settle the matter quickly and seize Wei Ming's supplies.
Unlike Sun Dai, Tule's interests lay solely in women.
Having seen photos of Lin Wanqiu, he was determined to get his hands on her.
"All right," Wei Ming said, tossing his phone aside. "I'll deal with you tonight. More fun to be had."
He grinned, excitement bubbling within him. After all, staying cooped up in the villa all day, watching shows, reading novels, and admiring women could get a bit monotonous.
"They're planning to cut the power again?"
Lin Wanqiu glanced at the phone.
Wei Ming nodded. "Last time, Wang Chang and his group cut the power to break in.
This time, they've wised up and plan to cut it to force us out." Lin Wanqiu furrowed her delicate brows, clearly concerned. Wei Ming pulled her into his arms, savoring the luxurious softness of her figure.
"I've told you before, don't worry. I've got this." "But how will you handle it?"
Lin Wanqiu pressed. Though she could be coquettish, she was also sharp when it came to serious matters. "The villa uses ice to combat the heat, but ice still requires electricity to produce." Wei Ming quipped, "If the power's out, just plug it back in." Lin Wanqiu rolled her eyes.
"Is teasing me really that fun? Ha ha. Let's see what the others think." Wei Ming carried Lin Wanqiu out of the room.
In the living room, Song Qingyun and the others were either watching TV or working out. Despite Wei Ming and Lin Wanqiu strolling in unclothed, the women didn't react, completely accustomed to the sight.
Lin Wanqiu quickly nudged Wei Ming to put her down.
She then explained Sun Dai and the others' threat to cut the power. Hearing this, Song Qingyun and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and frowned.
"What do we do, Wei Ming?"
They all turned to him.
"What should we do?" Wei Ming grinned. "Just let it be." Seeing Wei Ming's relaxed demeanor and confident attitude, Song Qingyun and the others couldn't help but feel reassured. Since the apocalypse began, how many people had targeted their villa? But had anyone ever succeeded?
Naturally, this built a strong trust in Wei Ming. However, this time the situation was different. The attackers weren't trying to break into the villa, they were trying to force him out.
This was a complete reversal of the usual offense and defense. Could Wei Ming still turn the situation to his advantage?
They weren't entirely sure, and their hearts were unsettled.
Wei Ming burst into laughter. "Relax.
The villa has a generator, and we have plenty of energy reserves."
Phew!
The 5 women collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
With the generator, and if they used resources sparingly, they could hold out for a long time. And while their conditions wouldn't be ideal, those of others would be even worse. As long as they could endure, they would ultimately be the victors. Mi Xiaolu was incredulous. We're all from the same community. Why are they so ruthless? Big sister, this is the apocalypse. The apocalypse. Changya replied. Exactly. In the apocalypse, no act of treachery or cruelty was surprising. Wei Ming merely smiled. He had countless supplies at his disposal, leaving him entirely unbothered. Oh, right. He turned his gaze toward the neighboring villa. Both Villa 18 and Villa 28 were controlled by the same power station. While a power outage here wasn't an issue for him, how could Yu Chutong remain so calm under the circumstances? Were these people unwittingly driving Yu Chutong right into his arms? If so, he might as well thank them in advance. Seeing that Wei Ming had refused to surrender, Tu Lei and his group weren't overly disappointed. After all, people were like that, they wouldn't give up until they hit a dead end. We move tonight and cut the power. Make sure the affected buildings are prepared to relocate and coordinate with others for support. Understood. The leaders of various factions nodded in agreement. It was now the 8th day of the apocalypse, and the extreme heat had already caused many deaths in the neighborhood. The casualties were mostly among those in poor physical condition, though even some young adults, who had led sedentary lives, fared worse than the elderly or children. All buildings had suffered significant losses. Cutting the power would affect a few buildings, but the number of people impacted wasn't as large as it could have been. The group studied the neighborhood's layout and determined which buildings would lose power along with Villa 28. They instructed the residents of those buildings to move their remaining food out of their refrigerators and temporarily relocate, as power would be cut that night. Without electricity, the food in their fridges would spoil quickly, and elevators wouldn't work. For those living on higher floors, climbing down in this sweltering heat would likely lead to heat stroke. By evening, everything was in place. That night, a team moved out in rain gear, heading toward the power station. It wasn't far, and the door had already been broken open. They easily shut off the power. Immediately, Villas 28 and 18, along with 3 nearby buildings, went dark. Wei Ming, you brought this on yourself. Even at night, it's over 50 degrees. Let's see how you sleep through this. Give up already. If you wait too long, your phone's battery will die, and you won't even be able to surrender. And by the way, I'm still waiting for you to come and kill me. The faction leaders sent a flurry of messages in their group chat. The last message, of course, was from Tu Lei. Wei Ming couldn't be bothered to argue with them. No power? No rush to turn on the generator. Instead, he set up a candlelit dinner on the balcony. Under Wei Ming's instructions, the 5 women each donned kipaos. Their svelte, hourglass figures were on full display. Song Qingyun, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya had slimmer builds, while Lin Wanqiu and Lu Qing exuded more voluptuous charm. Each presented a unique allure. What's for dinner? Hot pot. Ha! You cut off my power? I'll eat hot pot just to spite you. The hot pot wasn't electric but charcoal-fired, split into 2 broths, one a rich beef stock, the other a flavorful seafood base. Wei Ming took a sip and found them both delicious. Around the hot pot were various ingredients to dip, from Wagyu beef and salted lamb to an array of seafood, everything one could imagine. The enticing aroma made the 5 women eagerly take their seats and dig in. Even though the indoor temperature was just 29 degrees, eating hot pot still caused a bit of sweat to bead on their foreheads. Wei Ming grabbed a few large basins, filled them with ice, and placed one by each woman's feet. The temperature dropped so much that they started to feel chilly and wondered if they should grab a jacket. As they were enjoying themselves, Yu Chutong stepped out of her villa. Seeing light coming from Wei Ming's direction, she paused in surprise. Then, realizing it was candlelight, she found it reasonable. Wait, reasonable? How was this normal? It was still 50 degrees out, and yet they were eating hot pot? Were they trying to hasten their deaths? Hold on. What was that by their feet? Ice. That explained it. The melting ice absorbed heat, instantly cooling the temperature. Those ice blocks must have been leftover stock from the freezer. With the power out, they would melt anyway, so they might as well use them. Was this some kind of last hurrah before death? Yu Chutong frowned and sent Wei Ming a voice message. Video calls were out of the question since they consumed too much battery. Even though she had a power bank, she needed to conserve energy. Why is the power out? Did you have something to do with this? She asked directly. Wei Ming calmly admitted, yep. Some people want to force me to surrender, so they cut off the power. Yu Chutong trembled with anger. Did that mean she had become collateral damage?
Wei Ming glanced toward her villa and smirked.
Don't feel like you're just collateral.
With a face like yours, there are plenty of men who'd want to drag you out, even if it weren't for me.
They'd all love to toy with you. Right now, it's just a coincidence. A convenient one.
Yu Chutong opened her mouth to scold him but closed it again.
He had a point.
She was smart enough to see the situation clearly. A woman as beautiful as her, without substantial strength, was destined to become someone's plaything.
Could she plead with Sun Dai and the others, claiming she had no connection to Wei Ming? Would that make them spare her? No.
She was exactly the kind of trophy these men dreamed of.
What's your plan? You're not just going to sit and wait to die, are you?
She pressed, hoping to provoke him into action.
Wei Ming smiled. If you want to come over, I'd be happy to take you in. Look, it's nice and cool here, and we're enjoying hot pot.
Lu Qing leaned in with a teasing smile.
Sixth sister, come on over. Sixth sister. Shang Yet echoed mischievously.
It was clear they relished mocking Yu Chutong's previously haughty demeanor.
Yu Chutong refused to yield. No matter how much ice you have, it'll all melt in a few hours once the power's out.
Let's see how optimistic you are then, Wei Ming. Yu Chutong stormed back into her room, fuming. She was hot and thirsty, but her supply of purified water had run out.
Left with no other choice, she drank red wine.
Before long, she was drunk, which turned out to be a blessing. She passed out on the floor. Yet, not long after, the heat woke her up again. The real problem was that alcohol made her body even warmer, worsening her suffering. Curled up on the floor, she couldn't hold back her tears. In that moment, thoughts of suicide crossed her mind. But her strong-willed nature refused to let her be defeated so easily. She wouldn't give in just yet, not without seeing what happened to Wei Ming and his group first.
The night dragged on. She drifted between fitful sleep and being jolted awake by the heat.
By the time morning arrived, she had 2 large, dark circles under her eyes. Despite knowing the parking garage might be cooler, she dared not leave her apartment. After all, there were surely people stationed outside to keep an eye on Wei Ming, preventing him from escaping to the garage to cool down. While she wasn't their primary target, with her stunning beauty, could she really expect men to let her go unharmed if they saw her? If this continued for 2 or 3 more days, she felt she might lose her mind.
Wei Ming, meanwhile, slept soundly. He hadn't bothered to deal with Tu Lei yet.
Even if Tu Lei thought Wei Ming was bluffing, he'd still take precautions. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Wei Ming wasn't worried about a direct confrontation but was wary of being ambushed.
It was better to be cautious. What difference would it make to take Tu Lei's life one day later? Day 9 of the apocalypse.
Early in the morning, Tu Lei tagged Wei Ming in the group chat, mocking him.
Hey, I waited for you all night. Why didn't you show up? Wei Ming replied, I'm not interested in men. Tu Lei chuckled. You're all talk right now. But how long can you keep it up?
The sun's already rising, and the temperature is climbing again.
Wei Ming, how long can you endure?
Until I die of old age, probably. Wei Ming thought to himself, his expression cold. Tu Lei's foul mouth made him a prime target. And not just Tu Lei, every person involved in this plan would face retribution, sooner or later. No one who crossed him would walk away unscathed.
Wei Ming went down to the basement.
Wang Chang had been locked up for more than 24 hours, but as soon as Wei Ming entered, he discovered Wang Chang was already dead. He hadn't died of hunger, thirst, or heat exhaustion. He had bled to death. But why? His left hand had exploded. Where his hand should have been was now a gory hole, gruesome and shocking to behold. Wang Chang definitely wouldn't have smashed his own hand to pieces. He didn't have the courage, and even if he tried, it wouldn't look like this.
This seems more like an explosion?
Wei Ming pulled up the surveillance footage and saw that late last night, Wang Chang had suddenly let out a scream as blood gushed from his left hand. Within moments, he was dead. If I calculate the timing, it happened exactly 24 hours after his surgery. So, even though I can extend a person's body temporarily with the alternate space, it only lasts 24 hours and has severe side effects?
Phew. Lucky I didn't experiment on myself. That seemed like the only reasonable explanation to him. Then, if I stabilize someone by bringing them back into the alternate space before 24 hours pass, could I refresh the effect indefinitely? I need a new test subject.
Wei Ming cleaned up the scene, collecting Wang Chang's corpse along with the iron cage. The blood on the floor, however, was a bit of a hassle to scrub. With nothing better to do, he took his time cleaning it up. After finishing, Wei Ming returned to the first floor and had breakfast with Song Qingyun and the others. Once they were done, Song Qingyun blushed and quietly approached him.
My relative's visit is over.
Wei Ming was overjoyed. Sweeping her into his arms, he carried her upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. He could hardly wait to savor this rare delicacy.
From morning until evening, neither Wei Ming nor Song Qingyun left the bedroom. This left Lin Wanqiu and the others muttering amongst themselves. As expected, Song Qingyun was Wei Ming's favorite. Look at how utterly smitten he was, he didn't even come out for lunch. It wasn't until nightfall that Wei Ming finally emerged, carrying Song Qingyun in his arms. By now, the stunning policewoman couldn't even lift a finger. Despite her regular workouts and impressive stamina, she was completely spent. What a beast! Doesn't he know how to take it easy? They've been at it all day. As Lin Wanqiu and the others teased, Song Qingyun's face turned bright red. She buried her head in Wei Ming's chest like an ostrich. Wei Ming, on the other hand, looked utterly satisfied. Song Qingyun truly was flawless. What was for dinner tonight? Barbecue. Wei Ming lit a grill on the balcony, using smokeless coal, of course. Otherwise, they'd all suffocate. As the barbecue sizzled, Yu Chutong appeared once again. She stared in disbelief at the flames flickering on her neighbor's balcony. In this heat, you're grilling? Are you trying to commit suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning? Wait, there's ice. How is this possible? She quickly sent Wei Ming a voice message. When he answered, her tone was sharp. How do you still have ice? It was in the freezer. I just took it out, Wei Ming replied with a grin. Ha! He had emptied glaciers at the poles. Even at this rate of use, the ice would last over 1 billion years. Yu Chutong felt like tearing her hair out. Don't make it sound so casual. The power's been out for over a day. At these temperatures, any ice would have melted long ago. How could you possibly still have any left? Wait. She realized she had overlooked something incredibly simple. You have so much water. Melted ice was just water. In this apocalyptic world, water meant life. It was unimaginably precious. And you're just letting it melt in basins? Her clean water supply was gone. For the past 2 days, she'd been drinking red wine to quench her thirst. Now, seeing the half-melted ice water, she couldn't help swallowing involuntarily. But her mouth was so dry she couldn't even produce saliva. At that moment, her willpower was put to the ultimate test. Her body screamed at her to surrender and claim the icy water that would save her from dehydration. But she was too proud. Surrender to Wei Ming? She couldn't do it. Not yet. Even if she didn't know why she was holding on, did she think enduring for a few more days would make the apocalypse go away? Wei Ming picked up a freshly grilled skewer of beef and devoured it in one bite. The juicy, perfectly marbled meat burst with flavor in his mouth, complemented by a blend of soul-stirring spices. He smacked his lips in satisfaction. Delicious. And what's barbecue without a cold cola? He took a sip. With the alternate space, he wasn't worried about obesity or unhealthy habits. The 5 women hesitated, tempted but cautious. Too much sugar, one murmured. Yeah, drinking it can means we'd have to work out for hours to burn off the calories, another added. Just a sip, then. As they debated over calories, Yu Chutong was practically green with envy. If you don't want it, give it to me. I don't care about gaining weight right now. Just then, a message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. Ready to surrender yet? The message was from Sun Dai. After a day and a night, Wei Ming should have had enough suffering, right? As a man with an unusual preference, Sun Dai had been particularly enthusiastic about this situation because he really wanted to conquer Wei Ming. It wasn't that Wei Ming was particularly handsome, it was because he was a tough nut to crack. Breaking someone like Wei Ming would give Sun Dai an immense sense of accomplishment. Wei Ming casually sent him a photo. When Sun Dai saw it, he could hardly believe his eyes. They were having a barbecue? Without air conditioning, the room temperature was at least 50 degrees. Then they added a grill to the mix. Are you all insane? However, Sun Dai narrowed his eyes. If Wei Ming was still barbecuing in these conditions, it meant he truly had an abundance of resources. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up, he muttered, not bothering to say more. Wei Ming tossed his phone aside. He decided to act that night and take care of Tule. He couldn't let them keep the initiative indefinitely.
While he was content to use them as a distraction and wasn't in a rush to eliminate them all, that didn't mean he'd tolerate their provocations forever. He was playing them, not the other way around. Next door, Yu Chutong watched for a while before retreating to her villa in frustration. She couldn't keep watching. The more she did, the closer she came to surrendering to Wei Ming. Wei Ming, on the other hand, continued enjoying his barbecue. Sure, he had consumed quite a bit of food that day, but a little exercise later would burn it all off. They wrapped up dinner around 8 p.m. During the meal, the 5 women each showcased their talents. Some sang, others danced, and one even demonstrated martial arts. However, Song Qingyun, exhausted from the day's events, could only manage soft, feeble punches, which Lin Wanqiu and the other women mockingly dubbed the perpetrator's delight punch. Wei Ming was particularly fond of Song Qingyun. She was almost perfect, kind-hearted yet not naive, with a strong sense of justice but without the sanctimoniousness that demanded he go out and save the world. This blend of virtue and realism made her uniquely attractive to Wei Ming. Still, he decided to give her a break tonight. There was no rush, time was on their side. Wei Ming went to bed early and took a nap. At midnight, he quietly got up. He descended to the first floor and used teleportation to slip into Villa 18. If Yu Chutong had been in the living room, she would have been scared out of her wits. "You're not human, you're a ghost." Next, Wei Ming teleported to Villa 8 and then moved to the garage. From there, he observed the entrance to the basement of Villa 28, where a dozen people stood guard. "Heh, keep at it." Wei Ming quietly made his way to the first basement level of Building 3, strolling in without a care. He headed straight for the 14th floor. "Old Two's choice of floor is bad luck. 14 sounds like death in Chinese," he muttered. "Let's make it a reality. Apartment 1402. Wei Ming smirked. He had already checked the neighborhood chat group, and Tulei's username was 3 to 1402. With another teleportation, he entered the apartment. He found him. In the master bedroom, thunderous snores filled the air. No one was in the other rooms. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, Wei Ming opened the master bedroom door and flicked on the light. On the bed were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was Tulei, and the woman was a divorced resident of Building 3. After the catastrophe, she had been coerced into a relationship with Tulei and now lived with him willingly, her status elevated by his position as the building's leader. The sudden brightness startled the woman awake. She sat up abruptly, exposing her chest. Her figure was mediocre, and her slightly sagging curves failed to catch Wei Ming's interest. He glanced once before looking away. "There's an extra person in the room. How did you get in here?" She stammered, panic flashing across her face. She tried waking Tulei, but he was the type to sleep like the dead. No matter how much she shook or shoved him, his snoring continued unabated, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Wei Ming chuckled. "Let me help." He pulled out a fruit knife, causing the woman to tumble off the bed in terror. Brother, please don't hurt me. If you want, I'll give it to you." "Not a chance." Wei Ming looked at her with disdain. "Why waste energy on you when I have Song Qingyun?" He approached Tulei and stabbed the knife into his arm. "Holy shit!" Tulei howled in pain, finally waking up. Wei Ming. His first reaction was disbelief. Was he dreaming? How could Wei Ming be here? But the searing pain and the blood flowing from his arm told him this was real. How did you get here?" Tulei stammered, alarmed. Wei Ming held a knife, while he was unarmed and half-naked, making him feel even more vulnerable. Wei Ming feigned surprise. "Didn't I promise to take your pathetic life? Or did you think I was the kind of person who doesn't keep his word?" While speaking, Tulei tried signaling the woman with his eyes, hoping she would help. He kept Wei Ming talking to distract him. "You're impressive," Tulei said, forcing a calm tone. There were 12 guards in the garage. "Did you kill them all?" Meanwhile, the woman had quietly opened a drawer and retrieved a dagger. "I'd advise against it," Wei Ming said, turning to her with a cold smile. She hesitated, gripping the dagger tightly. "Throw it to me." Tulei barked. Her resolve hardened. She threw the dagger not at Wei Ming, but at Tulei. Catching it, Tulei twirled it in his hand with a smug grin. "Perfect timing. I'll kill you here and now, Wei Ming. Then all your supplies will be mine." He lunged at Wei Ming, but before he could reach him, poof, Tulei vanished into thin air. The woman's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Wei Ming smirked and stepped toward her. Terrified, she screamed and tried to run but disappeared after taking a single step.
Done.
Wei Ming left, retracing his steps without disturbing anyone. Back at home, he took a shower and went to bed, sleeping peacefully through the night. The next morning, at around 7 a.m., Wei Ming woke up to find Song Qingyun and the others already awake. Thanks to his foresight, all the doors were open, and they were bustling in the kitchen. When Wei Ming came to the dining room after freshening up, breakfast was ready. Their side enjoyed a warm and lively meal, while chaos erupted among Sun Dai's group. Tu Lei had disappeared. Along with Tu Lei, his mistress had also disappeared.
This baffled everyone.
It was impossible for Tu Lei to have run away from home, especially in this apocalyptic weather.
Where could he possibly go? Could Wei Ming have been responsible?
After all, Wei Ming had been threatening to kill Tu Lei just a few days ago.
The problem was, Wei Ming never left his villa.
The 12 guards stationed outside swore up and down that Wei Ming hadn't made an appearance.
Could he have gone through the front door?
While acid rain was deadly, it could be mitigated over short distances with proper rain gear.
But Tu Lei wasn't stupid. If Wei Ming had shown up at his door, would Tu Lei have happily let him in?
Furthermore, Tu Lei's front door showed no signs of forced entry. Unless Wei Ming had Tu Lei's house key, the only explanation was that Tu Lei had opened the door himself.
Neither of these possibilities seemed likely.
So, the situation became even more puzzling.
If Wei Ming wasn't behind it, then why had Tu Lei disappeared? Could it have been one of Tu Lei's subordinates?
Sun Dai proposed a different angle.
That's possible.
The group nodded as they considered the idea.
Who would willingly remain under someone else's thumb?
Especially in this kind of lawless society, where ruthlessness could quickly catapult someone to the top. Killing the leader to take their place didn't seem so far-fetched. If that were the case, the mystery wouldn't be so mysterious after all.
If one of Tu Lei's subordinates knocked on his door, wouldn't Tu Lei open it without hesitation?
But then a new question arose. There were no signs of a struggle in Tu Lei's home.
Given Tu Lei's notoriously violent nature, how could he have been overpowered without any resistance? Could someone have had a gun? Zhao Jihu suggested.
If a gun had been pointed at Tu Lei, would he have dared to fight back? That would explain the lack of a struggle. The group debated endlessly but couldn't reach a definitive conclusion.
Let's not focus on Tu Lei for now, Sun Dai said with a frown.
It's been 2 days, and Wei Ming still hasn't submitted.
My men are losing patience. And that's not all.
Foam Lily, the leader of Building 5, added. Our building has taken in a lot of people, and conflicts are breaking out constantly. If we don't restore power and send these people back soon, we're going to have an internal riot. Shen Yulong, the leader of Building 6, chimed in. The situation is becoming unbearable.
Let's be real, there's no running water, but we still need to eat, drink, and use the bathroom. Without water to flush toilets, our homes are turning into cesspits.
I suggest we not only deal with Wei Ming as quickly as possible but also come up with a solution to the sanitation problem.
Otherwise, everyone nodded in agreement. The sanitation issue is easy to address. We can collect acid rain. It's not safe to drink, but it's fine for flushing toilets. The main issue is Wei Ming. We'll have to go all out. Set fire to the villa.
The group collectively agreed. They hadn't wanted to resort to this, as setting a fire in their own neighborhood was risky.
What if it got out of control? Where could they possibly run?
The sun alone was deadly enough to kill them. But Wei Ming had held out for 2 days, and they were left with no choice but to play their trump card.
Action followed swiftly.
They headed to the garage, collected gasoline, and poured it all over the walls of Villa 28.
Wei Ming, this is your last chance.
Surrender now, or we'll set your villa on fire, Sun Dai said coldly. Wei Ming ignored them. He was busy admiring Song Qingyun's beautiful body and teasing her with a grin. I've been thoroughly inspecting you, and I realized you don't have a single mole on your body.
Lying lazily on the bed, Song Qingyun was completely spent.
She couldn't muster even a fraction of her strength to lift her eyelids.
Still, she asked softly, aren't you even a little worried? Your man is more capable than that, didn't you just experience that firsthand?
Wei Ming teased, nibbling on her ear. Unable to withstand the tickling sensation, Song Qingyun burst out laughing, her delicate figure trembling. The sight made Wei Ming's grin widen.
Why are you always so unserious?
Wei Ming laughed heartily.
Don't worry, just sit back and watch.
Outside, seeing no response from Wei Ming, Sun Dai and the others snorted.
Light it up. A lit cigarette butt was tossed onto the gasoline-soaked wall. Sparks flew, and with a whoosh, flames engulfed the wall. However, the wall was made of a special alloy, both durable and heat-resistant. The temperature from the burning gasoline wasn't nearly enough to melt or deform the metal. The heat merely accelerated the melting of the ice within the wall. Other than that, it had no effect. When Wei Ming had designed his safe house, he had anticipated the possibility of fire attacks. With Xiaobing's help, he had incorporated improvements, placing ice chambers within the walls. This not only made the setup more effective but also more aesthetically pleasing. As the flames raged, the ice melted rapidly, flowing into the basement. While the interior temperature initially rose slightly, Wei Ming replenished the ice through a spatial portal, stabilizing the villa's temperature. 28 degrees Celsius. In fact, it dropped by another degree. Oops, he'd added too much ice. No big deal. The 5 women stared at Wei Ming in shock. Someone had set fire to the villa, yet the temperature inside had dropped instead of rising? How is this possible? Yeah, tell us your secret. Their curiosity was insatiable. Wei Ming simply smiled. A master never reveals his tricks. Lin Wanqiu leaned into his embrace, her voice sultry. If you satisfy my curiosity, I'll let you do whatever you want. Those positions you've been asking for, I'll unlock them for you. Even Song Qingyun, driven by curiosity, offered to wear any outfit and roleplay with Wei Ming if he revealed his secret. Oh my. Just as Wei Ming was about to speak, a video call came through from Yu Chutong. Huh, this woman was actually willing to use video? Wasn't she worried about draining her battery? Wei Ming answered the call. Yu Chutong's weak, angry voice erupted. You're going to get me killed. Wei Ming, remember this, you owe me a life. She hadn't done anything to provoke him, yet she was suffering all the same. Her villa had lost power as well. Worse, with Sun Dai and his group setting fire to Villa 28, the heat had spread to her neighboring home. Even with the curtains drawn, her indoor temperature was over 50 degrees. With the added heat from the fire, it had soared past 60 degrees. I don't want to die like this. Yu Chutong cried, tears welling up but evaporating before they could fall. I hate you. I hate you. Wei Ming chuckled. So, are you ready to come over now? To die with you? Yu Chutong sneered. No, thanks. She froze, noticing how calm Wei Ming appeared. There wasn't a hint of distress on his face. Impossible. She shrieked. I'm melting over here, yet your temperature should be even higher. How is this possible? Wei Ming smiled warmly. Didn't I tell you? I have plenty of ice. Yu Chutong couldn't believe it. Even if Wei Ming had ice, shouldn't it have melted long ago without power? Yet, Wei Ming and the 5 women, including Song Qingyun, appeared completely calm, with no signs of suffering from the heat. In fact, Wei Ming even showed her the indoor temperature. 28 degrees. What? 28 degrees? Sixth sister, are you still refusing to surrender? Do you really want to turn into roast suckling pig? Lu Qing teased. Yu Chutong gave a bitter smile. She truly regretted her earlier choices. Before, she could have easily gone to Wei Ming's villa just a few steps through the underground garage. But now? Was the garage still an option? Of course not. Not only were people guarding it, but the raging fire outside made it impossible. Rushing through it would be suicidal. So, her only option was to traverse above ground. But the sunlight carried lethal radiation. She would need 100% protection, ensuring no rays touched her skin. Otherwise, the unbearable pain would overwhelm her, and she'd panic, exposing herself to even more sunlight, ultimately burning to death. And then there was the heat. With no alternative, Yu Chutong armored herself in heavy clothing despite the stifling temperature, nearly passing out from the heat. Her will to survive kept her going. She opened her door, grabbed an umbrella, and briskly made her way toward Wei Ming's villa. Covered head to toe in heavy layers and running in the sweltering heat, she was soon drenched in sweat, her body overheating even more. But she was getting closer to the villa. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. The door opened. She rushed inside, dropping her umbrella outside, but she no longer cared. Her body couldn't take it anymore, and she collapsed unconscious. Wei Ming caught her just in time and immediately started removing her clothes. It wasn't out of lust, he was trying to prevent her from overheating to death. Stripping her down to just her undergarments, Wei Ming finally stopped and carefully fed her sips of purified water.
The cool liquid trickling down her throat woke Yu Chutong. She greedily drank more, clutching at the water bottle. Wei Ming mischievously pulled the bottle away and took a big gulp himself, puffing his cheeks without swallowing. Yu Chutong was sharp enough to understand what he was implying. She had already resigned herself to her fate the moment she crossed over. The few sips of water had only made her thirstier. Without hesitation, she leaned forward and kissed him, drawing the water from his mouth. She continued to drink greedily, taking the water he offered her this way until she had consumed 2 bottles and finally regained her strength. Sixth sister. Welcome, sixth sister. Hee hee, little sixth. Lu Qing and the other women teased her endlessly, while Song Qingyun, though kind, didn't step in to stop them. Yu Chutong could only endure the humiliation with a red face. After all, hadn't she looked down on them only days ago, mocking each of them? And now, hadn't she come begging at their door? The prouder she had been, the harder it hit her now. Wei Ming laughed heartily and patted her shoulder. Go take a shower. Thanks to the people outside, the water's hot and ready to use. What? Yu Chutong stared at him in disbelief. You're using precious clean water for showers? She had been on the verge of dying from thirst. Wei Ming shrugged. If you don't shower, I'll start to dislike you. You stink. No matter how beautiful a woman was, 7 or 8 days without a bath would make anyone unbearable. Yu Chutong hesitated. She had avoided using water for anything unnecessary, focusing solely on survival. Yet, Wei Ming acted as if clean water was an inexhaustible resource. Her resolve wavered. Someone who loved beauty as much as Yu Chutong couldn't stand being dirty and smelly. But survival still took precedence. She headed to the basement to bathe, where the melted ice had pooled. In a few moments, she stripped completely and stepped into the tub. Clean water flowed steadily from the faucet. The moment she immersed herself in the water, Yu Chutong burst into tears, overwhelmed. She had thought she would never get to bathe again in her lifetime. To her surprise, she had expected Wei Ming, a self-proclaimed lecher, to barge in and take advantage of her. She had resigned herself to letting him do as he pleased. But Wei Ming didn't enter. After more than half an hour, Yu Chutong reluctantly got out of the tub. Drain the water, Wei Ming's voice called out casually. Yu Chutong stared at him in shock. This water is just dirty, not contaminated. It can be filtered for drinking. Or at least used for washing clothes or flushing toilets. Just drain it. Wei Ming smiled. We're not short on water. Yu Chutong hesitated, then reluctantly pulled the plug. As she listened to the water draining away, she felt a pang of guilt and regret. Suddenly, she froze and let out a startled scream. You were watching me? Of course, Wei Ming replied with a grin. This is my house. Of course, I have to keep an eye on you. What if you try to steal something? That's not the point. You were watching me bathe. Yu Chutong wanted to get angry but ultimately let it go. Now that she was here, what pride did she have left to cling to? Her life was in Wei Ming's hands. If he told her to leave, would she agree? In the apocalypse, this was the most livable place she'd ever encountered. Having seen Wei Ming's abundant resources, she knew she could never leave now. The taste of luxury made the thought of deprivation unbearable. She would pay any price to stay here. Her pride, dignity, and principles had been shattered by these 9 days of the apocalypse. Especially during the fire at her villa, she had truly believed her fate was to be reduced to a dried corpse. In comparison, what were her high ideals worth now? Don't put that dress back on, it reeks, Wei Ming said, stopping her from putting on her old Chanel gown. It might have been a luxury item before the apocalypse, but now it was just a dirty rag. Then what am I supposed to wear? Yu Chutong asked in embarrassment, her voice rising. Did he want her to walk around naked? Sure, she had looked down on them before, but did he really need to humiliate her like this? Wei Ming smirked. Tell me your height, weight, and measurements. I'll get you something. You already saw everything, didn't you? Yu Chutong growled through clenched teeth. He was obviously doing this on purpose. But when Wei Ming didn't respond, she relented. Height, 172 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 34D-22-33. Impressive, Wei Ming thought, letting out a whistle. This woman truly had a devilish figure. A 22-inch waist, the same as Song Qingyun's, but at 172 centimeters, she was 2 centimeters taller. He pulled clothes of the corresponding size from his spatial dimension and brought them to the basement, placing them on a hanger. Covering herself with her hands, Yu Chutong glared at him.
Are you going to just stand there and watch?
Yup.
Wei Ming nodded unapologetically. Could Yu Chutong refuse? If she could, why would she even come here? As a female CEO, she was decisive. If resistance was futile, the best choice was to comply.
It was like being at a business dinner. When a subordinate offered her a drink, she could take it or leave it. But when an important client made a toast, unless she was willing to lose the deal, she had no choice but to drink. Now was no different.
Except, this deal concerned her survival, leaving her no room to refuse. Besides, hadn't Wei Ming already seen everything? He could have easily taken her completely if he wanted.
Reluctantly, she grabbed the clothes and hurriedly put them on. But as she dressed, she realized something was off.
These are so tight. Why?
Because they were clearly one size too small.
Still, what choice did she have? Not wear anything? After struggling to get dressed, she looked down and immediately blushed.
This was ridiculous.
Her chest was so compressed that the two mountains seemed to be pressed tightly against each other. Didn't you ask for my size? Yu Chutong snapped irritably. I did. Wei Ming grinned. Otherwise, how could I have picked the perfect size to make it just a little smaller? As expected, he had done it on purpose.
Yu Chutong fumed silently, but at least she was now wearing her undergarments. She quickly put on the dress as well, feeling a slight sense of security.
However, after glancing at herself in the mirror, she grimaced. A wicked stepmother dress? This was too much. Way too much.
Her usual style was that of a cold, high-powered female executive, and now she was wearing a dress straight out of a fairy tale villain's wardrobe.
You look great. Wei Ming clapped, genuinely impressed.
To be fair, Yu Chutong's looks and figure were easily a 9 out of 10, so she could pull off almost anything. But seeing her in the stepmother dress scratched a certain itch in Wei Ming's mind, one of quirky amusement.
Let's eat. The two of them headed to the first floor. That was quick. Lin Wanqiu raised an eyebrow. Husband, have you been staying up late too much? Is your stamina suffering?
Wei Ming froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. He playfully swatted her backside.
You dirty-minded woman.
I was just bringing her some clothes, nothing else happened.
Oh. The five women, including Song Qingyun, nodded in unison, their expressions saying they didn't believe him at all. You've got to be kidding me.
Sure, Wei Ming loved beautiful women and had been interested in Yu Chutong for a while, but he had principles.
If he were so desperate, he could have teleported into her villa earlier and taken her by force. Could she have stopped him?
Even now, with her willingly coming to him, starving, thirsty, her lips cracked, and sporting dark circles under her eyes like a panda, how could he even think of touching her in this state? No, he would take his time. Such a treasure deserved to be savored slowly. Of course, this patience was built on the fact that he had already tasted the finest. When he had first brought Song Qingyun back, there had been no holding back.
Ugh, let's not go there.
In short, Wei Ming had learned to pace himself. Having had fine food before, he could afford to be patient now. The five women, however, didn't dare mock him too much. After a few teasing remarks, they headed to the kitchen to continue preparing the meal. Yu Chutong, eager to prove herself, followed to help, but she was quickly shooed out.
They said I was just getting in the way,
Yu Chutong said with a wounded expression. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never stepped foot in a kitchen before. Even something as simple as chopping vegetables might have ended with her cutting her fingers. Her presence in the kitchen was more of a hindrance than a help.
Wei Ming chuckled. Looks like you're only good for eating ready-made meals. Since you can't help in the kitchen, why don't you come serve me instead? How do I serve you? Yu Chutong asked, surprisingly cooperative.
Under normal circumstances, anyone making such a suggestion to her would have earned a slap in the face.
Massage my legs and shoulders. Can you do that? Wei Ming asked.
I can, she replied quickly, moving over to help him. Over an hour later, the other women finished preparing the meal and brought out dish after dish.
Outside, the blazing heat and roaring fire made the world seem like an inferno.
But inside, it was cool and refreshing. It was like two entirely different worlds.
Wei Ming, how much longer can we keep this up? Song Qingyun asked seriously after taking a few bites. Yeah, Lin Wanqiu added. The villa can only hold so many supplies. Even if you've hidden a lot, there's a limit, especially with more people joining us.
Lu Cheng, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya all looked at Wei Ming with anxious eyes. They were well aware of their position. They weren't as beautiful as Song Qingyun or Lin Wanqiu. Moreover, they were all divorced, making them second-hand goods compared to the original models. Deep down, they feared that their presence here was driven partly by Wei Ming's desire for revenge or to fill a temporary void. If resources truly ran out, food or water, would they be the first to be cast out? They would rather die than face that. Yu Chutong, still new to the group, was more curious than anything else. How could Wei Ming have so many supplies? The ice alone was baffling. After 2 days of no power, shouldn't all the ice have melted? In truth, the 5 women had been wondering the same thing but had kept it to themselves. However, as the days passed and the power outage continued, their curiosity grew uncontrollable. How could Wei Ming still have so much ice? Wei Ming simply smiled. All you need to know is that as long as I'm here, you won't have to worry about food or water. For now, he had no intention of revealing his secret. When would he share it? Not until the internet was gone. Wei Ming needed to ensure that his secret couldn't spread. Once society regressed to a primitive state where transportation meant walking and communication meant shouting, he could safely disclose his secret, knowing it wouldn't reach far. If, however, one of these women boasted about his wealth, revealing that he had a dimensional space filled with endless supplies, wouldn't it attract countless enemies? And what if someone sent a missile his way? Sure, he could escape to his dimension in the nick of time and wait for the blast to pass, but would the enemy give him that chance? Even if warned, could he react faster than the missile's terminal velocity? He couldn't dodge bullets, let alone missiles. For now, his secret was safe unless the person learning it was guaranteed to die. In this lawless apocalypse, there were no rules, morals, or order. Why draw unnecessary attention? Seeing that Wei Ming wouldn't answer, the women had no choice but to drop the matter. His reassurance, though vague, gave them a sliver of comfort. Let's eat, Wei Ming said with a grin. After lunch, Wei Ming still wasn't in a hurry to enjoy Yu Chutong. There was no need to rush. In fact, he didn't take advantage of her at all, instead spending time being affectionate with Song Qingyun. Among the women, Song Qingyun was his favorite. That said, it was just like, not love. Love? He wasn't even sure he knew what love was anymore. He only knew how to act on his desires. When he had just made Song Qingyun his woman, he had been incredibly gentle with her. Seeing this, Lin Wanqiu and the others felt pangs of jealousy. However, they didn't dare show it to Song Qingyun, instead resolving inwardly to work harder when it was their turn to win Wei Ming's affection. Yu Chutong observed all of this silently, letting out a quiet sigh. Wei Ming had complete control over these women. A simple strategy had ensured they would never form an alliance, leaving them competing to please him instead. Would she end up becoming one of them? She smiled bitterly. While Wei Ming's villa was filled with spring-like warmth and laughter, the people outside were enduring torment. Even in the underground garage, temperatures had risen to over 45 degrees during the day. With the added effect of the fire, it had now reached over 50 degrees. It was hardly any cooler than indoors, and the lingering smell of smoke from the fire was overpowering, enough to make people feel dizzy after prolonged exposure. This ordeal had already lasted more than a day and a night. And Wei Ming still hadn't surrendered. Could he already be dead? Phone Lily suggested in the group chat for the building leaders. I don't know. Him and ask, someone replied. Wei Ming, are you dead yet? Before long, Wei Ming responded with a photo. It showed him and the 6 women dining together, all smiling at the camera as if it were a cheerful corporate retreat. Some even made playful peace signs. What the fuck? Seeing the photo, the building leaders were torn between anger and despair. It had been 2 days without power and an entire day of fire, yet Wei Ming and his group seemed completely unfazed. Their table was piled with food, and each person had either a glass of iced cola or water. The photo was clear, and it was undeniable that both the cola and water had ice cubes in them. You've been without power for 2 days, your villa has been on fire for a full day, and you still have ice cubes? The leaders found this impossible to comprehend. Could he have a generator? Sun Dai frowned. Probably, Chen Yulong agreed. Otherwise, how could he still be making ice cubes? So, what now? Are we just going to wait until his generator runs out of fuel? The group fell silent, each of them furrowing their brows. What should they do? What could they do? Let's just give up. We can't keep wasting time and energy on him, Zhao Jihu finally said. We should focus on gathering supplies. Fighting Wei Ming is just draining us for no reason. Sun Dai's face darkened with displeasure. We've already spent 2 days on this, and now you want to give up?
Son, we've spent 2 days without making any progress.
I don't know about your people, but mine are on the verge of mutiny, said Qin Chang, the leader of Building 7, his face etched with worry.
He wasn't alone. Many other leaders felt the same way. How had they become leaders in the first place?
Some had been respected figures, like building managers before the apocalypse.
Others had risen to power through strength and intimidation, like Tu Lei.
But the constant threat of Zhang Shi's forces had forced building residents to band together and appoint someone to lead them. Their positions were inherently unstable.
As long as things went smoothly, they were fine.
But the moment they faced setbacks, people's loyalty wavered, and they started considering a change in leadership.
Naturally, none of them wanted to lose their positions. Power was intoxicating even in the apocalypse. Are you all really giving up? Sun Dai asked coldly. Most of them stayed silent, but silence was often its own answer. Fine, fine, fine. You can all give up, but I won't. Sun Dai snapped.
And let me make one thing clear, if I get my hands on Wei Ming's supplies, none of you will get a share. The others merely smiled faintly in response. Sun Dai huffed, tossing his phone aside. He was determined to conquer Wei Ming. His plan was simple: keep the fire burning and station men in the underground garage to watch for any movement. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihu and the others sent messages to Wei Ming, offering a truce. Although the wording varied, the sentiment was the same: we won't target you anymore.
Let's live and let live. Why were they trying to make peace?
Because anyone who had gone against Wei Ming before had ended up dead. The most notable example was Zhang Shi.
Looking back, Zhang Shi had been thoroughly outmaneuvered and destroyed by Wei Ming.
So, having decided to stop fighting, they wanted to ease Wei Ming's hostility toward them.
Wei Ming glanced at their messages and couldn't help but chuckle. When you wanted to attack me, you didn't hesitate. Now that you've failed, you expect me to forgive and forget with a simple truce? Your egos are astonishing. Wei Ming didn't bother responding harshly.
From the moment they had ganged up on him, their fates were sealed.
However, he wasn't in a hurry to kill them all just yet.
For one, he enjoyed taking his time, and for another, the internet was still up. If someone filmed his methods, like using spatial portals or teleportation, it would raise too many questions.
And if someone launched a missile at him, why take unnecessary risks? Having already died once, Wei Ming cherished his life even more. So, these people could wait. There was no rush. Still, it seems someone hasn't given up.
I'll start with him, Wei Ming muttered with a cold smile.
As night fell, Wei Ming started his generator, lighting up the entire villa.
He wasn't worried about fuel consumption. He had stockpiled unimaginable amounts during 4 months of free shopping abroad. From the high-rises, Zhao Jihu and the others could see the illuminated villa and couldn't help but exclaim, so he really does have a generator.
No wonder he could keep making ice. What puzzled them, though, was why they couldn't do the same. They also had electricity. Why couldn't they produce ice in bulk to cool their homes? Clack! At that very moment, the entire neighborhood went dark. Who pulled the switch at the power station again? That was everyone's first thought.
But those living on higher floors only needed to look out their windows to realize something far worse. The entire city was blacked out, save for the faint glow of the moon in the sky. A wave of despair swept through everyone's hearts. The power was out. Not just for one household, one building, or even the neighborhood, it was the entire city.
It's over. In this kind of heat, how can we survive without electricity?
Amidst the darkness, however, Wei Ming's villa remained brightly lit. He still had power. This immediately stirred the hearts of everyone watching. They had to get into Wei Ming's villa. Electricity meant air conditioning, an escape from the unbearable heat, and the chance to sleep peacefully. Without needing any orders, people began gathering at the garage. Sun Dai's men, who had been keeping the fire burning with gasoline, were forcibly stopped. With eyes blazing with desperation, people armed themselves with hammers, crowbars, and other tools.
They were going to force their way into the villa. Faced with such a flood of people, would Sun Dai's men dare to stop them? Bang! 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 The crowd began hammering on the front gate. Even though it was made of alloy steel, so what? If even the legendary foolish old man could move mountains, couldn't this group of people break down a single iron gate with enough effort?
The loud noise startled Wei Ming and the 6 women, who were enjoying dinner. They hadn't been paying attention to the situation outside, so they hadn't realized the power was out. When they checked their phones, they discovered there was no signal.
With no electricity, the cell towers were down.
Even if their phones still had battery life, without satellite phones, they couldn't make calls or send messages.
The internet? Also gone.
Their phones had become useless devices, good only for taking photos or watching previously downloaded videos.
The power's out, Yu Chutong remarked dryly.
Electricity symbolized the remnants of civilization. Now, with the power cut, it felt as though humanity's last light had been extinguished. Tomorrow, the sun would rise as always, but the regression of civilization was now inevitable.
Don't underestimate the importance of a single light bulb. As long as light shone, the darkness in people's hearts could still be held at bay. But once even that faint light was gone, what kind of chaos would engulf the world? By tonight, how many horrific, worldview-shattering crimes would occur?
In Chidong City, Wei Ming's illuminated villa stood out like a beacon, naturally attracting all the darkness in the neighborhood. Every resident in the community now had one thought: storm the villa, seize its electricity, its light, and its cool shelter. The expressions of Song Qingyun and the other women darkened as well. Before, they had still held a glimmer of hope in the power of the state, believing the disaster would eventually pass. But now, the blackout had shattered their illusions, leaving them feeling crushed.
This was truly the apocalypse, a hopeless, lightless apocalypse.
Seeing the 6 women trembling with fear, Wei Ming laughed.
What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? The women looked up at him.
In the face of such desperation, his confidence was infectious and slightly reassuring, but only slightly. As they had worried earlier in the day, survival required resources, and the villa was only so big.
How much could it hold?
This was an undeniable reality.
Wei Ming smiled.
During the day, he had been planning to wait for the network to go down before revealing some of his secrets. He hadn't expected the power to fail so quickly, taking the internet with it.
Fine, time to put their minds at ease. Aren't you curious about how much I've stockpiled? He asked.
The 6 women perked up a little.
Not much, but a little. Wei Ming didn't mind.
He continued, when the polar ice cap suddenly disappeared, I don't know whether it was due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field or something else, but I gained a special ability.
An ability?
The women stared at him.
Is this a sci-fi movie?
No, sci-fi wouldn't call it an ability, this sounded more like a fantasy plot.
Wei Ming nodded.
I call it spatial manipulation. With that, he reached out and placed his hand on the table. Instantly, a basket of waxberries appeared. The 6 women stood up in unison, staring at him and the basket in shock, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Wei Ming casually explained, I discovered I had a spatial storage ability.
It's huge. After the polar ice caps vanished, I had a premonition that a major disaster was coming.
So, I began fortifying this villa into a safe house and stockpiling supplies. Lu Qing suddenly realized something. You once told me you went to the US and went on a $0 shopping spree.
You weren't joking. Wei Ming smiled. Exactly.
I traveled from South America all the way north, collecting supplies along the way.
How much did I gather? Let's just say it's worth hundreds of billions.
At first, the 6 women were stunned. Then, as the reality sank in, their faces lit up with joy, and they erupted into cheers. Lin Wanqiu threw herself into his arms, kissing him passionately. Her heart was racing, overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude.
Wei Ming, take me,
she whispered seductively, her eyes brimming with desire.
I want you to take me right now. I get that you're excited, but does that really mean we need to? Well, maybe it does. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that Wei Ming and the 6 women returned to the dining table to continue their dinner. What about the cold food?
With a wave of his hand, Wei Ming sent the leftovers into his spatial storage and replaced them with a fresh table of dishes.
Straight from a luxury hotel. Even though the women had heard about his ability, witnessing it in action left them in awe. It's a good thing you had a sense of urgency, Yu Chuton remarked.
Otherwise, even with such a warehouse, it wouldn't have been much use without preparation. Now, she had no regrets about coming here. Maybe the continuation of human civilization depends on us, Lin Wanqiu said with a hint of hope.
The others laughed. Just the 7 of them? 1 man and 6 women? Even if they could keep having children, what about the next generation? Inbreeding? Not a chance. The survival of humanity couldn't rely on just them. Wei Ming shook his head. Don't worry. Humanity is too resilient to be wiped out by a disaster like this.
I'm sure the government has established large-scale shelters. When the polar ice caps melted, the top scientists probably moved in. With our country's grain reserves, feeding a small population for a few centuries shouldn't be an issue. What concerned him more was the possibility of these shelters turning into personal fiefdoms for ambitious individuals once social order collapsed. Forget it, Wei Ming thought. As long as I protect my own turf, that's all that matters. Why had he kept such a low profile? To avoid being noticed not by the people in the community, but by those who might be in large-scale shelters. He was certain those shelters, if they existed, would have full facilities, including security personnel and even military forces. And if they had military capabilities, there could be fighter jets and missiles. Given enough time, scientists might even develop special tires to withstand the extreme daytime heat, allowing the shelter's forces to expand outward. But that was a problem for the future. Wei Ming didn't want to provoke such powers, but that didn't mean he was afraid of them. If they pushed him too far, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back. He might even destroy a shelter if necessary, though it would undoubtedly put him in great danger as well. So, he preferred to keep his secrets hidden and avoid crossing paths with anyone unnecessarily. Meanwhile, the noise outside continued unabated. Wei Ming was growing annoyed. While the people outside couldn't possibly break through his defenses, the constant racket was grating on his nerves. Without hesitation, he activated the electric grid. Ah! The people hammering at the wall screamed in unison, their bodies convulsing. Some were so terrified they lost control of their bladders. Electricity! There's electricity! The others were confused. Wasn't electricity normal? After all, it was the reason they were trying to break into this villa in the first place. But soon, they understood. The electricity wasn't inside the villa, it was on the gate itself. Touching it sent jolts through their bodies, numbing them to their very souls. What the hell are we supposed to do now? No one dared to keep hitting the gate. Metal was the only material sturdy enough for the job, but it conducted electricity. What could they possibly do? Absolutely nothing. When brute force failed, many in the crowd resorted to begging. Wei Ming, it's too hot out here. Let me in for just a little while, just a little while. I haven't had a sip of water in over a day. Please, just give me a bit of water. These were the pleas of desperation. Others tried flattery, or even offered themselves in servitude. Wei Ming, let me stay in your villa, and I'll be your loyal dog. Whoever you want me to fight, I'll fight. From today, you're my boss. If you want me to kill someone, just say the word. These were mostly men, the tougher, more ruthless ones. And, of course, some women tried seduction. Wei Ming, let me in, and I'll be your woman. Pick me. I'm prettier. Even Zhao Cixi, the arrogant daughter of Aunt Chang, who once claimed she had millions of men to choose from, had lost her haughtiness. She now stood before the cameras, trying to flatter Wei Ming. But they all misunderstood. The surveillance cameras had long since been destroyed by the fire. Wei Ming couldn't see or hear any of their desperate pleas. And so, this farcical display continued until midnight, when exhaustion, hunger, and thirst finally forced the crowd to disperse. What now? They went home to sleep. Of course, people like Zhao Jihu and his group took their teams out to scavenge for resources. In times like these, you can only rely on yourself. Self-sufficiency was the only way to survive. Even beauty was no guarantee of food or water. Not every man was like Wei Ming, with an abundance of resources. Another night passed. Day 11 of the apocalypse. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, most families had stockpiled food. However, few had prepared by storing water. For the residents of Chidong City, the biggest issue wasn't food, it was drinkable water. What could they do? When people are desperate, they get creative. Some had begun collecting acid rain and attempting to distill it. While drinking it caused stomach pains, it at least staved off immediate dehydration. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihu's team returned from a night of scavenging with even worse news. The nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets had been stripped bare. If they wanted more supplies, they would have to travel farther to larger supermarkets. The problem? How? During the day? The extreme heat made it impossible to travel in protective gear. Even if they weren't killed by radiation, the heat would cause dehydration and heatstroke, leaving them dead on the roadside. At night? While the temperature dropped slightly, the distance was too great. Acid rain could easily penetrate raincoats and kill them. Transportation was essential. They decided that tonight, they would attempt to use vehicles, even if it meant risking blown tires. Otherwise, they would just have to wait to die. Wei Ming, meanwhile, was surprised when another group attempted to set his villa on fire. Four masked individuals arrived, each carrying bottles filled with freshly collected gasoline. Although Wei Ming wasn't particularly afraid of fire, he saw no reason to keep enduring attacks without retaliation. And so, he opened the door to the basement and stepped outside. Seeing Wei Ming emerge, the four attackers froze in shock. Wei Ming? Kill him. Take his villa. Go for it. Ha ha ha. Their hesitation quickly gave way to excitement as they rushed toward him. Bang! 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 But they stood no chance. In just a few moves, Wei Ming had taken them all down. They lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Firstly, Wei Ming's physical strength was at the peak of human capability. Secondly, these attackers were malnourished, dehydrated, and sleep-deprived. Their bodies were weak, making them easy prey despite their numbers. Wei Ming's expression turned cold as he picked up the gasoline and poured it over the four men. "Who sent you?" he asked, holding a lighter in his hand. "As Sun Dai," they stammered, trembling as they knelt before him. "Please, Wei Ming, spare us. We were just following orders. I swear, from now on, we'll cut ties with Sun Dai and never listen to him again." "Yes, yes. We promise." Wei Ming chuckled darkly. "Weren't you all so bold just now? Planning to kill me and steal my villa? Why are you cowards now? I have no respect for people like you." With that, he tossed the lighter. "Run!" The four men screamed in terror and tried to flee, but the lighter had already ignited the gasoline. Boom! The flames engulfed them in an instant, one by one, as they flailed and screamed in agony. Moments later, their charred bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. Wei Ming showed no sympathy. They had come with gasoline to burn down his home. Why should he feel any compassion? "Sun Dai, is it?" Wei Ming smirked. "Tonight, it's your turn." The basement reeked of gasoline after burning for over a day. The stench was unbearable, even though it was cooler there. No one could stand being in it. Wei Ming didn't linger outside either. After handling the situation, he returned to the villa, locked the door, and activated the air purifier. He had even stockpiled oxygen, ensuring he was prepared for any extreme scenarios. Outside, the heat was unbearable, and the air was filled with acrid fumes. Inside the villa, however, it was like a pleasant early summer day. The temperature was just right, and wearing a short-sleeved shirt felt perfect, not too hot, not too cold. Wei Ming's next target was Yu Chutong. After a night of rest and recovery, Yu Chutong's body was once again soft and supple, her energy restored. It was time to harvest. Wei Ming had said he wanted to take things slowly, but in the end? There was no slowing down with a woman like Yu Chutong. She was simply extraordinary. Wei Ming looked at her sleeping figure, her flawless back smooth under his hand. She didn't stir, completely exhausted. It couldn't be helped, his demands were unrelenting, and Yu Chutong, inexperienced as she was, had no chance of keeping up. If it weren't for this apocalypse, would he have ever been able to have someone like her? Of course not. A stunning beauty like this would have been far beyond his reach, someone he could only admire from a distance. I should be thankful for this apocalypse. Without it, even someone like Zuo Qingqing could dangle me along like a dog licking her boots. But now? A woman of this caliber. He chuckled darkly. Of course, it wasn't just the apocalypse. His abundance of resources was the deciding factor. Without them, would even Song Qingyun have stayed by his side? And now? Even if he told them to leave, would they dare? At noon, Wei Ming and the 6 women gathered for a meal. Since he had already revealed the secret of his spatial storage ability, he allowed them to request dishes anything they wanted. Whether it was international cuisine or local specialties, Wei Ming could provide it all. Fruits? He had every kind imaginable in endless quantities, enough to last multiple lifetimes. The 6 women finally felt fully reassured and developed an intense dependence on Wei Ming. If anything happened to him, they'd be doomed. With this understanding, their loyalty to Wei Ming deepened, and they became even more eager to please him. Wei Ming didn't care whether their feelings were genuine. All he wanted was to enjoy their attentions. Still, if he had to rank their loyalty, Song Qingyun would come first. As a former law enforcement officer, she still held on to some semblance of goodness and a desire for justice, even in this dystopian world. As for Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and the others? Their selfishness was apparent. It was no wonder Wei Ming favored Song Qingyun, it was an undeniable fact. But favoritism only went so far. If Song Qingyun ever asked him to help others? She'd be thrown out on the streets, no matter how perfect she was. In the apocalypse, the greatest enemy was a bleeding heart saint on your side. In the afternoon, the 7 of them sat on the balcony, sipping tea. Though the sunlight outside carried lethal radiation, it was easily managed by drawing the curtains. Since the sunlight came from a single direction, they only needed to block one side. Suddenly, Wei Ming caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he followed the movement downward. Bang! A loud crash echoed from a nearby building. Song Qingyun and the others stood up in alarm. Below Building 14, a body lay sprawled on the ground. Blood gushed from its broken form, and its internal organs were likely crushed. It was a woman, completely naked, her body covered in bruises and wounds. She had clearly endured horrific abuse. Though sunlight seared her exposed flesh, she didn't scream. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly, and after a final bloody cough, she went still. Did she jump to escape? Someone asked. But Song Qingyun shook her head firmly. No one would jump like that without clothing. And look at her body, it's covered in marks. She must have. She sighed deeply before continuing, she must have been assaulted. She likely took advantage of a moment of carelessness to jump and end her suffering. Though she didn't say it outright, the extent of the injuries suggested she had been attacked by multiple people. Yu Chutong and the others fell silent, their faces pale. The neighborhood had already descended into chaos, but yesterday's blackout had plunged it into new depths of depravity. Human decency had been completely extinguished, while primal savagery was unleashed in the darkness. This is just the beginning, Wei Ming said coldly. As long as the apocalypse persisted, scenes like this would only multiply. In times of chaos and turmoil, survival was a luxury. And this wasn't just chaos, this was the end of the world. With no laws or moral constraints, evil and savagery would only grow stronger, consuming everything. It was grim news. Though the 6 women had all the food and water they needed, witnessing the moral collapse of the world left them deeply shaken. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone emitted a sharp alarm. He glanced at it and saw a notification from the basement's surveillance system. Someone was at the entrance. After the previous night's events, Wei Ming had replaced the damaged cameras. The screen showed 4 men standing at the entrance. Wei Ming thought for a moment before heading to the basement and activating the intercom. What do you want? A man stepped forward and said, Wei Ming, why don't we have a chat? I'm Sun Dai. So, you're the bastard behind all this. Wei Ming's eyes narrowed as he replied, no need to chat. Say what you came to say and leave. Sun Dai frowned but quickly forced a smile. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You have supplies, and I have people. Together, we could take over this entire neighborhood. You've seen it yourself, since the blackout began, at least 100 people have died. This world is in complete chaos now. You like women, don't you? Lucky for you, I prefer men. We don't have any conflicts. If we work together, you can have your pick of the women here. Hell, go ahead and keep 10 of them if you want. As for me, he chuckled darkly. I only want the strong, handsome men. Think it over. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. You're into men? That's unexpected. He chuckled and said, Sun Dai, you're quite something. Everyone else gave up, but you still sent people to set my place on fire. What's wrong? Did losing 4 men scare you into coming here to talk? As I said, there are no eternal enemies, Sun Dai repeated. Save it. I'm petty. Once someone becomes my enemy, they stay my enemy, Wei Ming replied coolly. Sun Dai's smile disappeared. Why make things difficult? Because I can, Wei Ming shot back. Sun Dai shook his head in disappointment. I was going to offer you a gift, but it seems. He snapped his fingers, and a woman was pushed into view. Dressed only in underwear, her pale skin was fully exposed. Though her face was gaunt with fear, her beauty was undeniable. While she wasn't as stunning as Lu Qing, she was still striking. Her only flaw was her modest chest, a B-cup at most. Wei Ming would rate her an 8 out of 10. This was supposed to be my gift to you, Sun Dai said with a sinister grin. Her husband is already mine. I thought we could share me with him, and you with her. Wouldn't that be fun? But alas. He pulled out a small knife and slashed her throat. Blood sprayed as the woman clutched her neck, desperately trying to stem the flow. But it was futile. She collapsed, convulsing briefly before going still. Even Sun Dai's men shivered at the sight, but Sun Dai casually wiped the blade clean on one of their shirts and put it away as if nothing had happened. What a waste, he muttered coldly. Let's go.
With that, he turned and left.
Sun Dai was ruthless and merciless.
If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a lingering threat.
A cold smirk played at the corners of Wei Ming's lips.
That man won't live to see the sun tomorrow.
He had declared Sun Dai's death sentence, though he didn't think much of it. Dealing with him was a trivial matter. For now, he relaxed and indulged in gaming. Playing alone was boring, so he roped Yu Chutong and the other 5 women into playing with him. They played a fighting game, and Wei Ming easily defeated all the others except Song Qingyun, against whom he couldn't win a single match.
How is this woman so good at games?
As night fell and the final rays of the sunset faded, the temperature began to drop slightly. But even at night, the heat lingered at 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, more than enough to cause heatstroke. Without power, every household was suffering through a grueling ordeal, a veritable torment.
Wei Ming didn't rush to deal with Sun Dai.
Instead, he ate dinner, relaxed, and played until nearly midnight.
Time to act.
Even though the power was out and he could walk out of his house without being seen, Wei Ming chose to move through the neighboring houses, eventually reaching the underground garage. He donned a pair of night vision goggles, rendering the darkness irrelevant. With the elevator out of service, climbing the stairs was his only option. Sun Dai lived on the 8th floor, not too high. As he climbed, Wei Ming mused to himself, "It would be nice if I could see in the dark."
Wait a minute. My ability is spatial manipulation. Shouldn't I be able to develop related skills, like spatial detection?
The thought intrigued him, though he wasn't sure how to execute it. While inside the alternate space, he was omnipotent, but outside of it, his powers were limited.
How do I make it work?
By the time his musings concluded, he had already reached the 8th floor.
Forget it. First, let's deal with Sun Dai.
With a flicker of motion, Wei Ming entered Sun Dai's apartment. He quickly located the bedroom and Sun Dai, sleeping soundly.
Good. He's alone. Wei Ming exhaled in relief.
The man's proclivities for other men made him uneasy. If he'd walked in to find Sun Dai cuddled up with another man, he might have been too disgusted to function for days. Wei Ming approached the bed and struck Sun Dai with a single punch, knocking him unconscious.
He had no intention of killing Sun Dai outright.
There were experiments he wanted to conduct.
Time to head back.
Using his spatial powers, Wei Ming transported Sun Dai to his villa, applying his usual technique of keeping him in the alternate space for no more than 50 seconds at a time. By alternating between the space and reality, he easily brought Sun Dai back without harm. This confirmed an important detail: while living beings would die if left in the alternate space for over a minute, the time didn't accumulate.
In total, he spent over 8 minutes in the space on the way back. But since I kept pulling him out, he's still alive.
Once home, Wei Ming opened the front door and tied a rope around Sun Dai's waist before tossing him outside.
Bang! The impact jolted Sun Dai awake.
Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Acid rain had begun to fall.
Aya! Sun Dai wailed, writhing on the ground in agony. Wei Ming let him suffer for 3 seconds before dragging him back inside.
In those brief moments, the acid rain had already destroyed Sun Dai's eyes, leaving him blind. Had he still been able to see, it wasn't clear whether he would curse Wei Ming or beg for mercy.
Smirking, Wei Ming tossed Sun Dai back into the alternate space. Time to get to work.
Within moments, Wei Ming manipulated the space to heal Sun Dai's injuries. When he reappeared, Sun Dai fell to the ground, his body restored.
Wei Ming.
Sun Dai stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. He began patting himself down frantically.
What? There's nothing wrong with me. Not a single injury. This must be a dream. There's no other explanation.
Moments ago, his body had been ravaged by acid rain, his eyes destroyed. Yet now, he felt no pain, and his vision had returned. Wei Ming said nothing, merely giving Sun Dai a hard kick, sending him flying back outside.
Ha!
Sun Dai screamed as the acid rain burned his skin once again. After 5 seconds, Wei Ming pulled him back inside. Then, repeating the cycle, he tossed Sun Dai into the alternate space for an instant and brought him back fully healed.
This time, Sun Dai couldn't dismiss the experience as a dream.
The excruciating pain he had just endured was far too real.
What did you do to me?
Sun Dai asked, his voice trembling with terror. Wei Ming ignored him, muttering to himself instead, "As I thought, the alternate space can heal any injury caused by acid rain.
The question is, can it also heal damage caused by solar radiation? And, is the healing permanent? Or does it only last for 24 hours? I'll find out tomorrow. Yawning, Wei Ming closed the door.
The brief opening had let in a wave of hot air, raising the temperature on the first floor by several degrees.
Grabbing Sun Dai by the collar, Wei Ming dragged him to the basement.
Sun Dai struggled violently, but his resistance was futile.
Wei Ming's strength was unparalleled, at least 3 or 4 men would be needed to overpower him. Sun Dai, an office-bound schemer, didn't stand a chance. Schemer?
No, this guy was more of a predator. Wei Ming locked Sun Dai in the iron cage that had once held Wang Chang.
Wei Ming! Wei Ming!
Sun Dai screamed at the top of his lungs, but as soon as the basement door shut, his cries were completely muffled.
The villa's soundproofing was impeccable.
Back in his room, Wei Ming locked the door and went to bed, though his mind was still racing with thoughts.
If the alternate space can heal damage from acid rain or even solar radiation, wouldn't that mean I could move freely outside?
All I'd have to do was retreat into the space whenever I get hurt, heal instantly, and repeat the process.
But that would be excruciating. Then another thought struck him: if my body is continuously damaged and healed, could I develop an immunity to acid rain or solar radiation? If that's possible, would it be worth enduring the pain to achieve it? Let's see if Sun Dai survives first, Wei Ming decided. For now, I'm going to sleep. The 12th day of the apocalypse.
At dawn, Wei Ming retrieved Sun Dai from the basement, brought him to the front door, and shoved him outside. As this happened, Sun Dai, still defiant, snarled, "Wei Ming, I know your secret now.
If you don't want me to expose it, half of this villa will have to be mine."
This guy must have lost his mind.
How did he end up like this after just one night?
Wei Ming ignored Sun Dai's absurd demand and instead kicked him out of the villa.
Ah!
Sun Dai screamed in pain. Since Wei Ming's villa was in the front row of the complex, people might have heard Sun Dai's cries, but they definitely couldn't see him. Wei Ming let Sun Dai bake in the scorching sunlight for a few seconds before pulling him back inside and tossing him into the interdimensional space for treatment. Once healed, he dragged him back to the underground cage.
Let's see if he survives tonight.
At the moment, Sun Dai's injuries had all been treated, even his old ailments had been cured.
He was now as healthy as a perfectly normal person.
Coupled with the villa's pleasant temperature, there was no logical reason for him to die suddenly. If he did, it would mean the aftereffects of the interdimensional treatment were fatal. Hopefully, that wouldn't be the case. Wei Ming left the basement and opened the doors to the other floors.
Soon enough, Song Qingyun and the other women came downstairs for breakfast.
Sitting at a table surrounded by 6 beauties, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment.
Afternoon leisure.
After a hearty lunch, the group indulged in fresh fruit.
It's a pity there's no swimming pool, Lin Wanqiu lamented as she savored her snack.
I used to be on my university's swim team.
Wei Ming couldn't agree more. A swimming pool with 6 mermaids frolicking in the water? What a scene that would be.
It was feasible, given his resources, but maintaining a pool at the right temperature in the current environment was challenging.
Without proper insulation, constant replenishment of ice would be required to keep the water cool.
While Wei Ming had an abundance of ice, the effort to maintain it seemed impractical for now. He noted the idea for future consideration.
A ruthless plan.
Since Sun Dai had already been subdued, Wei Ming turned his thoughts to the other so-called leaders. They'd tried to kill him and steal his resources.
Should he just let them off? Not a chance.
He grabbed a loudspeaker, opened the window, and adjusted the volume to maximum.
Attention, dear neighbors. I'm offering a reward for capturing some people. Whether they're alive or dead doesn't matter. Deliver them to me, and I'll give you 5 boxes of water, 5 pounds of meat, and 50 pounds of rice per person. Now, here are the names.
Listen carefully. He proceeded to read out the names of those in the leaders group, including Feng Lily, Chen Yulong, Qin Chang, and Zhao Jihu.
Got it? I'll repeat it twice more. After announcing the names, he closed the window with a smirk. It's going to be lively tonight.
He turned to the women.
Was I too harsh?
Lu Qing was the first to scoff.
Harsh?
They cut our power and set fires. If we'd been forced out, first, all our supplies would have been stolen.
Second, we women, well, you can imagine the rest. Chengya added bitterly, we'd become their playthings, and Wei Ming would have been beaten to death. Mi Xiaolu nodded emphatically. Exactly.
Even Lin Wanqiu, who had barely escaped being captured when she first arrived, agreed.
People have become truly wicked.
Only Yu Chutong stayed quiet, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As a privileged heiress, she had long stopped caring about the lives of ordinary people.
Song Qing-yun, however, appeared conflicted.
Her principles as a former law enforcement officer were at odds with the brutality of Wei Ming's actions. But she also recognized the grim reality: if the villa had been breached, she too would have faced unspeakable horrors.
Although her ideals were shaken, she didn't oppose Wei Ming's plan.
Wei Ming was pleased with their reactions.
Even Song Qingyun wasn't so naive as to object to his measures. Well then, let's sit back and watch the show. The village erupts. Wei Ming's announcement caused a stir across the entire complex.
Currently, clean water was the most precious resource.
Wei Ming's offer of 5 boxes of purified water was enough to make many people desperate.
Small groups began forming, holding clandestine discussions. If Wei Ming really gives us that much, I'm in, even if it means killing.
Same here.
My wife and kids are dying of thirst.
But what if he's lying to us?
His supplies are massive, that much is certain. The question is whether he'll honor his promise.
That's easy to solve.
We deliver the targets to him and wait for the reward. If he keeps his word, we hand them over.
If not, we let them go. Sounds fair. Conversations like this were happening everywhere.
Desperation had driven people to the brink. Wei Ming's generous reward was enough to make them willing to betray anyone, even their so-called leaders.
Loyalty?
What a joke. These leaders were appointed out of fear of Zhang Shi, the brutal enforcer who previously terrorized the neighborhood. They hadn't earned their positions through merit.
Betraying them?
No one felt the slightest guilt. Wei Ming didn't care about what the people in the neighborhood thought. In fact, even if the bounty proved ineffective, it didn't matter, he could always take care of things personally. It would just mean a few extra trips. Now, his focus was on Sun Dai. Late at night, Wei Ming stationed himself by the iron cage, keeping a close eye on Sun Dai. He wanted to observe if there would be any unexpected side effects, perhaps even sudden death. Wei Ming, with your incredible abilities, you should join forces with me. Sun Dai, utterly clueless about his impending doom, tried to persuade him. You've got the strength, I've got the brains.
Together, we'd be an unstoppable team. Besides, I like men, so there's no conflict of interest between us. Wei Ming sighed.
Maybe he should remove Sun Dai's tongue.
The man really shouldn't be allowed to speak.
Alright, let's see what happens after 24 hours, Wei Ming murmured, his gaze fixed on the clock.
30 minutes left. 10 minutes. 1 minute. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Exactly 24 hours. Wei Ming observed Sun Dai closely. The man was still full of energy, showing no signs of imminent death. So, it seems like I'm only restoring injuries, not altering bodily structures, and that's why they don't die suddenly? Wei Ming pondered.
The next moment, he sent Sun Dai into the spatial dimension. This time, it was for modifications.
In less than a second, Sun Dai reappeared in the cage.
Because no time passed in the spatial dimension, he had no idea he'd even been gone. When Sun Dai opened his mouth to speak, no sound came out.
Where's my tongue?
Panic-stricken, Sun Dai began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his face.
Wei Ming tossed some food and water into the cage.
The floor beneath it was lined with a plastic sheet. No matter how much Sun Dai struggled, Wei Ming could simply bundle up the sheet and dispose of it.
A lesson learned from his earlier experience with Wang Chang.
This is much better, Wei Ming said with a smile before leaving. Sun Dai could only stare after him, his eyes filled with terror.
This wasn't a man. This was a demon. How had he ended up provoking a demon? Wei Ming returned to his room, intending to sleep.
But after staying up so late, he no longer felt drowsy.
Whose room should I visit for some fun? He mused.
Taking out a dice, he assigned numbers based on the women's order of arrival at the villa.
1 for Lu Qing. 2 for Mi Xiaolu. And 6 for Yu Chutong. He rolled the dice. 6. Wei Ming chuckled. Looks like you're the lucky one tonight, Yu Chutong. With a smirk, he entered Yu Chutong's room. An hour later, Wei Ming returned to his own room, locked the door, and finally got some sleep. By early morning, however, Yu Chutong was visibly suffering. The dark circles under her eyes were worse than ever. She was the type who found it nearly impossible to fall back asleep once woken. After tossing and turning for hours and mentally counting tens of thousands of sheep, she finally gave up, glaring at Wei Ming with exasperation. Wei Ming, thick-skinned as ever, responded with a faint smile. Not long after, someone knocked on the basement door. Visitors. Wei Ming checked the surveillance footage to find 5 men escorting a captive. He headed to the basement, switched on the corridor lights, and said, "Speak." One of the men spoke up, "Here's Chen Yulong, the one you wanted." "Proof?" Wei Ming asked. The man pulled out an ID card, holding it high for the cameras to capture. Wei Ming zoomed in on the high-definition feed. The name on the ID matched Chen Yulong, and the photo resembled the man they'd brought. "All right," Wei Ming said. "Step back. I'll prepare the payment. Once you push him over, we'll trade." The men agreed and moved back. Wei Ming deliberately waited a moment before bringing out the promised supplies. He stepped back a few paces and said, "Send him over." Knowing Wei Ming's reputation for ruthlessness after what happened to Wang Chang and Zhang Shi, and the mysterious disappearances of Tu Lei and Sun Dai, they didn't dare play any tricks. Once the exchange was completed, the men left in a hurry. Wei Ming dragged Chen Yulong into the basement. He grinned darkly. "Another test subject. You wanted my life and my supplies? You'll pay for that dearly." Chen Yulong struggled, but his hands were tied, and a cloth gagged his mouth. All he could manage were muffled protests. Wei Ming chuckled coldly. Pressing a hand down, he sent Chen Yulong into the spatial dimension. "Make yourself useful before you die." When Chen Yulong reappeared in his second cage, Wei Ming noticed that his tongue remained intact. The cloth gag was still in place. Wei Ming returned upstairs and opened a window. Using a loudspeaker, he called out, "Dear neighbors, someone has already delivered Chen Yulong and received their payment. Those who haven't acted yet, better hurry. If you're too slow, the rewards will go to someone else." He repeated the announcement twice before closing the window. Soon, another group arrived, delivering Qin Chang alive. 20 minutes later, another leader was sent over, this time, as a corpse, likely beaten to death while resisting capture. Wei Ming didn't mind. A dead body wasn't useful for experiments, but it was still one less problem to deal with. Throughout the night, the exchanges continued. Every so often, another person, alive or dead, was brought to the villa in exchange for supplies. Ironically, this only enhanced Wei Ming's reputation in the neighborhood. Words like trustworthy and generous started being associated with him, creating an absurdly positive image. By morning, there were 7 cages in the basement, holding 7 live captives. Of the 24 bosses in the neighborhood, only 5 remained unaccounted for. By noon, 3 more were delivered dead. That left just 2, Zhao Jihu and Feng Lily. What surprised Wei Ming was that even by midday, neither of them had been captured or killed. At night, hiding was understandable. But why hadn't anyone found them in broad daylight? Wei Ming paid 5 bottles of water for information and got his answers. Zhao Jihu had solidified his leadership by regularly taking his group out at night to gather supplies, earning immense loyalty. His followers understood that while Wei Ming's rewards might solve immediate problems, Zhao Jihu offered a sustainable future. As for Feng Lily, it wasn't respect that kept her safe, it was her cunning. She had 8 loyal men willing to fight and die for her, making her untouchable. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "That's fine. If the bounty doesn't work on them, I'll handle it myself." He had made a promise, no one who targeted him would live. He'd take care of it. At night. Building 5. Feng Lily's expression was grim. Under Wei Ming's bounty, her power had instantly evaporated. Once able to command around 200 households, roughly 500 people, she now had only 8 loyal followers left. Feng Lily was a stunning beauty and had been the top hostess at the Golden Ocean KTV before the apocalypse. Her sweet-talking skills could charm men into willingly parting with their money, and her other talents in managing men were unmatched. Many of her clients not only returned to see her repeatedly but even extreme cases left their wives to marry her or simply to spend every day with her. As a KTV hostess, she naturally never had the habit of stockpiling food. However, with her looks and body, she quickly captured the loyalty of a group of men, turning them into her obedient lackeys. The remarkable thing was that these simps even knew about one another but refrained from fighting. Instead, they coexisted peacefully under her rule. This woman was undeniably impressive. However, Wei Ming's bounty had caused most of her followers to abandon her, leaving only 8 die-hard loyalists. These 8 men had fought tooth and nail to protect her, otherwise, she would have already been dragged off to Wei Ming to claim the reward. Now, she had become like a rat in the gutter, hunted by all. Anytime she appeared, people would swarm her, eager to trade her for the bounty. Hiding in the house was still relatively safe since, at this point, there was nowhere to go anyway. But to survive, one still needed food and water. How was she supposed to solve that problem now? Previously, an entire building's worth of people had supported her, but now? It was enough to make her want to scream. Damn you, Wei Ming! She spat, seething with regret. Why had she targeted Wei Ming in the first place? If she hadn't, would he have even had the chance to issue the bounty? If he dared, it would have drawn even more people to try and take him down. Now that the group had disbanded, it was impossible to manage a team. After Zhang Shi's death, the entire neighborhood had lost its cohesion. Even if someone quit one faction, no one would come after them. It wasn't worth the effort. Everyone was broke and struggling. Who would bother with robberies now?
Wei Ming held all the resources. Worse, his villa was like a turtle's shell, impenetrable. He was personally so strong that many had already fallen at his hands. At this point, no one dared to challenge him. Instead, they acted like dogs, scrambling for any scraps he threw their way. How could anyone turn against him in such a situation? So what now? Sit and wait to die? Foam Lily had considered using her charms to seduce Wei Ming and make him her puppet. But she knew that his villa already housed 6 beauties, 3 of whom were far more attractive than her, while the other 3 were at least her equals. What advantage did she have? None. She lacked confidence. Wei Ming was ruthless. If she walked into his lair, the result wouldn't be her seduction of him, it would be her death. She couldn't risk it. Foam Lily paced back and forth in the room, oblivious to the arrival of night. Lily! One of her followers suddenly called out. Annoyed, she snapped, "What is it?" "There's a car. Someone's driving a car into the neighborhood." "What?" Foam Lily rushed to the window and looked out. Sure enough, a strange vehicle was slowly driving in. The tires were blown, so it moved at a crawl, and the iron wheels, lacking any shock absorption, caused the car to jolt violently as it moved. The car headed straight for a residential building, ramming into the lobby and coming to a stop, wedged in place. Foam Lily couldn't help but wonder who was in the car and what their purpose might be. Han Zhengyuan climbed out through the shattered windshield. Behind him, a group of burly men followed. Most were shirtless with bald heads, their muscular bodies covered in tattoos across their backs, chests, and arms. They were prisoners. Since the apocalypse, prison management had become increasingly lax. That evening, under Han Zhengyuan's leadership, the group successfully staged a breakout. Even more troubling, they had obtained guns. Woohoo! Finally escaped that hellhole. Haha, this whole neighborhood is ours now. Boys, get everyone out here and let them meet their new boss. Han Zhengyuan waved his hand, and the 24 escaped convicts split into groups of 5, going door to door. If anyone refused to open up, they smashed the door. If anyone resisted, they fired. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed nonstop, forcing people to come out of their homes and gather in the underground parking garage for a meeting. The garage was the only place in the neighborhood that could hold several thousand people at once, though by now, the neighborhood's population had dwindled to just a few thousand. Half an hour later, everyone from the neighborhood had been herded into the garage, including Foam Lily and Zhao Jihu, but not Wei Ming. Is everyone here? Han Zhengyuan asked casually. Boss, there's one villa we couldn't get into. It'll take some time, one of his men reported. Han Zhengyuan didn't care. Forget it. Let's start. Folks, this will be a quick meeting. The agenda is simple, starting now, we're your new bosses. You listen to us. If not. He toyed with his gun before aiming at someone and pulling the trigger. Bang! The victim's head exploded like a watermelon. Before his imprisonment, Han Zhengyuan had been a hunter and had even made his own shotguns illegally. His aim was deadly accurate. Instantly, the women screamed in terror, and the men froze, too afraid to make a sound. These men were ruthless. The person they just shot hadn't even done anything, he was merely used as an example. Han Zhengyuan was satisfied with the fear in their eyes. Now, everyone, go back to your homes and bring all your food and water here. If anyone tries to hide anything, bang! Another shot rang out, and another innocent person dropped dead. Han Zhengyuan blew on the smoking barrel of his gun and grumbled, "It's too damn hot. Just 2 shots, and the gun's already burning." The residents had never encountered criminals this brutal. They immediately gave in and went home to fetch their food and water. When they returned to the garage, Han Zhengyuan issued another order. All men will live in buildings 1 through 5. All women will move to buildings 10 through 15. And no one is allowed to close their doors at any time. Otherwise, He waved his gun menacingly, and the crowd cowered in fear.
Ha 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 ha. Han Zhangyuan and his gang burst into laughter. All right, men, off you go. The single men didn't care and left.
But husbands and fathers hesitated, casting worried glances back at their wives and daughters.
Still, with 24 armed men watching, who dared resist?
In no time, the men were gone.
Han Zhangyuan turned to the women, a lecherous grin on his face. Let's assign you all to your rooms, shall we? Han Zhangyuan divided the women in the community into two groups.
It was easy to see that one group was made up of younger, relatively attractive women, while the other group consisted of the older or less appealing ones. Unsurprisingly, there were fewer beautiful women, so Han Zhangyuan directed the younger, prettier women to move into Building 10. The rest of the women were sent to other buildings.
After the women were dismissed, Han Zhangyuan sneered. Kill everyone who isn't in Building 10. No need to waste food and water on them.
Understood, boss.
10 men immediately left to carry out his orders.
It was going to be a busy night of mass murder.
Let's go. Time to relax. After being locked up for so many years, even those old hags out there are starting to look like Diaochan. Han Zhangyuan laughed as he headed toward Building 10. Boss. Two subordinates ran over. One of the villa's doors won't break down, no matter what we do.
Oh? Han Zhangyuan paused, then waved dismissively.
Forget it for now. The brothers are tired. Leave 2 on watch. The rest of us are heading to Building 10 for some real fun. Hell yeah! Let's go! Can't wait!
The group shouted gleefully as they marched toward Building 10. As the leader, Han Zhangyuan naturally reserved the Flower Queen for himself.
That queen was none other than Feng Lily. But Feng Lily, being a professional hostess, didn't care about things like this.
When Han Zhangyuan approached her, not only did she cooperate, but she was also exceedingly proactive and enthusiastic, ensuring he thoroughly enjoyed himself.
Damn, you're wild!
He exclaimed, breathless.
Feng Lily grinned, her face full of charm. I'm only like this for you, boss. Around others, I'm ice cold and untouchable.
She then deliberately straightened her face, adopting a haughty, aloof demeanor. Han Zhangyuan glanced at her and burst into laughter.
You really do look like one of those rich women who used to sneer at me when I worked as a security guard. But now, who dares look down on me? Feng Lily smiled coyly. Exactly. Whoever has a gun now is the king.
Satisfied with her cleverness, and impressed by her skills, Han Zhangyuan was beginning to grow fond of her.
After some thought, he asked, Do you know who lives in that villa? Feng Lily nodded quickly. Of course I do.
Without hesitation, she continued, the owner is named Wei Ming. He's turned his villa into a steel fortress and has a massive stockpile of supplies. Oh, and he's got 6 beautiful women living with him. She proceeded to recount everything she knew about Wei Ming's activities in recent days. From her perspective, Wei Ming was just someone with decent combat skills who relied on his fortified villa to fend off intruders.
Han Zhangyuan's interest was piqued. Wei Ming had already distributed over 100 boxes of water and thousands of pounds of rice as bounties? And he had 6 beauties?
Feng Lily's phone still had a sliver of battery left. She showed him a group photo Wei Ming had posted in the community chat, featuring himself with Yu Chutong and the other 5 women.
Damn, they're gorgeous. Han Zhangyuan hissed through his teeth.
3 of them were on par with Feng Lily in terms of beauty, and the other 3 were even more stunning.
A steel fortress? Han Zhangyuan sneered.
I don't care if it's a fortress.
A lion like me can chew through any turtle shell. Boss, when you break into the villa, can I kill Wei Ming myself? Feng Lily asked, her voice dripping with venom. You got the guts? Han Zhangyuan raised an eyebrow. Feng Lily's face twisted with hatred. That bastard put a bounty on my head. I want to tear him apart. Han Zhangyuan roared with laughter. Fine. You can handle him. Thank you, boss.
Let me show you my gratitude properly, Feng Lily cooed. While Feng Lily willingly aligned herself with the villains, not every woman was so compliant. That night, Building 10 was filled with the sounds of screaming, crying, and anguish. Meanwhile, starting from Building 11, the remaining women were forced at gunpoint to run into the acid rain.
One by one, they fell.
Some tried to resist, but after a few gunshots, the others scrambled to escape, hoping to flee the neighborhood and find safety.
It was a futile effort. By morning, the area in front of buildings 11 through 15 was littered with bones. Acid rain had dissolved their flesh overnight.
Compared to these true monsters, Zhang Shi and his ilk seemed like child's play. In the morning, Han Zhangyuan ordered his men to gather all the remaining men in the community into the underground garage. There, he assigned them a task. Take apart the fuel tanks from all the vehicles here.
Boss, what are you planning to do? Feng Lily asked curiously.
Without a hint of shame, Han Zhengyuan openly groped her and chuckled. That guy's so-called fortress?
Let's see if it can withstand an explosion.
He intended to turn the fuel tanks into makeshift bombs, essentially creating a series of grenades.
Feng Lily gasped. But what if the explosion spreads to the other buildings?
Ha! Then we just find another place to stay, Han Zhengyuan said nonchalantly. But I heard Zhao Jihu say that the roads outside are heavily congested.
Even if we have a vehicle, we might not be able to drive through, Feng Lily cautioned.
If that were possible, they would have already left the neighborhood in search of supplies. Han Zhengyuan frowned, recalling the journey from the prison. The roads had indeed been jammed with abandoned cars, left behind by people who'd fled to nearby stores or shelters in the chaos of the apocalypse. The reason they had stopped at this community was that their stolen vehicle had been damaged beyond repair, forcing them to abandon it. So, the issue wasn't whether the cars were operational or could withstand the acid rain, it was the impassable roads.
Even with a vehicle, there was nowhere to go.
Fine. We'll just drive back the way we came, Han Zhengyuan said, making a decisive call. Unlike some, he wasn't the type to hesitate. After all, they had bulldozed their way from the prison, effectively carving out a path. They could always retrace their route. Along the way, there were other neighborhoods and shopping centers they could loot.
Recognizing his determination, Feng Lily wisely stopped pressing the matter. Han Zhengyuan waited patiently.
After all, dismantling fuel tanks wasn't a simple task and required some time. Wei Ming, of course, had been aware of Han Zhengyuan's group since their arrival the previous night.
That was precisely why he hadn't gone after Feng Lily or Zhao Jihu yesterday.
However, he hadn't anticipated the sheer brutality of Han Zhengyuan's actions. The division of men and women was followed by the massacre of over 1,000 women and children in a single night. Although Wei Ming had little fondness for the other residents of the neighborhood, seeing them driven like livestock into acid rain and reduced to nothing but bones overnight still disgusted him deeply.
More importantly, Han Zhengyuan was a significant threat. They had guns.
While his villa's defenses, thanks to Xiaobing's modifications, could reportedly withstand even C4 unless used in massive quantities, Wei Ming wasn't about to sit idly by. Maybe he'd strike tonight, killing a few of them to start. There were too many of them, all armed.
It would be best to take them down one by one.
Yes, that would do nicely. With his decision made, Wei Ming went to the basement. There, his 7 test subjects sat in various states. 4 out of 7 people in the Sun generation were dead. Wei Ming checked and confirmed that all 4 had died for the same reason: their bodies had been altered in ways that defied their original structure. For instance, an arm was twisted into a pretzel shape, or a metal plate had fused into a skull and protruded like an umbrella. After 24 hours, their bodies would return to their original state, causing the deformed parts to burst open. Of the 4 who died, 3 succumbed to excessive blood loss, while 1 had his skull blown off. In contrast, even if you swapped a person's arms and legs, they could still survive, albeit in discomfort.
Wei Ming reached a conclusion.
Using the alternate dimension as a surgical tool worked fine for treatments, liposuction, or removing some illnesses could be achieved without issues. But attempts to alter size or shape would fail, as the effects would disappear after 24 hours. For example, if a metal plate fused into someone's skull, the body would reject the foreign object after 24 hours.
And what happens when a normal person has a piece of metal lodged in their skull? The same thing.
So, I can't use the alternate dimension to elongate, enlarge, or beautify myself permanently. After 24 hours, I'd revert back, and the transformation would result in massive bleeding.
Without timely treatment, it's a death sentence.
But for healing or recovery, the alternate dimension is a godsend. In other words, as long as someone is still breathing, I can pull them into the alternate dimension and save them, making them spring back to life instantly.
Including myself. Yeah, including myself. But I'm not going to test that out unless absolutely necessary. I don't want to deliberately injure myself. For me, this is a last-ditch survival tool. Wei Ming felt a surge of confidence.
This meant that unless he was killed instantly, he could save himself as long as he was still breathing.
He could recover immediately.
So now, his biggest threat was missiles. A direct hit would reduce him to ashes, leaving no chance for rescue. Otherwise, even if he were riddled with bullets, he might survive for a second or two, enough time to save himself. Wei Ming collected the bodies of the 4 deceased and continued experimenting with the 3 survivors. The more data he gathered, the more accurate his conclusions would be. This was a matter of his own life, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The more detailed the experimental data, the better. Only then did he turn his attention to Han Jingyuan's group. These people had guns. Where did they get them? Judging by their vicious and desperate demeanor, they clearly weren't soldiers or law enforcement. Could it be? Wei Ming nodded. They were most likely criminals. After the natural disaster, prison security would naturally be less stringent, perhaps even non-existent. It wasn't hard to imagine these convicts escaping after seizing guns. A bit troublesome. Wei Ming wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. All he needed to do was open a space portal and absorb all incoming attacks, while he could unleash his attacks through the portal. In a direct fight, who could possibly be his match? But could he expect a group of criminals to engage him in an open battle? That would be laughable. I can act at night. The entire city is without power, and nighttime is my domain. He had night vision goggles. Did Han Jingyuan's group? Wei Ming had also installed several infrared cameras in the underground garage, powered by lithium batteries that needed charging every 2 days. These were installed after the power outage. He pulled up the footage on his monitor and immediately spotted Han Jingyuan and his group. So, this is what you look like. He chuckled faintly. What are they doing? Wei Ming was puzzled. In the stifling heat of the underground garage, groups of men were flipping cars and busily working on their undersides. A moment later, he suddenly realized. They were dismantling fuel tanks. What use were fuel tanks? To make bombs, of course. Damn, these guys were ruthless, coming up with a plan like this. Wei Ming pondered, should he act now or wait a little longer? If he acted now, Han Jingyuan's group might focus all their firepower on him. These people had plenty of guns. What if he got hit by a stray bullet? Were they trying to blow him up? No, their real target was the villa's supplies and the 6 women inside. Whether he lived or died wasn't important. So where would they set off the bomb? The basement door, most likely. According to Xiaobing, the villa's defense level could withstand hundreds of pounds of C4, but Wei Ming didn't want to test that unless absolutely necessary. A smile tugged at Wei Ming's lips. Fine, he'd play along. He didn't act, and Han Jingyuan remained wary of his potential appearance. After all, they'd heard Wei Ming had a gun. Even though he had handed over one, who knew if he had another? This group was cold-blooded and cruel, but also cautious. After half a day, the men in the neighborhood finally dismantled many fuel tanks. Han Jingyuan was meticulous, ordering the laborers to transport 11 fuel tanks into the basement tunnel and pour gasoline along the way for a remote detonation. With a wicked grin, Han Jingyuan flicked his nearly spent cigarette to the ground. Whoosh! A trail of gasoline ignited, blazing like a fiery dragon toward the fuel tanks. Boom! Han Jingyuan turned and bolted. The others followed suit, scattering like waves retreating from the shore. At that moment, someone rushed out of the basement door. Of course, it was Wei Ming. He carried a fire extinguisher. With a hiss, white foam sprayed out, instantly snuffing out the burning gasoline. Damn it! Han Jingyuan hadn't expected Wei Ming to act so boldly. Not only did he show up, but he also had a foam extinguisher, thwarting the plan entirely. Before Han Jingyuan could issue new orders, Wei Ming swung his hands. Fuel tanks flew through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The tanks hit the ground, spilling gasoline everywhere. Wei Ming smirked, drew his gun, and fired. His aim wasn't great, but it didn't matter. He wasn't aiming at people. Clink! A bullet struck the concrete, creating sparks. Boom! The gasoline ignited, triggering an explosion. The first tank went off, setting off a chain reaction. Boom! 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 One tank after another exploded, causing a massive blast in the garage. The enclosed space couldn't dissipate the energy, so it ricocheted violently within. Heat waves rolled through, scorching anyone nearby. Wei Ming, however, remained unharmed. He opened a space portal against the tunnel, absorbing the shockwaves into the alternate dimension, sparing himself any damage. The underground garage, built with reinforced materials, withstood the explosion well. At most, it stripped some concrete from the support columns, revealing the rebar beneath. But to blast open the villa, which was clad in special alloys? A pipe dream. No wonder Xiaobing was so confident. Wei Ming.
Amid the smoke and dust, Han Jingyuan's voice echoed.
Who's there? Wei Ming wasn't in the mood to shout and instead spoke through a loudspeaker.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several bullets were fired his way, with one miraculously making it through the swirling smoke and heading toward the passage. Naturally, it was absorbed by the space portal. It would be rude not to return the favor.
So, you have a gun? Well, I have a Maxim machine gun.
Suddenly, machine gun fire erupted. Strangely, there wasn't a sound, as if the barrel had been equipped with a suppressor. But Wei Ming wasn't firing a machine gun in the conventional sense.
He had long since stored fired bullets in the alternate dimension.
And in that dimension, turning the bullets around was no challenge for someone like him. Thus, the machine gun fire was eerily silent, as if he were wielding a cold weapon. In fact, if Wei Ming wanted to, he could make a sniper rifle fire like a machine gun, all without making a sound, just like it was equipped with a silencer. However, once a barrage of bullets was unleashed, it was far from quiet.
Ah!
Screams filled the air as bullets struck walls, sending muffled thuds echoing through the underground space. Dust from the earlier explosion had barely settled, and now the new impact stirred it up again, reducing visibility to almost zero.
How could anyone aim in these conditions?
They could only fire blindly. But Wei Ming was just one person.
Han Jingyuan's side, on the other hand? They had numbers. So, who benefited from the chaos of blind shooting?
Of course, it was Wei Ming. Random shots from him were bound to hit someone, while Han Jingyuan's group had little chance of hitting Wei Ming. Even if they managed to aim, any shots would simply be absorbed by the space portal. Eventually, the dust from the explosions and the impacts began to settle.
The limited dust stirred by bullets striking walls wasn't enough to maintain a perpetual haze.
The garage slowly became clearer. However, their phone flashlights used for illumination had been destroyed in the explosion. Even during the day, the underground space remained pitch dark.
Ha ha ha!
I didn't expect you to have such strong firepower. Han Zhangyuan hid behind a pillar and shouted loudly, "I'm Han Zhangyuan."
Wei Ming, let's talk.
Sure, let's talk. Wei Ming replied casually.
If you join me, I'll make you my second in command. How about that? Han Zhangyuan dangled the bait.
If Wei Ming actually believed him and stepped out, he'd be shot in the head immediately. Wei Ming, however, wasn't the type to fall for such a cheap trick. I hate being second in command the most.
Ha, my mistake. My mistake.
Han Zhangyuan laughed it off and continued, how about this, no second in command?
I'll be the boss, and you can be my third. Why not make me the boss?
Wei Ming said indifferently.
Fine, we'll have a contest. If you win, you'll be the boss. Han Zhangyuan readily agreed.
He truly was a character.
As long as he could eliminate his opponent, he didn't mind conceding on the surface. Would Wei Ming be intimidated?
He challenged him instead, all right.
Come over here, and we'll settle this one-on-one. Would Han Zhangyuan agree to that?
He wanted Wei Ming to step out so he could take him down with a single shot.
But wasn't he also afraid of being shot? Ha, I already agreed to a one-on-one fight. But the location must be of my choosing. Can't let you have all the advantages, can I?
Han Zhangyuan laughed loudly.
Come to my place. No problem.
Where do you live?
Wei Ming asked. Han Zhangyuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wei Ming to actually agree. He casually replied, Building 10, Apartment 202.
In truth, he had no fixed residence. He simply occupied whichever room he fancied, usually based on whichever woman he had his eye on.
Fine. You pick the place, I'll pick the time.
Tonight, I'll come find you, Wei Ming said.
What a cunning bastard. Han Zhangyuan cursed inwardly but said aloud, Wei Ming, I'm being sincere.
In these chaotic times, those with power can have everything.
You've managed to suppress so many of us single-handedly. I truly admire you. Heh, I admire you too.
But I admire your head even more, Wei Ming said through the loudspeaker. I'm offering a bounty, 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for Han Jingyuan's head.
Whoever delivers it gets the reward immediately. I've made good on all my previous rewards. If you don't believe me, ask around. Ha! Han Jingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Who was Wei Ming talking to?
Clearly, it was directed at Han Jingyuan's men and the other escaped convicts.
What was there to say to the weaklings in the neighborhood?
It was a blatant attempt to sow discord within Han Jingyuan's ranks.
And it might actually work. The group had come together due to the prison break. They weren't a cohesive unit, much less comparable to a regular army. Had it not been for the natural disaster forcing them to band together, they would have scattered as soon as they escaped. Without the disaster, they wouldn't have broken out in the first place. Take Han Jingyuan's second-in-command, Wu Hui. He had long coveted Han Jingyuan's position. As long as there were no competing interests, Wu Hui wouldn't challenge him, there was no benefit, and turning against him could lead to injury or death. But what about 10 boxes of water and a pile of supplies? Would Wu Hui be tempted? Even if Wu Hui resisted the temptation and recognized it as Wei Ming's ploy, could Han Zhangyuan still trust him? And what about Wu Hui? Would he start to worry that Han Zhangyuan might preemptively strike to eliminate him? Damn it! Han Zhangyuan wanted to curse aloud. With just one sentence, Wei Ming had planted an irreparable rift in his group. It was an open conspiracy. Of course, for it to work, Wei Ming had to actually have the supplies. But he sounded so confident that anyone could easily confirm his credibility by asking around the neighborhood. Damn! 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 Han Zhangyuan was furious. He'd thought Wei Ming was a minor nuisance he could easily handle. But now, things had spiraled completely out of control. Had he shot himself in the foot? Wei Ming, you really want to play? Han Zhangyuan finally lost his composure. Fine, I'll play you to death. Wei Ming remained utterly calm. Ha! Who's playing who? Alright, enough wasting time. I'm going to eat now. Oh, and 6 beauties are waiting for me. Gentlemen, farewell. With that, he teleported back to his villa. Han Zhangyuan didn't dare believe Wei Ming had really left. He waited several minutes before ordering someone to light up a phone screen and throw it into the passage. Sure enough, it was empty. Only then did Han Zhangyuan emerge with a grim face. After a headcount, it was revealed that 20 men from the neighborhood had been killed in the crossfire. Among Han Zhangyuan's own group, 3 were dead and 2 were critically injured. Were there any medical resources left in this world? No. So the critically injured were as good as dead. Of the 24 convicts who had escaped, 5 were already gone by the second day. Han Zhangyuan's expression was as dark as the underground space itself. Under the dim light of a phone screen, their faces looked ghastly and menacing. Fall back, Han Zhangyuan ordered grimly. This statement was tantamount to admitting their failure. Wu Hui's lips curled into a faint sneer. The prison break was orchestrated by Han Zhangyuan, and it was also his idea to get the guns. And as for himself? Although he was stronger and braver, he was just a big, dumb brute, courage without brains. But Wu Hui didn't think he was brainless. He had always believed that Han Zhangyuan was only good at scheming. If it came to a direct confrontation, he could crush Han Zhangyuan even with one hand tied behind his back. However, now that everyone had guns and Han Zhangyuan's marksmanship was exceptional, Wu Hui was a bit hesitant to act. Still, Han Zhangyuan's mismanagement during the last fight had severely damaged his image and authority. This naturally made it much easier for Wu Hui to plan a takeover. What should he do next? Verify Wei Ming's claims. Once it was confirmed that the bounty Wei Ming had announced was legitimate, he could secretly unite the others and topple Han Zhangyuan from his position as the leader. Wu Hui believed he was the one truly fit to lead. So, the group retreated. The men from the neighborhood returned to buildings 1 through 5, while Han Zhangyuan and his team went back to building 10. As they emerged from the basement, the strong sunlight hit them, making everyone's eyes squint uncomfortably. Instinctively, they gripped their guns tighter. After all, they were fugitives with nothing to lose, who could trust whom? Put down your guns, Han Zhangyuan ordered in a low voice. He was filled with regret. Just to deal with Wei Ming, he had turned his once cohesive group into a fractured mess, teetering on the edge of internal conflict. What the hell was this? How could one person cause so much trouble? Boss, what do we do now? One of his subordinates asked. He killed 3 of our brothers, and Haozi and Sanpao aren't going to make it. Are we just going to let this slide? Another chimed in. Wu Hui, meanwhile, pretended to be oblivious, inwardly sneering. Aren't you the clever one, Han Zhangyuan? Let's see what you'll come up with now. Han Zhangyuan felt irritated but maintained a calm demeanor. With a faint smile, he said, "Of course, we're not letting this go. Wei Ming is just one man. If the last plan didn't work, we'll try something else." His schemes were endless. He immediately suggested, that guy turned his villa into a fortress, fireproof and resistant to brute force. Fine.
Then we'll find the ventilation ducts of his house and pump smoke into them.
I don't believe he'll be able to stay inside. The eyes of his subordinates lit up. Good idea.
Even Wu Hui nodded in agreement. He admitted to himself that when it came to scheming, he really couldn't compete with Han Zhengyuan.
However, if Han Zhengyuan did manage to force Wei Ming out, then Wei Ming's bounty would lose its appeal. Everything Wei Ming owned would become theirs anyway. So, how would Wu Hui rise to power then?
Patience, Wu Hui told himself. Han Zhengyuan had regained the group's trust with just a few words.
If Wu Hui tried to challenge him now, how many would stand with him? How many would side with Han Zhengyuan? Patience. Just a little longer.
Han Zhengyuan turned to Wu Hui and said, Wu Hui, take a few men, find the villa's ventilation ducts, and attach a pipe to them.
Pump some air into his house. So the blame came this quickly?
Wu Hui was naturally displeased. The ventilation ducts were definitely outside, which meant working in the sweltering heat of the day or the acidic rain at night. Both were extremely dangerous. Why did he have to do it? Why target him? But Han Zhengyuan smiled and added, don't worry.
Just get some of the neighborhood people to do it for you. Right. Wu Hui was taken aback. With a gun, who would dare refuse? So, Han Zhengyuan wasn't targeting him after all?
His head spun for a moment. After all, his strength lay in his fists, not his brains.
All right, I'll handle it, Wu Hui replied. He took 2 men and left.
Han Zhengyuan watched them go with a smile, but his mind was cold and calculating. It seemed he needed a new second in command. Back inside the house, Sun Lily rushed to greet him.
Did you capture Wei Ming?
She had heard the loud explosions earlier and naturally assumed Han Zhengyuan's group had stormed Wei Ming's villa and captured him.
Slap. Han Zhengyuan struck her across the face, annoyed. Don't ask questions. Remember your place. You're just a plaything. At first, Sun Lily didn't understand what had triggered Han Zhengyuan. But she quickly realized he hadn't succeeded in capturing Wei Ming.
She was shocked, but inwardly, she felt contempt.
All that bluster last night, and for what?
Still, she didn't dare provoke him. She relied on him for food and shelter. Forcing a smile, she started flattering him. As the top hostess at a KTV club, Sun Lily was skilled at sweet-talking.
In no time, she managed to soothe Han Zhengyuan's temper.
However, the sweltering heat of the day killed any other urges he might have had, and he simply sat down to smoke. Not wanting to risk further irritation, Sun Lily started telling risque jokes from her days at work.
Gradually, Han Zhengyuan's interest was piqued.
Just as the two were about to get intimate, someone outside called, "Boss, the pipe's ready."
So quickly?
Han Zhengyuan was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter.
Let's go.
He leapt off the bed, pulling Sun Lily along with him. Come see how I'll make that bastard Wei Ming surrender. Sun Lily, who hated Wei Ming to her core, eagerly followed him.
Soon, Han Zhengyuan's group reassembled at Villa 18.
A pipe extended from the first floor wall of Villa 28, connecting to Villa 18. Wu Hui first gave Sun Lily a lecherous once-over, his eyes filled with lust. Sun Lily, in turn, was visibly frightened. Wu Hui was nearly 190 centimeters tall and built like a bear. From experience, she knew that men like him were either capable of exhausting her during long sessions or, if impatient, would resort to violence. She feared both outcomes. Noticing her clear attempts to avoid him, Wu Hui sneered. He was determined to claim her. This neighborhood was conquered by everyone together, why should only Han Zhengyuan get the best prize?
Light it up. Pump the smoke in. Don't give him time to prepare, Han Zhengyuan ordered coldly.
They quickly started a fire. The materials were simple, broken furniture. Once the fire was lit, they used fans to blow the smoke into the pipe. Even though modern ventilation systems often have backflow preventers, no system could completely block smoke from entering, especially when fans were used to force it in. At least 50% of the smoke would get inside.
Han Zhengyuan sneered.
The previous failure had dented his authority, but this time, he was determined to make Wei Ming crawl out in humiliation, re-establishing his dominance.
Then, would Wu Hui dare to harbor any disloyal thoughts?
The group moved to the third floor to avoid the heat from the fire on the first floor. But 10 minutes passed, and neither the basement door nor the main entrance of Villa 28 opened.
How was Wei Ming enduring this? Wait. What was that?
On the third-floor balcony of Villa 28, Wei Ming and 6 women were setting a table.
All 7 of them were wearing casual clothes, showing no signs of discomfort from the heat. They were even bringing out more than a dozen dishes, lavish and abundant. What the hell? Wei Ming and his 6 companions were eating. Your house is being filled with smoke, and you're still having a meal? Han Zhengyuan was dumbfounded. What's going on? How is this possible? Damn, those women are something else. Several people murmured, swallowing hard.
And indeed, Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wanqiu were all exceptional beauties, each with her unique charm, one cold and aloof, another spirited and heroic, and the last seductive and enchanting. Their figures were all equally stunning, voluptuous and eye-catching, even through 2 layers of glass.
Hey, isn't that woman the owner of this house? One of the subordinates remarked. There were a few photos of Yu Chutong inside the house. Damn it, why does this bastard get all the beauties?
Several men gritted their teeth, wishing they could storm over and strangle Wei Ming.
But with 2 layers of glass in the way, what could they do, no matter how many of them there were or how strong they were? Nothing. Wei Ming, of course, noticed the group on the opposite balcony.
The scene reminded him of when Yu Chutong had been watching him from across the way. He poured himself a glass of cola, added a few ice cubes in plain view of Han Zhengyuan and his men, and raised his glass in a mocking toast.
Damn it! Damn it! This was blatant provocation. Han Zhengyuan's group was livid.
Someone immediately drew their gun, opened their window, and fired at Wei Ming. However, an iron plate quickly rose on the balcony opposite, easily deflecting the bullets.
Clink, clink, clink. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly. Cease fire! Han Zhengyuan barked. Don't waste bullets.
A minute later, the steel plate on the balcony was lowered, revealing the 7 people once again. By then, they had already started eating. Some were drinking red wine, others had cola, and some had plain water.
The sight filled Han Zhengyuan's group with envy. What were they lacking most right now? Clean water. Not only did the people across the way have it, but they also had ice cubes to cool it. On such a hot day, wouldn't a glass of iced water be incredible? But hadn't the power been cut off?
The villa has a generator, someone pointed out.
Han Zhengyuan was even more frustrated.
The villas were all in the same neighborhood, so why didn't his have a generator?
Nor the one next door? But then again, who would think to install iron plates on their balcony or reinforce their walls and doors with alloy steel? How terrified of death was this guy? Add more wood. Burn it harder. Pump more toxic gas in. Han Zhengyuan roared.
The smoke wasn't the real killer, carbon monoxide was. Once inhaled in sufficient quantities, it would poison the blood by displacing oxygen, leading to suffocation.
At this point, Han Zhengyuan didn't care if the 6 women inside died as well.
If Wei Ming wasn't dealt with, those 6 beauties would only remain a tantalizing sight, nothing more.
Han Zhengyuan was ruthless. If I can't have them, I'll destroy them.
With his command, his subordinates had no choice but to chop up more furniture and throw it into the fire. They fanned the flames with all their might, the intense heat even singeing their eyebrows.
But did any of this matter to Wei Ming? Not at all.
All he had to do was position his space portal near the ventilation duct. As long as the distance didn't exceed 5 meters, the portal would suck up all the smoke. From his dining spot to the first floor duct was about 4 meters. If it were farther, he could simply move to the second floor balcony and continue eating. The fire burned for a full hour. The people stoking it and fanning the flames had to be rotated multiple times, with many succumbing to heat stroke.
With no way to cool down or hydrate, those who collapsed likely wouldn't wake up again. Han Zhengyuan couldn't care less about the lives of those people. They were just neighborhood residents he planned to get rid of eventually anyway.
But after all this time, Wei Ming and his 6 companions had nearly finished their meal and were already enjoying dessert.
Not one of them showed any signs of suffocation or poisoning. None. Not at all.
At this point, Wei Ming walked to the window, still holding his glass of cola. He took a sip, opened the window slightly, and said, "Wow, you're all surprisingly united.
No one has shot Han Zhengyuan yet.
Sigh, so much food and drink here. Looks like I'll just have to enjoy it all by myself."
Wu Hui's expression betrayed his wavering resolve.
Clearly, Han Zhengyuan's plan had failed again. Wei Ming was alive and well, which forced Wu Hui to consider killing Han Zhengyuan instead. If he killed Han Zhengyuan, he could take over as leader and even exchange Han Zhengyuan's body for benefits.
A win-win. Should he do it?
He instinctively reached for his gun.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, making Sun Lily wet herself in fear.
Han Zhengyuan stared coldly at Wu Hui, whose pupils quickly dilated. A bloody hole had appeared on his forehead. His hand was raised, gripping a gun aimed at Han Zhengyuan, but unfortunately for him, he had been too slow to fire. In hand-to-hand combat, 3 Han Zhengyuans wouldn't be Wu Hui's match. But when it came to guns, Wu Hui didn't stand a chance. "You really had to ask for it," Han Zhengyuan said coldly. The other subordinates stood frozen in fear. None of them had expected their leader and his second-in-command to suddenly turn on each other, and the gunshot at such close range left their ears ringing. They looked at Han Zhengyuan with awe and terror. At this moment, none of them dared to harbor any thoughts of rebellion. Though Han Zhengyuan had dealt with Wu Hui and maintained a composed appearance, as if he had foreseen everything, inwardly he was frustrated beyond measure. Since the start of his battle with Wei Ming, he had lost 3 men and had 3 more critically injured, essentially 6 casualties. And this was all within 6 hours, from morning to noon. The losses were already devastating. Who would have thought Wei Ming's villa would be this impenetrable? And that Wei Ming had a gun, too? How was any of this reasonable? A regular neighborhood homeowner had turned his villa into a fortress and was even armed. Was this a joke? Even a deity couldn't have seen this coming. Han Zhengyuan stood there, dazed. What now? Keep attacking? Attack with what? At that moment, Wei Ming added to the taunts, "Wow, so angry you even killed your own man. Han Zhengyuan, you don't have to go so easy on me." Han Zhengyuan's face darkened, but he said nothing. He simply waved his hand. "Let's go." The saying goes, 3 ordinary people working together can match Zhuge Liang. He decided he'd consult the neighborhood folks for ideas later. Can't come up with any? Then I'll kill 1 person every hour until they do. Let's see who dares not think. And with that, they retreated. They left behind the burning fire and the bodies, of course. Shortly after they departed, someone suddenly appeared in the house. It was Wei Ming, naturally. So uncivilized, leaving corpses lying around. Don't they worry about the stench? Wei Ming moved the bodies into his space portal and then put out the fire on the first floor. "I'll play with you again tonight," he murmured. In the afternoon, Wei Ming spent several hours watching movies with Yu Chutong in his arms. When it came to his women, Wei Ming tried his best to treat them equally. After all, they were going to live together for a very long time, and maintaining harmony in the harem was essential. Relying on material resources as leverage alone wasn't enough. That could breed resentment. A combination of tactics was necessary to ensure he could enjoy eternal bliss. Of course, Yu Chutong was a top-tier beauty. Spending hours with her wasn't tiresome at all. If she could bore him, he wouldn't have brought her into the household in the first place. Being affectionate with Yu Chutong was particularly amusing. As a CEO, she had a natural air of arrogance she couldn't shake. Wei Ming loved teasing her, enjoying her moments of flustered embarrassment, and laughing heartily at her reactions. It made him appreciate that each woman in the house had her own unique charm. None of them were mindless clones churned out of some beauty assembly line. Each had a distinct personality and soul. Otherwise, if all he had were cookie-cutter internet star faces who only knew how to pout and act coquettish, it wouldn't matter if there were 1,000 of them, they'd all feel the same. In the evening, the other 5 women, Song Qingyun, Lin Wanqiu, and the rest took charge of cooking. Even Yu Chutong lent a hand this time, though she was only trusted to wash the vegetables. No one dared let her cut anything or handle the stove. If she did, she might slice her fingers off or dump half a bucket of oil into the pan just to make a point. By 7 p.m., the group of 7 sat down on the balcony for dinner once again. The entire city was shrouded in darkness, save for a few faintly illuminated spots. "It seems like we're not the only ones with a generator," Lu Qing commented. The other 5 women nodded in agreement. Wei Ming was particularly pleased with the way Lu Qing had set our home. And judging by the women's natural expressions, what did that signify? It meant they had already come to see themselves as part of this household. He couldn't help but marvel at how much the harsh realities of the world had transformed them. It had been less than half a month since the disaster struck, yet these 6 women had already accepted the reality of living with Wei Ming. They had adapted so naturally, showing no signs of resentment or defiance. It was a testament to how even the most independent or rebellious people would bow to reality when faced with survival. So yes, the notion of a bottle of water or a pack of instant noodles being enough to make a former celebrity or CEO's wife sell themselves wasn't an exaggeration. Human resilience was remarkable. But when it came to survival, the price people were willing to pay far exceeded their principles. After this moment of reflection, Wei Ming happily dug into his meal. Why should he feel conflicted?
There was no need to compromise or suppress himself.
Maybe it was time for him to go out and explore.
Although he'd taken the car out once before, it had only been to the edge of the neighborhood to pick up Song Ching-yun. In truth, she hadn't been far, she'd been in the commercial annex of the neighborhood. He could have reached her on foot, but to keep the existence of the alternate dimension a secret, he'd gone out of his way to drive.
Could that really be called going out? Of course not. Now that Wei Ming had fully confirmed the alternate dimension's immense, almost terrifying healing capabilities, what reason did he have to hesitate? He had prepared well, what was there to fear from venturing out?
For others, the abandoned cars littering the streets are a massive obstacle.
But for me? It's nothing.
He'd just absorbed them into the alternate dimension.
The only real issues are the heat during the day and the darkness at night.
But there are ways to deal with both.
Tonight's priority is still Han Zhengyuan.
Better to get rid of that group first.
They're a constant nuisance. No matter what, Han Zhengyuan's group had guns.
They needed to be handled carefully. After dinner, Wei Ming relaxed for a bit, then took a shower. By the time he stepped out, it was already past 1 a.m.
Time to act.
Using several teleportations, he arrived at Villa 8. He entered the garage and, aided by night vision goggles, had no trouble navigating in the pitch-black darkness. As he exited the garage, he spotted 2 men standing guard at the staircase.
The first floor of Building 10 was an open area with no apartments.
With the elevators out of commission due to the power outage, all they needed to do was guard the staircase. Wei Ming placed the space portal directly in front of their faces. With a thought, bang, bang, 2 silent bullets pierced their foreheads. The blood sprayed in a fine mist as both men collapsed without a sound. Wei Ming walked over and absorbed their bodies into the alternate dimension. He climbed the stairs to the second floor and was momentarily surprised to find the doors wide open.
Had society reached a point where people could leave their doors unlocked at night?
He quickly figured it out.
Han Zhengyuan's group had left the doors open for their entertainment. If the doors were closed, they'd have to knock.
This way, they could just walk in, pick whoever they fancied, and proceed.
Convenient, wasn't it? It even saved Wei Ming the trouble of teleporting.
Wei Ming entered one of the apartments and found a woman asleep in the bedroom. The window was open, but in the current heat, there was no risk of catching a cold. It was still 40 degrees Celsius at night. If not for the temperature dropping to 40 at night, how could anyone survive without electricity?
Wei Ming moved on. Apartment 202, 203, 204.
208, he searched the entire second floor but found no men, none of them were from Han Zhengyuan's group.
On to the third floor. Apartment 301, 302. Found someone. In one room, a man and a woman lay on a bed, separated by a noticeable gap.
It seemed even a slight touch would only make the heat worse. Wei Ming approached the man, placed his hand on him, and the man, deep in sleep, oblivious, disappeared the next moment.
Once Wei Ming's right hand made contact with someone, they couldn't escape. He sent the man into the alternate dimension instantly.
At his current level of proficiency, Wei Ming could complete the entire process, contact and transfer, in just 0.001 seconds.
Even a cat wouldn't have time to react. He continued.
Floor by floor, he searched. By the time he reached the 10th floor, he had already captured 12 people.
But he still hadn't found Han Zhengyuan.
When he climbed to the top, the 32nd floor, he finally spotted a closed door.
Han Zhengyuan must be inside.
This guy was much more cautious, closing the door while sleeping.
Unlike the others who left theirs wide open for convenience. It made sense.
With guards posted downstairs and the threat of their guns, who in the neighborhood would dare rebel?
Han Zhengyuan was just that careful.
In his mind, even if there were a rebellion, the sound of the door being forced open would wake him, and with a gun in hand, he was confident no one could best him. What a pity! Wei Ming teleported directly into the room.
He walked into the master bedroom and found 2 people on the bed. Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily. Counting the numbers, Han Zhengyuan was the last one left.
Wei Ming approached, placed his hand on him, and stepped back. There was still plenty of time. He could afford to play around.
He turned on a high-powered flashlight and shone it directly onto Han Zhengyuan's face.
It had to be said, Han Zhengyuan was a highly vigilant man. As soon as the light hit his face, he woke up instantly, his hand reflexively reaching for his gun. "Who's there?" He barked sharply, aiming the weapon at the light source. His shout startled Sun Lily awake, and she sat bolt upright. Wei Ming adjusted the flashlight to diffuse mode, flooding the entire bedroom with light as bright as day.
Wei Ming!
Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily exclaimed in unison.
Wei Ming didn't even glance at Sun Lily.
Instead, he looked at Han Zhengyuan and smiled.
Didn't we agree on a duel tonight?
But it seems you're not playing fair, you're not even in the room you said you'd be in.
Han Zhengyuan almost gasped aloud.
Wei Ming had actually come for him in the middle of the night. But there were 2 guards downstairs. And Wei Ming couldn't have known which floor he was on, meaning he must have searched floor by floor.
How had he not alerted anyone?
Also, his door was locked.
Unless.
Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Sun Lily.
Could it be that this woman had secretly contacted Wei Ming and told him which floor he was on? Could she have opened the door for him as well?
Naturally suspicious by nature, Han Zhengyuan couldn't fully trust Sun Lily when it came to matters of life and death. His confusion only deepened his wariness. Afraid that Wei Ming had some hidden trick up his sleeve, he didn't shoot immediately. Still, with the gun in his hand, Han Zhengyuan felt confident. No matter what Wei Ming's scheme was, as long as he was aiming at him, there was no way he could lose.
Wei Ming, you're bold, too bold. How dare you sneak all the way here? Han Zhengyuan sneered. Aren't you afraid of dying? Wei Ming shrugged. Do you think you can kill me?
Han Zhengyuan slowly got up, putting some distance between himself and Sun Lily. He didn't know if Sun Lily was working with Wei Ming, but for safety's sake, he wasn't about to take any chances.
Trust no one.
Still sneering, Han Zhengyuan said coldly, I've got the gun.
What else can you do besides beg for mercy? Kneel.
He suddenly barked, his voice commanding. Wei Ming's composure unsettled him. He worried that shooting rashly might trigger some unforeseen consequence, so he aimed his gun while trying to get Wei Ming to reveal the source of his confidence.
Wei Ming remained calm. Are you sure that gun will even work? Had the gun been tampered with?
Han Zhengyuan froze. He recalled asking Sun Lily about one of Wei Ming's earlier exploits, how Zhang Shi had managed to grab a gun, only for it to explode when fired. And that gun had come from Wei Ming. So it was highly suspicious that Wei Ming might have sabotaged it, leading to Zhang Shi's misfortune.
Could this gun have been tampered with as well? Would it backfire the moment he pulled the trigger?
But Han Zhengyuan had been a light sleeper all his life.
Could Wei Ming have approached him, tampered with the gun, and left without him noticing? And if Wei Ming already had access to the gun, why not just shoot him outright? Why go through the trouble of sabotaging it? Was Wei Ming doing this just for fun?
Ridiculous. The situation was too dire for anyone to play games. So, the conclusion was clear, Wei Ming was bluffing.
Han Zhengyuan sneered. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll send you on your way. He decisively pulled the trigger. Bang!
The gun fired, but something was clearly off. From the barrel burst a stream of colorful ribbons, leaving Han Zhengyuan staring in disbelief, his face frozen in an expression of utter shock. What had just happened? What the hell was wrong with his gun? Am I losing my mind? Surprised? Delighted?
Wei Ming grinned. Should I sing you a happy birthday song?
Earlier, he had replaced the gun with a modified version as a prank.
Han Zhengyuan's body trembled.
Now he understood why Wei Ming wasn't afraid. This was the reason all along.
When did you switch my gun?
He asked, his voice full of frustration and unwillingness to accept defeat. At that moment, he wished Wu Hui were still alive and here to fight Wei Ming with his fists. At least Wu Hui could take down 3 of him in a brawl. Wei Ming smiled faintly, raised his hand, and pointed at Han Zhengyuan.
The space portal opened directly in front of Han Zhengyuan's face.
Swish, 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 swish.
Ferrero shot out of thin air, piercing Han Zhengyuan's limbs.
Blood sprayed everywhere as he let out a gut-wrenching scream.
Ah ah ah.
Sun Lily, trembling with fear, suddenly lunged forward, falling to her knees before Wei Ming.
Daddy!
Please don't kill me, Daddy.
Don't kill me.
She looked up at him with a mix of pitifulness and seduction, as if pleading, I'll do anything for you. Wei Ming shuddered in disgust.
Disgusting.
Without hesitation, he fired a bullet at her.
Thwack!
The shot pierced her forehead, and she collapsed backward, dead.
Han Zhengyuan's body trembled with cold sweat.
To him, Wei Ming was clearly a man driven by lust. Sun Lily, by any standard, was a stunning beauty. For her to kneel and beg, offering herself completely, any normal man would at least hesitate.
But Wei Ming?
He killed her without a second thought.
This man is utterly ruthless. How did you do it? Han Zhengyuan asked, his voice trembling.
For arrows had struck him, yet Wei Ming had no crossbow or bow in sight.
And Sun Lily had been shot. Where was the gun? Why hadn't there been a gunshot?
The mounting questions overwhelmed Han Jingyuan's mind, eclipsing even the pain of his injuries with sheer terror. A man on the verge of death doesn't need to know so much, Wei Ming said with a smile. At this point, Han Zhengyuan showed a sliver of defiance.
I'm going to die anyway. What does it matter if you tell me? Afraid someone else will find out? Heh, it's just unnecessary.
Wei Ming walked over, placed a hand on Han Zhengyuan, and transported him into the alternate dimension. As he'd said, it wasn't about secrecy, it just wasn't worth the trouble.
So boring. Wei Ming shook his head.
Han Zhengyuan's group, for all their bluster, had been dealt with so easily under the cover of night. Of course, if both sides had been equally prepared, things might have been different. The space portal could only protect one side, and random gunfire or grenades could still pose a threat. I can't afford to be careless. Wei Ming returned to the first floor of Building 10, arranged all the bodies of Han Jingyuan's men, and wrote on a blood-stained cloth,
"Evil deeds bring their own downfall."
The hero with white brows.
All right, done for the night. Time for bed.
Pleased with his little prank, Wei Ming walked away without looking back.
Day 16 of the apocalypse.
The women in Building 10 found it strange. By 9 a.m., there was no sign of the thugs, nor had they heard any commotion from them. Some brave souls sneaked out to investigate and eventually discovered a pile of corpses on the ground floor. The discovery sent shockwaves through Building 10, and soon the men from Buildings 1 to 5 heard the news and came to see.
Once they confirmed that Han Jingyuan's gang was truly dead, they first breathed a collective sigh of relief. Then, in their anger, they desecrated the bodies, venting their frustration, and ultimately dragged the corpses outside. They left the bodies exposed, ensuring that the acid rain that fell at night would dissolve the flesh, leaving nothing but bare bones. This served two purposes: venting their fury by desecrating the bodies and maintaining hygiene. Dissolving the flesh meant there wouldn't be a stench. Afterward, the crowd grew curious. Who was this white-browed hero? This person was terrifyingly effective, taking out Han Jingyuan's entire gang in just one night. Could it have been Wei Ming? Someone suggested. No way. The idea was immediately rejected by many. That man is incredibly selfish, only looking out for himself. Exactly.
He's holed up in his villa, living the good life, eating, drinking, and enjoying those women.
You think he'd bother to do something like this?
He was probably in bed, cuddled up with one of them last night. There's no way it was him.
The majority of people were adamantly opposed to the idea.
At this moment, a man stepped forward, laughing. All right, to stop you all from guessing aimlessly, I'll admit it, it was me.
I'm the white-browed hero. Last night, I took them out one by one when they weren't paying attention.
Many women immediately nodded in agreement, saying, these thugs didn't let us close our doors.
That was their undoing. It seemed plausible.
A number of women began to look at the man with admiration. This man was Wu Mofeng. He was blatantly lying, but seeing the adoring gazes of the women, he knew the story had taken hold. Whether or not he had done it didn't matter. What mattered was that people believed he had.
Didn't Wei Ming put a bounty on Han Jingyuan's head?
Wu Mofeng said, striking while the iron was hot to divert attention. This way, as time passed, his claim to the title of white-browed hero would solidify. If anyone questioned it later, the crowd would defend him.
Let's take his body to claim the reward. Hearing this, everyone cheered.
After all, they had clearly heard Wei Ming offer a bounty of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for Han Jingyuan's head.
In the current circumstances, that was an astronomical fortune.
And so, they hoisted Han Jingyuan's corpse and carried it to the underground garage.
Wei Ming slept until after 9 a.m.
Having gone out during the night, he naturally woke up a bit later.
Why wake up early? Morning exercise? Well, that wasn't out of the question.
Wei Ming had already lifted the curfew but still slept alone with his door securely locked, accessible only to him. He walked out to find Song Qingyun and the other 5 women sitting around the dining table having breakfast. With a grin, he tossed a die.
It landed on 3.
Smiling slyly, he picked up Changya and carried her off. Song Qingyun and the others were long used to this behavior and continued eating their breakfast as if nothing had happened. Wei Ming was interrupted by an alarm on his phone. He glanced at the screen and saw that the neighborhood residents were back at it again, carrying Han Jingyuan's corpse to the entrance of the underground garage, loudly chattering among themselves.
Using his phone, Wei Ming connected to the surveillance system and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Mofeng immediately replied, "Didn't you put a bounty on this man's head?"
"I killed him, so you need to pay up." Wei Ming froze for a moment. "If I recall correctly, I'm the one who killed Han Jingyuan's gang." Ha, this guy has some nerve, claiming credit for someone else's work. In truth, Wei Ming didn't mind someone else claiming the reward as long as they weren't stealing credit from him.
But this guy? Trying to take advantage of his accomplishments? Bold move. You killed him?
Wei Ming asked while motioning for Changya to freeze herself a popsicle.
Of course.
Wu Mofeng said confidently. The more he lied, the more he believed it himself.
Wei Ming chuckled.
Han Zhengyuan was taken down with 4 arrows through his limbs.
Do you know how to shoot a bow? I do.
Wu Mofeng replied, slightly faltering.
All right, Wei Ming said. Bring out your bow and shoot a few arrows into the body. If you do that, I'll pay you the reward.
There was no way Wu Mofeng could do it.
Furious, he snapped, Wei Ming, are you trying to renege on your promise? Wei Ming laughed. I'm the organizer. I have the final say in all matters. Besides, I'm just asking you to prove that you're the rightful claimant. Isn't that my duty as the organizer? I can't let someone else steal the credit, can I?
I ran out of arrows, and the bow's broken. I can't recreate it, Wu Mofeng said, resorting to excuses. Wei Ming replied coldly, without proof that you're the one who did it, I can't give you the reward. Wu Mofeng erupted into a tirade, cursing loudly.
With his provocation, others joined in to hurl insults at Wei Ming. Wei Ming burst into laughter. It's basic decency to have a conscience.
Don't let yours be eaten by dogs. Coming here to fraudulently claim the reward is an insult to the real hero. Don't forget, just yesterday, you were locked up, men cowering, and women forced into submission. Now, instead of thanking the person who saved you, you're here to steal what doesn't belong to you.
What a bunch of trash.
Having vented, he shut off the phone and tossed it aside. By then, the popsicle Changya had been making was completely ruined. Outside, Wu Mofeng and the others were furious. That bastard really is trying to back out of paying.
Wu Mofeng shouted first, trying to deflect any suspicion toward himself and distract the crowd.
Naturally, the others followed suit, angrily cursing Wei Ming.
Let's head back.
Returning to Building 10, Wu Mofeng gathered a group of able-bodied men to discuss their next steps.
After a long discussion, they returned with barely contained excitement. It's time we go home, many people said.
Wait. Wu Mofeng raised his hand.
Listen to me first.
Because of those thugs, we've lost so many people, especially our women.
Now there are only around 100 of them left.
He paused, sweeping his gaze over the women. Many men have lost their wives, but we're all human.
Humans have needs.
So, I'm announcing that all women will continue living in Building 10, and from now on, no doors are to be closed at any time.
What? The women, and even some men, couldn't believe their ears. What did this mean? Had they just rid themselves of Han Jingyuan's gang, only to face a new one? They had driven off the wolves, only to welcome the tigers? Had the dragon slayer become the dragon himself? Wu Mofeng, what do you mean by this? A woman shouted.
Nothing much, Wu Mofeng replied indifferently. There are too few women now, so resources need to be shared. He stared greedily at the woman who had spoken. She had been his neighbor, and he had wanted her for a long time. He walked over and hoisted her onto his shoulder.
That's my wife, a man shouted, charging forward.
But the other men blocked him, laughing mockingly.
Not anymore. Don't be so stingy. Let everyone have a turn. Ha ha ha.
Wu Mofeng sparked another wave of slaughter. Out of 107 surviving women, most of their husbands and family members were still alive.
The result?
They were all massacred. This way, when Wu Mofeng and his men indulged themselves with the women, there would be no one left to oppose them.
There were many of them, over 800.
Subjugating 100 or so remaining men was no challenge. By the end of the day, the sunlight illuminated another field of corpses. Of course, Wu Mofeng's side paid a price too, but fighting with such overwhelming numbers minimized their losses. They only lost 30 people, leaving nearly 800 still standing. After satisfying their animalistic desires, these men gathered to discuss their next steps. Brother Fong were running low on food and clean water. We need to figure out a solution soon, someone said. The others nodded in agreement.
One man took a deep drag from his cigarette and added, "If we could break into Wei Ming's villa, we'd be set. But seriously, I just don't understand, how does his villa store so many supplies in such a small space?"
Maybe he turned the entire basement into a storage room, someone speculated.
That bastard. He's so untrustworthy. Obviously, it was Brother Feng who killed Han Zhengyuan, yet he refused to honor the reward. Another chimed in, feigning outrage on Wu Mofeng's behalf. Wu Mofeng wore a look of indignation as well.
Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Talking about it is useless.
Wei Ming won't give us anything, and we can't break in. We'll have to come up with another plan." "What plan?" everyone asked. Wu Mofeng sneered. "If those thugs could come to our neighborhood, why can't we go elsewhere?"
But Zhao Jihu said before that the nearby convenience stores have already been looted.
"We'd have to go far to find supplies," someone pointed out.
"And after yesterday's explosion in the garage, most of the vehicles are unusable."
"If we can't drive, we'll walk," Wu Mofeng replied coldly.
"If we don't go out to look for supplies, we're just waiting to die."
"Do you want to die?" No one did. But who would go out to search for supplies? "We'll draw lots," Wu Mofeng decided.
Naturally, as the organizer, there was no chance he'd draw the short straw himself. This sowed seeds of dissatisfaction. Previously, Zhao Jihu had personally led teams to search for supplies.
Now Wu Mofeng only issued orders while sending others into danger.
Those who drew the lots were understandably disgruntled. When they were united by the common goal of exploiting the surviving women, there had been harmony. Now, with the risk of gathering supplies on the table, fractures began to emerge. Wei Ming stayed out of their business. He had acted against Han Zhengyuan because that group had guns and posed a real threat to him.
But Wu Mofeng's gang?
They were nothing but a disorderly mob.
To Wei Ming, they were a joke. He had no intention of going out of his way to deal with them.
It was more entertaining to sit back and watch the drama unfold. He predicted that it wouldn't be long before they turned on each other. In the meantime, he went down to the basement and gave Sun Dai and the other two some food.
"Are you even human?" Sun Dai asked shakily, looking at Wei Ming with pure terror instead of resentment. Could they not be afraid?
Including himself, they had been transformed into something barely distinguishable from monsters. Wei Ming nodded thoughtfully and muttered, "Even if someone is altered beyond recognition, as long as I perform another surgery before 24 hours pass to return them to their original state, there won't be any lasting side effects."
"But if I continue altering them?"
Before he could finish, one of the men let out a blood-curdling scream as his chest exploded. Wei Ming didn't attempt to save him, he had already seen the experimental outcome.
Continuous modification is useless.
Once the 24-hour limit is reached, the body forcibly reverts to its original state, he concluded.
"I can temporarily alter the human body structure.
In theory, I could create a super soldier, use them for 24 hours, and then revert them back for reuse.
Not just others, I can modify myself too. If I ever face grave danger, couldn't I modify my skin to be as tough as iron? Or give myself incredible strength, speed, or even wings?"
As Wei Ming allowed his thoughts to run wild, he realized that as long as he restored himself within 24 hours, it would work.
Still, this is terrifying even to think about. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use this method.
Wei Ming chuckled and turned to Sun Dai and the remaining man.
"Thank you for your contributions. It's time for you to go now." "No! No!"
Sun Dai screamed hysterically, while the other man silently closed his eyes, having already resigned himself to death as a release from his suffering. Wei Ming ignored Sun Dai's protests and absorbed both men into the alternate dimension. When he returned to the third floor, he noticed a faint light in the darkness. It was a flashlight. A group of people was leaving the neighborhood.
Finally heading out to gather supplies? Wei Ming checked the time.
It was only a little past 7 p.m., they were heading out quite early.
He wondered idly how many of the dozens leaving would actually make it back. Satisfied with his curiosity, he turned his attention back to the moment.
Lin Wanqiu appeared, carrying a dish, and called out with a smile, "Husband, dinner's ready." The 7 of them sat together to enjoy their meal. After dinner, everyone went about their own activities, watching shows, playing games, exercising, or writing. Lin Wanqiu, in particular, had turned writing into a habit and passion. "If humanity ever goes extinct, my works might become material for new species to study us," Lin Wanqiu said excitedly. "He, I should write more intimate scenes so they'll know how pleasurable it is."
Classic Lin Wanqiu.
Wei Ming couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up.
Day 17 of the apocalypse.
Before sunrise, a few people trickled back into the community. But even as the sun rose, only about 1/10 of them had returned. It was unclear whether the rest had died, were trapped outside, or simply chose not to come back.
Why return?
Why come back just to hand over the hard-earned supplies you risked your life to gather?
Before, the idea of home was a tether, but now, with Wu Mofeng initiating a massacre the moment he took power, who still had family left? So why bother returning to Qidong City? If you could live well on your own, eating and drinking to your satisfaction, wasn't that better? Why reduce yourself to being someone else's dog? Women? Unless they were top-tier beauties like Yu Chutong, or at least stunning women like Michelu, why would anyone bother?
The women in Building 10 hadn't bathed in days. Their sour, sweaty stench was enough to repel even the most desperate man. In this sweltering heat, it was perhaps the best way to help some men curb their lust. When Wu Mofeng saw that only 7 people had returned, his face darkened.
7 people, how many supplies could they possibly bring back? A pitiful amount. And how many people were there in total? More than 800, including both men and women. What now? How could so few supplies feed so many mouths? Wu Mofeng was at a loss.
In that moment, he almost regretted becoming the leader. Playing around with women might bring a brief thrill, but managing the food, water, and waste needs of over 800 people was a constant, unrelenting headache.
It wasn't worth it. But give up being the leader? He couldn't bear to relinquish the power to command others. The bigger issue was, if someone else took over, wouldn't they send him out to scavenge for supplies?
If he had to take orders, he'd rather stay the leader. Wu Mofeng was deeply troubled. Forget it, he muttered, deciding to indulge himself and push his worries aside. But before he could enjoy his distraction, 4 men burst into his room.
Before he had time to react, a rope was looped around his neck.
He struggled, flailing his arms and legs, but how could one man overpower 4? Within moments, his face turned red as he violently thrashed one last time before falling still.
The 4 men exchanged glances, sighing in relief.
They had expected Wu Mofeng, who had defeated Han Zhangyuan and his gang, to be a fearsome opponent.
But as it turned out, he was easy prey. He couldn't have been white-browed hero. We were all fooled by him.
Who cares? He's dead now, and we're in charge. Wei Ming, indulging his curiosity, had planted listening devices in several rooms during his operation in Building 10 the previous night. Bored, he tuned in and was astonished to discover that Wu Mofeng was dead, strangled by 4 men. Yet even these 4 didn't become the new leaders. The remaining men splintered into 8 factions, dividing the women among themselves as spoils of war, with each faction claiming a share.
Wei Ming sighed.
In times of chaos, women truly suffered the most. Forget about being treated like cherished fairy maidens.
Even being seen as human was a luxury. Just look at the women in the community, what had they become? Mere commodities.
Under the crushing pressure of survival, with no moral or legal constraints, everything reverted to primal, jungle-like rules. The strong ruled, and women, naturally weaker in physical strength, became objects to be enslaved. From Zhang Shi and Sun Dai's initial group, to Han Jingyuan's gang, then to Wu Mofeng's unified rule, and now splintered into 8 factions, all of this had happened in just a few days.
11 days.
In just 11 short days, it felt as if half a year or more had passed.
Wei Ming couldn't help but feel introspective.
The 6 women, Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and the others, looked at him with profound gratitude.
If not for Wei Ming, what would have become of them? Even though they were more beautiful than most, would their fate have been any better? Whoever held power, they would have been reduced to playthings. And with every shift in leadership, they would have been passed around like property, just like the women in the community now, traded from one man to the next as ownership changed hands. Could they resist?
Without access to guns, their only option would have been cold weapons.
But when it came to melee combat, men had the overwhelming advantage. Even Song Qingyun, a former security officer, would have been powerless. Would anyone have cared?
The 6 women's hearts surged with emotion. Compared to the horrors of the outside world, Wei Ming's presence made him seem like a towering figure. Wei Ming sat on the balcony, sipping an iced cola while gazing outside. The urge to venture out was growing stronger. He had been cooped up for too long, he needed to move. Of course, if he decided to go out, he would ensure he was fully prepared. After dinner, as Wei Ming debated whether to head out that night, his phone buzzed with an alert. Opening the app, he saw a man standing at the basement door, looking furtive.
"What's your business?" Wei Ming asked lazily. "My name is Huang Xian. I have important information." The man replied. "Be specific."
"I don't have time to waste," Wei Ming said. Huang Xian hesitated briefly before speaking. "I was a government contractor. I oversaw the construction of a subterranean shelter."
"Oh?"
Wei Ming pondered for a moment before using his phone to remotely unlock the door. Once Huang Xian stepped inside, Wei Ming instructed, "Take off your clothes and put on the set by the door. I need to make sure you're not carrying anything that could threaten me."
As soon as Huang Xian entered, he was stunned. It was cool, refreshingly cool. "How is it so comfortable in here?" he thought.
No wonder Wei Ming seemed to live so leisurely, this was paradise compared to outside. After a brief pause, Huang Xian quickly changed into the clothes Wei Ming had prepared, which was nothing more than a pair of beach shorts.
"No weapons."
"Come upstairs," Wei Ming said, remotely unlocking the door to the first floor. When Huang Xian reached the first floor, he saw Wei Ming lounging on the sofa, holding a bottle of cola.
Huang Xian licked his lips involuntarily. "Could I have a sip?" he asked.
He hadn't had more than 3 small sips of water a day in recent times. Wei Ming opened the fridge and took out a can of cola but didn't hand it to Huang Xian. Instead, he placed it on the coffee table. "First, tell me about this shelter," Wei Ming said.
Huang Xian swallowed hard but didn't dare make a move to grab the drink. Going against Wei Ming? That would be a death wish. Look at the people inside and outside the neighborhood who among them ever crossed Wei Ming and lived to tell the tale. They all died. No matter how desperate his thirst, Huang Xian wouldn't risk it.
Instead, he savored the cool air inside the house as he spoke. "The government started this project 5 years ago, secretly constructing an underground shelter. From what I've learned through inside information, it was meant to prepare for the potential outbreak of an S3 level crisis. The shelter is built 60 meters underground, designed to withstand nuclear explosions.
It consists of 4 levels, a living area, a recreational area, a farming zone, and a plantation. It's fully automated, managed by artificial intelligence. Tasks like feeding chickens, tending to pigs, and irrigating crops are all handled by AI.
The shelter's energy and water supplies can sustain 1,000 people for 6 months.
Huang Xian finally revealed some of the shelter's secrets.
Wei Ming was intrigued.
Describe it in more detail.
Huang Xian smacked his lips, his eyes fixed on the can of ice-cold cola. 10 days ago, if someone had told him he'd grovel like a beggar for a can of soda, he would have laughed it off. But now, he was willing to give anything for it. Wei Ming chuckled and pushed the can toward him. Huang Xian eagerly grabbed it, opened it, and chugged half of it in one go. Delicious. Sweet, cold, refreshing. After gulping down half, he slowed down, sipping carefully to make it last. Without waiting for Wei Ming to prompt him, he continued to describe the shelter. The shelter was designed to accommodate up to 1,000 people. The recreational zone included amenities like a tennis court and a swimming pool. The farming zone housed chickens, cows, pigs, and sheep, while the plantation relied on fertilizer derived from animal waste. Crops grown in the plantation could also provide feed for the livestock. Of course, the shelter had generators and enough energy to run for 6 months. If fewer people occupied the shelter, the supplies could last even longer, potentially decades for just a small group. However, energy limitations meant that while the living and recreational areas could reduce their power consumption, the farming and plantation zones required a continuous 24-hour power supply. This was necessary for tasks like feeding, watering, and simulating sunlight. Even in energy-saving mode, the shelter's capacity could, at most, be stretched to last a year. When designing the shelter, the intent was never for people to live there indefinitely. The 6-month period was meant to allow for the dissipation of most nuclear radiation after an explosion, making it safe to emerge and rebuild. The shelter, 60 meters underground, is in a place where sunlight can't reach and the temperature is stable year-round, Huang Xian said excitedly. Right now, the biggest threats are sunlight and acid rain, but in the shelter, neither would be a concern. Wei Ming was tempted. He had 2 major considerations, fear and desire. What was he afraid of? Missiles. A direct strike on his villa would leave him no time to react. And if it were a nuclear missile, even a detonation in the vicinity would be enough to end him. But in a shelter 60 meters underground, even a nuclear explosion would have no effect unless it was a bunker buster. After all, the shelter was built to ensure survival during an S3 level crisis and preserve the seeds of civilization in case of nuclear war.
What did he desire? Better amenities like the swimming pool he'd been dreaming about. The shelter could provide all of that. Seeing Wei Ming's interest, Huang Xian quickly capitalized on the moment. The shelter was supposed to be completed and handed over on May 9th, but the disaster struck unexpectedly. Right now, it must be empty. If we go there, the shelter will be ours. Wei Ming smirked. You're not the only one who knows about this shelter. What if it's already been taken over? Impossible. Huang Xian declared confidently.
Seeing Wei Ming's skeptical look, he explained, I was the contractor for this project. Since the shelter hasn't been officially handed over, the access keys are still under my control. To enter the shelter, you need to use an elevator. And to use the elevator, you need to unlock the door. The key is in my possession. He quickly added, if you agree to my terms, I'll take you there. But I'll only hand over the key once we're there. Wei Ming's expression remained calm. What are your terms? Huang Xian eagerly replied, first, I want a premium-level apartment in the shelter. Second, I want a woman, someone beautiful. I won't touch the women you have now, but you must provide at least one for me. And finally, any women who later join the shelter must be shared. Heh, quite the bold demands. Wei Ming shook his head. Here's my offer, you tell me the shelter's location, I verify its existence, and once you hand over the key, I'll give you a certain amount of supplies. No way. Huang Xian refused outright. Wei Ming shrugged. Then forget it. Please leave. Huang Xian was stunned, unable to accept this outcome. Wei Ming, think it over. This is a shelter we're talking about. So what? In Wei Ming's mind, the shelter was just an added bonus, not a necessity. While it offered better safety, more space, and luxuries like a swimming pool, his current villa was already secure. How likely was it that a missile would target a residential area? For Wei Ming, the shelter was merely a luxury, not a lifeline. There was no way he'd let himself be extorted. When you've thought it through, come talk to me. Otherwise, you're free to stay out there and die of heat, hunger, or thirst. Wei Ming tossed Huang Xian out the door. Negotiate with him? Heh, what right did he have? Huang Xian stood outside, dumbfounded. How could this happen? Why had Wei Ming rejected him? Sure, Wei Ming was living well now, but the villa was only so big. No matter how much he hoarded, eventually, his supplies would run out. The shelter, on the other hand, was a self-sustaining ecosystem, capable of supporting 1,000 people for 6 months. From Huang Xian's perspective, his demands weren't unreasonable, he was only asking for a single apartment. Unwilling to give up, he decided to wait it out. Wei Ming must be tempted by the shelter. He's just being stingy. Huang Xian resolved to hold his ground. After all, he had no way to reach the shelter himself without transportation. Wei Ming, on the other hand, had the capabilities to make it happen. So, after enduring for more than half a month, Huang Xian decided that cooperating with Wei Ming was his only option. He dared not seek help from people like Zhang Shi or Han Zhangyuan, who would likely kill him without hesitation. At least Wei Ming seemed reliable. The question was, how much longer could Huang Xian hold out? Wei Ming was truly unhurried. For him, having a shelter was naturally ideal, but if he didn't, it didn't matter much to him either. Living in this villa, sure, it was a bit cramped and somewhat prison-like, but at the very least, it was the best prison in the world. Besides, he already had full confidence in his ability to roam freely outside. For him, a shelter was merely a way to eliminate a sliver of potential risk and add a few more entertainment options. The risk factor was probably less than 1 in 10,000, and entertainment options were replaceable. For example, going to a swimming pool, if he wanted, he could easily bring in tons of ice blocks and enjoy a great swim. After all, he had emptied the icebergs at the poles, ice blocks were the least of his concerns. Huang Xian wanted to compete with him? Ha! Wei Ming thought he was still too kind. If it were Zhang Shi or Han Zhangyuan, upon learning such information, they would undoubtedly capture Huang Xian, torture him severely, and force him to reveal the location of the shelter and hand over the keys. Forget it. Let's maintain some baseline principles. Without a baseline, people become no different from animals. If Wei Ming didn't have a baseline, he could have easily taken Yu Chutong and Song Qingyun, those two rare beauties, by force long ago. Instead, he traded with them, making them voluntarily fall into his arms. As for whether they truly felt willing deep down, he didn't care. Alright, I won't go out today. I'll take a walk tomorrow night. Since the disaster struck, I haven't left the neighborhood. Even when he went to pick up Song Ching Yun, he only walked around the neighborhood a total distance of less than 800 meters round trip.
Could that even count as going out? Time for bed.
Wei Ming still slept in a room by himself. He had almost everything now, but life was precious and irreplaceable.
Was it wrong to be cautious? One night passed. It was now the 18th day of the apocalypse.
As the sun was about to rise, a school bus suddenly sped into the neighborhood, flooring the gas pedal and ramming toward the underground garage entrance.
Bang! Because of the height restriction, the bus couldn't enter the garage directly and slammed right into it.
Due to the strong impact, the front of the bus got wedged into the entrance. At that moment, the sun was just starting to rise. People began climbing out of the shattered bus windshield one by one, making their way into the garage. Naturally, such commotion startled the residents of the neighborhood.
Before long, representatives from 8 factions showed up. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Half asleep, Wei Ming woke up in a daze.
He sat up and felt puzzled.
Did he just hear gunfire? How could there still be guns?
He had confiscated all of Han Jingyuan's group's weapons.
So where did the gunfire come from? Still, Wei Ming didn't think too much of it. After all, even when Han Jingyuan's group had so many people and so many guns, they couldn't do anything against the villa's defenses.
And that was when he hadn't even left the house much.
Otherwise, if he opened the space portal and unleashed the bullets inside, who could stand against him?
What's more, he could open the portal through walls, which meant he could attack people outside while staying safe inside the villa.
What kind of unfair combat was that? Even elite soldiers would kneel before him.
He got out of bed, went to the balcony, and looked around, but he didn't see anything unusual.
All right, no rush.
He sat down, planning to have a cup of milk, but then he noticed something surprising. A person had appeared on the balcony next door.
Ha!
He looked over, and it wasn't just one person. There were several of them. Among them, he saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, a man and a woman. The man, appearing around 40, was very muscular, with chest and arm hair clearly visible since he was shirtless. It was obvious he hadn't evolved well. As for the foreign woman, she was under 30, with wavy blonde hair and the classic Western look, sexy and beautiful. She could score an 80, with her sensuality earning her an extra 2 points for a total of 82. But her figure was truly remarkable, at least an E-cup bust, a slender waist, and exceptionally full hips, so exaggeratedly full that it was almost surreal. Her height was also impressive, estimated to be around 175 centimeters. Overall, the foreign woman could be rated 88 points. Of course, most of the people were still Chinese, 2 women and 3 men.
Ha! Wei Ming!
One of the men shouted when he saw Wei Ming. But because there were 2 layers of windows in between and Wei Ming's windows had excellent soundproofing, he couldn't hear the voice, he could only see the man's expression and lip movements.
Are you Wei Ming?
The man confirmed again.
Wei Ming opened the window.
At this time of day, sunlight couldn't reach inside from that angle, but because he had heard gunfire earlier, he had already opened a space portal by the window.
In case bullets came through, they'd be immediately absorbed. Fu Lin? Wei Ming called out the man's name. Ah, it's really you.
The man nodded.
I'm Fu Lin. I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances. Fu Lin, who is he? A woman asked.
She looked to be in her 20s and was quite pretty, not inferior to Lu Qing in appearance, but that was about it. Her bust was clearly a size smaller, and in this heat, no one would bother patting it for appearance. Fu Lin replied, his name is Wei Ming.
He was my high school classmate.
The woman gave a perfunctory acknowledgement and didn't look at Wei Ming again, maintaining a very proud demeanor.
Really? In the apocalypse, who are you trying to impress with your arrogance? Don't believe me?
Watch me pull out a bottle of water, and you'll be calling me daddy in no time. Fu Lin, sensing the awkwardness, quickly added, pointing to another woman around 30 years old, this is my wife, Su Yu. We're both teachers at the Liverpool Foreign Language School. Oh, and this is my sister-in-law, who's also the principal of our school, Su Qian.
It was true, the 2 women looked quite similar.
In terms of appearance, however, Su Qian was slightly superior.
Su Yu scored an 80 at most, but Su Qian could reach 85.
Moreover, her figure was better, with an impressive bust, a flat stomach, and long legs. Overall, even with Su Yu's youthful advantage, she was still less charming than Su Qian. Su Yu was already very arrogant, but Su Qian was even more so. She didn't even glance at Wei Ming, as if she hadn't heard Fu Lin's introduction, completely ignoring him.
Wei Ming wasn't surprised at all. Back in school, Fu Lin had been a notorious bootlicker. He had constantly fawned over a certain official's son in their class, earning himself the title of a lackey. Judging by the trio's current demeanor, it was clear Fu Lin had married into this family by currying favor. With his decent looks and sweet-talking nature, it wasn't surprising he could win over a rich and beautiful woman. That said, Suyu was merely a teacher, not exactly a true rich beauty. Her sister Su Qian, however, as the principal, barely qualified. Because Fu Lin had relied on flattery to secure his position, it was evident his wife didn't respect him, and her sister treated him no better. Otherwise, they would have at least smiled at Wei Ming as a courtesy when introduced. Fu Lin looked embarrassed and quickly pointed to a teenager. "This is one of our school's students, Gao Shihai, the second son of the Gao family, the famous Gao group." Wei Ming was speechless. "Gao Xiao? You're still as much of a sycophant as ever." Just like the Su sisters, Gao Shihai had no intention of greeting Wei Ming either. He was equally arrogant, even wearing an expression full of disdain. Although he was called a youth, he was about 175 centimeters tall, and his demeanor and temperament showed no trace of youthful innocence. Wei Ming nodded lightly. In Haidu City, there was only one Gao group, a massive enterprise worth hundreds of billions. It made sense now. Gao's second son attending the same school explained why Fu Lin was acting so subservient. He's so used to groveling, he can't stand upright anymore. As for the two foreigners and the last man, Fu Lin didn't bother introducing them. Instead, he asked, "Hey, Wei Ming, do you have any food? Could you spare some for us? We haven't eaten or drunk anything all night." Wei Ming was slightly surprised. "Over half a month into the apocalypse, and you're only now running out of food and water?" It was clear they had escaped from the school. Those two foreigners, could they be foreign teachers? Wei Ming didn't agree or refuse. Instead, he asked, "You came from the school?" "Yes," Fu Lin replied, looking frustrated. "After the disaster began, we stayed in the school cafeteria. We didn't have to worry about food or water at first. Plus, Gao Xiao managed to contact his family, and President Gao sent a rescue team to pick us up. But the roads were too difficult to traverse, so the rescue never arrived. Then, yesterday, a group of thugs broke into the school. They had guns and tried to storm the cafeteria. We took the opportunity to escape at night and managed to snatch a gun. By the time we drove near this area, the sun was about to rise, so we had to turn in here to avoid the sunlight. But we didn't expect the people in your neighborhood to be so barbaric. They even tried to take my wife, my sister-in-law, and this foreign friend, Angel, away. Luckily, our security captain, Zhao Guofu, used the gun to scare them off." Wei Ming understood now. No wonder he had heard gunshots earlier. He looked at the security captain, a man in his 40s with a medium build, muscular, and sporting a flat-top haircut. However, after more than half a month without grooming, his hair had grown out a bit. So, the foreign woman's name was Angel. That left the other foreign man as the only one without a name. Ha! The neighborhood had completely devolved into chaos. Everyone was like a beast now. With 3 women in their group, all scoring 80 points or higher in appearance, it was no surprise they would trigger the neighborhood men's animal instincts. Good thing they had a gun. Otherwise, those 3 women would have already been violated multiple times. By coincidence, they had ended up in Villa 18. "Wei Ming, come on, find some food and water for us," Fu Lin said again. "Don't worry, we'll pay a high price." As he spoke, impatience crept onto his face. "I've explained so much to you, and yet you're still not moving?" Back in school, he only had eyes for the wealthy and powerful. Kids from ordinary families like Wei Ming's were beneath his notice. After graduating, he worked hard to win over Suyu, eventually marrying her. Through Su Qian's connections, he landed a teaching job at their private school. His monthly salary reached over 20,000 yuan, which, while less than Suyu's 30,000, still brought their household income to over 50,000, a very enviable figure in China. After all, what's the median income? In their alumni group, his sole activity was flaunting his wealth. Even after the apocalypse struck, he continued to fawn over his wife, her sister, and the rich second generation like Gao Shihai, hoping to use their connections to return to a comfortable life. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Old classmate, you've realized it's the end of the world now, haven't you? After being attacked twice, do you still not understand? This world has turned into a mess. The elites you once revered have fallen into the mud. Money? What good is it now?" Fu Lin, of course, didn't believe him and didn't want to believe him.
His years of bootlicking had become second nature, even his life's driving force.
For Wei Ming to now claim that bootlicking was useless was simply unacceptable. Wei Ming, cut the nonsense. Out of our old friendship, give us food and water now. When Gao Xiao's people come to pick us up later, we can take you with us, he offered. Gao Shihai sneered. Who said you could make decisions for me?
Fu Lin hurriedly approached Gao Shihai.
Gao Xiao, we're out of food and water right now.
We're asking for his help.
With the Gao family's wealth, feeding one more person wouldn't matter. But the key is to make sure you don't stay hungry or thirsty. Hearing this, Gao Shihai reluctantly nodded. Fine. As long as I'm well fed for the next few days, I'll take him back to my family. Great.
Fu Lin said cheerfully.
With Gao Shihai's approval, Fu Lin felt confident he could now negotiate with Wei Ming.
Wei Ming, exactly because the world is in chaos now, we need to hold on to strong connections, Fu Lin reasoned. The Gao family is a powerful household with substantial resources and manpower. Only by joining them can you truly survive long-term, until the government's rescue teams arrive.
You're really good at spinning stories.
Wei Ming thought to himself, even with abundant resources, if someone's strength isn't solid, their subordinates could easily overthrow them at any moment, leaving their supplies and women for others to enjoy. But there was no point in arguing with Fu Lin. He smiled indifferently and said, I do have food and water, but I'm only interested in trading with beautiful women.
What?
Fu Lin was momentarily stunned before realizing what he meant. He glanced at his sister-in-law and the foreign woman, then gritted his teeth. You've got guts.
Gao Shihai immediately pulled Fu Lin behind him.
Although he was just a senior in high school, his physique was almost on par with Fu Lin's. Glaring at Wei Ming, he said, You're courting death.
Get the food and water now. I'm starving and thirsty. Seeing Gao Shihai's anger, Fu Lin quickly tried to mediate. Old classmate, Gao Xiao is upset. Go get the food and water now, and apologize to him. Gao Shihai sneered. Kneel first. I'm not used to speaking to people at eye level. The arrogance.
Wei Ming ignored the rich kid and turned to the Su sisters.
I welcome trades with beautiful women. One session with me gets you a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Who knew if the foreign woman understood him?
Well, the others would probably translate it for her. But then he saw the foreign woman's face contort in anger. Clearly, she understood Chinese.
That's great. Otherwise, explaining different positions would have required hand gestures. You bastard. Gao Shihai cursed. Are you looking for death?
He didn't actually care about what happened to the Su sisters or the foreign woman. What enraged him was that Wei Ming had completely disregarded him.
As the second son of the Gao family, when had he ever been treated like this?
Gao Shihai screamed hysterically, like a madman.
As a top-tier wealthy second-generation heir, he usually wasn't this hot-headed.
But with the apocalypse upon them, he'd been stuck in a cafeteria for over 10 days, unable to do anything. Anyone in his position would have lost their composure. And for someone who was used to having everything go his way, it was even worse. He was already full of pent-up frustration, and Wei Ming's attitude only served to ignite his fury.
You're dead meat. He yelled, turning to Zhao Guofu. Kill him. Kill him for me.
Zhao Guofu, however, replied coldly, We've only got one bullet left. If we waste it on this guy, and someone else breaks in, I won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Gao Shihai had no choice but to swallow his anger, despite his resentment toward Wei Ming. Whether it was the thugs who broke into the school or the mobs they encountered upon entering this neighborhood, everyone they met was ruthlessly savage. Without a gun to intimidate them, his life would truly be in danger. Compared to venting his anger, his life was obviously more important. Gao Shihai snorted, silently deciding that once his family's rescue team arrived, he would have Wei Ming killed. No, he'd also make sure the mobs in this neighborhood were dealt with. How dare they scare him? Now that the apocalypse had come, laws no longer existed. It was the perfect world for someone like him, a top-tier rich heir, to do whatever he pleased. Who could stop him? Fu Lin, on the other hand, was utterly embarrassed. When he recognized Wei Ming, he thought he could use this opportunity to show off in front of Gao Shihai and his wife. If he managed to get food and water from Wei Ming, it would make him look good. But Wei Ming didn't give him face, and Gao Shihai treated him like a dog. His face burned with humiliation. What could he do, though? A dog doesn't get to demand respect from its master. He didn't dare resent Gao Shihai and the others. Instead, he secretly cursed Wei Ming for being uncooperative and making him lose face. Wei Ming, it's time to eat, Yu Chu Tong called out just then as she walked over.
Ha!
She noticed the unexpected crowd in the house, including foreigners, and couldn't hide her surprise.
What's going on here? You're Yu Chu Tong. Gao Shihai suddenly exclaimed. Sister-in-law.
Yu Chu Tong glanced at him, her expression revealing a hint of recognition.
Then, her face lit up with understanding, and she looked slightly surprised. You're the second son of the Gao family? Gao Shihai nodded eagerly. That's right, I'm Gao Shihai's sister-in-law. Why are you here with him? The Yu family's influence wasn't weaker than the Gao family's, in fact, it was slightly stronger.
The two families had even formed an alliance, arranging for Yu Chu Tong to marry his older brother, Gao Lingtian. Although they were only engaged and hadn't yet married, Gao Shihai naturally had to address her as sister-in-law.
But now, Yu Chu Tong was in another man's house. Gao Shihai's expression instantly turned hostile. Even though the engagement between his brother and Yu Chu Tong was for the sake of family interests and had nothing to do with feelings, and they were free to live their own lives in private, what did private mean? If he discovered it, it wasn't private anymore. And what's more, how dare you cuckold the Gao family? This was the last straw, adding new hatred to old resentment. Gao Shihai wanted nothing more than to kill Wei Ming now. Yu Chu Tong frowned. I'm not married to your brother. Don't call me sister-in-law.
Besides, with the apocalypse happening, our engagement is naturally nullified. From now on, we go our separate ways. She had opposed the arranged marriage from the beginning. Now that the world had descended into chaos, there was no way she'd acknowledge or accept it.
Gao Shihai was furious. Sister-in-law.
Your engagement with my brother was publicly announced by our families.
Not just in Haidu City, even across the nation, many people know about it. Now you're reneging on it? Are you trying to humiliate the Gao family? Yu Chu Tong didn't bother arguing further.
Instead, she turned to Wei Ming.
Aren't you coming down to eat? Bring it up for me.
If Lu Qing and the others haven't eaten yet, have them come upstairs too, Wei Ming replied, smirking.
You're hungry and thirsty? Perfect. Watch me eat and drink.
Before long, Lu Qing and the others brought breakfast upstairs. When they saw people on the adjacent balcony, they were slightly surprised but quickly dismissed it.
Let them envy us.
The 7 of them sat around the table and began eating.
Breakfast was lavish: dumplings, wontons, noodles, soy milk, and more. Everyone could take what they wanted.
As for drinks, there were 3 large cartons of milk, refrigerated, not the room temperature kind. Fu Lin and his group were completely stunned. Even though they had been hiding in the cafeteria, their meals had grown simpler by the day. After the power outage, food spoiled quickly, and they were left gnawing on plain buns, which didn't spoil as easily. They hadn't had meat in days. Now, seeing such an abundant spread, steaming noodles and wontons, they couldn't help but swallow hard. They were starving and thirsty. The sight of Wei Ming's group gulping down water and milk made them burn with thirst, almost to the point where they wanted to leap over from the balcony. Wei Ming smiled and said, "Feel free to come trade with me.
I won't entertain you otherwise." With that, he closed the window.
No matter how much Gao Shihai cursed after that, Wei Ming couldn't hear him. Lin Wanqiu and the others, curious about what was happening, asked Wei Ming to explain. He briefly told them about the group's background. When they learned that Fu Lin was one of Wei Ming's high school classmates, the 6 women marveled at how small the world was.
That classmate of yours is a textbook bootlicker. He licks his wife, his boss, and even his students, Lu Qing remarked. She had keenly observed the dynamics, being a leader herself. She was all too familiar with sycophants, having encountered plenty of subordinates who flattered her, and many men who pursued her before she got married. Wei Ming chuckled. I didn't like him back in school. I hated doing homework, and he would always report me to the teacher, getting me scolded all the time. The 6 women immediately showed expressions of disdain. Everyone who's been to school knows how much we hate tattletales. Lu Qing glanced at the Su sisters and the foreign woman, her eyes sweeping over their faces and bodies. She couldn't help but smile. Looks like we might have new additions to the house soon. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Those 3 women don't have the qualifications to live here. At most, they're just for fun. He spoke openly in front of the 6 women without hesitation. Firstly, he held absolute control over the situation. Secondly, in this apocalyptic world, who still adhered to the old rules? Otherwise, the 6 of them wouldn't have been getting along so well, or at least appearing to. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya had gotten into the villa early on, when Wei Ming's standards were lower. Of course, there was also the joy of indulging himself. But as for the Sue sisters and the foreign woman? No chance of moving into the villa. They'd be fun to play with, nothing more. Lu Qing giggled and suggested to Song Qingyun and the others, how about we place bets on which of those three will come to Wei Ming first? Betting on that? Lin Wanqiu was the first to ask, what's the wager? Whoever guesses correctly gets to have Wei Ming to herself for an entire day. Lu Qing proposed. Deal. Lin Wanqiu agreed, then turned to the others. What do you all think? Wei Ming was speechless. Still, it didn't cost him anything. If they wanted to amuse themselves, so be it. In the end, all 6 women, Song Qingyun and the others, joined the bet. Lu Qing and Michelle Lu both chose the foreign woman as the first to approach Wei Ming, reasoning that foreign women tended to be more open-minded. Lin Wanqiu, Song Qingyun, and Chenya picked Su Qian, believing that for her to become a school principal before the age of 30, she must have had a man supporting her. Otherwise, how could she have secured such a position? Only Yu Chuton selected Su Yu. She explained, her husband is a spineless man. Maybe she was initially fooled by his sweet words, but after living together day after day, she must see him for what he truly is. I believe no woman could truly like such a man. So, she's already got the perfect conditions to cheat. Add to that the fact that this is the apocalypse, and no one will judge you for moral failings. For the sake of food and water, I think she'll be the first to approach Wei Ming. Their arguments all made sense, and even Wei Ming found himself curious, which woman would come to him first? Next door. Gao Shihai was livid. He yelled at Zhao Guofu, go next door and kill that bastard. Even Fu Lin, despite being Wei Ming's former classmate, didn't try to dissuade him. And if he didn't speak up, why would the Su sisters or the foreign woman advocate for Wei Ming? Instead, Zhao Guofu remained calm. First, is it worth using our only bullet on this person? Second, have you considered why the ruthless people in this neighborhood haven't robbed Wei Ming yet? He has so many supplies, and there are 6 beautiful women living in his house. How could anyone not covet what he has? Yet, he's still perfectly fine. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Hearing this, the others, including Fu Lin, were startled and began to think deeply. Only Gao Shihai remained impatient, looking like he was ready to devour someone. Fu Lin, what kind of person is this Wei Ming? Su Qian asked. Fu Lin thought for a moment. He comes from an ordinary family and had average grades. If it weren't for his good luck in being born in Haida City, he probably wouldn't have even gotten into college. It was common knowledge that having a household registration in major cities like Haidu or the capital was already a foot in the door to higher education. So ordinary? The others were puzzled. How could someone so average be intimidating? Zhao Guofu considered this and said, I'll go ask around in the neighborhood. When he moved to leave, the group panicked. After all, the only gun they had was with Zhao Guofu. What if he left and the neighborhood's mob decided to attack? Lock the door. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Zhao Guofu said firmly. Before anyone could object, he had already stepped out. He returned shortly after, less than half an hour later. How did it go? Everyone asked. Zhao Guofu's expression was grave. You must not underestimate Wei Ming. He then recounted the information he had gathered. The group listened as if hearing a story. Fu Lin, in particular, was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. He stood frozen, his face full of disbelief. Was this really the Wei Ming he knew? His villa was completely impenetrable? A group of escaped convicts had reportedly been wiped out by him? And those convicts had guns, not just one, but several. It was like something out of a fantasy. Zhao Guofu shook his head. As long as Wei Ming doesn't bother us, we must not provoke him. I'm even beginning to suspect that Wei Ming is that legendary white-browed hero. Hearing this, the group felt deflated, like punctured balloons. What now? Based on Zhao Guofu's intel, the entire neighborhood was critically short on supplies. Everyone had to venture out at night to scavenge for food, or they'd go hungry and have no water to drink. The only one with a large stockpile of resources was Wei Ming. But they couldn't provoke him. So, they'd have to search for supplies themselves? They couldn't go out during the day because the deadly sun rays required full protective gear to withstand, and that would just make them overheat and die. But was it really any safer at night? For the past few days, they'd been holed up in the school cafeteria. While the food wasn't great, it was handed to them without effort. Now, they'd have to risk their lives to find food and water? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the minds of the Su sisters and the foreign woman. They could get food and water from Wei Ming. But were they willing to?
Although they'd spent over half a month in the apocalypse, they had always had access to food and shelter and had never considered selling themselves. Now, however, the idea kept resurfacing in their minds.
Of course, they didn't think of it as selling themselves.
Instead, it was a mutual exchange.
But for Wei Ming to suggest trading food and water for intimacy, and for them to immediately run over, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating?
Besides, only Su Qian was single. Su Yu and the foreign woman both had husbands.
If they went to Wei Ming to trade for food and water, wouldn't their husbands kill them? What man could endure such humiliation? It was only their first day out. Could they really not endure even one day of hardship?
After breakfast, Wei Ming started gaming.
He was deeply engrossed when his phone alarm went off. Someone else had come. He picked it up and saw someone standing at the basement door. Fu Lin. What was he doing here? Did he really have the nerve to show up?
At the basement door, Fu Lin held his phone, its screen glowing in the pitch-black surroundings.
He probably bumped into walls just getting here. Wait, his phone still had power?
Using a portable charger, perhaps?
Whatever. Not his concern.
Wei Ming thought for a moment and decided to see what Fu Lin wanted. After all, playing with people was much more entertaining than playing games.
He went to the basement and opened the door.
Fu Lin quickly slipped inside, exclaiming, "Wei Ming, whoa, it's so cool in here." Everyone who entered the villa for the first time had the same reaction. No wonder outside temperatures during the day reached 60 degrees Celsius, and at night, they stayed above 40. It was enough to cause heat stroke.
Walking into such a cool environment was shocking. Wei Ming ignored his amazement and asked, "What do you want?" Fu Lin, snapping out of it, quickly said, "Wei Ming, do you even know how terrifying the Gao family is? They own a company worth billions, a true giant.
Their power is beyond your imagination."
And?
Wei Ming asked, smiling. Fu Lin wore a look of frustration, like he couldn't believe how dense Wei Ming was.
"What do you mean, and?" "Go apologize to Gao Xiao immediately. Whatever he wants, give it to him. I'm not bullying you, I'm saving your life." Wei Ming chuckled. "You think you're smart, but you're a fool. Do you even know what time it is? And you're still trying to suck up to a rich second-generation brat?
Look at him, he'd already slept with someone on Gao Shihai's level, Yuchu Tong.
Why couldn't this guy understand?" Fu Lin felt anger bubbling up and, emboldened, decided to act on it. He was already inside the villa, and it was just him and Wei Ming. If he subdued Wei Ming, wouldn't the entire villa be his?
At 178 centimeters tall, regularly exercising, and sporting an 8-pack, how could he not win?
Slap!
Wei Ming hit him, leaving him both shocked and furious. "Old classmate, I don't like the way you're looking at me," Wei Ming said calmly, before slapping him again.
Slap!
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.